The laws of the game devour reality, ushering in an era of universal class transition. Su Yi, the taciturn senior high school student, awakens to the unique hidden class, Eternal Night Monarch. From the start, he binds the divine tier talent, Eternal Night's Grace. Skill effects amplified by tenfold at minimum. The passive ability, Shadow, Symbiosis, is even more extraordinary. All damage is borne by summoned entities, rendering his true form immortal and indestructible, while peers are still teaming up to slay minor foes. Su Yi commands decayed bone servants with explosive attributes, single-handedly sweeping through abyssal dungeons. As prodigies flaunt their rare classes, he summons a legion of 1,000,000 skeletal warriors, drowning despair clans and trampling divine towers, earning the global epithet mobile. Cataclysm. During the class transition exam, he clears the arena in 0.1 seconds, setting an unprecedented record. When the abyss invades, he detonates billions of corpses, unleashing a nuclear-level cleansing force. Elder Obsidian of the Empire slams the table in awe, exclaiming, "This youth alone rivals a nation." Ambushed by the Bloodblade Alliance, he retaliates with a 100-fold soul explosion, seizing treasures and crystals, forcing their young master to kneel and beg for mercy. Upon entering the Central Academy, his overwhelming achievements stunned the entire institution, and clues to his missing brother point toward the world-ending abyss. When false gods descend to accuse him of defiling life and death, Su Yi sits upon the Eternal Night throne. Tapping a finger lightly, he declares, "I am the Cataclysm, even divine. Remains shall become my weapons." Chapter 1. Truly the top prodigy of Qinglan City. June 7th, a sunny day. For the millions of residents in Qinglan City, Xia Country, this day holds greater significance than the new year. It marks the annual class awakening ceremony at Qinglan City's 3rd senior high school. 30 years ago, an extra-dimensional rule later, dubbed the game law, silently infiltrated reality, overturning the world order overnight. Monsters roamed freely, mystical realms emerged, forcing humanity into an epoch of universal class transition. Only by awakening a combat class at the age of 18 can one gain the power to resist these creatures and protect their homeland, or even ascend to become a powerhouse overlooking all of existence. Thus, each year's Awakening Day stirs the hearts of countless families. The giant screen in Qinglan City's Central Square broadcasts the ceremony live from the 3rd high school. On the sports field, thousands of 18-year-old youths sit upright, their faces a mix of tension, anticipation, and dreams of the future. This year, the 3rd high is brimming with talent. Rumor has it there's a prodigy likely to awaken an A-class profession. The commentator beneath the screen exclaims with fervor. Indeed, especially Ling Shi from Class 1, senior year, whose simulated energy affinity reached a staggering 95, hailed as Qinglan City's top genius in a decade. Top academies. Special admission letters have nearly worn out her family's doorstep. Discussions ripple through the crowd, with almost all eyes fixed on the most dazzling girl in the broadcast. Yet, amid the fervent chatter, occasional whispers of a different tone surface. Speaking of geniuses, isn't the 3rd high touted to have 2 eccentric prodigies this year? Besides Ling Shi, who's the other one? Oh, you mean Su Yi from Class 7, senior year. The quiet one who barely speaks, with average grades. Handsome, sure, but where's the eccentricity, let alone talent? She'll keep it down. He's perpetually topped the school's most unapproachable list. Known for his reclusive nature, he can see the edge of the field, in the most inconspicuous corner. Su Yi leans against an aged sycamore tree, hands in pockets, his gaze calmly fixed on the distant, activated star. A ray radiating an ethereal blue glow. His frame is slender yet upright, with deep, pond-like eyes beneath his tousled black hair. The surrounding noise and fervor seem to part around him, forming an invisible barrier. He pays no heed to the murmurs. Eccentric prodigy? Taciturn loner? These labels have clung to him since he transferred to the 3rd high. He long grew accustomed, or rather indifferent. His soul does not wholly belong to this world. Half a year ago, he crossed over from a peaceful blue planet, inhabiting this body with the same name. Memories of his past life grant him a vigilance and thirst for power far beyond his peers in this perilous world. He understands better than anyone. Without strength, one is but an ant with life and death beyond control. Hey, Su Yi, nervous? A burly figure approaches, Chu Xiao, scratching his head with a guileless grin. My palms are sweating from nerves. What do you think I'll awaken? A shield warrior would do. I'm not picky. Chu Xiao is one of the few in the class with whom Su Yi exchanges words. His straightforward, honest nature never wavers despite Su Yi's silence. Su Yi shifts his gaze from the star array, glancing at him. In his characteristically succinct manner, he remarks flatly, "Your build suits taking hits." Hey, that's a shield warrior for sure. Thanks for the blessing. Chu Xiao takes it in stride, then lowers his voice as if sharing a secret. Look at Ling Shi over there. Even the principal and Captain Li from the city defense are escorting her. Truly, TSK, The treatment of a genius is something else. Su Yi, you're called one of the two eccentric prodigies with her. Don't let her outshine you. Su Yi offers no reply, merely redirecting his gaze to the girl commanding all attention. At the forefront of the field, Lingxi is surrounded by school officials and uniformed officers, like the moon amid stars. Dressed in pristine school attire, she stands tall as a proud swan, her exquisite face brimming with absolute confidence and control. She revels in this attention, deeming it her rightful due. Sensing Su Ye's stare, Lingxi slightly turns her head, her eyes meeting his across the crowd of hundreds. Her gaze holds a hint of scrutiny and a touch of condescending dismissal. She looks away without pause, as if sparing him another glance would be a waste. To her, Su Yi, the so-called eccentric prodigy, is merely a contrivance by the board, meant to accentuate her own brilliance. Su Yi retracts his gaze impassively, his heart undisturbed. The disdain of others holds no weight for him. Only one thing occupies his mind. What class will he awaken? Just then, a resonant bell chimes, signaling the start of the awakening ceremony. Students whose names are called, please proceed into the class transition star array in order. The dean's voice echoes across the field through speakers. Class 1, Wang Ming, Combat Class, Fist Fighter, Rating F. Class 2, Lili, Lifestyle Class, Taylor, Rating F. One by one, students enter the array, most awakening common F or E tier classes, with an occasional D tier causing a stir. As time ticks by, tension mounts. Finally, the most anticipated name is called. Class 1, Lingxi. The entire field falls silent. Under the collective gaze, Lingxi strides confidently toward the massive star array. She reaches its center and slowly closes her eyes. The array's glow intensifies 100-fold. A brilliant pillar of light shoots skyward, outshining all before her. Then phenomena unfold. Whoosh! A gale springs from nowhere, whipping up dust. Boom! Blazing flames spiral around the light pillar, coalescing into a fiery serpent. Whoosh! The mighty mist coalesced into a flowing current, swirling around her like a water dragon. Zap! Dazzling arcs of electricity crackled and sparked with sharp, explosive snaps. Wind, fire, water, lightning. 4 elemental energies converged around her into a magnificent tide of radiance. A breathtaking spectacle that left everyone in awe. Heavens! It's the elemental tide, a phenomenon only A-rank professions can evoke. The commentator's voice trembled with exhilaration, but on the luminous screen, the needle representing the energy rating surged wildly before settling firmly on the A mark. Congratulations to the awakened Lingxi for obtaining the rare combat profession, Elemental Master. Rating A. The system's announcement echoed across the skies. The entire city erupted in excitement. A. It's actually an A rating. Elemental Master. One of the most elite spellcasting professions. Truly worthy of being Qinglan City's top prodigy. Lingxi slowly opened her eyes, savoring the immense power coursing through her, a proud smile gracing her lips. She basked in the roaring waves of admiration, her gaze instinctively drifting toward a quiet corner of the training ground. There, she noticed that peculiar talent named Su Yi, who remained as composed as ever. It was as if the celestial phenomenon she had stirred was nothing more than ordinary scenery in his eyes. A faint, inexplicable displeasure stirred within Lingxi's heart. Just then, the dean's voice, quivering with excitement, rang out once more. Class 7, Su Yi. Chapter 2 Halt. It's about to erupt. Upon the utterance of this name, the previously bustling playground descended into an eerie silence for a fleeting moment. All gazes instinctively shifted toward the boy in the corner. Amidst a myriad of complex expressions, Su Yi withdrew his hands from his pockets. Step by step, he emerged from the shadows, making his way toward the newly birthed class transition star array. His pace neither hurried nor slow, his demeanor as tranquil as still water. It was as if he were not on the verge of a life-altering awakening, but rather embarking on the most commonplace of rendezvous. What a pretense. Lingxi scoffed inwardly. She was eager to witness what this so-called prodigy, who shared her title, could possibly awaken. Su Yi reached the center of the star array and came to a halt. Once again, silence enveloped the city. Everyone was eager to uncover whether this enigmatic youth would conjure yet another miracle or become a mere jest, a foil to the true genius. Time, at that moment, seemed to stretch infinitely. Yet, contrary to expectations, the anticipated brilliance did not manifest. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The star array remained unresponsive. TCH, I told you. Just an ordinary person. What a waste of everyone's emotions. The mocking murmurs began to rise. Suddenly, without warning, an upheaval occurred. The 3 seconds of silence, devastating for the audience anticipating a miracle, extinguished all enthusiasm. The star array's lack of reaction indicated a dismally low affinity for energy. Not only would he fail to awaken a combat-oriented profession, but he would likely produce nothing even within the most trivial of life skills. I knew it. This so-called duo of prodigies was merely a gimmick concocted by the school to attract attention. Compared to Ling Shi, he was a mere shadow, a disgrace. Disperse, disperse. The most exciting part of this year's awakening ceremony has concluded. The citizens watching the live broadcast began to lose interest, while the students on the playground cast looks filled with pity and disdain. The corners of Ling Shi's mouth subtly curved upward. She knew it all along. How could a flickering light dare compete with the brilliance of the full moon? Su Yi, this so-called prodigy, was ultimately just a joke that highlighted her radiance. Just when everyone believed the dust had settled, a low, resonant hum reverberated, seemingly emerging from the depths of primordial chaos, without warning. This was not a sound emanating from loudspeakers, but rather an explosion that resonated deep within each soul. Then, the unexpected turmoil erupted. The star array, which had moments ago been radiant, appeared to be consumed in an instant by an invisible black hole, dimming into utter obscurity. Immediately thereafter, an indescribable, heart-stopping aura of terror erupted from the center of the star array, from Su Yi himself. What is happening? A jolt of unease surged through everyone's hearts. A foreboding sensation taking hold. Before they could process the unfolding events, the world plunged into darkness. It was as if someone had pressed a mysterious switch that shrouded heaven and earth. One moment, the sky was clear and the breeze gentle. The next, an endless tide of darkness surged forth from the star array, spreading uncontrollably in all directions. Sunlight, clouds, the azure sky, everything swiftly faded and dissipated under the encroaching darkness. 3 seconds. In a mere 3 seconds, the vast expanse of Qinglan City, spanning thousands of square kilometers, was engulfed in an absolute darkness where not even a hand's breadth could be seen. Daylight transformed instantaneously into eternal night. Heavens, what has transpired? The sky has darkened? No, this is not mere darkness. The sun has vanished. What kind of phenomenon is this? I have never heard of a profession awakening capable of causing such a degree of anomaly. The city descended into unprecedented panic and chaos. The blaring of countless car alarms and the screams of people intermingled, creating a cacophony that sent shivers coursing through the souls of all. On the playground, thousands of students and teachers had already turned ashen-faced with fear from this sudden upheaval of nature. They gazed up at the sky in horror, only to be met with a sight of despair, a pure, unrelenting darkness. Quick, activate the backup energy. Maintain order, the principal shouted hoarsely. But his voice felt so feeble amidst the suffocating darkness. The smirk that had once graced Ling Shi's face was now completely erased, replaced by sheer shock and disbelief. The elemental energy within her felt sluggish in the face of this darkness, as if it were being ruthlessly suppressed by a higher law, making even the simplest act of conjuring a fireball extraordinarily difficult. Her A-grade talent felt as minuscule as dust in this abyss. Just as everyone was captivated by this sudden eternal night, an even more terrifying spectacle unfolded. Above, the pure darkness began to churn and roll. 1 layer, 2 layers, 3 layers. One after another, layers of inky blackness slowly emerged, stacking upon one another. Ultimately, they formed a horrifying spectacle reminiscent of a 9-layered hell descending upon the earth. Each layer of this celestial canopy radiated a weighty pressure capable of crushing mountains. Beneath the 9-tiered expanse, all beings within Qinglan City felt as though an invisible divine mountain had pinned them in place, making even the act of breathing an arduous task. The 9-tiered celestial phenomenon. This is an anomaly that appears only when deities descend into the world, as recounted in myth. An elderly professor with white hair collapsed to the ground, trembling as he pointed at the sky, his voice trembling with terror. Yet, this was not the end. At the very center of the 9 layers of darkness, the source of all this dread and pressure began to coalesce into a massive, indistinct silhouette. It took the form of a throne so magnificent and fearsome that no language could adequately describe it. It appeared to be constructed from countless, densely packed remains, shimmering with the light of immortal divinity. There were dragon skulls, the rib bones of gods and demons, and the wing bones of angels. The remains of myriad powerful beings had forged this supreme throne, a symbol of death and immortality. It floated serenely above the 9 heavens, as if it had existed since time immemorial. Upon its emergence, the very laws of the world seemed to wail in submission, retreating in its presence. In a corner of the playground, the federal observer responsible for recording energy ratings stared intently at the high-end energy detector, a $1 million device custom-made by the Imperial Academy of Sciences. At that moment, this precision instrument emitted a haunting shriek, and the energy rating needle had long surpassed conventional thresholds, escalating at an unfathomable speed. A, S, SS, SSS. The needle, upon reaching the legendary SSS mark, did not cease. Rather, it surged forward with even greater ferocity. No, this is impossible. Stop. It's about to explode. The observer screamed in terror. Chapter 3, Sovereign of Eternal Night. Uniqueness, mythical level. Crack. Accompanied by a sharp sound of shattering, the energy detector's needle, having surpassed its limits, violently shattered the gauge's end. The entire screen erupted in a splash of blood-red garbled text, ultimately freezing on several disjointed yet alarming characters. Warning, mythical level energy response detected. Requesting highest level support. The communicator in the observer's hand clattered to the ground, his legs buckling beneath him as he collapsed. His face etched with the terror of having survived a cataclysmic event. Mythical. Such a being existed solely within the ancient tomes of the Empire, deemed fictional, and transcending the ultimate SSS rank. It represented the realm of deities. At this moment, the very source of the cosmic upheaval and mythic phenomena, Su Yi, stood serenely at the center of the star array. The chaos and panic of the outside world could not penetrate his tranquil composure in the slightest. He could distinctly perceive the myriad cold, lifeless, yet profoundly familiar laws of death, joyfully surging into his being, reshaping his soul. He extended his hand, as if to touch the skeletal throne suspended in the heavens. An overwhelming sense of bloodline connection and sovereign authority surged within him. It was then that he heard the most exquisite and grandiose voice he had ever encountered since his arrival in this world, resonating solemnly in his mind. Detecting unique soul traits. Mythical class template match successful. Ding. Congratulations on awakening the unique hidden class, Sovereign of Eternal Night. As the system notification faded, the darkness that enveloped the world began to recede like a tide, and the skeletal throne gradually dissolved into the void. Sunlight bathed the earth once more, as if the apocalyptic scene that had just transpired was but a fleeting illusion. Yet, on the playground and throughout the entire Qinglan city, an eerie silence prevailed. Everyone remained ensnared in the terrifying aftermath of the divine manifestation, unable to extricate themselves. Their gazes converged upon the young man emerging from the star array, akin to pilgrims drawn to a sacred site. Awe, fear, fervor, disbelief, an intricate tapestry of emotions played across each face. Su Yi. In that moment, this name was imbued with a new, chilling significance. Ling Shi stood frozen in place, her body trembling slightly. Although the overwhelming sense of existential dread had dissipated, it left an indelible mark upon her proud heart. Her elemental tide paled in comparison to Su Ye's celestial phenomena, akin to a trickling stream against a vast ocean, or a firefly against the full moon. There was no comparison in their realms of existence. The so-called two prodigies had been a grand jest from the outset. There was not a pair, there was only one, a monster akin to a god or demon. The cosmic phenomenon arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. As sunlight once again graced the earth, the mythic pressure that had threatened to crush souls dissipated. Qinglan City seemed to awaken from a nightmarish cataclysm, a mingling of relief at having survived and dread at the recent devastation coursing through every heart. On the playground, the deathly silence was shattered by heavy breaths. All eyes were magnetically drawn to the young man stepping forth from the class transition star array. Su Yi. His pace remained unhurried, his expression as calm as still water, as if he were not the catalyst for the divine occurrence. He disregarded the reverent, fearful, and fervent gazes surrounding him, as well as the collapsed federal observer and the dazed school officials. The moment he descended from the star array, he eagerly plunged his consciousness into his mind. A virtual attribute panel, radiating a dark divine glow, unfurled before his eyes, starkly different from what had come before. Name, Su Yi. Class, Sovereign of Eternal Night. Uniqueness, mythical. Level, 1/100. Strength, 10. Constitution, 10. Agility, 8. Spirit, 15. Health points, 100,100. Mana points, 150,150. The foundational attributes appeared unremarkable, even slightly weaker than those of a standard warrior class. Yet, this did not dishearten Su Yi. His gaze bypassed these basic statistics and fixed upon the most crucial section. Talent list. There, 2 lines of text, radiating with a dark golden divine brilliance, lay quietly displayed, as if proclaiming to their master a power capable of overturning worlds. Talent 1, Grace of Eternal Night, Divine. Effect, Eternal Night is your most bountiful gift. All your active skills, passive skills, aura effects, curse effects, and the base attributes of your commanding units will receive an enhancement. This enhancement can evolve up to 10-fold with the rise in class tier. Talent 2, Shadow Symbiosis, Divine. Effect, you share a covenant of life and soul with your commanding units. All damage you receive, including true damage that ignores defenses, will be transferred 100 to any of your commanding units. As long as you have at least one commanding unit alive, you shall remain eternally undying. Boom. Even with Su Ye's composed nature, having lived 2 lives, his heart nearly leapt from his chest upon discerning the detailed descriptions of these 2 talents. Breathing became exceedingly rapid in that instant. Madness. This was sheer madness. A 10-fold enhancement. What did that signify? It meant that a simple fireball cast by him would wield 10 times the power of others. A basic curse he enacted would have effects 10-fold. And the soldiers he summoned would possess base attributes 10 times those of their counterparts. What a terrifying concept. This indicated that his growth potential, from the very beginning, eclipsed all practitioners in the world. The soldiers he summoned at level 1 could surpass even the elite monsters of level 10 or 20. And the second talent, Shadow Symbiosis, was even more outrageous. 100% damage transfer. Eternal undying. These simple 8 words heralded an undeniable truth. Suyi, theoretically, was invincible. As long as his summoned entities were not entirely annihilated, any attack directed at his corporeal form would be rendered ineffectual. Whether it be blades or spells, or even the most insidious curses, true damage that disregarded defenses would be borne by his loyal soldiers. A summoner endowed with a tenfold battle power enhancement inherently meant an inexhaustible army of summons. And one who commanded such an inexhaustible army simultaneously possessed immortality. This. Chapter 4. Hello, I wish to apply for entry into the Shadow Forest. Suyi clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging painfully into his palms. Yet, he felt no pain, only an uncontrollable euphoria simmering within him, erupting like a volcano. With these 2 divine talents, what was there to fear in achieving great things? To seek the whereabouts of his brother and seize control of his destiny in this perilous world. Now he had the most solid foundation. He took a deep breath, then another. Forcing down the surging excitement that threatened to burst forth, he maintained an exterior calm. Now was not the time to reveal everything. He needed to test his abilities. As Suyi's thoughts stirred, he activated the most fundamental and currently the only active skill on his profession panel. Summoned Decayed Bone Servant. A resonant hum echoed, and a denser cloud of black mist materialized before him. As the dark vapor surged, a towering and robust skeletal figure slowly arose. It stood nearly a head taller than an average person, its bones not the frail gray-white of the ordinary, but rather possessed the deep, time-worn luster of black iron, hard and weighty. Within its hollow eye sockets, 2 flickering azure flames blazed, exuding a chilling aura that sent shivers down the spine. Gripped tightly in its skeletal hands was a massive bone dagger, crafted from the remains of an unknown beast. Its blade marred with patches of rust, yet emanating an overwhelming heft capable of cleaving through stone. The moment this skeletal warrior materialized, the surrounding temperature seemed to drop several degrees. The newly awakened students instinctively sensed a potent threat emanating from it, retreating several steps in unison. Suyi's gaze immediately fixed upon its attribute panel. Name, Decayed Bone Servant. Tier, Black Iron. Level, 1. Strength, 140, base 14 by 10. Vitality, 120, base 12 by 10. Agility, 80, base 8 by 10. Mentality, 50, base 5 by 10. Skill, Heavy Slash. Beholding these attributes, which rivaled those of a level 10 elite warrior, and in certain aspects surpassed them, a cold yet satisfied smile curled at the corners of Suyi's lips. From this day forth, the world shall tremble in his wake. Suyi, you are truly extraordinary. Just then, an excited and somewhat stuttering voice interrupted Suyi's contemplation. Chu Xiao, his face flushed, charged over like an exuberant bull. Gazing at the imposing Decayed Bone Servant, his eyes brimmed with unabashed admiration and envy. Is this your summon? It's so cool. Was that commotion caused by it? Suyi cast a sidelong glance at him, refraining from elucidating the origin of the phenomenon, merely nodding in acknowledgement. I knew it. I knew you were no ordinary person. Chu Xiao proclaimed excitedly, thumping his chest. From now on, I'm sticking with you. You tell me who to fight, and I'll fight them. Observing his earnest demeanor, a warmth flowed through Suyi's heart. In this unfamiliar world, having such a genuine friend felt rather pleasant. He was about to say something when he keenly sensed a complex gaze directed at him. Turning his head, he saw Ling Shi intently staring at him and his Decayed Bone Servant. At that moment, Ling Shi's complexion was ashen, her eyes filled with confusion, resentment, shock, and a hint of an unrecognized sense of defeat. She could not comprehend why someone with such abysmal foundational attributes could evoke a mythic phenomenon. Why was a level 1 summon exuding a sense of oppression even greater than the 20-level elemental spirit contracted by her mentor? All of this fundamentally shattered her perceptions of genius and profession that she had built over the past 18 years. She was unwilling to accept it. As the widely acknowledged foremost genius of Qinglan City and the entire province, she would never concede defeat to anyone. Driven by a fierce sense of pride, she boldly issued her challenge towards Suyi, her voice cold yet resolute. Suyi, this call captured everyone's attention. I acknowledge that your profession is unique and your phenomenon astonishing. Ling Shi gritted her silver teeth, her pride preventing her from bowing her head. However, an awakened phenomenon does not entirely dictate future achievements. In 1 month, there will be a provincial joint examination. I will be there, defeating you with undeniable results. And you will know who the true first is. With that, she turned her back on the crowd of equally stunned school officials and departed the playground, leaving behind a proud and stubborn silhouette. The assembly erupted in murmurs. The talented girl had indeed challenged the boy who had triggered a mythic phenomenon. This was undoubtedly the most talked-about topic in Qinglan City for the coming month. Yet, as the main subject, Suyi did not even lift his eyelids. Defeat me? He glanced at the formidable Decayed Bone Servant beside him, his mind resonating with 2 words, naive. He paid no heed to what he considered a futile challenge. Nor did he concern himself with the myriad gazes cast upon him. Instead, he silently plotted his forthcoming actions, Strength was the essence of everything, and the best place to test strength was undoubtedly. Suyi raised his gaze towards the endless expanse of forest beyond the city. Shadow Forest, the first trial ground for all novice class changers embarking on the path of the strong. The awakening ceremony continued after Su Yi and Ling Shi had departed. Yet it had lost its allure, having witnessed the divine spectacle akin to a deity descending. Even the emergence of B-level or A-level rare professions could not stir much excitement among the crowd. All that lingered in their minds was that figure seated atop a throne crafted from countless bones, and beneath that throne, the boy who appeared indifferent, as if he regarded the world with disdain. The name Su Yi detonated like a bomb throughout Qinglan City. Discussions about him spread virally to every corner of the city. Some speculated he was a descendant of a reclusive family. Others claimed he was the reincarnation of an ancient deity. Even more boldly, some asserted he was the ultimate weapon secretly cultivated by the empire. Such bizarre conjectures enveloped Su Yi in an aura of mystery and power. However, at the center of this tempest, Su Yi had long since cast aside the distractions of the outside world. He did not return home, nor did he acknowledge any attempts from various factions to approach him. Instead, after the awakening ceremony concluded, he made his way directly to the Class Changers Guild located in the east of the city. His goal was clear and singular: to enter the Novice Trial Ruins. Shadow Forest. Hello, I would like to apply for entry into the Shadow Forest. Chapter 5, Monarch of Eternal Night, an unheard of profession. Hello, I would like to apply for entry into the Shadow Forest. Suyi approached the task window and addressed the drowsy staff member within. The staff member lazily lifted their eyelids, sizing him up, and upon noticing his school uniform, remarked, "Just awakened, huh? Hand over your ID for registration. Once inside, don't wander too far, stick to the outskirts and deal with goblin slimes. The magical wolves within are not something you newcomers can handle. Every year, there are those who ignore the warnings and end up perishing inside." Suyi offered no further words and handed over his identity card. The staff member took the card and scanned it on the machine. Beep. A crisp notification sounded, and Suyi's personal information appeared on the screen. Name, Suyi. Age, 18. Occupation, Lord of Eternal Night. Level, 1. The Lord of Eternal Night? An unfamiliar profession, The staff member's gaze sharpened, fixating intensely on the name Suyi, which suddenly flickered in his mind, a name that had recently exploded across the internal forum of the guild. He abruptly lifted his head, looking anew at the boy before him, his eyes brimming with incredulous astonishment. You are the one who triggered the mythic phenomenon, Suyi? Suyi furrowed his brow, disliking the sensation of being scrutinized, as if he were a rare specimen. Is that enough? He said, his voice tinged with coolness. Why yes, of course. The staff member's demeanor underwent a complete transformation. He hastily rose from his chair, his face adorned with a respectful and eager smile, even employing honorifics. Lord Suyi, please wait a moment. I shall immediately arrange for your highest level access permit. As he spoke, he fumbled with the system in a flurry of activity. In less than 10 seconds, a shimmering teleportation scroll was presented before Suyi. My lord, this is your teleportation scroll, which will directly transport you to the core safe zone of the Shadow Forest. Wishing you an enjoyable adventure. Taking the scroll, Suyi nodded and turned towards the teleportation array, uttering not a word more. Watching his departing figure, the staff member exhaled a long sigh of relief. His back already drenched in cold sweat. He promptly picked up the internal communicator, his voice trembling as he reported to his superior, Supervisor. That Suyi has just entered the Shadow Forest alone. In a flash of light, the space shifted. Suyi's figure materialized amidst a dense forest. Towering ancient trees obscured the sky, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, while distant, bone-chilling beast roars echoed sporadically. This was the Shadow Forest, the nightmare and paradise for all first-level transmuters. In the location where Suyi appeared lay a safety zone enveloped by a barrier. Numerous newly awakened individuals congregated here in small clusters, encouraging one another or seeking reliable teammates. Looking for a powerful warrior. Level 3, targeting the outer magic wolf pack. Healer seeking a group. My healing spell has reached level 2, absolutely reliable. Is there a seasoned player willing to guide me? I can pay. Suyi's arrival did not attract much attention. Dressed in ordinary school attire, he appeared as just another lost newcomer in search of a party. Ignoring the clamor, he strode directly through the safety zone's barrier, stepping into the perilous forest. Hey, is that guy insane? He dares to venture in alone? He probably has no idea how dangerous it is. Wait until he is chased by a couple of goblins, then he'll know he was wrong. A few taunting remarks floated behind him, but Suyi remained oblivious. For him, teaming up would only impede his leveling speed. No sooner had he stepped out of the safety zone than two green-skinned goblins abruptly screeched from the underbrush, brandishing their worn wooden clubs, drool dripping from their mouths. Their eyes gleamed with the greed for fresh flesh. Goblin, common level. Level 1, health 80. These were the most basic monsters of the Shadow Forest, often serving as a discouragement for many newcomers experiencing their first battle. Yet to Suyi, they were hardly worthy of an appetizer. With a flicker of thought, he summoned forth a towering and formidable bone servant. its eerie blue soul flame locking onto the two approaching goblins. The simple minds of the goblins evidently could not comprehend the imposing figure before them. Nevertheless, they instinctively swung their clubs, aiming fiercely at the knee of the bone servant. Clang, clang. The sound resonated as though striking steel. 11. Two minuscule damage numbers floated above the bone servant's head. The goblins froze, seemingly bewildered as to why their forceful blows yielded such comically trivial damage. Meanwhile, the bone servant slowly raised its colossal bone blade. No elaborate technique was required. It merely swung down with a straightforward, decisive strike. Whoosh! The bone blade cut through the air with a menacing gust, accurately severing a goblin's neck. Splatter! A green head soared into the air, its face frozen in a look of confusion. The headless body erupted with a spray of fetid blood before collapsing to the ground. Instant kill. The remaining goblin, horrified by the fate of its companion, shrieked and attempted to flee. Yet the bone servant's second strike was swift to follow. Splatter! Another blow cleaved the goblin cleanly in half from crown to groin. Ding! Your summon unit, Bone Servant, has slain a goblin. You have gained 10 experience points. Ding! Your summon unit, Bone Servant, has slain a goblin. You have gained 10 experience points. 2 notifications chimed, visibly elevating Su Yi's experience bar. Too slow. Su Yi shook his head, dissatisfied with the efficiency. He continued deeper into the forest. Soon, he encountered more goblins, slimes, and even level 3 tusked wild boars. Yet, without exception, these creatures, which other newcomers deemed hazardous, fell before his bone servant with a single strike. Heavy slash. Splatter. Experience points, 30. Heavy slash. Splatter. Experience points, 30. Su Yi moved like a relentless monster hunting machine, commanding his servant to clear everything in their path with a terrifying efficiency. In a mere half hour, his level surged to 4, and the attributes of his bone servant grew increasingly formidable. Before long, he ventured into the midsection of the forest. Here, the monsters had escalated to the level 5 shadow magic wolves. A howl echoed through the air as 5 lithe, green-eyed shadow magic wolves burst forth from the shadows of the woods, surrounding Su Yi in a menacing formation. Chapter 6. He wishes to challenge the boss alone. This was a place where many newcomer teams met their demise. The magic wolves not only boasted high attack power and speed, but they were also adept at teamwork. A trio of adventurers, struggling nearby to trap and kite 2 magic wolves, witnessed the unfolding scene. Look, that guy is surrounded by 5 magic wolves, exclaimed the archer in the group. It's over for him. Facing 5 magic wolves alone, even a level 10 veteran would have to retreat. The shield warrior wore a grave expression. Should we go save him? The only female healer in the party felt a pang of compassion. Save? How? We can barely save ourselves. As they debated, Su Yi, encircled by the wolves, displayed not a trace of panic. Rather, an intrigued expression graced his face. He was finally about to stretch his limbs. Calmly facing the impending onslaught from 5 directions, he uttered 2 simple words. Make a move. The command was issued. Beside him, the decaying skeletal servant flared with an incandescent blaze of soul fire within its hollow eye sockets. It stirred, ignoring the assaults that rained from the sides and behind. It charged forth with a terrifying swiftness that belied its cumbersome form, directly confronting the mightiest of the magical wolves ahead, advancing rather than retreating, with a ferocious charge. The massive bone blade in its grasp sliced through the air, tracing a pitch-black arc. Thud! With no suspense whatsoever, the bone blade cleaved through the wolf's head with surgical precision. A colossal wolf head, mingled with searing wolf blood, soared into the sky. 1850, a scarlet number, sufficient to instill despair in any novice, floated above the decapitated corpse of the magical wolf. One strike, a swift execution. Simultaneously, the claws and fangs of 4 other magical wolves viciously rained down upon the skeletal servant. 55, 62, 58, 60. A series of damage numbers ascended, insignificant against the skeletal servant's health pool exceeding several thousand. It did not falter in the slightest. After dispatching the first magical wolf, it pivoted sharply, delivering another strike. Thud! The second magical wolf was cleaved in 2. The trio of adventurers stood in utter disbelief. Their mouths agape, they stared in astonishment at the solitary skeletal warrior, who was orchestrating a bloody and efficient massacre amidst the pack of wolves. 1 strike per wolf, clean and decisive. In a mere span of seconds, the 5 shadow magical wolves, once a source of torment and nightmares, lay lifeless on the ground. Meanwhile, the formidable skeletal warrior returned with heavy steps, silently rejoining the leisurely youth, who had one hand in his pocket, as if strolling through his own backyard. What on earth is that? The archer's voice trembled. How could his summon be so formidable? The shield warrior's worldview shattered in that moment. The healer girl clamped her mouth shut tightly, her beautiful eyes brimming with an unspeakable shock. At last, she recalled why the silhouette of that youth seemed vaguely familiar. Wasn't he the one who had sparked a mythic phenomenon during today's awakening ceremony? Su Yi. The trio's astonishment and horror did not faze Su Yi in the slightest. For him, this was merely the beginning. After effortlessly dispatching the 5 shadow magical wolves, he gained a clearer understanding of his current combat prowess. Defense sufficient, attack overflowing. Efficiency acceptable. Suyi silently assessed. After the decaying skeleton servant reached level 4, its constitution soared to an impressive 480 points, boasting remarkable physical defense. The claws of the shadow magical wolves, capable of rending the leather armor of an ordinary warrior, left not even a scratch upon it. With an astounding strength attribute of 560 points, combined with the heavy strike skill, each of its attacks possessed a devastating force. Unfortunately, there was but one. Suyi's gaze swept across the vast forest, his brow slightly furrowing. If only he could have 10, or even 100 such servants. His monster-slaying efficiency would reach an unfathomable level. Clearly, he needed to find a way to increase the number of summons quickly. He committed this thought to memory and continued deeper into the forest. For the next several hours, Suyi transformed into a cold and efficient experience harvesting machine. He no longer limited himself to clearing isolated monsters. Instead, he actively sought out formidable packs of wolves composed of dozens of magical wolves. Even some groups led by level 7 and 8 elite magical wolves. Each time he was surrounded by a pack, the novice team struggling for survival in the distance would break into a cold sweat, convinced he was doomed. However, the outcome consistently defied their expectations. The battle unfolded in a manner so simple it bordered on monotonous, devoid of any suspense, regardless of the number of wolves or the tactical coordination among them. Before that skeletal warrior, akin to a meat grinder, there was but one inevitable conclusion: annihilation. Thud, thud, thud. The massive and heavy bone blade raised a storm of blood and gore among the wolves. With each strike, a fierce shadow magical wolf met its end. The frenzied counterattacks from the pack, clawing and biting at the decaying servant, resulted only in a series of 70s and 80s in superficial damage. From the outset, the battle was a one-sided massacre. Suyi himself stood throughout the ordeal with one hand in his pocket, observing dispassionately as his experience bar skyrocketed at a rocket-like pace. Level 5, Level 6, Level 7. In just 5 short hours, his level had already ascended to 8. Meanwhile, the attributes of the decaying skeleton servant had similarly surged, becoming even more formidable. At this moment, the central region of the Shadow Forest had been virtually cleared by him alone. Countless novice teams stood dumbfounded, realizing that after searching for ages, they had not even caught a glimpse of a single magical wolf. What happened? Did the magical wolves take a day off? Who knows? It feels as though this area has been plowed by some terrifying entity. Look over there. Someone pointed deep into the forest. They beheld the mysterious youth, privately dubbed the Necromancer Brother by many, striding steadily forward with his reaper-like skeleton, unhesitatingly venturing into the depths of the forest. That was an area even seasoned level 15 players dared not tread lightly, the eventual territory of the boss, Magic Wolf Leader. Has he lost his mind? Does he intend to challenge the boss solo? All who witnessed this scene shared a singular absurd thought in their minds. At the entrance of a colossal cave deep within the Shadow Forest, a barren wasteland stretched out, the air thick with the stench of blood and a nauseating odor. Enormous beast bones littered the ground, silently attesting to the power and brutality of the cave's master. Suyi stood at the cave's mouth, his expression unchanged. He could sense a presence within, far more powerful than the elite magical wolves, likely the final boss of this relic, the level 10 Magic Wolf Leader. Chapter 7, 8 Hours. Independent Clearance. Whoa! As if sensing the intruder, a roar filled with ferocity and wrath erupted from the depths of the cave, unleashing a gust of wind that made Su Ye's garments flutter. Moments later, a massive silhouette slowly emerged from the darkness. It towered over the ordinary shadow magical wolves, its size akin to that of an adult bull. Its fur glimmered in a bizarre, deep purple hue, a vicious scar stretching from its left eye to the corner of its mouth, adding to its fierce demeanor. Most striking were its limbs, with claws no longer of bone but gleaming with a metallic sheen akin to tempered steel. Name: Shadow Magic Wolf Leader, Boss Level. Level: 10 Health, 5,000. Skills: Rending Claw, Frenzied Charge, Dominating Howl. These attributes would instill despair in any novice team. Yet, a satisfied expression crept onto Su Ye's face. A fine target, he murmured. Roar. The leader of the demonic wolf seemed to comprehend the disdain directed at it, and it was consumed by a furious rage. With a powerful thrust of its hind legs, its massive form transformed into a streak of violet lightning, launching itself into a frenzied charge. With an unstoppable momentum, it collided violently with the decayed bone servant, standing before Suyi. In the face of the boss's thunderous assault, Suyi remained composed, issuing calm commands. Defend, heavy slash. The decayed bone servant's legs sank slightly, resembling a mountain firmly rooted in the earth. It raised its enormous bone blade before its chest, adopting a standard defensive stance. Boom. A thunderous crash echoed as the leader's head struck solidly against the bone blade. The tremendous force kicked up a cloud of dust, causing the ground to tremble beneath them. A colossal damage number of 850 floated above the leader's head, while the decayed bone servant only staggered back 3 steps before regaining its footing. Above it, a damage number of 350 appeared as well. The outcome of this direct confrontation was unmistakable. With a pained howl, the leader of the demonic wolf was taken aback, utterly unprepared for the terrifying power and defense exhibited by the seemingly unremarkable skeleton before it. Before it could adjust its stance, the decayed bone servant's counterattack arrived. The soul fire within its hollow eye sockets surged dramatically, followed by an explosive expansion. The heavy bone blade in its grasp became enveloped in a dense black mist, carving a swift and cunning arc from below to strike fiercely at the leader's vulnerable abdomen. Heavy slash. Splat. A staggering damage figure of 2,150 emerged above the leader's head, a number so terrifying it could leave anyone breathless. Howl. The leader of the demonic wolf emitted a wretched scream, as its abdomen was brutally torn open, revealing a gaping wound deep enough to see bone. Viscera mixed with scalding blood poured forth, flooding the ground. Its health was suddenly reduced by nearly half. Fear flickered for the first time in the eyes of this forest tyrant. It was terrified and turned to flee back to its lair. But Tsuyi would not grant it such an opportunity. "It is over," he declared with serene finality. The decayed bone servant stepped forward once more, raising its bone blade high above, and brought it down forcefully upon the leader's neck. Crack! A crisp sound of bones breaking reverberated through the forest. The massive wolf head, once feared by countless newcomers, was cleanly severed, rolling several times before coming to rest at Tsuyi's feet. The purple gaze of the wolf still held remnants of endless fear and unwillingness. Ding! Your commanding unit, Decayed Bone Servant, has slain the shadow demonic wolf leader. You have gained 1,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, your level has risen to level 9. Ding! You have successfully cleared the ruins of Shadow Forest. Calculating your clearance time now. Calculation complete. Your clearance time is 8 hours and 13 minutes. You have broken the historical fastest clearance record for this ruin in Qinglan City. Would you like to announce your name? Announce. Tsuyi chose to confirm without hesitation. He needed to declare his arrival in the most formidable manner to intimidate any potential troubles. In the next moment, a grand and solemn system announcement, as if descending from the heavens, resonated throughout the skies of Qinglan City, clearly reaching the ears of millions of residents. Citywide announcement. Congratulations to the class changer Tsuyi, who independently cleared the trial ruins of Shadow Forest in 8 hours and 13 minutes, setting a new historical record. Reward, 1,000 merit points. Reward, 500 reputation in Qinglan City. Reward, unique item, corrupted bone ring. Boom. At that moment, the entire Qinglan City erupted in excitement. Tsuyi. It was Tsuyi again, the one who had triggered the celestial myth. My goodness, 8 hours, an independent clearance. Is he even human? The previous fastest record was held by a 5-member team at 27 hours. Terrifying. This was nothing short of monstrous. No, divine. Ling Shi, who was celebrating her successful awakening at home, abruptly stood up from the sofa. Her juice cup fell to the ground with a crash, shattering into pieces. Her smile froze. Her eyes fixated on the window. The name on the announcement, akin to a magical incantation, made her heart twitch violently. Tsuyi? She clenched her teeth, her fists tightening as her nails dug deep into her flesh. An unprecedented sense of defeat and unwillingness surged within her. She would not accept it. With determination, she burst out of her home and onto the street, summoning all her strength to project a cold and defiant voice that echoed throughout the avenue. Tsuyi. In the joint monthly examination a month from now, I will defeat you fair and square in front of everyone. I am the true champion. Meanwhile, within the ruins, Tsuyi was toying with a ring exuding a faint black mist, crafted from unknown bones. Name, corrupted bone ring, unique. Tier, special. Effect, increases your maximum commanding unit limit by 1. Not bad. Tsuyi nodded in satisfaction, donning the ring on his finger. He paid no heed to the uproar outside or the challenge from a certain prodigious girl. His figure slowly faded into the white light as he was transported out of the ruins. If Tsuyi's awakening had triggered an awe-inspiring, yet somewhat ethereal mythic prelude, then the system announcement reverberating throughout the city at this moment was the loudest, most irrefutable slap in the face to all who had previously harbored doubts about him. 8 hours. Independent clearance. Each of these phrases weighed heavily, and together they formed a terrifying impact capable of overturning perceptions. Chapter 8. Maximum Commanding Unit Limit 1. What does independent clearance signify? It means that from entry to the defeat of the final boss, he was entirely alone. No teammates, no assistance, no healing. And 8 hours magnified this terror to its utmost. It is known that the Shadow Forest, as a novice trial ruin, had its fastest historical clearance record set 5 years ago by a 5-member team of prodigies specially recruited from the Empire's top academy, who, equipped with superior gear and flawless coordination, struggled for 27 hours to establish their record. Yet today, Tsuyi, an 18-year-old who had awakened less than half a day ago, achieved this feat single-handedly, reducing the record by more than 3 times. This was not merely surpassing, it was a crushing victory, a dimensional strike. In an instant, the official forums, player communities, and social media platforms within Qinglan City all associated with class changers, were flooded with the name Su Yi. Breaking news. The myth has descended. Su Yi completes the Shadow Forest solo in 8 hours, unmatched in history. In-depth analysis, analyzing just how absurd Su Ye's combat prowess truly is. Poll. What rank do you believe Su Ye's class, Eternal Night Monarch, should be rated? A. ASSS rank B. Beyond SSS rank C. Unquantifiable. Countless threads sprang up like mushrooms after rain, each attracting massive clicks and responses. In a mere span of hours, the name Su Yi transformed from that of an eccentric known only among the students and faculty of the third high school into a legendary figure celebrated throughout the entire Qingluan city. Amidst this whirlwind of public opinion, Ling Shi's audacious challenge for a monthly examination only served to stoke the already fervent flames of excitement. A confrontation looms, the genius maiden versus the mythical youth. In a month's time, an epic showdown awaits. Ling Shi's public challenge to Su Yi raises questions of whether it stems from the pride of a prodigy or sheer overconfidence. Spectators hastily adorned this nascent duel with a plethora of sensationalized titles. Supporters of Ling Shi argue that her awakening as an A-rank, elemental manipulator, marks her as a formidable contender, brimming with untapped potential. They believe that her current disadvantage is merely temporary, and a month is ample time to bridge the gap. Conversely, many others regard Ling Shi's challenge with an almost pitying sympathy. Dear girl, awaken. You are not even playing the same game. One is a diligent genius, while the other is a living legend. How can this be compared? I can almost envision a month from now, where Ling Shi finds herself overwhelmed by Su Ye's legion of summoned entities, trembling in a corner. Oblivious to the tempest brewing outside, Su Yi remained indifferent. After emerging from the teleportation array, he returned directly to his modest abode in the old district. This somewhat dilapidated residential building stood in stark contrast to the towering edifices of the new city. Orphaned at a young age, and with his elder brother Su Chun mysteriously vanishing 3 years prior after entering the Central Academy, Su Yi now found himself alone in this small dwelling. Brother, I have awakened. It is a powerful profession. Entering the living room, Su Yi gazed at a photograph mounted on the wall. In the image, a sunny and handsome youth affectionately tousled the hair of a prepubescent boy, both radiating bright smiles. This was the last photo taken 3 years ago, just before his brother Su Chun reported to the Central Academy. As he reached out to gently brush the dust from the frame, a rare warmth and longing flickered in his eyes. His fervent pursuit of power was primarily driven by a desire to uncover the fate of his brother. Su Chun was a true prodigy, a figure of renown within the academy, yet he had vanished without a trace following a classified mission. The military's response suggested he had fallen honorably, but Su Yi, with the insights gleaned from his previous life, sensed that more sinister truths lay beneath. He resolved to grow stronger, strong enough to pierce through the veils of mystery and seek the truth. After lingering before his brother's photograph for what felt like an eternity, Su Yi collected himself and retreated to his room. He sat cross-legged, delving into his consciousness to meticulously examine the greatest reward from his recent conquest, the corrupted bone ring. This ring, crafted from an unknown brittle material, was chilling to the touch, its surface inscribed with ancient and twisted runes, emanating a faint aura of decay and death. Name, corrupted bone ring. Uniqueness, grade, special. Effect, increases your maximum dominion unit cap by 1. Note, this ring seems to resonate with your power. Yearning for greater, deathly energy. An increase in dominion unit cap by 1. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Su Ye's eyes. For a summoner, what could be more tangible than augmenting the number of summoned entities? Nothing. A single decayed bone servant was already sufficient to sweep through the novice village. What of 2? Without hesitation, he adorned the ring on his right middle finger. The instant it made contact with his skin, a frigid energy surged through his fingertips into his being, merging seamlessly with his innate power derived from the Lord of Eternal Night, indistinguishable from one another. With a mere thought, 2 identical orbs of shadowy energy rose simultaneously within the room. In the blink of an eye, 2 imposing figures, the Bone Guardians, armed with colossal bone blades, stood resolutely before him. 16 ethereal blue flames flickered within their eye sockets, casting an eerie glow throughout the room. An oppressive aura, twice as potent as before, filled the space. Excellent. Su Yi nodded in satisfaction. His combat prowess had now doubled. At that moment, a series of urgent knocks echoed at the door. Su Yi. Su Yi, are you home? I saw the announcement. You're incredible. It was Chu Xiao, his voice unmistakably boisterous. Su Yi waved his hand, and the Bone Guardians dissipated into shadowy wisps, restoring normalcy to the room. He approached and opened the door. There stood Chu Xiao, flushed and breathless, eyes ablaze with fervent admiration, akin to a fan beholding their idol. I knew it. I knew you could do it, Chu Xiao exclaimed, bursting into the room and enveloping Su Yi in an enthusiastic embrace that nearly left him gasping for breath. Su Yi pushed him away with a look of disdain. Su Yi, what exactly is your profession? It's astounding. 8 hours soloing the Shadow Forest. Do you realize the commotion outside? They are proclaiming you a god. Chu Xiao rambled on, excitement overflowing. Oh, wait. He suddenly remembered something, digging into his pocket to retrieve his phone, opening the campus forum, and thrusting it towards Su Yi. Look at this. Ling Shi has issued a challenge to you. The forum is buzzing. Some say she is overreaching, while others believe she stands a chance. Su Yi, do you feel confident? Chapter 9. Do you wish to witness my power? A hint of concern shadowed Chu Zhao's face. For Ling Shi's A-rank, elemental manipulator, was indeed a legendary profession, her strength not to be underestimated. Su Ye's gaze flitted over the screen of the phone. The pinned post, emblazoned with a blood-red hot tag, bore an eye-catching title, The Prodigy's Pact. 1 month hence. Who shall claim the title of the true champion of the third high school, Ling Shi or Su Yi? The accompanying comments had already surpassed tens of thousands, with fervent debates erupting in support of both sides. Yet, Su Ye's countenance revealed no change. He did not even bother to scrutinize the content of the post. Instead, he returned the phone to Chu Xiao and turned to gaze out the window at the vast, perilous expanse beyond the city. This Soul Eater wastes, a domain inhabited by monsters of level 10 and above. He spoke calmly, his voice soft yet imbued with an undeniable indifference. Noisy. Chu Xiao paused, momentarily perplexed by Su Ye's terse remark. Without turning around, Su Yi continued, a month? Too long. I shan't squander my time on such trivial games. With that, he pivoted to face the bewildered Chu Xiao, a cold smile gracing his lips. Do you wish to witness my power? Chu Xiao instinctively nodded. Su Yi summoned forth 2 bone guardians once more, this time without concealment. The chilling aura of these deathly creations abruptly filled the cramped living room, the icy malice causing the very air to thicken. Chu Zhao's mouth fell agape, his form seemingly petrified, frozen in place. He could sense that the 2 colossal beings before him could effortlessly crush him, a newly awakened F-level shield guardian, as easily as one might squash an ant. And Su Yi possessed not 1, but 2 of them. How could Ling Shi possibly contend with such monstrous creatures? In Chu Zhao's heart, only an endless shock remained. He finally comprehended the true meaning behind Su Ye's earlier boastful words. It was not arrogance. Rather, it was the genuine perspective of a deity perched atop a mountain, gazing down at mere mortals challenging him from the foot of the hill. At that moment, Chu Xiao felt his mind crashing completely. He stood there in a daze, his throat dry, his body rigid, and he even forgot how to breathe. In the living room, the 2 bone sentinels, as if emerging from the depths of hell, stood silently. The chilling, deathly aura they exuded was palpably oppressive, so real that it sent shivers down his spine. This was no illusion, nor some ostentatious special effect. These were true creations of death, imbued with terrifying power. Chu Xiao struggled to swallow, his gaze slowly shifting from the 2 bone sentinels to the indifferently composed youth. Su Yi, his classmate, the eccentric genius who appeared somewhat reclusive yet was not malevolent. Just a few hours ago, he had worried whether Su Yi could secure a respectable profession under Ling Shi's radiance. And now, an absurd wave of realization washed over Chu Xiao. Worry? How could he be concerned for someone capable of summoning 2 creatures rivaling boss-level monsters? It was as ludicrous as an ant fretting over whether a dragon might trip over a pebble by the roadside. Gulp. Another sound of swallowing broke the silence in the room. Chu Xiao finally regained his voice, pointing at the 2 bone sentinels and stammering, Su Yi, are these 2 your summons? Indeed, Su Yi replied calmly, as if discussing mere trifles. But I distinctly saw only one of them in the forest earlier. Chu Xiao's mind struggled to comprehend. Su Yi raised his right hand, adorned with the corrupted bone ring, and shook it lightly. It's the result of an equipment enhancement, he succinctly explained. Chu Xiao's attention was instantly drawn to the ominous aura emanating from the bone ring. An equipment piece that could augment such a formidable summon? What divine-level artifact was this? Chu Xiao felt as though his worldview had been shattered and reassembled repeatedly within just a few hours. He took a deep breath, forcing his heart, which threatened to leap from his chest, to calm down. He looked at Su Yi, his eyes filled with unprecedented seriousness and gravity. Su Yi, may I inquire about the strength of your summon? This question was his foremost concern. The online forum buzzed with speculation about Su Ye's prowess, but all conjectures stemmed from the fantasy of an 8-hour solo run. No one knew the true, terrifying numerical value of Su Yi's combat strength. And he, Chu Xiao, might just become the first witness. Su Yi discerned the desire and curiosity in his gaze. He too needed a direct method to test the limits of his bone sentinel's power. Words were insufficient. With a wave of his hand, Su Yi summoned the 2 bone sentinels into a haze of black smoke. Let us go somewhere, he said, stepping out of the door first. Chu Xiao paused momentarily before promptly following. Half an hour later, in the southern district of Qinglan City, they arrived at the designated training ground for class changers. This site, established by the authorities, served as a venue for class changers to test their skills and hone their combat techniques. Constructed from high-strength alloys, the entire training ground was said to withstand the full force of a level 40 warrior's attack. At present, due to the Awakening Day, most newcomers were either celebrating at home or gathering with friends, leaving the expansive training ground rather desolate. Su Yi and Chu Xiao entered a top-tier strength testing room. In the center of the room stood a black metallic pillar, approximately half a meter in diameter, crafted entirely from chromin alloy. This was one of the most durable conventional metals known to humanity, specifically designed to test the physical attack power of class changers. The surface of the metallic pillar was connected to sophisticated energy sensors, which could measure the precise damage inflicted by an attacker through data such as deformation and vibration frequency upon impact. This is a level 30 testing pillar, Chu Xiao exclaimed, gazing at the alloy pillar in awe. It said that only warriors above level 20, using their full strength, can leave a faint mark on it. Are we really using this for our test? He felt uncertain. Although Su Ye's summons appeared formidable, it was merely a visual impression. The level 30 chromin alloy testing pillar represented a tangible benchmark of validated strength. Su Ye did not answer his question but approached the control panel and inputted commands. A low hum resonated as the surface of the testing pillar illuminated with a pale blue energy shield. Mode: Level 30 Conventional Defense Simulation. Shield value: 5,000. Physical defense: 300. This was to simulate the state of a level 30 shield warrior employing their defensive skill. Are you ready? Su Ye turned to Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao nodded vigorously, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Without further ado, Su Ye focused his thoughts and summoned one of the bone sentinels. Boom. The towering, deathly creature descended into the enclosed testing room, emanating an icy aura. Attack. Su Ye issued the simplest of commands. The bone sentinel, responding to the order, felt a surge of energy as the soul fire within its hollow eye sockets flickered. It stepped forward, causing the entire alloy floor to tremble slightly. Slowly, it raised its right fist, crafted from solid necromantic iron, formidable as a battering ram. There were no skills employed, no extravagant maneuvers. It was a straightforward, unembellished punch. Whoosh. The fist sliced through the air, creating a dull roar that seemed to tear through space as it struck the black, chromin alloy pillar. In Chu Xiao's widened, copper-like eyes, the sound erupted. Boom. An ear-splitting thunderous crash resonated throughout the testing room. A terrifying shockwave emanated from the point of contact between fist and pillar, spreading wildly and nearly toppling Chu Xiao from his feet. He stared ahead, transfixed by the spectacle that would be etched in his memory forever. Before him, the supposedly indestructible level 30 chromin alloy testing pillar, which was said to withstand the force of a level 40 warrior, was deeply dented by the seemingly unremarkable punch of the bone sentinel. A clear, ghastly imprint, several inches deep, marked the surface of the alloy pillar. Centered around the imprint of a fist, an intricate web of cracks spread wildly in all directions, nearly enveloping the entire testing post. With a crackling sound, the alarm atop the testing post seemed to awaken after a full 3-second delay, emitting a piercing wail reminiscent of an air raid siren. The red warning lights flashed frantically, casting the entire room in a sanguine hue. Above the testing post, the electronic screen displayed numbers that danced chaotically, blurring into a phantom before succumbing to a thunderous surge of electricity, plunging into complete darkness. Overloaded, the precision instruments meant to display damage values had been utterly destroyed, having endured a horrifying data influx far beyond their computational limits. The entire force testing chamber fell into a profound silence. Only the shrill alarm and Chu Xiao's heavy, labored breaths could be heard. Chu Xiao's mind was a blank slate. Slowly, he shuffled toward the now utterly defunct alloy post, extending a trembling hand to gently touch the indented fist mark. Cold, unyielding, yet imbued with an undeniable and despairing sense of reality. It shattered. In that moment, his worldview was irrevocably shattered by that singular punch. A level 1 summon had now ascended to level 9. A mere ordinary basic attack had rendered a level 30 chromin alloy testing post utterly useless. Was this reasonable? It was utterly unreasonable. This transcended the realms of science, professional expertise, and the limits of human imagination. If previously, the summoning of 2 bone guards had merely astonished him, witnessing this cataclysmic punch left him with an overwhelming sense of reverence that emerged from the depths of his soul. Chu Xiao's voice trembled as he turned slowly, regarding his classmate with the awe one might reserve for a deity. Is this truly a level 9 summon? Su Ye glanced at the wrecked testing post, his brows furrowing slightly. He too had not anticipated that his bone guard would possess such terrifying power upon reaching level 9. He had assumed it would merely leave a deeper impression. Reflecting on Chu Xiao's inquiry, he pondered before responding calmly. Yes, level 9. Pausing, he felt compelled to clarify, adding, moreover, I did not use my full strength. It has yet to employ its skills. The last 2 statements landed like invisible hammers, striking hard against Chu Xiao's already fragile nerves. Did not use full strength? This was merely a standard basic attack. Chu Xiao's eyes rolled back as a wave of dizziness swept over him, nearly causing him to faint from sheer exhilaration. He finally comprehended the reality. Ling Shi, the girl hailed as the greatest prodigy of Qinglan City, was not challenging an individual, but rather a being clad in human skin, a god. The alarm in the force testing chamber ultimately drew the attention of the training grounds management. When a manager, accompanied by 2 maintenance engineers, hurriedly arrived at the scene, they were met with the sight of a chromin alloy post that appeared to have been struck head-on by a battering ram, alongside Chu Xiao, who stood in a daze. seemingly detached from reality. What on earth happened? The manager's eyes widened in disbelief. I recall this testing room was rented by a newcomer just half an hour ago. Could a high-level powerhouse have intruded? One of the maintenance engineers stepped forward to inspect, inhaling sharply. Manager, the core energy sensor of the post is completely burned out. Judging by the degree of deformation, this must have endured the destructive force of at least a level 40 warrior's full-strength strike. What? The manager's face drained of color as he immediately called for the surveillance footage. The recording was crystal clear. The youth summoned a towering skeleton, which delivered a seemingly ordinary punch. Then, the testing post was rendered inoperative. The entire sequence lasted no more than 5 seconds. The manager and the two engineers, transfixed by the playback, found themselves sharing the same stunned expression as Chu Xiao. After a lengthy silence, the manager finally swallowed hard, his voice quaking as he ordered, "Fetch the renter's information, quickly." As the name Su Yi appeared on the screen, the manager's body jolted, his face reflecting a dawning realization that swiftly transformed into profound respect. So it is he. He waved his hand at the engineers, instructing them, record the cause of the damage, normal equipment aging. Furthermore, classify this surveillance footage as S-level confidential. Under no circumstances is it to be leaked. Violators will be prosecuted for treason. Unbeknownst to Su Yi, his casual testing at the training ground had stirred a significant upheaval. Chapter 11. I, Chu Xiao, shall not flinch. After shattering Chu Xiao's worldview with that punch, Su Yi departed the training ground, accompanied by the dazed Chu Xiao. Su Yi, I need to return. I must collect my thoughts. Upon reaching a fork in the path, Chu Xiao halted, gazing at Su Yi with an unprecedented mix of reverence and sincerity. From now on, if there is anything you need me to do not hesitate to ask. I, Chu Xiao, shall face any challenge without a hint of hesitation. With that, he wandered off as though in a trance. Su Yi recognized that this punch had planted a seed of loyalty in the heart of his earnest friend. After parting ways with Chu Xiao, Su Yi did not head straight home, but instead veered into a more secluded street. He needed to attend to the spoils from his recent conquest of the Shadow Forest. Beyond the corrupted bone ring and some basic materials, his greatest treasure was undoubtedly the core material obtained from the Wolf King leader, Wolf King's Fang. Name, Wolf King's Fang. Tier, rare. Effect, can be used to forge weapons or equipment, imbued with tearing effects. Such a rare material holds negligible value in official stores. Its true worth can only be realized among those well-informed black market merchants with extensive channels. Navigating through several dimly lit alleys, Su Yi arrived at an unremarkable shop adorned with the sign of Old Jia's General Store. This was one of the largest underground black markets in Qinglan City. As Su Yi stepped inside, he was met with a melange of scents, tobacco, cheap alcohol, and an array of peculiar materials. The shop was dimly lit, with shelves chaotically piled with all sorts of bizarre items. A gaunt middle-aged man sporting a pair of goat horns dozed behind the counter, lazily lifting his head at the sound of movement. He was the proprietor of the shop, renowned as one of Qinglan City's most notorious black market merchants, Jia San. Jia San's gaze swept over Su Yi, and upon noticing the unaltered school uniform he wore, a flicker of keen interest flashed in his eyes. Though his expression remained impassive as he lethargically inquired, "Young student, are you buying or selling?" "I do not deal in textbooks." "Selling." Su Yi approached the counter and unceremoniously emptied the contents of his backpack onto the surface. The materials cascaded down with a clatter: goblin ears, slime gel, the fur of boars with tusks, and dozens of glimmering shadow wolf tendons. Jia San's eyes flickered with interest. The initial items were nothing more than worthless trinkets. But the batch of wolf tendons was substantial in quantity and of exceptional quality, evidently freshly harvested. A newly awakened novice capable of procuring such a bounty either had a supportive team behind him or had stumbled upon extraordinary luck. Jia San quickly formed a judgment in his mind. He leisurely sifted through the pile of materials, as if rummaging through refuse, before extending 3 fingers. "These assorted items, I shall conveniently bundle for you at 30,000. His tone was flat, as though he were offering an immense favor. A typical novice, unaware of market values, might have accepted without hesitation. However, he was facing Su Yi. Su Yi's expression remained unchanged, not even a flicker of his eyelids. He merely reached out, extracting one of the wolf tendons from the heap, and spoke with a dispassionate calm. "The military armory of the West District in Qinglan City is currently acquiring wolf tendons for the production of composite bowstrings. They offer 5,000 each, and they will take as many as you have." Su Yi paused, lifting his gaze to meet Jia San's, his eyes steady. "I possess precisely 30 tendons. According to market value, that amounts to 150,000. Your offer of 30,000. Do you consider me a fool, or yourself one?" Jia San's previously languid demeanor abruptly froze, his eyes wide with astonishment. The nonchalance and disdain that had clouded his gaze vanished, replaced by a grave realization. He began to reassess the young man before him, noticing the unnerving calmness in his eyes. He appeared nothing like an 18-year-old. Rather, he resembled a seasoned veteran who had navigated the treacherous black market for decades. "Huh, little brother, you possess keen insight. Jia-san chuckled awkwardly, his demeanor shifting instantly. Let us joke no more. Since you are knowledgeable, we shall adhere to the market price. 150,000, not a penny less. With that, he prepared to gather the materials. Yet, Suyi extended his hand, pressing down on the pile. Not so fast. Slowly, he retrieved one final item from his backpack. It was a massive tooth, the size of an infant's fist, entirely white with a glimmering edge that emanated a chill. It was none other than the Wolf King's Fang. The moment that tooth appeared, Jia-san's pupils constricted sharply. As the foremost black market dealer in Qinglan City, how could he possibly be unfamiliar with this artifact? The ultimate boss of the Shadow Forest, the magic wolf leader, a rare drop seen once in a century. He instantly realized that this young man was certainly not a novice with a backing team or mere fortune. He was likely the very one who had conquered the Shadow Forest solo in a mere 8 hours. A tempest of realization surged through Jia-san, yet he maintained the facade of a businessman. Suppressing his astonishment, he feigned calm as he picked up the Wolf King's Fang. Scrutinizing it for a moment. The quality is decent, but regrettably, it is merely rare grade, and the accompanying tearing effect is rather lackluster. The market demand is quite low. He shook his head, adopting a troubled expression as he began his performance. How about this, little brother? Considering our fortuitous encounter, I will add 5,000 to your price for this tooth, making it a neat 200,000. What do you think? His words, a blend of truth and falsehood, simultaneously belittled the item's value while presenting an apparently generous offer. An ordinary person would easily be ensnared by his rhetoric. Suyi listened in silence, his demeanor unperturbed. Just as Jia-san believed his act to be flawless and prepared to continue raising the stakes, Suyi abruptly spoke. 3 days ago, Wang Wu, the vice president of the Blade Guild, posted a private acquisition task in your shop, specifically seeking a core material with a tearing effect to forge a level 10 graduation weapon for his son. The reward for the task is 100,000. Suyi's tone remained level, yet every word struck Jia-san's heart like a hammer. If you were to resell my Wolf King's Fang to him, you would net at least 20,000. Of course, with your cunning, it is likely you would inform him that you procured this tooth with great effort from another city, perhaps even demanding an additional 30 to 50,000. Suyi regarded Jia-san, whose complexion had turned ashen, and slowly extended 8 fingers. Chapter 12. Night Brother. Please wait. For this tooth, I ask only 80,000. You still have a margin of 20,000 profit. To sell, or not to sell. A fine sheen of cold sweat had formed on Jia-san's forehead. He stared at the impeccably composed young man before him, his mind racing with a singular thought. This is no ordinary 18-year-old. This is clearly a monster. He possesses an intimate knowledge of internal affairs in my shop. He even anticipates how I plan to proceed. He had no doubt that had he uttered even one more word of folly, the young man would have immediately retracted his goods and sought to trade with the Blade Guild. In that moment, he finally comprehended. In this seemingly mundane transaction, who was the hunter and who was the prey? Sell. Of course sell. Jia-san no longer dared to play any tricks. He retrieved a terminal from beneath the counter and swiftly began to operate it. Little brother. No, Night Brother. You truly possess an eye for discerning. 150,000 plus 80,000, a total of 230,000, will be transferred to you immediately. He operated the terminal while wiping the cold sweat from his brow, silently grateful. Thankfully, he had not overstepped. Or else offending such a profound and unfathomable figure would surely result in his little shop vanishing from Qinglan City by the morrow. As the terminal displayed the successful transfer notification, Suyi tucked away his identity card. He did not spare Jia-san a glance, turning instead to leave. Just as he reached the door, his hand nearly grasping the handle, Jia-san seemed to recollect something, suddenly mustering the courage to call out to him. Night Brother, please wait. Suyi paused in his tracks. He slowly turned, his calm gaze settling on Jia-san, who remained silent. Yet the invisible pressure rendered the seasoned veteran, who had navigated the black market for half his life, to feel his heart race unexpectedly. Night Brother, please do not misunderstand. Jia-san hastily waved his hands, forcing a smile more painful than tears. I merely wish to befriend you and, while at it, provide some potentially useful information. Speak. Suyi's response was as succinct as ever. Jia-san took a deep breath, as though resolving to impart something significant, lowering his voice to a volume only they could hear. Night Brother, your recent 8-hour solo run through the Shadow Forest, while impressive, has also garnered you some enemies. You are aware of the Bloodblade Alliance, are you not? The corners of Suyi's brows twitched ever so slightly. The Bloodblade Alliance, one of the 3 major guilds in Qinglan City, is notorious for its domineering actions, known for PvP and resource monopolization, earning a poor reputation among the transmuters. The Bloodblade Alliance has long regarded the central region of the Shadow Forest as an exclusive leveling ground for their newcomers, forbidding outsiders from encroaching upon it. Jia-san continued, you have nearly cleared the entire forest on your own this time, effectively severing their source of income and slapping them in the face. I have received word that Qian Li, the vice president of the Bloodblade Alliance, has issued a black post in the guild channel, seeking to trouble you. Qian Li is a petty individual, vengeful and unforgiving. Moreover, He is backed by the young master of the Bloodblade Alliance, an unruly second-generation heir. Jiasen cautiously observed Su Yi's expression, but found it to be as tranquil as a still pond, as if he had merely heard the mundane news of pleasant weather. This deepened Jiasen's respect for Su Yi. To remain unflinching in the face of a threat from one of the three major guilds in Qinglan City is a rare composure indeed. Are you finished? Su Yi asked lightly. Yes, I am done, Jiasen replied, somewhat bewildered. Su Yi acknowledged, and, to Jiasen's astonishment, he pushed open the door and strode out, disappearing into the shadowy alley without uttering another word. As though the threat from the Bloodblade Alliance did not merit a single additional syllable. Jiasen stood frozen for a long moment before shaking his head with a bitter smile. What a monster! He knew that he had delivered this information to the right person. From this day forward, he, Jiasen, had established a tenuous connection with this future super deity. And Qinglan City would soon be engulfed in an unprecedented storm of blood and chaos due to the presence of this youth. After leaving the black market, Su Yi did not head home directly. With the 23,000 coins freshly acquired, he visited the largest potion shop in the city to purchase a substantial quantity of basic mana restoration potions. Although the Shadow Symbiosis talent granted him an immortal body, summoning and commanding the Bone Guards required a tangible amount of mana. Until he learned skills to restore mana, these blue potions would be his greatest assurance for sustained combat. Once his backpack was filled to the brim, he returned to his home in the old district. Night had fallen. The room was unlit. Su Yi allowed the moonlight streaming through the window to guide him as he collapsed onto his soft bed. It had been nearly 10 hours since his awakening, and his mind had remained in a state of acute concentration. Now, as he relaxed, an overwhelming wave of fatigue washed over him. He closed his eyes, preparing to rest for a moment. Just as his consciousness was about to drift into slumber, a strange warmth surged unexpectedly from his chest, spreading rapidly through his limbs. Su Yi's body jolted, awakening him instantly. He sat up abruptly and tore open his shirt. In the very center of his chest, a red mark, once no larger than a grain of rice, now glimmered with a mesmerizing crimson light. This mark was familiar to him. It was the only mysterious artifact that had accompanied his soul when he traversed into this world 6 months ago. It had remained dormant within him, akin to a lifeless object, and no matter his efforts, he could not discern its purpose. Su Yi had once believed it to be an ordinary birthmark, yet today, it had unexpectedly undergone a transformation. Could it be that I have absorbed enough death energy? A thought flickered through Su Yi's mind. Since awakening to the Eternal Night Sovereign class, he had sensed a vague connection with the death energy surrounding him, particularly after personally ending thousands of lives in the Shadow Forest. Now, it seemed this mysterious mark had finally awakened after absorbing sufficient nourishment. As Su Yi stood in shock, the warmth emanating from the mark surged even more fiercely. It no longer confined itself to transforming his body, but poured uncontrollably into his mental sea. Chapter 13. The True Power of a Divine Talent. Boom. Su Yi felt as if his brain had been struck by a nuclear bomb, the entire world spinning chaotically. The previously unique yet conventional class attribute panel began to twist and shatter violently before his eyes. Countless incomprehensible, ancient, and divine runic chains emerged from the void, sweeping away the fragments of the shattered panel, devouring and reorganizing them. This process could have lasted an instant or an eternity. When Su Yi's consciousness finally broke free from the chaotic storm and regained clarity, he found that the world before him had changed entirely. The once simple class panel had vanished without a trace. In its place was an immense, resplendent new interface, imbued with a Gothic aesthetic. The background was a boundless starry sky interspersed with shattered ruins. A throne crafted from billions of bones, identical to the vision he had seen upon awakening, quietly hovered at the top of the interface, emanating an unparalleled majesty that judged all things. Beneath the throne were several function modules cloaked in gray mist, yet to be unlocked. At the center of the interface, for grand characters, forged from divine and deathly laws, radiating an aura of ancientness and immortality, slowly materialized, imprinting themselves deep within Su Yi's soul. Eternal Night Court. What is this? Su Yi's heart raced uncontrollably once more. He had a strong premonition that this Eternal Night Court system was the true golden finger that had brought him to this world. The so-called Eternal Night Sovereign class might merely be the key to unlocking this system. He forcibly suppressed his excitement and began to meticulously study this newfound system interface. He discovered that the original categories of level, attributes, skills, and so forth had been integrated into the court system, becoming more intuitive and refined. What astonished him most was the change in the talent section. He immediately focused his consciousness there. Talent list. Eternal Night Grace, Divine. Activated. The Eternal Night is your most generous bestowal. Current amplification effect, 10 times. System prompt. The potential of this talent seems not to have been fully unleashed. It craves more energy infusion from the Eternal Night Court. Shadow Symbiosis. Divine. Activated. You share a covenant of life and soul with your Dominion units. Potential not fully unleashed? Su Yi keenly caught on to this newly added system prompt. He immediately attempted to channel a portion of his mental energy into the Eternal Night Grace talent icon. The moment his mental energy made contact with the icon, boom. A terrifying aura, 10 times more potent than before, erupted explosively from within him. The Eternal Night Court system seemed like a super engine that had been dormant for eons, ignited at this moment. A torrent of immense, pure divine power emanating from the very heart of the Eternal Night Court surged wildly towards the grace of Eternal Night talent. At that moment, Suyi's attribute panel underwent a cataclysmic transformation. Ding. Your Eternal Night Court system has been preliminarily activated. Ding. Your godly talent, Grace of Eternal Night, has received the infusion of courtly divine power, and its potential has been further liberated. Ding. Recalculating the attributes of your Dominion units. Suyi immediately directed his gaze towards his decayed bone servant, which had now transformed into the Netherbone Guardian. In the next instant, his pupils constricted sharply into the most perilous pinpoints. Time seemed to stretch infinitely at that moment. Suyi's entire consciousness was completely immersed in the monumental changes wrought by the Eternal Night Court system. His awareness floated like a vessel lost in an expansive sea of stars, witnessing a magnificent metamorphosis harking back to the mythic era. The attribute panel representing the Netherbone Guardian was undergoing a reconstruction in an unfathomable manner. The values that had steadily risen due to his advancement to level 9 now surged uncontrollably, like wild stallions breaking free from their restraints. Name: Netherbone Guardian. Rank: Black Iron. Level: 9. Strength: 252, 504, 1008, 1500. Vitality: 216,432,864, 1200. Agility: 144,288,576,800. Mentality: 90,180,360,500. Each fluctuation of these numbers struck Suyi's heart like a heavy hammer. He watched in awe as the strength attribute of his Netherbone Guardian surged from a mere 252 points, shattering the bounds of 3 digits and surpassing the 1,000-point mark, ultimately stabilizing at a staggering figure of 1,500 points. What does this signify? A typical level 30 heavy-armored warrior, adorned with excellent gear, possesses a strength attribute that barely exceeds 500 points. Yet, here was a level 9 summoned creature whose sheer strength eclipsed that of a level 30 heavy-armored warrior by threefold. This transcended mere strength. It was a crushing dominance, a dimensional decimation. If the previous blow that had devastated the level 30 test dummy merely shattered Chu Xiao's worldview, then witnessing this attribute now shook Suyi's own understanding of reality to its very core. He had always believed that the tenfold amplification of Grace of Eternal Night was the pinnacle of his profession's extraordinary capabilities. He never imagined that upon the activation of the Eternal Night Court, this so-called godly talent would finally unveil the tip of its colossal iceberg. This was the true might of a godly talent. Suyi murmured to himself, his voice trembling with a realization he scarcely comprehended. He finally grasped the meaning of the potential that had yet to be fully unleashed. The previous tenfold amplification was likely merely a prototype effect of the Eternal Night Canon, reliant on the foundational functions of the career template, devoid of the core energy that the court provided. Now, with the court's activation and the influx of boundless divine power, this talent had truly entered its official version. It was no longer a mere multiplication of base attributes by 10, rather, it had undergone a thorough and profound divine transformation and enhancement at its very essence through a deeper, unfathomable principle that Suyi could not yet comprehend. The end result was this terrifyingly powerful attribute that could only be described as a bug. Chapter 14. Just the right offerings for the flag ritual. Suyi forcibly suppressed the elation and shock surging within him, his gaze sweeping downward. He discovered a new piece of information beneath the attribute panel of the Netherbone Guardian. Divine trait. Inactive, this unit's skeletal remains originate from an ancient battlefield, containing a trace of immortal divinity, may be activated when the Eternal Night Court ascends to a higher tier. The term divine trait lingered in Suyi's mind. He knew it was undoubtedly the key to the future evolution of his summoned creature. His attention shifted from the newly transformed Netherbone Guardian panel to other modules within the Eternal Night Court system. He soon noticed that at the very bottom of the court interface, an area previously shrouded in gray mist, representing the core structure, now had an icon illuminated. It was a building icon resembling a hellish barracks, inscribed with 3 ancient characters, Eternal Night Barracks. Suyi concentrated his awareness on it. Building name, Eternal Night Barracks. Level, 1,01000 Death Energy. Function, the summoning and resting place for all your Dominion units. Current capacity, 15. Upgrade requirements, 1000 Death Energy. Court tier, must reach level 2. Note, Death Energy can be obtained by slaying any living entity. The stronger your legion, the more units you can accommodate. 15. Upon perceiving the number following the current capacity, Suyi's breath quickened once more. The effect of the corrupted bone ring was to raise the maximum Dominion unit cap to 1, allowing him to summon 2 Netherbone Guardians simultaneously. Now, this, Eternal Night Barracks, had directly elevated his summoning limit from 2 to 15. What a terrifying leap. If a Netherbone Guardian with a strength of 1,500 points was already sufficient for Su Yi to dominate Qinglan City, then what of 15? Su Yi dared not envision the apocalyptic scene that would unfold. A legion composed of 15 Death Knights, each comparable to a level 30 boss. Not even a small town like Qinglan City would stand a chance. He could even contemplate challenging the Imperial Professional Corps. One man is a calamity. A vision of his profession's ultimate definition from the initial outlines involuntarily surfaced in Su Yi's mind. At that moment, he truly and profoundly understood the significance of those 6 words. This was not mere hyperbole. It was a fact that was on the brink of becoming a reality. Exhaling deeply, Su Yi released a long breath, as if expelling all his excitement and shock from within. He slowly arose from the bed and walked to the central, most spacious area of the room. His gaze sharpened, akin to a sword poised to unsheathe in the night. He yearned to witness with his own eyes the descent of his nascent, terrifying Death Legion upon the world. In the name of the Eternal Night Sovereign, Su Yi gradually raised his hand, his voice deep and commanding, resonating in the stillness of the room. Summon. Boom. As his words fell, it felt as if the very air of the room had been drained. A dense, almost tangible darkness erupted explosively from the center of his being. On the ground, one after another, miniature summoning circles radiating a ghostly blue light materialized out of thin air. 1, 2, 5, 10, 15. 15 summoning circles instantaneously adorned the entire floor of the living room, transforming the once decrepit space into an altar as if deities and demons had descended. In the next moment, 15 identical, towering skeletal sentinels, exuding a suffocating aura of death, simultaneously rose from the circles. With precise synchronization, they knelt on one knee, paying the utmost respect to their sovereign. 15 pairs of eerie blue flames ignited simultaneously, coalescing into a profound sea of stars. The chilling and terrifying killing intent solidified into a palpable force, nearly uprooting the ceiling of the room. Su Yi stood before his legion, his disheveled black hair swaying as if caught by an unseen wind, his gaze filled with an unprecedented sense of control and formidable confidence. He could feel an indescribable bond, rooted deep within his soul, forming between himself and the 15 skeletal sentinels. They were his soldiers, his shields, and extensions of his will. He, in turn, was their sole ruler, their one and only king. Excellent. Su Yi nodded in satisfaction. He glanced outside at the pitch-black night and the sprawling, menacing wasteland that loomed in the darkness. Bloodblade Alliance, Qianli. He murmured these 2 names, a cold and cruel smile curving his lips. Since you are so eager to meet your demise, my legion is in need of offerings to raise our banner. The night grew even darker. In the residential buildings of the old district, silence reigned, as most had succumbed to slumber. Little did they know, within this tranquil darkness, a formidable force capable of instilling terror throughout the entirety of Qinglan City lay dormant in an unassuming room. Su Yi stood at the center, quietly surveying his legion. The 15 skeletal sentinels, arranged in a semicircle around him, knelt humbly and respectfully. Yet, the palpable killing intent emanating from them coalesced into an invisible tempest, wreaking havoc in the confined space, toppling nearby furniture and books. Had an outsider ventured in at that moment, they would surely be frightened to death by the vision of such a demonic presence. Su Yi's gaze swept slowly across each skeletal sentinel. He could distinctly perceive the chain of contract that linked their souls. Through this chain, he could effortlessly issue any command, no matter how intricate or complex the tactical maneuvers. They were extensions of his arms, manifestations of his will. Withdraw. With a mere thought, the 15 skeletal sentinels, without a moment's hesitation, transformed into dense black mist, drawn into the elusive silhouette of the Eternal Night Barracks beneath his feet, vanishing from sight. The terrifying aura in the room dissipated, restoring the previous tranquility. The Eternal Night Barracks, a portable dimensional army? Su Yi reveled in the strength of the Eternal Night Court. This function undoubtedly provided him with immense convenience. He could summon his entire legion at any moment, without warning, catching his enemies completely off guard. This meant that ambushes and assassinations would become futile strategies against him. Any foe daring to approach him would face the wrath of a deathly legion materializing out of thin air, composed of 15 entities rivaling level 30 bosses. With a single thought, the legion descended. This was true calamity incarnate. Chapter 15, One Man, One Legion. Su Yi gazed out at the profound night, a cold glint flickering in his eyes. Sleep was far from his mind. Having just acquired such transformative power, he was eager to test the might of his nascent legion. The best proving ground, without a doubt, lay beyond the city in the more expansive and perilous region of the soul-devouring wasteland. That place was home to monsters ranging from level 10 to 20, sprawling in size and density, a battleground fiercely contested by all aspiring adventurers of Qinglan City. Simultaneously, It also served as the frequent operational ground for the Bloodblade Alliance. Let the games begin. A cruel smile played on Suye's lips. Without hesitation, he donned a sleek black outfit conducive to movement, equipped himself with ample mana potions, and stealthily departed his home, like a specter in the night. He slipped toward the eastern, soul-devouring wasteland. The soul-devouring wasteland, unlike the dense shadow forest, was an expansive, boundless black plain. The cracked earth bore no vegetation, and the air was thick with a faint scent of sulfur and the stench of souls burned to ash. At this hour, despite the late night, the wasteland remained brightly lit. Countless adventurer teams, composed of level 10 or higher players, were engaged in fierce combat with various grotesque monsters. Hold fast. Healer, heal now. My shield. Mage, watch your mana. The next wave of vengeful spirits is upon us. Damn it, that ghost horse is too fast. Archer, use a stun arrow to restrict its movements. The cacophony of battle cries, the explosions of skills, and the roars of monsters intertwined to create a chaotic yet exhilarating symphony of war. At the entrance of the wasteland, a party of 5 had just dispatched a small horde of level 10 decaying hounds and were taking a moment to regroup. Damn it. The monsters in this soul-devouring wasteland are relentless. The shield warrior plopped onto the ground, wiping the sweat from his brow, a sense of dread lingering in his voice. Just stepping in here, my shield's durability dropped by a fifth. Be grateful, you. The assassin in the group scoffed. If it weren't for our good fortune in avoiding those swarms of ghost horses, we'd likely be lying dead back in town by now. Speaking of which, have you heard? That newcomer named Su Yi cleared the shadow forest all by himself today. How could we not have heard? The forums are nearly exploding. They say he's a mythic class profession. It's simply absurd. What of being mythic class? P.S. only level 9. He still has to do the same grinding as us, right? I find it hard to believe he dared to venture into the soul-devouring wasteland alone, the shield warrior said, somewhat unconvinced. Just as his words fell, a solitary figure emerged from the teleportation portal behind them. It was a slender youth clad in black, his features striking yet his gaze frigid, exuding an air of indifference that seemed to repel all. It was Su Yi. The 5-member team paused momentarily upon seeing him. One person, here to brave the soul-devouring wasteland. An expression of surprise flickered in the assassin's eyes. He appeared young. Perhaps he was merely an unwitting newcomer. What a shame for that face. It wouldn't he look good once the monsters tore him apart. The female mage in the team jested. They did not associate Su Yi with the legendary myth they had heard of. After all, in their understanding, no matter how prodigious a genius might be, it was improbable for a level 9 player to venture alone into such a deathly realm. Su Yi, of course, had also taken note of this party. He could even hear their unabashed discussions. However, he paid no heed. He merely raised his head, his gaze sweeping beyond the bustling entrance area, penetrating into the depths of the wasteland. There, he sensed a multitude of dense life forms, infused with the essence of death and soul energy, stirring with vitality. That was precisely his target for the night, the phantom herd. He took a step forward, striding directly into the heart of the wasteland. Hey, kid, are you courting death? The shield warrior from the 5-man team, unable to suppress a sense of compassion, called out to him. Ahead lies the territory of the phantom herd. They are all level 15 elite monsters, swarming in packs. Venturing in alone is tantamount to seeking demise. Su Yi's footsteps showed no sign of faltering. He did not even glance back, leaving behind only a solitary and resolute silhouette. The shield warrior scoffed, dismissing him as someone who had already sealed his fate. Soon, Su Yi's figure vanished from the sight of the onlookers, delving deeper into the wasteland, a realm deemed forbidden by all. After walking for several minutes, the surroundings grew increasingly silent. The scent of sulfur became more pronounced. He could feel countless greedy and frigid eyes lurking in the shadows, watching him intently. Su Yi halted. He understood that he had entered the encirclement of his prey. A cold smirk curled upon his lips. The hunt was about to commence. He slowly raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Snap! The sharp sound echoed with startling clarity across the desolate wasteland. In that instant, boom! A terrifying aura, indescribable and akin to the arrival of an abyss, erupted from his being. 15 summoning sigils, glowing with a ghostly blue light, materialized out of thin air, forming a flawless circular defense around him. In the next moment, 15 towering and formidable skeletal sentinels, wielding massive bone blades and with ghostly blue flames flickering in their eye sockets, rose simultaneously from the sigils. They roared silently, their chilling, overwhelming murderous intent coalescing into a visible black tempest, soaring upwards and shattering the thin clouds overhead. One man is akin to an entire legion. How? The phantom herd, lurking in the shadows, was incensed by this sudden surge of terror. They revealed themselves from all directions, transforming into white phantoms, charging madly towards Su Yi at the center of the encirclement. There were easily over 100. Yet, in the face of this terrifying beast tide, capable of annihilating any elite team in an instant, Su Yi's expression remained utterly indifferent. He calmly uttered 2 words, crush them, with the command given. His 15 skeletal sentinels sprang into action. They formed no intricate formations, but rather employed the simplest and most brutal tactic, a direct charge forward. Rumble. The 15 deathly creations, akin to heavy tanks, marched in unison against the oncoming phantom herd, launching a countercharge. The scene resembled a black torrent of steel crashing against a wave of white. In the next moment, black collided with white. There was no fierce battle as one might expect. Instead, it was merely a one-sided, bloody slaughter. Chapter 16. This is the battle style of the Eternal Night Sovereign. The moment combat erupted, it plunged into its most sanguinary and brutal phase. A phantom mare, charging at the forefront, its lithe form composed of ethereal energy, was cleaved in two by the massive bone blade, as though it were mere paper. Without even a cry of despair escaping its lips before it disintegrated into countless motes of light in the air. 15,800. A staggering 5-digit damage figure flashed at the sight of its demise. This was merely the beginning. Boom, boom, boom. The black torrent of steel relentlessly pierced through the seemingly surging white wave with an unstoppable, devastating force. The 15 skeletal sentinels acted as if they were 15 machines of slaughter, their colossal bone blades transforming into the most efficient scythes of death, mercilessly reaping the lives around them. Heavy slashes, sweeping attacks. Suyi hardly needed to issue precise commands. These skeletal sentinels, equipped with basic combat instincts, automatically chose the most optimal methods of attack. As the blades sliced through, severed limbs, shattered remains, and fragmented soul shards flew in all directions. The once agile and swift phantom mares, renowned for their speed, appeared feeble as lambs before the skeletal sentinels. Their proud swiftness became meaningless against the sentinels' faster assaults. Their soul charges, capable of piercing leather armor, merely inflicted trivial damage numbers of 150 and 180 against the sentinels' steel bodies, which boasted a staggering 1,200 points of vitality. They could not even trigger a forced retreat effect. In stark contrast, the retaliatory strikes from the skeletal sentinels were devastating, with a terrifying strength attribute of 1,500. Each blow possessed the capacity to rend the very earth asunder. Oftentimes, a single strike would cleave a phantom mare and the parched ground beneath it in twain. From the outset, the battle exhibited a one-sided slaughtering trend. Suyi stood calmly at the center of the fray, the eye of the storm. He did not even summon his mount, but merely strolled leisurely behind his legion with one hand in his pocket, observing the carnage unfold. Countless phantom mares attempted to breach the defensive line formed by the skeletal sentinels to attack him, the seemingly most vulnerable target. Yet none succeeded. Although the 15 skeletal sentinels did not form a complex arrangement, they possessed an uncanny synergy derived from the Eternal Night Court. They instinctively and seamlessly filled any gaps among themselves, creating an impenetrable moving wall of blades and bones. Any enemy attempting to approach Suyi would immediately be met with concentrated fire from 2 or 3 skeletal sentinels. The outcome was all but predictable. Ding. Your commanding unit, the skeletal sentinel, has slain a phantom mare. You have gained 150 experience points. Ding. Your commanding unit, the skeletal sentinel, has slain a phantom mare. You have gained 150 experience points. Ding. Your commanding unit, the skeletal sentinel, has slain a phantom mare. You have gained 150 experience points. The system notifications cascaded around Suyi's ears, merging into a dense waterfall of sound, flooding the screen. His experience bar steadily ascended at a visibly rapid pace. This sensation was simply exquisite. He did not need to anxiously calculate skill cooldowns like other class changers. He needed not to constantly monitor his positioning, nor did he have to worry about his life's safety. All he had to do was to observe, with the grace and composure of a sovereign surveying his domain, as his army carved out victories and glory for him. This is the combat style of the Eternal Night Lord. This embodies the true allure of a one-man army. In less than 10 minutes, the colossal herd of over 100 ghostly steeds, which would give any elite guild in Qinglan City a headache, was utterly decimated by Su Ye's legion. The battlefield was strewn with remnants of soul shards and a few glimmering loot items. Meanwhile, Su Ye's 15 bone guardians, aside from being smeared with some ephemeral blood, remained virtually unscathed. Their health points were still above 95, indicating a robust condition. The efficiency exceeded expectations. Suyi nodded in satisfaction. He approached and began to leisurely collect the spoils of war. The most common drop from the ghostly steeds was a material known as soul residue, which could be utilized for crafting potions or enchantments. A cursory glance revealed that he had amassed hundreds of these. Additionally, there were several pieces of level 10 blue-green equipment, though their attributes were mediocre at best. Just as Su Yi was preparing to depart, his gaze was drawn to a unique purple glow emanating from beneath the corpse of one of the ghostly steeds. He stepped closer, brushing aside the fading body. Beneath it lay a reins crafted from black leather and an unusual metal, exuding a faint aura of soul vibrations. Name: Reins of the Ghostly War Steed. Grade: Rare. Type: Mount. Effect: Upon use, summons a Ghostly War Steed for riding. The Ghostly War Steed shares a portion of its master's attributes and possesses the ability to traverse air. Note: A steed from the netherworld, yearning for a formidable death lord. A mount? A flicker of excitement flashed in Su Ye's eyes. Mount-type items are notoriously scarce in the world of apocalypse. Their drop rates are even lower than those of top-tier weapons of the same level. A good mount not only significantly enhances the holder's mobility, but also provides a substantial combat power boost. The ghostly war steed, possessing the ability to traverse air, meant it could hover and glide briefly. This was undoubtedly a divine skill. Without hesitation, Su Yi chose to use it. Buzz. The reins in his hand transformed into a stream of purple light, melding into his palm. In the next moment, with a mere thought, a high-pitched and wild neigh echoed. A thick plume of black mist materialized beside him. As the mist surged, a magnificent war steed gradually took shape. It was composed entirely of flowing shadow energy, its stature grander and more agile than an ordinary ghostly steed. Ethereal blue flames of souls burned upon its hooves, leaving shallow scorch marks on the cracked ground with each step. Its eyes were deep purple vortices, brimming with spirit and defiance. Su Yi sensed a wondrous soul connection forming between him and the steed. He swung himself onto its back, which let out a jubilant neigh, galloping joyfully across the wasteland with its new master. Su Yi sat astride the steed, followed by his 15 bone guardians, resembling demigods. One man, one steed, one legion. The scene exuded an indescribable sense of epic grandeur and oppression. Just then, a cacophony of footsteps and shouts arose in the distance. Chapter 17, he merely waved forward gently. Quick, just ahead. I saw a purple light flare up here. It must be a rare item drop. Damn it, who dared to invade the territory we, the Bloodblade Alliance, have our eyes on? Everyone, prepare for battle. Whoever dares to snatch monsters from us in the soul-devouring wasteland must be ready to be sent back to town. Accompanied by brazen shouts, a well-equipped team of over 20 emerged from behind a mound. Each bore a blood-red blade-shaped emblem on their chests. Indeed, it was the elite squad of the Bloodblade Alliance. Leading them was a young elementalist with a sinister expression, wielding a staff. Upon seeing the scene before him, he first froze momentarily, then his eyes glinted with greed and cruelty. His gaze fixated hungrily on the extraordinary ghostly war steed beneath Su Yi. A mount, a rare mount, he exclaimed, his voice laden with unmasked jealousy and avarice. He then turned his attention to Su Yi. When he beheld Su Ye's excessively youthful visage and solitary figure, he smirked. I thought it was some oblivious old guild. Turns out it's just a lucky novice. He raised his staff, pointing it menacingly at Su Yi, and spoke with a tone of condescension that brooked no argument. Kid, hand over the horse beneath you and all the items you just looted. Then, sever an arm and roll out of the soul-devouring wasteland. Today, I can pretend nothing happened and spare your wretched life. The members of the Bloodblade Alliance behind him erupted in raucous laughter. They regarded Su Yi as if he were a lamb awaiting slaughter. To them, this battle had not even begun, it was already decided. Faced with a surrounding of over 20 elite players, a lone novice had but one fate, to be crushed. However, they failed to notice that upon hearing those words, the young man seated upon the war steed slowly raised his head. In his abyss-like dark eyes, there was no trace of fear or panic. What lay there was an icy indifference, and a hint of what seemed like pity, as if gazing upon a group of soon-to-be departed lives. Silence. A deathly stillness. The boisterous cries of the Bloodblade Alliance echoed momentarily in the night wind of the wasteland, only to be replaced by an invisible, chilling pressure. The elite team of over 20 began to feel the laughter on their faces freeze. They were bewildered to find that the boy they had deemed a lamb for slaughter showed no sign of the anticipated fear or pleading. Instead, he regarded them with an exceedingly peculiar gaze. What kind of gaze was that? Indifferent, cold, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. It was as if a deity, seated high above the clouds, looked down upon a swarm of ants attempting to provoke divine wrath. The most unsettling aspect for them was the fleeting glimpse of pity deep within that gaze, as if lamenting the impending demise of a group of lives. Damn it, what kind of look is that? Who's he trying to scare? After a brief silence, a hot-tempered berserker within the Bloodblade Alliance could no longer contain his anger. He despised pretentious individuals who feigned profundity. Qiangu, stop wasting time with him. Just kill him. That horse is mine. Exactly. How dare he run rampant in our Bloodblade Alliance's territory? Eliminate him. The team members erupted into a frenzy once more, their impatience palpable as they yearned to rend the young boy before them into fragments, eager to claim the spoils that adorned his very being. At the forefront stood the leader of this band, an elemental master known as Qian Li, the vice president of the Bloodblade Alliance. His brow furrowed slightly, a twinge of discontent rising within him at Su Ye's unnerving calmness. He relished witnessing his prey tremble in fear, pleading for mercy, rather than exhibiting the serene demeanor that seemed to suggest indifference to their impending assault. It appeared that he would not shed tears until he faced the coffin. A flicker of cruelty danced in Qian Li's eyes as he slowly raised his staff, the fiery crystal at its tip radiating an intense heat. Since you refuse the offered drink and choose the bitter cup instead, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Everyone, prepare to strike. First, dismantle those 15 intimidating skeletal frames. Then, Turn that boy into a bloody pulp. With his command, over 20 elite members of the Bloodblade Alliance surged forward like ravenous wolves. Leading the charge were 5 heavily armored shield warriors, roaring as they activated their charge skill. They barreled forth like a moving fortress, colliding forcefully with Su Ye's legion of Bone Guardians. Behind them followed berserkers wielding massive swords and battle axes, alongside stealthy assassins poised to flank their target. At the rear, Qian Li and 5 spellcasters began to chant incantations, intricate magical circles forming beneath their feet, each imbued with either searing heat or chilling frost. This was a meticulously orchestrated battle strategy, honed to perfection. The shield warriors would disrupt the enemy formation, absorbing the initial wave of damage. Next, the melee fighters would deliver devastating blows. Finally, the mages would unleash ranged assaults to claim the battlefield. With this tactic, the Bloodblade Alliance had swept away countless unwitting rival guilds and solo players. To them, confronting this solitary novice with merely 15 summoned creatures was akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Yet, they would soon realize just how profoundly mistaken they were. The entity they faced was far from a mere bird. It was an ancient dragon, one they were not even worthy of gazing upon. Observing the tide of adversaries advancing like a relentless wave, Su Yi, perched upon his ghostly steed, finally made his move. He slowly raised his right hand, devoid of incantations, seals, or any superfluous gestures. With a mere flick, he resembled a conductor guiding a magnificent symphony, the theme of which was none other than death. Upon receiving their command, the 15 Bone Guardians ignited with a sudden transformation. The spectral flames flickering in their hollow eye sockets shifted from an ethereal blue to a blood-red hue, brimming with ferocity and the thirst for slaughter. Boom! They surged forward, rather than retreating before the 5 charging shield warriors. They met them head-on with an even more feral tenacity. A collision was imminent. The 15 deathly constructs, akin to demonic entities, faced off against the 5 elite shield warriors of the human realm. The black torrent of steel was poised to clash violently with flesh and blood. Seeking death, the shield warriors of the Bloodblade Alliance smirked with cruel delight at the sight before them. They found it utterly absurd that these skeletal frames dared to confront them head-on while they activated their charge skill. They could already envision the next moment where these bones would be shattered, scattered like confetti. However, the chasm between fantasy and reality was bridged by a despair too profound to fathom. Boom! A thunderous crash, even more ominous than the earlier tests, reverberated across the wasteland. The smiles on the faces of the 5 shield warriors froze as they collided with the Bone Guardians. It felt as though they had not struck a mere skeleton, but rather smashed headlong into a speeding mountain forged of steel. Crack! 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 A cacophony of bones splintering resonated in the air. The 5 shield warriors and their proud steel shields were twisted and deformed as if struck by a battering ram, their heavy armor crumbling instantaneously. Their bodies were sent hurtling backward at a velocity surpassing that of their charge, blood spraying forth like vibrant, tragic fountains. 2,500, 2,800, 2,650. A series of damaged figures emerged above their heads, enough to induce cardiac arrest in any onlooker. Instant kill, with a mere, straightforward frontal collision. The proud front line of the Bloodblade Alliance, capable of withstanding an onslaught from a boss, was obliterated by Su Ye's legion in the most brutal and unreasonable manner. The battlefield seemed to freeze in that moment. The berserkers and assassins, poised to follow up, stood paralyzed, their expressions of greed and malice replaced by sheer terror. Even the spellcasters, who had been chanting their incantations, faltered, their magic spiraling out of control, causing them to sputter blood from their mouths as their spells backfired. This is impossible. Qian Li's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, fixated on the 15 Bone Guardians, untouched and utterly composed. What manner of monster is this? How can their attributes be so high? He could not comprehend it. These were the elite shield warriors of the Bloodblade Alliance, each exceeding level 18. Equipped with the finest gear, their health and defense among the best in their tier. Yet, in one encounter, they were annihilated? This was beyond his understanding. However, Su Ye's legion would not pause in their relentless slaughter simply due to Qian Li's shock. After shattering the enemy's front lines with a thunderous force, this black tide of death surged into the now chaotic midline formation of the Bloodblade Alliance. What followed was a massacre devoid of any suspense. A berserker roared as he swung his massive axe down upon a Bone Guardian's skull. Clang! Sparks flew. The axe, capable of cleaving rock, left merely a shallow white mark upon the Guardian's cranium. The Guardian's counterattack was straightforward and lethal. Swoosh! The berserker's body, along with his armor, was cleaved in two. Meanwhile, an assassin activated stealth, attempting to circle behind a Bone Guardian for a backstab. Yet, he barely revealed himself, unprepared to launch his dagger. The Bone Sentinels seemed to possess eyes in the back of their heads, suddenly turning with ferocity as their colossal bone blades swept through the air. Accompanied by a howling gust of malevolent wind, the assassin barely had time to emit a brief gasp before being cleaved in two, dissipating into a flash of white light. Carnage. Ruthless carnage. The 15 Bone Sentinels surged forth like tigers among sheep, unleashing the most brutal and primal slaughter upon the elite ranks of the Bloodblade Alliance. The air was filled with screams of anguish, wails of despair, and the sickening sound of shattering bones, rising and falling like a macabre symphony. In less than 30 seconds, the elite force of over 20 members of the Bloodblade Alliance had been decimated. The battlefield was left with only Qianli and the 4 equally pale and trembling mages by his side. As Qianli gazed upon the hellish scene before him, his body trembled uncontrollably. He was terrified. He was truly terrified. He finally comprehended the nature of the being he had provoked. Run. Run fast. The instinct for survival compelled him to shout hoarsely. He crushed a precious random teleportation scroll, preparing to flee this nightmarish place that would haunt him for eternity. However, a cold voice, like a death knell, gently echoed in his ear. Did I permit you to leave? The tone was flat, frigid, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Yet, to Qianli's ears, it was more terrifying than the whispers of demons from the abyss, causing his blood to nearly congeal in that instant. He whipped around to see the youth who had remained seated upon his ghostly steed, now standing not far behind him. The 15 bone sentinels, resembling demonic gods, formed a perfect half-circle, firmly encircling him and the remaining 4 mages in the center. All avenues of escape were sealed off. The random teleportation scroll, which he had regarded as his lifeline, emitted a faint glow of spatial fluctuation upon being crushed. Yet, that glow flickered only briefly before being ensnared and extinguished by an invisible, far more powerful force. The space had been sealed. No. Despair finally flickered in Qianli's eyes. He could not fathom how a level 9 summoner could possess the ability to seal space. Such a forbidden technique could only be wielded by a level 40 or higher spatial mage. Little did he know, Suyi possessed no such skill of spatial confinement. It was merely that the Eternal Night Court, upon activation, bestowed a semblance of dominion over the realm. In this area shrouded by Suyi's will, any teleportation magic with a spiritual attribute lower than his would be severely disrupted or even rendered completely ineffective. And Qianli's crudely crafted teleportation scroll was evidently not exempt from this rule. Who are you? Qianli shrieked, his voice laced with a desperate attempt to mask his inner terror. Suyi merely sat atop his steed, looking down upon these doomed prey with an expression as tranquil as one surveying livestock destined for slaughter. This disregard was more humiliating and infuriating to Qianli than any taunt. Don't think you've won. Qianli's face twisted in fear and rage, his voice cracking as he bellowed. I am the vice president of the Bloodblade Alliance. Our young master is Prince Hao. If you dare to kill me, you will be at odds with the entire Bloodblade Alliance. You will be at odds with the Wang family. We shall never let you go. He attempted to leverage the power of his backing for a final struggle. However, Suyi's expression remained unfazed. He even stifled a yawn, seemingly bored. Are you finished? He asked nonchalantly. Qianli, infuriated by his imperturbable demeanor, felt as if he might vomit blood. Once Suyi's gaze finally shifted from Qianli to the 15 eager-bone sentinels under his command, he declared, Then, let us proceed. With his words, the 15 bone sentinels moved. They advanced with heavy, synchronized steps, slowly closing in on the 5 trapped individuals at the center. There was no charge, no roar, only a steady, oppressive march, resonating with the rhythm of death. Thud, thud, thud. Each step felt like a heavy hammer striking at the hearts of Qianli and the others. The deathly pressure emanating from the 15 sentinels, comparable to boss-level monsters, was palpable, nearly suffocating them. Fight back. Finally, one mage, overwhelmed by sheer terror, broke down mentally. He screamed, unleashing his prepped spell in a frenzied assault against an approaching bone sentinel. Ice arrow, chain lightning, wind blade. The remaining 3 mages, jolted from their stupor, hurled their most powerful single-target spells without restraint. In an instant, the night was illuminated with a dazzling array of elemental magic: ice, fire, electricity, and wind. However, this vibrant display of magic merely produced a series of damage numbers, 250, 300, against the bone sentinel's abyssal black bones. For a creature with thousands of health points, such attacks were akin to mere tickles. As a level 20 elite elemental mage, Qianli had the strongest attack among the 5. He roared, brandishing his staff, conjuring a colossal fireball blazing with intense flames, hurtling toward the head of a bone sentinel. Explosive fireball. Boom. The fireball struck true, exploding with a wave of scorching heat. A relatively substantial damage number floated above the sentinel's head. 550. Yet, before Qianli could derive any semblance of confidence from this high damage, he watched in horror as the bone sentinel he had struck merely swayed slightly, unfazed, continuing its relentless advance. The crimson flames of its hollow eye sockets seemed to mock his impotence. Despair, utter, complete despair, crashed over Qianli like a tidal wave, drowning his last vestige of reason. He surrendered, collapsing to the ground, face ashen. At that moment, the legion of bone sentinels had reached them. They raised their enormous bone blades high, the 15 gleaming. Deathly cold sides formed a chilling forest of steel beneath the moonlight. No. Please. Qianli gazed up at the descending blades, releasing one final regret-laden wail filled with terror. Thud, thud, thud. The blades fell. Blood splattered. 5 heads, adorned with expressions of horror, soared into the sky. The battle was over. From start to finish, it had lasted no more than 3 minutes. An elite force of over 20 players, all above level 18, capable of ruling the soul-devouring wastes, had been utterly annihilated. The desolate wasteland returned to its former, deathly silence. Only those 15 guardians of the underworld, reminiscent of demonic deities, stood silently beside 5 headless corpses. The aura of malevolence emanating from them was more potent and frigid than before. Su Yi, seated upon his steed, observed the scene with an unwavering calm, his expression betraying not a hint of emotion, as if he had merely crushed a few inconsequential ants. Ding. Your Dominion unit has slain Qianli. Due to the level disparity, you have gained 50 experience points. Ding. You have achieved victory in the PvP of this region, and your spoils are being calculated. As the members of the Bloodblade Alliance met their demise, their equipment and items scattered across the ground like loot in a game, shimmering in a myriad of colors. Dismounting, Su Yi began to methodically collect the remnants of the battlefield. The first items he retrieved were Qian Li's reasonably fine staff and his level 18 mage robe. The remaining gear was mostly of blue and green quality, which did not pique Su Yi's interest, yet he knew he could fetch a decent price at the black market. While he busied himself with the spoils, he remained oblivious to a figure lurking behind a concealed dirt mound in the distance, observing him with the awe one might reserve for a prehistoric behemoth. This was an assassin who had activated stealth, originally a scout for a nearby ragtag team, tasked with reconnaissance. Drawn by the commotion of the battle, he had stealthily approached, only to witness a scene that would be etched into his memory for a lifetime, haunting him eternally. 15 terrifying skeletons had decimated an entire elite squad of the Bloodblade Alliance. He bore witness to every detail of the conflict, from the initial frontal assault to the final execution. His body trembled uncontrollably throughout, not from excitement, but from the purest form of fear, instinctual and primal. He did not dare to even breathe, terrified that a single sound would alert the boy, who resembled a demonic lord. It was only after Su Yi finished clearing the battlefield, summoned his mount, and departed with his fearsome legion of the dead into the deeper reaches of the wasteland, that he slumped to the ground, gasping for fresh air, his back drenched in cold sweat. After a long while, he regained a semblance of strength and, trembling, opened the official player forum of Qinglan City. His fingers quivered with excitement and fear as he summoned the energy to type a title that would send shockwaves throughout the city. Terror. The elite squad of the Bloodblade Alliance has been slaughtered. The perpetrator is suspected to be the legendary Undead Brother. The content of the post was succinct, consisting of a single sentence. I witnessed it with my own eyes. 15 skeletal demigods slaughtered Qian Li and his 20 elite members within 3 minutes. That was not a battle, it was a calamity. The post was successfully sent. After completing this task, the assassin leaned against the dirt mound, gazing in the direction the boy had vanished, his eyes filled with boundless reverence. He understood that from this night forth, the name Undead Brother would no longer be a mere teasing moniker. It would become a true legend, a taboo narrative representing invincibility and death. Chapter 20. Your Dominion Unit. The Bone Guardians has advanced. Unbeknownst to Su Yi, his seemingly casual cleanup had initiated a seismic upheaval within the player community of Qinglan City through the eyes of a survivor. At this moment, he was riding a magnificent ghostly steed, leading his legion of the dead deeper into the Soul-Eater wasteland. Slaying the elite squad of the Bloodblade Alliance was merely a trivial interlude for him. His singular objective remained steadfast, experience points, and to test the limits of his legion. As they ventured further into the wasteland, the level and density of monsters escalated exponentially. Soon, they encountered level 18, Bone Warhorses, level 19, Wraith Aggregates, and even patrol squads led by level 20, Elite Wraith Knights. Each of these creatures, when isolated, would instill despair in any ordinary elite squad. Yet, before Su Yi's bloodthirsty Legion of the Dead, they were insufficient. The battle transformed from an advance into a relentless onslaught. Boom. The 15 Bone Guardians operated like a colossal steamroller, carving a path of death paved with bones and fragments of souls across the vastness of the Soul-Eater wasteland. Their combat style was simple, brutal, yet remarkably efficient. Facing any foe, they charged headlong, wielding their immense bone blades to rend them asunder. Su Yi had grown weary of issuing intricate commands. He simply sat atop his mount, akin to a sovereign surveying his realm, calmly observing his army clear all obstacles before him. His experience bar surged at an unprecedented, almost terrifying rate. Ding. Your Dominion unit has slain an elite Wraith Knight. You have gained 300 experience points. Ding. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 10. Ding. Your Dominion unit has slain a horde of Bone Warhorses. You have gained 5,000 experience points. Ding. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 11. In just 2 short hours, Su Yi's level skyrocketed from 9 to 12. This meteoric rise in levels, if known, would drive every class change aspirant worldwide into a frenzy. For ordinary class changers, from level 10 onward, Each level typically required days or even weeks of monotonous grinding. Yet Suyi achieved this in merely 2 hours. This was the terrifying aspect of the Eternal Night Monarch. This was the perverse efficiency of a one-man army. As Su Ye's level rose, the attributes of his 15 bone guardians also soared, rendering them increasingly formidable. Their skeletal frames, once deeply hued in dark iron, now appeared more solid, even hinting at a metallic sheen. The flames of souls within their eye sockets burned brighter, as if imbued with a stronger sense of autonomy. Just as Su Yi successfully broke through the 12th level barrier, an extraordinary transformation occurred. Buzz. The 15 bone guardians beneath his command were simultaneously enveloped in a golden glow of advancement. Yet this golden radiance was markedly different from before, interwoven with faint, dark golden strands imbued with the essence of the immortal and divine. Ding. Your level has risen to 12. Ding. Your Dominion unit, the Bone Guardians, has absorbed sufficient death energy and combat experience, awakening the primordial divinity within their bones. Ding. Your Dominion unit, the Bone Guardians, has advanced. Su Ye's pupils abruptly constricted as he immediately directed his gaze toward the attribute panel of one of the Bone Guards. Name, Bone Guard Elite. Rank, Black Iron Level Evolvable. Level, 12. Strength, 2000. Constitution, 1600. Agility, 1000. Spirit, 650. New skill, Undying Battle Howl. Passive, when health drops below 30, enter an undying state, increasing all attributes by 20 for 30 seconds. Divine trait, not activated. It has evolved. A brilliant glimmer burst forth from Su Ye's eyes. Although its name remained Bone Guard, the addition of the elite suffix and the terrifying surge in its attributes heralded a significant qualitative leap. Strength had surpassed the 2000 mark. Constitution and agility had also seen substantial enhancements. More importantly, they had comprehended a brand new passive skill, Undying Battle Howl, a divine technique capable of turning the tide in desperate situations. Excellent, truly excellent. A genuine smile of satisfaction curled at the corners of Su Ye's lips. This evolution had augmented the combat prowess of his legion by at least 30%. Now, he felt emboldened. Not only could he traverse the minor soul-devouring wilderness, but he was also daring enough to challenge those level 30 and above team dungeons. While Su Yi reveled in the newfound strength of his legion, he remained blissfully unaware that the player forum of Qinglan City had erupted into a fervent frenzy due to his actions. A post from a surviving assassin titled Shock. The Bloodblade Alliance's elite team has been annihilated. The culprit, suspected to be the legendary Undead Brother, quickly ascended to the forefront of the forum within the span of less than an hour, garnering over 10,000 replies. Initially, the majority were skeptical of the post's authenticity. Was the original poster merely boasting? Annihilating over 20 members of the Bloodblade Alliance in 3 minutes? Were they filming a movie? Indeed. I know Qianli, a level 20 elementalist with exceptional skills. How could he possibly be instantaneously defeated by a newcomer? It must be the rivals of the Bloodblade Alliance intentionally stirring the pot to tarnish their reputation. However, as more evidence surfaced, public opinion underwent a dramatic reversal. First, an observant player discovered that Qianli, the vice president of the Bloodblade Alliance, along with all the core members of his elite team, had their game avatars turned gray, a sign indicating that they had perished and were temporarily unable to log in. Shortly thereafter, Wang Zihao, the heir of the Bloodblade Alliance, issued a furious bounty of 5 million for the head of a newcomer named Su Yi in the guild channel. The bounty included a frontal photo of Su Yi captured from surveillance footage. The final and most devastating blow came when the posting assassin, risking pursuit by the Bloodblade Alliance, anonymously uploaded a brief yet crystal clear video. The footage, recorded from his perspective, depicted 15 bone warriors, resembling demonic deities, ruthlessly slaughtering a group of well-equipped players adorned with crimson blade insignias. The scene was bloody, violent, yet imbued with an ineffable, suffocating beauty. As the video was released, the entire forum fell into stunned silence. All those who had previously doubted and mocked were left reeling, feeling as if they had been slapped across the face after witnessing the catastrophic visuals. It turned out that everything the original poster claimed was indeed true. Such absurd, unreasonable monsters truly existed in this world. Following the silence came a volcanic eruption of fervent discussion. Holy cow! Holy cow! I declare, from this day forth, the Undead Brother is my one and only idol. 15. A full 15 summoned beings comparable to bosses. How on earth are we supposed to play now? I finally believe how he soloed the Shadow Forest in 8 hours. I even think that 8 hours might have been too slow for him. The Bloodblade Alliance has truly bitten off more than they can chew. No, they've kicked a nuclear bomb. Ha! What a thrill. I've long found those scoundrels in the Bloodblade Alliance intolerable. The Undead Brother is magnificent, upholding justice. In an instant, the player community of Qinglan City spontaneously bestowed upon Su Yi the resounding title of Undead Brother. For the first time, Su Ye's name became inextricably linked with the words invincible, mysterious, and powerful. He had become a legend, one that had risen in a single night, a forbidden legend. At this moment, the legend himself, having cleared the last wave of monsters in the soul-devouring wilderness, felt a tinge of weariness toward the grinding process. The experience gained here had been disappointingly meager. Glancing at his level 12 experience bar, having slaughtered thousands of monsters, he had only made a slight increase. He knew it was time to seek a new, more efficient leveling sanctuary. His gaze slowly shifted to the map, toward the area marked as a nightmare level, Wasteland Canyon. A level 25 abyss-level dungeon, also regarded as a sacred trove by the Bloodblade Alliance. You are the one. A cold smile crept across Suye's lips. He turned his mount and led his freshly evolved, bloodthirsty Death Legion toward their new target. Suye, riding his ghostly steed, guided his newly invigorated Death Legion, which had just quenched its thirst for blood, to the entrance of their next destination, Wasteland Canyon. This was a massive chasm, seemingly cleaved by a giant axe. Toxic steam, reeking of sulfur, continuously billowed from within, while rusty, enormous gears and mechanical parts littered the entrance, giving it a desolate and perilous appearance. Before the teleportation portal at the entrance, several job changers had gathered. However, unlike the Shadow Forest, the players here were clearly of a higher level, their gear more refined. Almost everyone existed in 5-member teams, their expressions vigilant, the atmosphere tense. This was a level 25 abyss-level dungeon, a true trial ground for the strong. Suye's arrival immediately drew the attention of all present. There was simply no way to go unnoticed. One man, astride an extraordinarily majestic, ghostly steed, trailed by 15 bone warriors exuding a terrifying aura, was a sight that demanded attention. Holy cow! Look, who is that guy? What a grand display! His summoned beings exude such an oppressive aura. I feel they are even more terrifying than the level 30 boss our captain has encountered. Wait a moment, that silhouette, along with that horse, could it be? Amidst the fervent discussions of the crowd, a solitary player, recently arrived from the city, caught sight of Suye and his eyes widened in astonishment. Trembling, he accessed a recently saved Crimson Bounty notice on his terminal. With meticulous scrutiny, he compared the photograph on the notice with the profile of the youth before him, repeating the examination several times. Ultimately, he gasped, his eyes reflecting the awe one might reserve for a prehistoric behemoth, and exclaimed, "It's him. It's truly him. The Reaper, Suye." Boom. These two names seemed to possess an enchanting power, instantly igniting a fervor among the onlookers. All gazes converged upon Suye, brimming with shock, curiosity, admiration, and a tinge of trepidation. It turned out he was the legendary figure who, single-handedly, had decimated the elite squad of the Bloodblade Alliance. Suye sensed the weight of the stares upon him and overheard their murmurs. His brow furrowed slightly, displeased by the sensation of being scrutinized. Just then, a robust middle-aged man wielding a massive axe mustered his courage and stepped forward, clasping his fists in respect as he addressed Suye with admiration. "So it is the Reaper in person. I have long revered your name. My brother, I am the Mad Axe, a lone player. It is indeed a stroke of fortune to witness a figure of such renown." After a brief pause, as if recalling something, his expression shifted, and he lowered his voice to offer a cautionary note. "However, brother, you've become quite the sensation in the city. I advise you to refrain from entering this dungeon for the time being." "Why?" Suye finally spoke, his tone calm. "Don't you know?" The Mad Axe was momentarily taken aback, then hastily retrieved the Crimson Bounty notice from his terminal to show Suye. "Look, that insane young master of the Bloodblade Alliance, Wang Zihao, is personally stationed at the dungeon entrance, threatening to clear the area and claiming all the spoils for today. They've evidently set a trap, waiting for you to walk right into it. It's far too perilous for you to venture in now." Suye's gaze swept over the bounty notice featuring his own likeness, his expression betraying no sign of alarm. "A 5 million bounty? To the death? How intriguing." He regarded the well-meaning man with a calm inquiry. "Are they inside?" The Mad Axe nodded instinctively. "Yes, indeed. I witnessed Wang Zihao leading nearly all the elite members of the Bloodblade Alliance into the dungeon, even their top knight, Zhao Ji, who rarely emerges from seclusion at level 29. They declared they would ensure you have no place to bury your remains today." Upon hearing this, the surrounding players instinctively distanced themselves from Suye, fearing the repercussions. In their eyes, while Suye was undeniably formidable, the Bloodblade Alliance had evidently mobilized their entire force, intent on annihilation. It seemed an insurmountable challenge for the youth, facing the onslaught of a premier guild. Surely, he was doomed. However, to everyone's astonishment, Suye displayed no hint of fear or hesitation upon receiving this information. Instead, a glint of chilling excitement, imbued with a thirst for bloodshed, flickered in his abyss-like eyes. He turned to face the abyss-level dungeon portal, pulsating with crimson light, akin to the maw of a colossal beast. In the midst of the crowd's shocked and incredulous gazes, he stepped forward, leaving behind a cold and resolute silhouette, accompanied by a faint declaration that lingered in the air, as if stating an undeniable truth. "Perfect. That saves me the trouble of seeking them out one by one." Chapter 22. The boy named Suye has entered. As Suye's figure resolutely vanished into the blood-red portal, a profound silence enveloped the dungeon entrance. All the spectators stood as if petrified, their faces etched with an indescribable shock. He truly ventured inside. Knowing full well that the Bloodblade Alliance had mobilized their forces and set a trap within, he entered without a moment's hesitation. What unparalleled confidence! No, this transcended mere confidence. This was audacity, an absolute arrogance that dismissed all heroes of the realm. Madman, this fellow was undoubtedly a complete lunatic. I take back my previous words. He is not merely provoking the Bloodblade Alliance. He is declaring war against all factions in Qinglan City. Absolutely magnificent. This is the true essence of a powerful being. From this day forth, I shall be a devoted fan of the Reaper. After a brief silence, the crowd erupted into an even more fervent discussion. The kind-hearted Mad Axe, gazing at the slowly closing portal, sighed and shook his head with a rueful smile, murmuring, "It seems the skies of Qinglan City are truly about to change." He had a strong premonition that today's Iron Scrap Canyon would run red with blood. Yet, whose blood would flow remained uncertain. As shadows danced and space twisted, a foul stench mingled with rust, oil, and the decay of some biological entities assailed Su Yi's nostrils. When he opened his eyes once more, he found himself in a world starkly different from before. He stood within an immense, bottomless underground canyon. The canyon walls were adorned with a plethora of abandoned, rust-covered machinery and pipes. Some pipes continued to leak toxic yellow-green steam, enveloping the entire canyon in a deadly, hazy mist. The ground was piled high with heaps of scrap metal and the remains of diminutive creatures. This was the 25-level abyss-level dungeon, Iron Scrap Canyon, the fabled ruins of an ancient war machine factory of the Goblin civilization. Ding! You have entered the abyss-level dungeon. Iron Scrap Canyon. Dungeon task. Eliminate the Goblin chieftain at the deepest part of the canyon and destroy the war core it guards. Dungeon hint. This area has been severely corrupted by abyssal energy. All monsters have mutated. Please proceed with caution. Su Yi paid no heed to the system's notifications. Dismounting, he summoned back his spectral steed, and with a mere thought, a cadre of 15 menacing bone sentinels materialized around him, forming a tactical formation that offered both offensive and defensive capabilities. In this treacherous and enclosed environment, keeping his legion close at hand was the most prudent choice. Once this was accomplished, he began to survey his surroundings. He found himself in the initial zone of the dungeon, a narrow mining passage. Within the passage, several groups of lone players were engaged in a desperate struggle against diminutive, shadowy monsters wielding poison daggers. These creatures were none other than the most common foes here, the poison goblins. Name: Poison Goblin Elite. Level: 25. Health: 8,000. Skills: Poisoned Attack. Shadow Leap. These goblins not only inflict a persistent blood-sucking poison effect, but also employ a shadow jump skill, appearing mysteriously behind the party to deliver deadly strikes to the fragile mages and priests. Many inadequately equipped teams often find themselves obliterated in the first mineshaft, unable to sustain their healing efforts. The arrival of Su Yi, along with his imposing legion of the undead, immediately captured the attention of these wandering players. Look, isn't that the undead brother? Oh my god, he truly has come in. Alone. Quick, stay away from him. The Bloodblade Alliance is clearing the way ahead. Don't get caught up as his accomplices. Upon recognizing Su Yi, the wandering players displayed no hint of joy. Instead, they recoiled in terror, hastily dispatching the monsters before them and fleeing the mineshaft without a backward glance. They were not keen on becoming entangled in this divine conflict. Su Yi, however, paid them no mind. He did not even glance at the goblins engaged in battle with the players, but directed his gaze forward into the depths of the mineshaft. There, a well-equipped, cohesive team adorned with crimson blade emblems was efficiently obliterating all monsters in their path, exhibiting an overwhelming presence. Wherever they tread, neither the poison goblins nor the more troublesome explosive goblins posed any significant obstacle to them. This team was led by Qianli, the vice president of the Bloodblade Alliance, and consisted of elite members from the 2nd Regiment. Their goal was not to conquer the dungeon, but to clear the area, expelling all non-Bloodblade Alliance players and transforming the entire dungeon into their exclusive treasure trove. This was the customary tyrannical style of the Bloodblade Alliance. Move faster, you lot. Qian Li's cold voice echoed from the rear of the team. Block all the junctions in this mineshaft. Don't let a single fly slip through. Today, we will not only claim all the loot from this dungeon, but also wait for that reckless kid to walk right into our trap. The members around him shared knowing, sinister smiles. They could already envision the exquisite expression on the face of the boy named Su Yi when he entered the dungeon, only to find himself confronted by the entire 2nd Regiment of the Bloodblade Alliance. Just then, a vigilant assassin scout appeared beside Qian Li like a wraith, excitedly reporting, "Brother Qian, we have found him. That kid named Su Yi has entered. He is currently in the 1st mineshaft." Oh, upon hearing this, Qian Li's face broke into a cruel smile, reminiscent of a shark catching a whiff of blood. Excellent. So, the heavenly path was not taken, and he dared to trespass into hell. He waved his hand with malicious glee, commanding, "Relay my orders. Everyone abandon the monsters before us and follow me to the 1st mineshaft. Today, I will ensure that all of Qinglan City witnesses the fate of those who offend the Bloodblade Alliance. Yes. However, before they could turn, a heavy, synchronized sound of footsteps, akin to an ancient beast marching, resonated from the far end of the mineshaft. Thud, thud, thud. The sound seemed to carry an eerie enchantment, each step precisely landing upon their hearts, causing their breaths to momentarily halt. The members of the Bloodblade Alliance instinctively ceased their actions, turning to see the source of the sound. Chapter 23. I see him as a madman. At the dimly lit end of the mineshaft, a solitary figure was slowly approaching them. Behind him trailed 15 skeletal demigods, each wielding massive bone blades as if emerging from the depths of hell. The overwhelming, deathly aura emanating from these 15 figures surged like an invisible tide, chilling the temperature of the entire mineshaft to near freezing. He has come seeking us. The members of the Bloodblade Alliance were taken aback. They had envisioned countless scenarios of Su Yi being found, panicking and fleeing in all directions, yet they never anticipated that he would appear before them with such a regal demeanor, unperturbed and composed. Qian Li's pupils constricted sharply. His gaze was fixed on the terrifying legion of the undead and the indifferent youth seated behind them. Though he had previously glimpsed this legion through video, it was only upon facing them directly that he truly grasped the suffocating sense of oppression that seemed to emanate from the depths of his very soul. Nevertheless, as the vice president of the Bloodblade Alliance and a seasoned elite warrior, he quickly regained his composure after a brief moment of shock. His gaze swept over his nearly 30 well-equipped core team members, all above level 20, and the renowned top knight of Qinglan City standing beside him, Zhao Ji, a level 29 sword and shield knight. A wave of powerful confidence surged within him. Here, in the narrow mineshaft, was the optimal terrain for their mages to unleash their area of effect spells. The opposition had merely 15 summoned minions, while they boasted nearly 30 elites. The advantage lies with us. A cruel smile once again curled at the corners of Qian Li's lips. He stepped forward, pointing his staff menacingly at Su Yi, his voice icy as he declared, "Kid, I must concede that you possess guts. However, it is equally foolish. Today, this place shall be your tomb." He turned to the silent yet imposing top knight beside him. "Zhao Ji, lead a team to flank him and cut off his escape. I want him trapped with no way out." Zhao Ji nodded, his eagle-like gaze locking onto Su Yi as he spoke in a low, resolute tone. "Rest assured, Brother Qian, he is merely a level 12 ant. I can handle him alone." With that, he prepared to lead a small squad to encircle from the side. Yet at that moment, the boy they had been regarding as prey finally made his move. Su Yi did not acknowledge the taunting Qian Li, nor did he pay heed to the encroaching Zhao Ji. He simply issued a straightforward command to his legion: "Clear the area." In the next instant, the 15 skeletal guardians sprang into action. Their target was not Qian Li and his crew ahead, but rather the trembling, innocent poison goblins surrounding them. "Clear the area." When those two unremarkable words escaped Su Ye's lips, Qian Li and Zhao Ji momentarily froze. Clear what area? Was this kid so frightened that he had lost track of the situation? He was the one surrounded. However, the next moment, they comprehended Su Ye's intent. The 15 demonic skeletal guardians, upon receiving the command, completely disregarded their hungry-eyed foes. Instead, he suddenly pivoted, charging into the mine shaft with a force akin to a thunderclap, targeting the trembling, innocent, poisonous goblins, cowering in the corner. Splatter, splatter, splatter. This skirmish could hardly be termed a battle. It was nothing short of a one-sided massacre, devoid of any semblance of technique. Faced with the overwhelming prowess of the Bone Guardians, the level 25 elite goblins were as fragile as paper. Each mighty swing of the massive bone blade claimed a vibrant life, leaving behind a diminutive and contorted corpse. In a mere minute, the entirety of Tunnel 1, along with several nearby passages, was reduced to a graveyard by Su Ye's legion. The mine was rendered desolate, littered with the foul-smelling bodies of goblins. And amidst this carnage stood the Bloodblade Alliance, their expressions one of bewilderment. "What on earth is this fellow doing?" questioned a berserker from the Bloodblade Alliance, scratching his head in confusion. "Is he trying to rack up experience points before he meets his end? I see him as nothing but a madman, a complete lunatic." The countenance of Qian Li grew increasingly tempestuous. Su Ye's unconventional tactics instilled a sense of unease within him, as he sensed that the situation was far more complex than he had anticipated. Meanwhile, the elite knight Zhao Ji let out a derisive snort. "Humph. What a display of theatrics." Gripping a massive tower shield emblazoned with a lion's emblem, he advanced slowly, his gaze razor-sharp, locking onto Su Yi with unwavering intensity. No matter what tricks he employed, it would all be futile in the face of absolute strength. Zhao Ji possessed unwavering confidence in his level 29 power, believing that once he activated his guardian barrier, he could easily withstand the onslaught of the 15 skeletons, thereby creating the perfect environment for his mages to unleash their might. Su Yi, however, remained indifferent to their reactions. He calmly commanded his bone guardians, inching closer to the Bloodblade Alliance's formation, step by deliberate step. He did not rush to attack. Rather, he was waiting for the opportune moment to maximize his newfound power. Time rewound to 10 minutes prior. when Suyi had just entered the rusty iron gorge before a direct confrontation with the Bloodblade Alliance, leading his legion through the perilous yet opportunity-laden cavern. He pursued efficient exploration and advancement. His objective was clear: to elevate his level and familiarize himself with the characteristics of the monsters before locating the main force of the Bloodblade Alliance. Splatter. Another strike fell, decapitating yet another level 25 demolition goblin. Unlike their kin, these goblins would rapidly swell upon death, resulting in a violent explosion 3 seconds later, inflicting considerable fire damage to those nearby. This posed a significant headache for melee classes. However, for Suyi, who possessed an undead form, such suicidal attacks held no consequence. His bone guardians could withstand the explosion and continue their advance. Chapter 24. A firework prepared for you just as he eliminated a small wave of demolition goblins and prepared to delve deeper. He keenly sensed an energy fluctuation in a nondescript corner of the cavern, one distinctly different from the other goblins, imbued with an air of cunning and intelligence. An elite monster. Suyi's interest piqued. He commanded 2 bone guardians to scout ahead. Indeed, as they approached the corner, a goblin, significantly larger than its ordinary counterparts and clad in a makeshift engineer's uniform crafted from scrap metal, emerged from the shadows, wielding a massive wrench. Its eyes, devoid of the usual goblin madness, sparkled with shrewdness and vigilance. Name: Goblin Engineer, Rare Elite. Level: 27. Health: 15,000. Skills: Bomb Toss, Mechanical Puppet Repair. Escape Tunnel. This rare elite's combat prowess was not particularly formidable. Its true menace lay in its ability to incessantly hurl bombs that inflicted slowing and stunning effects, disrupting the rhythm of enemy assaults. Furthermore, it could repair nearby destroyed mechanical puppets, reintegrating them into the fray. More insidiously, should its health dip below 30, it would immediately utilize its escape tunnel skill to dig a passage and flee, rendering the player's efforts futile. For an ordinary player party, encountering it would surely lead to relentless torment. But it was facing Suyi. Surround and eliminate. Suyi issued the simplest of commands. The 15 bone guardians surged forth like phantoms from all directions, completely sealing off any escape route for the goblin engineer. Faced with this sudden net of doom, the goblin engineer's cunning expression was momentarily replaced by sheer terror. It screamed, tossing its bombs in a desperate flurry. Yet these bombs, which posed a significant threat to average players, merely erupted into harmless puffs of smoke upon striking the bone guardians. The counterattack from the legion of bone guardians was lethal. 15 massive, heavy bone blades descended from all sides simultaneously, affording the goblin engineer no opportunity to utilize its escape tunnel. 2,500, 2,480, 2,550. A flurry of terrifying damage numbers swiftly depleted the goblin engineer's health entirely. Ding! Your commanded unit has slain the goblin engineer, and you have gained 1,500 experience points. As the rare elite succumbed in defeat, a brilliant, ethereal purple glow, more resplendent than all previous drops, began to radiate beside its diminutive corpse. Suyi approached and picked up the item emanating a purple luminescence. It was neither equipment nor material, but rather a skill book, crafted from some unknown beast's hide, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura. Skill book, soul detonation, class requirement, undead, curse. Shadow, learning level, 10, description, an evil technique discovered by goblin engineers while researching more efficient waste disposal methods, capable of igniting soul energy. Soul detonation? Suyi's heart raced. His current offensive methods relied heavily on the basic strikes and heavy slashes of the bone guardians. While the single target damage was impressive, efficiency against large swathes of enemies was ultimately limited. He had long yearned for a powerful area of effect, AoE, skill, and now it had arrived. Without hesitation, Suyi chose to learn it. Boom. The skill book in his hand transformed into a deep, purple stream of energy, filled with the essence of death and destruction. Surging into his forehead, a torrent of vast and malevolent information exploded within his mind. He seemed to perceive countless souls wailing in despair, innumerable corpses exploding, and death blossoms, crafted from flesh and the energy of spirits, magnificently blooming one after another upon the battlefield. Ding! Congratulations on successfully comprehending the new skill, Soul Explosion Technique, Level 1. Suyi immediately focused his consciousness on his skill list. A brand new icon, radiating an ominous purple glow, materialized before him. Soul Explosion Technique, LV1, enhanced by the blessing of Eternal Night. Type, active skill. Effect, detonate a specified corpse. Inflicting 200, base 20 by 10, shadow damage within a radius of 50 meters, base 5 meters x 10. This damage will bypass 50 of the target's physical and magical defenses, dealing damage equal to the maximum health of the corpse to all enemy units within range. Chain reaction. If the Soul Explosion Technique directly or indirectly slays a new target, it will automatically trigger an unconsumed damage effect of 50 of the original skill at the location of the newly formed corpse. There is no limit to the number of chain explosions. Consumption, 100 mana points. Cooldown, 1 second. Su Yi meticulously read the description of this skill 3 times in total. In that moment, the placid waters of his heart, which had remained unchanged for eons, were stirred into a tempest. A range of 50 meters. What does this imply? It is nearly equivalent to half the size of a football field, damage equivalent to twice the maximum health of the corpse, and it disregards half of the defenses. Taking into account these level 25 goblin corpses with a staggering health of 8,000, the base damage of a single soul explosion amounts to an astounding 16,000 points. And it ignores half of the defenses. Such damage, not even a fragile mage, let alone a top-tier tank like Zhao Ji, could withstand a single blow. What is most terrifying, however, is the effect known as the chain reaction, unlimited chain explosions. This signifies that, as long as there are enough corpses on the battlefield and the enemies are densely clustered, he can unleash a single modest soul explosion, igniting a cataclysmic feast of death. What an extraordinary, unparalleled clearing technique. This is not merely a skill, it is a forbidden incantation. It is a calamity. Su Yi slowly raised his head, his gaze sweeping across the death path laid out by the countless goblin corpses, amassed from his relentless slaughter. He listened intently to the increasingly nearer cacophony of footsteps and raucous shouts belonging to the Bloodblade Alliance members echoing from the distant mine. A chilling arc, reminiscent of Death's serenade, gradually graced his eternally stoic visage. He smiled. For you, I have meticulously prepared a grand and splendid display of fireworks. Chapter 25. Acquiring the Goblin Chieftain's Core. Time rewinds to the present. Iron Wasteland, mine shaft number 1. The atmosphere of slaughter thickened in the air, nearly taking on a tangible form. Su Yi led his Death Legion, step by step, slowly advancing toward the Bloodblade Alliance's fortified position. Behind him lay a sea of goblin corpses, the perfect fuel for the impending fireworks spectacle. In front of him stood nearly 30 elite members of the Bloodblade Alliance, led by Qian Li and Zhao Ji, each bearing varied expressions. Fear, gravity, greed, disdain. These emotions interwove on their faces, painting a vivid tableau of apocalyptic humanity. Zhao Ji, wielding a colossal lionheart tower shield, loomed like an insurmountable mountain at the forefront of the formation. His gaze, sharp as that of a hawk, was firmly fixed on Su Yi, his inner fighting spirit already heightened. As the top knight in Qinglan City, he possessed a pride of his own. He could not fathom how a mere level 12 newcomer could create any ripples in the presence of a level 29 powerhouse like himself. To him, Su Yi's previous accomplishments were merely the result of exploiting high-level summons to bully low-level players and monsters. He would be the first to shatter this myth. Qian Li lingered at the rear of the formation, his expression shifting unpredictably. Su Yi's earlier bizarre clearing maneuver intensified his unease. Yet, glancing at the rock-solid Zhao Ji beside him and the imposing formation of nearly 30 individuals on their side, he regained a measure of confidence. Indeed, the advantage lies with us. Regardless of any schemes, in the face of absolute numerical and level dominance, all would be in vain. The distance between the two sides gradually diminished. 50 meters, 40 meters, 30 meters. Just as Zhao Ji prepared to unleash his taunt skill to draw all the aggro of the Bone Guardians onto himself, creating space for his teammates to deal damage. An anomaly occurred once more. The youth, who had been steadily approaching them, unexpectedly halted 30 meters away. Then, to everyone's astonishment, he led the terrifying Death Legion in a sharp turn, charging down a side path leading deeper into the dungeon, his figure vanishing into the darkness. The entire Bloodblade Alliance's position fell into an eerie silence. Everyone was bewildered. What is happening? He ran away? A berserker stammered. Impossible. If he wanted to flee, he wouldn't have approached us in the first place. Then what is he doing? Playing with us? Qian Li and Zhao Ji's expressions darkened considerably. They felt as if they had wound up to deliver a thunderous blow, only to strike at empty air, an indescribable sense of frustration and discomfort enveloping them. He is running deeper into the dungeon. A scout assassin reported back quickly after tracking him through stealth. Deeper into the dungeon? A flicker of doubt crossed Qian Li's eyes. And then, as if struck by a sudden realization, his expression changed dramatically. Not good. His target is the boss, the Goblin Chieftain. Zhao Ji furrowed his brow upon hearing this. He intends to kill the boss before us? Humph. A foolish wish. A sinister smile crept across Qian Li's face. As he declared, no one knows the terror of the Goblin Chieftain better than us, the Bloodblade Alliance. That is a level 30 elite boss. Not only does it possess thick health and high defense, but it can also summon personal guards. Does he think he can challenge it alone at level 12 with just 15 skeletons? It is sheer folly. Indeed. Zhao Ji nodded, his tone dripping with disdain. He is merely doing our bidding. When he is worn down by the boss, we shall enter and reap both him and the boss in one fell swoop. Let us go. Qian Li waved his hand, his expression regaining the confidence of one who controls all. I want to witness with my own eyes how this ignorant little brat meets his demise beneath the Goblin Chieftain's club. With that, the main force of the Bloodblade Alliance surged forth, pursuing deeper into the dungeon. Unbeknownst to them, their seemingly perfect plan of ambush had already fallen into Su Ye's meticulous scheme from the very beginning. at the deepest part of the Iron Wasteland. Here lies an immense subterranean cavern, reminiscent of a colossal crater. At its heart stands a crude throne, constructed from countless discarded components and colossal bones, exuding an aura of savagery and primal ferocity. Upon this throne sits a figure grotesquely formidable, a goblin towering more than thrice the height of an ordinary goblin, its corpulent form a testament to its repulsiveness. Adorning its head is a crooked crown haphazardly assembled from gold and gemstones, and draped across its bulk is an opulent cloak stitched from the pelts of rare and magical beasts. In its hand, it wields a massive wolfess-toothed club, thicker than a grown man's thigh and studded with vicious spikes. This being is none other than the ruler of the Iron Ruins, the level 30 boss, the Goblin Chieftain. At this moment, the chieftain, visibly agitated, strikes the ground with its club, producing a dull thud. Beneath its throne, a dozen imposing skeletal remains lie scattered. These are the bone guardians of Suyi, not slain, but merely resting. The battle has long since concluded. While the members of the Bloodblade Alliance leisurely pursue, Suyi has already led his legion, with a terrifying efficiency akin to a blitzkrieg, to dispatch the once mighty Goblin Chieftain alongside the dozens of level 28 chieftain guards it summoned, sending them all to the afterlife. The entire skirmish transpired in less than 5 minutes, faced with 15 skeletal warriors excelling in power, vitality, and agility. The chieftain's proud defenses and health proved as fragile as paper. Its mighty club could not even breach the defenses of the Bone Guardians, while each counterstrike from them carved grievous wounds deep into its corpulent form. Ultimately, the unfortunate chieftain, after letting out a roar filled with defiance and humiliation, was torn apart by 15 massive bone blades. Ding! Your commanding unit has slain the Goblin Chieftain, earning you 50,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations! You have leveled up to level 13. Ding! You have successfully completed the core quest of the dungeon. Rewards are being calculated for you. Congratulations! You have obtained the core quest item, Goblin Chieftain's Core. Chapter 26, a super artifact tailored for Soul Explosion. As the boss fell, a spectacular shower of light erupted throughout the cavern. The first kill of a Lord-level boss yields far more bountiful rewards than those of ordinary monsters. A hint of satisfaction graced Suye's countenance as he approached to methodically gather the spoils. Besides the pulsating Goblin Chieftain's Core, essential for the quest, the most notable treasures were 2 rare items shimmering with brilliant purple light. The first was a skill book. Skill book, Wall of Bones. Class requirement, Necromancer. Effect, consumes mana to instantly summon a wall of bones at a specified location to obstruct enemies. The wall's health is correlated with the caster's mental attributes and skill level. Defensive and control abilities? Excellent. Suyi nodded and chose to learn it immediately. This skill would significantly enrich his tactical repertoire, and in conjunction with Soul Explosion, would yield remarkable results. The second item, a somewhat comical yet extraordinarily powerful crown, was the very one worn by the Goblin Chieftain at the time of its demise. Name, Goblin Chieftain's Crown Unique. Rarity, Rare. Type, Headgear. Attributes, Spirit 50, Mana Regeneration 10. Special effect, King's Aura increases the range of all aura skills, curse skills, and domain skills by 20. Remark, wear this, and you become the Goblin King. An increase of 20 in aura range. Upon realizing this special effect, Suye's pupils dilated. Instantly, the expansive radius of Soul Explosion, stretching 50 meters, flashed in his mind. If augmented by 20, that translates to 60 meters. A terrifying explosion radius of 120 meters in diameter. This is nothing short of a super artifact custom-made for Soul Explosion. Without hesitation, Suyi donned the seemingly whimsical crown upon his head. A refreshing surge of energy coursed into his mental realm, sharpening his perception of the surrounding magical elements. Just as he equipped the crown and stowed away all the spoils, preparing to depart, a cacophony of footsteps and boisterous shouts echoed from the mine tunnel he had traversed. Damn it, that kid runs quite fast. Don't worry, Brother Qian. He definitely won't escape our grasp. Once we catch him, I shall personally break his horse's legs. It was the Bloodblade Alliance. They had finally caught up. A cold, derisive smirk crept across Suye's lips. He felt no trepidation. Rather, he leisurely retrieved a bottle of basic mana recovery potion from his backpack and drank it slowly, replenishing the mana expended in battle. Then, he dusted off his hands, stood up, and calmly gazed towards the entrance of the mine where guests were about to arrive. The yellow bird has arrived. I wonder, do you possess the fate of the yellow bird? Within the mine, the main force of the Bloodblade Alliance marched forward at a brisk pace towards the deepest part of the dungeon. Most bore expressions of mockery and excitement, akin to cats toying with mice. To them, the youth named Suyi was now a fish in a barrel, utterly trapped. Everyone, stay alert. Qian Li commanded loudly over the team channel as he hurried along. That kid may only be level 12, but his summoned minions are somewhat troublesome. Let us not trip over ourselves. Rest assured, Brother Qian, scoffed Zhao Ji, the top knight beside him. With me in front, those pitiful skeletons won't even breach my defenses. The rest can just unleash their output. Exactly. Just wait and see how I use Whirlwind Slash to reduce his skeletons to mere fragments. A berserker cackled, brandishing his mighty axe. That horse of his is quite nice. It shall belong to me. No one else dare contest. Hee hee, I'm more interested in that ring he dropped that increases the number of summoned minions. The atmosphere among the team was light and lively. They had even begun to discuss how to divide Su Ye's spoils post-mortem. In their eyes, Su Ye was already a dead man. His gear, his items, everything he possessed would soon belong to the Bloodblade Alliance. Soon, they passed through the final narrow tunnel, arriving at the deepest recesses of the dungeon, the vast cavern, akin to a massive crater. However, upon witnessing the scene within the cavern, every footstep came to an abrupt halt. The previously buoyant atmosphere within the team vanished in an instant. In place of all else, a deathly silence enveloped the cavern. The faces of all present were etched with an indescribable astonishment and shock. At the heart of the cave, the immense throne, a symbol of dominion and authority, constructed from scrap metal and bones, had crumbled halfway. The throne's master, the legendary, immensely powerful, level 30 Lord-level boss, Goblin Chief, lay sprawled on the ground in a manner most humiliating and tragic. Its corpulent body had been ravaged by some sharp weapon, leaving no part intact. The colossal head, adorned with a crooked crown, had rolled beside the throne, its eyes still reflecting boundless fear and resentment. The boss had perished, and judging by this dismal state, it was evident that it had undergone a merciless slaughter, utterly defenseless. How could this be possible? The members of the Bloodblade Alliance felt their minds falter. How long had they pursued? At most, it had been no more than 10 minutes. This meant that within this brief span, the 12-level youth had not only vanquished all the minor foes along the way, but had also single-handedly dispatched the ultimate Lord-level boss. This thought struck them like a thunderclap from the heavens, leaving them stunned and paralyzed. No, it was impossible, absolutely impossible. Qian Li's complexion turned ashen in an instant as he fixated on the Goblin Chief's lifeless form, his voice sharp and piercing with incredulity. How could he alone have slain the Goblin Chief in such a short time? Even our entire second team would require at least half an hour of grueling combat. Chapter 27, Soul Explosion Technique. Instant kill. For the first time, the face of Zhao Ji, which had always borne an air of disdain and arrogance, revealed a grave expression. His keen, hawk-like gaze swept across the battlefield, attempting to deduce the circumstances from the remnants of the battle. Then he beheld the youth standing beside the boss's corpse, leisurely sipping a mana potion, along with the trail of goblin corpses leading from the mine entrance to this very spot, a pathway of death. An absurd yet seemingly rational hypothesis surged forth in Zhao Ji's mind. Could it be that the youth had not merely been toying with them outside, nor merely posturing, but rather preparing for something? Just then, the boy, whom they had always regarded as prey, finished his potion and carelessly tossed the empty vial to the ground. He turned slowly, his gaze calm as he regarded the unwelcome guests. His expression remained impassive, as if the world held no significance for him. He even offered them a slight smile, a shallow yet spine-chilling grin. You've arrived. Su Ye's voice was soft, yet it resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present. Boss, I've finished the fight. The spoils have been collected. He pointed at the remains of the Goblin Chief on the ground, then indicated the somewhat ludicrous crown he had just donned, the Goblin Chief's crown. His tone was flat, as though recounting an inconsequential matter. Now, it is your turn. Boom. These seemingly mundane words struck the members of the Bloodblade Alliance like invisible slaps across their faces. Humiliation. This was a blatant and unadulterated affront. Not only had he seized their boss and claimed their loot before their very eyes, but he was now pronouncing judgment upon them, as if he had long awaited their arrival. Arrogance. Zhao Ji could no longer contain himself. He let out a roar, slamming his Lionheart Tower shield against the ground, producing a thunderous sound. You brat, do not be arrogant. Do you truly believe that slaying but a mere Goblin Chief grants you the right to boast before us? Indeed. Kill him. Seize the crown and everything else he possesses. He must meet his end today. The members of the Bloodblade Alliance, having snapped out of their shock, erupted in furious roars. They were thoroughly incensed. Qian Li's expression darkened to the point where it seemed he might burst with rage. He fixed his gaze on the crown atop Su Ye's head, his eyes gleaming with insatiable greed and murderous intent. Everyone, heed my command. He bellowed in a frenzy. Form up. Crush him. At his command, nearly 30 elite members of the Bloodblade Alliance sprang into action. Zhao Ji led the charge, activating his Guardian Barrier skill, enveloping himself in a radiant golden light. Like an invincible war god, he surged towards Su Ye. Behind him were several shield warriors who had also activated their defensive skills, followed by berserkers, assassins, and archers. Finally, leading the mage contingent was Qian Li himself. This time, they held nothing back. All buffs and explosive skills were unleashed. They aimed to obliterate the youth who had brought them endless humiliation into nothingness. However, in the face of this thunderous onslaught that would make anyone tremble, Su Ye maintained an icy smile. He did not even direct his skeletal guardians to defend. Instead, he simply stood there, observing the oncoming foes as they charged like moths to a flame. His gaze slowly passed over Zhao Ji at the forefront, over the fierce berserkers, finally resting upon the pathway of death, lined with countless goblin corpses, extending from the mine entrance to his feet. He gently raised his right hand, pointing at an inconspicuous goblin corpse nearest to Zhao Ji, situated at the mine's entrance. With a voice that seemed to chant a lyrical poem, imbued with a captivating rhythm, he softly uttered the 3 syllables that signified destruction and finality: soul, explosion, technique. As those 3 syllables, seemingly imbued with the essence of endless death, floated from Su Ye's lips, the entire world appeared to be muted in that moment. The battle cries of the charge, the howls of skills unleashed, the clang of armor, all became inconsequential. Time seemed to stretch infinitely. Zhao Ji, the foremost knight, whose face brimmed with confidence and arrogance, was drawn closer and closer within Su Ye's gaze. He could even distinctly see the disdainful smirk at the corner of Zhao Ji's mouth and the cruel glint of certainty in his eyes. Foolish mortal. The cold arc at the corner of Su Ye's mouth grew ever more chilling. His gently raised right hand, the index finger, pointed toward the most inconspicuous goblin corpse at the entrance of the mine, slowly descending. It was as though the Grim Reaper had swung his scythe. In the next moment, a thunderous roar, though not overly loud, almost muffled, suddenly erupted from the distant mine entrance. The goblin corpse, long since turned cold and designated by Su Yi, unexpectedly swelled without warning. Then, it erupted with a resounding blast. A wave of deep, purple energy, imbued with the essence of destruction and decay, surged forth, exploding from the corpse's center. The speed at which it spread was astonishingly rapid. Almost instantaneously, it enveloped a radius of 50 meters. What on earth? Zhao Ji, in the midst of his charge, caught a glimpse of movement behind him from the corner of his eye, a flicker of doubt flashing through his mind. However, he had no time to ponder. The purple shockwave had already slammed into his back. Along with it, the few elite shield warriors of the Bloodblade Alliance, also in a state of charge. 16,000. A blood-red, terrifyingly high damage number, capable of stopping the heart of any witness, floated ominously from atop one of the shield warriors. That warrior did not even have time to utter a sound before his gleaming armor, shimmering with defensive light, shattered like mere paper. His robust body was instantly corroded and disintegrated under the assault of the purple energy, transforming into a brilliant white light that dissipated at the spot. Instant kill. Chapter 28. A second, and all was lost. Instant kill. One strike, instant kill. And this was merely the beginning. 15,800. 16,250. 15,999. A succession of equally horrifying damage numbers arose above the heads of the other shield warriors. They followed in their comrades' footsteps, evaporated in unison. Only Zhao Ji, at the forefront, survived, being the farthest from the explosion's epicenter and having activated the strongest defensive skill, Guardian Barrier. Yet, his health plummeted like a roller coaster, rapidly draining by over half. An alarming damage number gradually materialized above his head. 8,500. Gasp. Zhao Ji felt as though struck by lightning. A torrent of hot blood spewing forth. He sensed his very organs being mercilessly shredded by an irresistible malevolent force. His seemingly indomitable guardian barrier felt as thin as a sheet of window paper before the onslaught of that purple energy. No, it's impossible. His eyes brimmed with unprecedented horror and dread. What kind of skill is this? What in the world is this damage? How could a level 13 novice inflict such cataclysmic destruction? However, before he could collect himself from this overwhelming shock and fear, an even more terrifying, unforgettable miracle, one that would be etched into the annals of Qinglan City, unfolded. Ding! Your soul explosion has slain the target, triggering a chain reaction. As the system notification chimed, the very corpses of the shield warriors, just moments ago transformed into white light, followed suit, detonating like the goblin. Boom, 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 boom. For smaller yet still devastatingly potent purple shockwaves erupted almost simultaneously. The chain explosions had begun. These 4 blasts seamlessly filled the gaps left by the initial assault, engulfing the surviving berserkers and assassins positioned in the middle. Help! Desperate, piercing screams arose, only to be abruptly silenced after half a second. For their master had been utterly torn to shreds by the frenzied shadow energy that ignored half of their defenses. 8,000. 7,900. 8,150. A cascade of increasingly dense damage numbers rained down from the ranks of the Bloodblade Alliance like a torrential downpour. The scene resembled the toppling of the first domino, triggering an unstoppable chain reaction. Explosion. Chain. Another explosion. Another chain. Boom, 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 boom. A series of thunderous, ear-splitting explosions resonated through the narrow, enclosed mine, transforming into the most magnificent, blood-soaked, and heart-stirring symphony of death. The purple light of annihilation entirely consumed the mine. The entire Iron Ruins Canyon trembled violently beneath the weight of this terrifying chain reaction, wailing in despair. Countless fragments of rock tumbled down from the ceiling, as though the apocalypse had arrived. And at the epicenter of the storm, the elite faction of the Bloodblade Alliance had no time to react. They were completely oblivious to how they had perished, being utterly consumed, submerged, and evaporated by the endless chain explosions. Their charge, their roars, their greed, their confidence, all seemed laughable. Utterly powerless at this moment, though the entire ordeal felt lengthy, in truth. From the moment Su Yi unleashed the first soul explosion to the last member of the Bloodblade Alliance transforming into white light, it took merely a second. 1 second later, as the world-altering purple light gradually dissipated and the deafening explosions began to quiet, silence enveloped the realm. The mine had been utterly transformed. The ground was riddled with crisscrossing, charred fissures, and the air was thick with the acrid stench of souls scorched to oblivion. The once formidable and imperious Bloodblade Alliance, composed of nearly 30 elite players, had vanished. Yes, vanished. Their location was now barren, leaving only a chaotic heap of shimmering loot, potions, and gold, resembling small mountains scattered across the battlefield. The only ones remaining on the battlefield, apart from Su Yi and his 15 intact bone guardians, were two individuals, Qian Li and Zhao Ji. They had survived, standing at the rear, with Zhao Ji expending his last ounce of strength to throw Qian Li to the ground, shielding him from the final wave of the explosion's aftermath. Yet, at that moment, they were as good as dead. Zhao Ji, the 29-level elite knight, found his once proud Lionheart Tower shield utterly shattered. His exquisite armor lay in tatters. Bathed in blood, his health dwindled to a mere 100 points. Gasping for breath on the ground, his eyes reflecting the emptiness and confusion of a survivor. His pride, his confidence, his glory, all obliterated into nothingness in that cataclysmic second. As Qian Li sat slumped on the ground, his body trembled uncontrollably, akin to a sieve. His eyes widened in disbelief, fixated on the desolate battlefield before him, now littered with the spoils of war. His mouth moved silently in a futile attempt to speak. His mind, overwhelmed by the sheer horror of the situation, descended into a void. They were all dead. The elite of the 2nd Regiment vanished in the blink of an eye. He slowly and stiffly raised his head to gaze upon the youth who had remained rooted in place throughout the carnage, not even shifting his stance. The boy maintained his calm and indifferent demeanor, adorned with a somewhat comical little crown, his fingers toying with what appeared to be the still throbbing heart of a goblin chieftain. He regarded Qian Li with a slow smile, as if declaring the game concluded. With that, Qian Li could no longer endure the paralyzing fear and shock. Blood erupted from his mouth, and he collapsed into unconsciousness. Meanwhile, Su Yi appeared to regard this as a trivial task, stepping leisurely into the treasure trove formed by the scattered equipment and gold. As the final echoes of the explosion faded into the eerie silence of the mine, the entire iron wasteland fell into an unsettling, heart-stopping tranquility. The air was thick with the acrid scent of charred souls, silently narrating the horrific, one-sided massacre that had just transpired. Su Yi ambled into the sea of shimmering spoils contributed by the Bloodblade Alliance's elite. Behind him, the 15 bone guardians spread out like the most loyal of sentinels, ensuring that not a single fish could slip through the net of the grave they had meticulously prepared. Su Ye's gaze swept over the mountainous pile of equipment and items. It must be said, as one of the 3 major guilds of Qingluan City, the Bloodblade Alliance boasted a substantial treasury. The scattered equipment on the ground was predominantly of exquisite blue quality, with rare purple gear sparkling amongst them. A kaleidoscope of potions, rare enchantment scrolls, and glistening gold coins formed a thick carpet beneath his feet. This was no battlefield. It was clearly a colossal treasure chest filled with riches, willingly delivered to him by his enemies. A satisfied expression finally graced Su Ye's face as he began to methodically collect his spoils, starting with the rare purple equipment. Shield of the Lionheart, rare, level 25 shield for warriors, providing 80 constitution, 15 block rate, and the skill Lionheart Guardian. A fine piece, though Zhao Ji's shield was shattered. A repair should fetch a good price. Flame robe, rare, level 20 mage equipment, granting 60 spirit and 10 fire spell damage. Zhao Ji's attire had decent attributes. Boots of the Gale, rare, level 22 rogue equipment, offering 70 agility and 20 movement speed. As Su Yi continued his meticulous collection, his backpack swiftly filled with these invaluable items. He did not overlook the blue and green gear he had no use for, planning to bundle them up later and sell them to the black market merchant, Jia San, who he was certain would gladly purchase them at a friendly price. While he reveled in his bounty, not far away, the top knight Zhao Ji, barely clinging to life, finally regained a sliver of lucidity amidst the overwhelming shock and pain. Struggling to open his eyes, he beheld the boy, resembling a demon, leisurely counting the equipment dropped by his fallen comrades. The nonchalant demeanor of Su Yi seemed to suggest that the recent apocalyptic slaughter had no bearing on him whatsoever. You demon, Zhao Ji rasped, summoning the last vestiges of his strength to utter words laden with profound resentment and terror. Su Yi caught his words, halting his actions to turn and regard the only other person in the vicinity capable of speech. Demon? A bemused smile danced across Su Ye's face as he approached Zhao Ji, towering over him as if gazing down upon a mere ant. already crushed beneath his foot, yet still attempting to struggle. When your Bloodblade Alliance, emboldened by sheer numbers, recklessly clears the wilderness, seizing bosses and loot from unsuspecting players. Did you ever consider what you might represent in their eyes? When you issued a bounty against me for claiming the experience point you had earmarked, did you reflect upon the role you were playing? Now, having bested you, you label me a demon? Suye's smile grew colder, tinged with mockery. How utterly absurd. With that, he paid no heed to Zhao Ji's face, which had turned ashen with shame and despair. He lifted his foot and gently pressed down. A soft, squelching sound echoed, akin to crushing a tomato, as a damage number of 88 floated above Zhao Ji's head. In an instant, the last remnants of his health vanished. The foremost knight of Qinglan City met his end at Suye's hands in the most humiliating and contemptuous manner imaginable. Having resolved the final nuisance, Suye cast a glance at Qianli, who had entirely fainted from terror. He contemplated, but ultimately refrained from taking action, allowing this survivor to return and recount the events of this day to his young master in full detail. Surely, it would prove most entertaining. Once all was concluded, Suye removed the last valuable piece of equipment, the goblin chieftain's crown, from his head and placed it back in his backpack. Though its effects were formidable, its appearance was rather ridiculous. He planned to wait until he found an item that could alter its appearance before using it. Satisfied that nothing had been overlooked, Suye summoned his spectral steed and mounted it. He cast one last look at the golden-hued mine filled with equipment leading to the outside world, then glanced at the unconscious Qianli in the corner. His figure gradually faded into the white light of teleportation, leaving behind an empty, chaotic cavern that bore witness to a mythic slaughter. Simultaneously, at the headquarters of the Bloodblade Alliance in Qinglan City, within a grand manor adorned with opulence and a sense of high-tech sophistication, a strikingly handsome young man with an air of unshakable arrogance sat upon a throne crafted from a single block of ancient cold jade. In his hand, he toyed with 2 fitness balls crafted from pure gold, his gaze dark and menacing as he stared at the immense virtual screen within the guild hall below. Displayed upon that screen was the team roster for the Iron Scrap Canyon. He was none other than the young master of the Bloodblade Alliance, Prince Hao. At this moment, his mood was exceedingly foul. Just moments ago, his most trusted deputy, Qianli, had led the elite second team of the guild only to be vanquished by an obscure newcomer. Although he hastily issued a bounty of 5 million, dispatching the guild's finest warrior, Zhao Ji, to hunt the perpetrator down, he viewed this as overkill. What he awaited was the news of that boy named Suye being torn apart by a multitude of blades, begging for mercy. He intended for all of Qinglan City to understand the dire consequences of crossing him, Prince Hao, and the Bloodblade Alliance. At that instant, the team roster before him underwent a dramatic transformation. The avatars representing Zhao Ji and the more than 20 elite team members abruptly turned a ghastly gray, as if snuffed out without warning. In merely a second, a large portion of the screen was consumed by this pallid hue, leaving only the avatar of Qianli flickering like a solitary boat amidst a storm, glaringly absurd. The confident and cruel smile that had graced Prince Hao's face froze instantly. The 2 golden fitness balls slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground with a crisp sound. The opulent hall fell into an oppressive silence. Chapter 30. This child should be the pillar of the nation. Prince Hao stared blankly at the gray avatars, his mind seemingly grinding to a halt. Dead. Another dead. This time, it was the pinnacle of the Bloodblade Alliance's strength. Even Zhao Ji, at level 29, had been dispatched in an instant? How could this be possible? After a brief, suffocating silence, a roar filled with boundless rage, humiliation, and disbelief erupted from Prince Hao, akin to the growl of a beast. With a thunderous crash, he slammed his fist down upon the coffee table crafted from solid volcanic obsidian. The table, valued in the millions and incredibly durable, shattered into powder under his furious blow. Suye. Prince Hao's eyes blazed crimson, veins bulging, his handsome visage twisted into a horrifying mask of rage. Resembling a demon risen from the depths of hell, he seized the encrypted communicator beside him, his voice rising to a near shriek. Find out everything. At any cost. Discover every detail about this Suye, his family, his background, everything. Moreover, raise the bounty to 300 million. 300 million. I care not who he is. I care not who stands behind him. I, Prince Hao, will ensure that he and all those around him are rendered to nothingness. The overwhelming fury from the Bloodblade Alliance's headquarters, alongside the skyrocketing bounty, swept through Qinglan City like a cataclysmic storm within mere half an hour. Even the most arrogant, self-important lone wolves and top bounty hunters could no longer remain composed. 300 million. This was no mere figure. It was enough to elevate an ordinary person to unimagined heights of wealth and glory. It could allow a small guild to transform its capabilities entirely. It could even compel some desperate souls to wager their very lives. In an instant, the undercurrents of Qinglan City surged. Countless greedy, bloodthirsty eyes began to covertly hunt for the trail of the youth named Suye. The entire city transformed into a vast hunting ground, with Suye as the most enticing yet perilous prey. However, the colossal storm unleashed by the Bloodblade Alliance poised to upheave the underworld of Qinglan City, was suppressed silently by an unseen, more potent force upon reaching a certain threshold. Qinglan City, Defense Force Headquarters, a military stronghold imbued with an atmosphere of iron and blood. At the highest level of this fortress, in a simply adorned yet heavily fortified secret meeting room, a massive holographic screen replayed a video in a loop. The footage showcased Su Yi within the Iron Scrap Canyon, executing a soul explosion spell that instantaneously annihilated nearly 30 elite members of the Bloodblade Alliance. The clarity of the video was exceptionally high, even surpassing that of the footage clandestinely captured by an assassin. It was evident that this video was sourced not from an ordinary player, but from the military's hidden surveillance stationed at the entrance of the dungeon. Seated within the conference room were 7 or 8 high-ranking military officials, clad in crisp uniforms adorned with gleaming stars. Their faces bore an indescribable blend of shock, admiration, and elation. "Let us share our thoughts, gentlemen. What is your perspective?" asked the elder general at the head of the table, his hair graying yet his posture unyielding, his gaze as sharp as that of a lion. He was Lin Jinghua, the highest commander of the Qinglan City Defense Force. "A perspective? I possess but one," exclaimed a hot-tempered major general, rising abruptly, his face alight with fervor. "This child is destined to be the pillar of our nation. No, he is a vital asset to the country. One strike to eliminate nearly 30 elite players above level 20. This is beyond what any ordinary talent can achieve. It is nothing short of mythic. A miracle. I propose we immediately recruit him into our military's Dragon Special Operations Unit. No, we should expedite his admission to the Central Academy in the Imperial Capital. No. He should directly join the royal patronage of the Empire." The Major General's excitement rendered him nearly incoherent. A political officer beside him, wearing a strained smile, gently tugged at his sleeve, signaling him to regain his composure. "Old Zhang, calm yourself for a moment." The political officer's eyes also brimmed with astonishment, yet he maintained a far greater degree of composure. Su Ye's potential is indisputable, undoubtedly at the SSS level, perhaps even higher. However, his personality, as per the data, appears rather reclusive and decisively ruthless. Moreover, his class, the Eternal Night Sovereign, hardly suggests a conventional light-aligned vocation. Can we truly exert complete control over such an individual? Might his power become a double-edged sword in the future? These words momentarily quelled the previously fervent atmosphere in the conference room. Indeed, the power displayed by Su Yi was terrifying and exceedingly sinister. The cataclysmic chain soul explosion and the Death Legion composed of bones starkly contrasted with the core values of light, glory, and protection that the Empire had long championed. Just as the attendees fell into contemplation, a languorous yet undeniably magnetic voice resonated from the corner of the conference room. "A double-edged sword? Huh. Have you forgotten who wielded the sword known as Darkness 30 years ago and single-handedly repelled the Abyssal Lord who sought to annihilate the Imperial capital?" As the assembly turned toward the source of the voice, they beheld a figure emerging from the shadows, seemingly appearing out of thin air. It was a young man, appearing to be in his 30s, draped in a well-tailored black trench coat, his tall frame and handsome features captivating. Yet, what drew the eye most were his eyes, deep and obsidian, as if capable of penetrating the very souls of those who met his gaze. Though he sat there silently, his presence was imperceptible. He melded seamlessly with the surrounding chill, as if he were part of the very shadows. Lord Black Obsidian. At the sight of the newcomer, all the high-ranking military officials in the conference room, including the venerable General Lin Jinghua, rose from their seats in unison, offering a formal military salute to the man, their faces alight with genuine and profound respect. Chapter 31. What does the military want with me? Black Obsidian, a member of the Imperial Senate, the guardian of the southeastern provinces, a deity-level powerhouse. He was also the legendary figure spoken of by the political commissar, who, 30 years prior, single-handedly saved the entire imperial capital. "Please, be seated." Black Obsidian gestured dismissively, his piercing gaze fixed unwaveringly on the holographic projection that repeatedly showcased the scenes of battle. In his eyes glimmered a rare light of appreciation. A sword can be used for protection or for destruction. It is not the sword itself that matters, but rather the hand that wields it. This young lad named Su Yi is quite intriguing. His gaze is remarkably pure, Black Obsidian mused. A clarity born solely from the pursuit of power and the attainment of a specific goal. I have witnessed such eyes many times before. Many of my old friends bore this same gaze before they ascended to divinity. His decisiveness in battle is not akin to indiscriminate slaughter. The Bloodblade Alliance's true nature is known to you all better than to me. He slays only those who deserve it. As for his power, Black Obsidian chuckled lightly, extending a hand to gently tap the holographic display, which immediately froze on the moment Su Yi unleashed his soul explosion technique. You have only witnessed the cataclysmic devastation he wrought. What you failed to see was his precise calculation and mastery over timing, range, and chain reactions. This combat intelligence, this calm disposition, is far more precious than his seemingly unreasonable strength. Listening to Black Obsidian's analysis, the commander's present wore expressions of contemplation. Indeed, They had been captivated by the astonishing imagery, but had overlooked the deeper insights it revealed. What does Lord Black Obsidian imply? General Lin Zhenghua inquired respectfully. Black Obsidian rose and approached the massive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down upon the bustling yet tumultuous city below. His voice took on a tone of gravitas and solemnity. Convey my secret orders. First, elevate the confidentiality level of Su Ye's personal information and all related visual data to S rank. Any unauthorized access or dissemination will be treated as treason. Second, dispatch shadow guards to provide him with 24-hour protection and observation in secrecy. Remember, it is observation, not surveillance. Do not interfere with his actions or decisions unless he encounters a perilous, life-threatening situation. Third, a glint of icy menace flickered in Black Obsidian's eyes. Issue a warning to the Wong family and the bounty hunter guilds lurking in the city's shadows. They must keep their hands and dogs in check. Inform them that the name Su Yi is now taboo. Whoever dares to touch it shall meet their end. As he uttered the final 4 words, an overwhelming aura of dread, palpable as the very air, surged forth from Black Obsidian. The atmosphere in the conference room seemed to freeze in that instant. The commanders felt as though their very souls were gripped by an invisible hand, rendering their breaths labored and difficult. After a prolonged silence, the oppressive force dissipated, and they gasped for air, their faces etched with shock. Was this the might of a deity-level powerhouse? Merely a fraction of his presence was sufficient to shatter the resolve of these battle-hardened leaders. Yes, we shall obey Lord Black Obsidian's orders. General Lin Zhenghua straightened, summoning all his strength to shout. Black Obsidian nodded, saying nothing further. His figure, as silently as it had appeared, melded back into the shadows, vanishing as if he had never been there at all. With the swift transmission of his commands, an invisible net, woven from the fabric of the imperial military and the might of a deity-level warrior, began to envelop Su Yi unbeknownst to him. The ravenous wolves lurking in the dark corners of the city, driven mad by the bounty of 300 million, had not yet revealed their fangs when a more formidable and undeniable force seized them by the throat. Meanwhile, at the eye of this tempest, the S-rank observation target, the young man, sat aboard a hovering bus on his way home, frowning at the encrypted communication request that had just popped up on his terminal from the imperial military. A hint of confusion crossed his face. What do they want with me? The hovering bus glided smoothly along the magnetic track, soaring dozens of meters above the ground. As the neon lights and the city's vibrant scenes raced past the windows like fleeting specters, inside, most passengers were engrossed in their terminals, fervently discussing 2 significant events that had unfolded in Qinglan City that day. The first was the notorious Reaper, Su Yi, who had single-handedly annihilated 2 elite squads of the Bloodblade Alliance, compelling Prince Hao to place a staggering bounty of 300 million. The second was even more bizarre. The bounty that had driven the entire city into a frenzy had been forcibly removed from all public platforms less than an hour after being posted by an unknown force. Even the Bloodblade Alliance's internal forum could no longer retrieve any entries pertaining to Su Yi or the wanted notice. This strange turn of events sent ripples of unease through the populace. The astute began to speculate that this mysterious Reaper might be backed by an unimaginable power. In an instant, the underground world of Qinglan City became rife with trepidation. Those bounty hunters and outlaws, who had been eager to seize their opportunity, hastily withdrew, marking the name Su Yi as one to be avoided at all costs. At this moment, the very subject of the citywide discussions, the taboo figure himself, frowned as he gazed at the terminal displaying the pulsating golden eagle emblem, a symbol of the highest-level encrypted communication request from the imperial military. What do they want with me? A flicker of doubt crossed Su Ye's mind. He considered himself to be relatively low-key in his actions. Aside from eliminating certain individuals who deserved their fate, he had not engaged in any activities detrimental to the interests of the empire. Could it be that his display of power was so formidable that it incited apprehension among the authorities? Su Ye's gaze turned slightly frosty. If that were indeed the case, he would not hesitate to allow the military of Qinglan City to personally witness the resplendent fireworks of this soul explosion technique. Though he did not seek conflict, he was certainly no soft persimmon to be easily manipulated. Any attempt to control or threaten his existence would be regarded as an act of hostility, regardless of the perpetrator. With a hint of vigilance, Su Yi pressed the connection button. There was no holographic image, nor was there any sound. The moment the communication was established, a vast and profound will, akin to the depths of the starry sky, traversed the spatial divide and directly descended into his sea of consciousness. This will bore no malice. However, the absolute pressure emanating from it, rooted in the essence of life itself, was 1,000-fold more terrifying than any adversary Su Yi had previously encountered. If the presences of individuals like Qian Li and Zhao Ji were but streams and hills, then this will was an endless ocean, a towering ancient divine mountain. Su Yi felt his soul shrink before this will, as insignificant as a lone boat amidst tumultuous waves, poised to be capsized or crushed at any moment. Yet, he did not yield. Chapter 32, The Treasure of Our Empire's Future. Su Yi did not succumb. The unique soul that had traversed through time and space burst forth with formidable resilience at that moment. The Eternal Night Court within him seemed to sense the provocation from the outside world and began to operate autonomously. A cold and aloof aura of a deathly monarch slowly rose from the depths of his soul, steadfastly resisting the onslaught of that vast will like a solid dam. Oh! A voice, laced with mild surprise, echoed in Su Ye's sea of consciousness. It was languid, magnetic, and imbued with the charm of a mature man. An intriguing little fellow. Not only is he extraordinarily gifted, but his soul is also remarkably resilient. It seems I have stumbled upon a treasure this time. As the words resonated, the terrifying pressure reminiscent of mountains and seas dissipated instantaneously, as if it had never existed. Su Ye's taut nerves gradually relaxed. Though a fine sheen of cold sweat had already formed on his back, he understood that the recent silent confrontation had been a test from the other party, and the results appeared to have pleased them greatly. Who are you? Su Ye inquired directly within his mind, using his spiritual energy. Me? The languid voice chuckled softly. You may call me Black Obsidian. Black Obsidian. Su Ye's pupils constricted sharply. This name was not unfamiliar to him. In the library of Qinglan City, it appeared frequently in the epic biographies of heroes. A member of the Imperial Senate, the protector of the southeastern province, who, 30 years ago, single-handedly resisted the abyssal sovereign and saved the entire imperial capital. A true god-level powerhouse. Su Ye could scarcely believe that he would intersect with such a legendary figure. Alive and renowned, in this manner. Do not be anxious, little one. Black Obsidian seemed to sense Su Ye's astonishment. Speaking in a gentle tone akin to that of an elder addressing a younger kin. My intention in reaching out to you is devoid of malice. On the contrary, I come bearing gifts. Gifts? Indeed. Black Obsidian's voice carried a hint of amusement. First, allow me to congratulate you on clearing away a considerable tumor for Qinglan City on the very first day of your awakening. Well done. I find it commendable. Su Ye remained silent, fully aware that Black Obsidian referred to the Bloodblade Alliance. However, you have thus attracted a bit of trouble. Black Obsidian continued. The ineffectual scion of the Wang family seems quite displeased with you and has placed a bounty of 300 million. Although I have already taken measures to have this ludicrous warrant rescinded, one cannot guarantee that they will not engage in some petty underhanded tactics behind the scenes. Su Ye's gaze sharpened slightly. He had not anticipated that this bounty of 300 million would be resolved by the very figure before him. Thus, the first gift I bestow upon you is protection. Black Obsidian's tone, while still languid, carried an undeniable authority. From this day forth, in Qinglan City and throughout the southeastern province, as long as you operate within the rules, you may pursue any endeavor you desire. No one dares to employ extra-legal means against you. Because you, Su Ye, Black Obsidian's voice grew exceedingly solemn, are the one I, Black Obsidian, have chosen. You are the treasure of our empire's future. Treasure? Su Ye twitched at the term, having never before been described in such a manner. Of course, this protection was only temporary. Black Obsidian shifted his tone. True strength never relies on the protection of others. Therefore, the second gift I present to you is an opportunity that will allow you to grow stronger and aid you in discovering what you seek. As the last words fell, Su Ye felt a subtle tremor from his terminal. Looking down, he beheld a special package from the highest logistics department of the military, which had materialized in his virtual storage without any prior request. With a thought, he opened it. Inside lay a palm-sized compass, crafted entirely of bronze, exuding an aura of antiquity and mystery. The surface of the compass was engraved with numerous complex runes he could not comprehend, while the central pointer displayed an eerie dark red hue, as if solidified from dried blood. Name, Abyssal Compass. Grade, Special, Upgradable. Type, Special Item. Effect, can vaguely sense the presence of objects, creatures, or spatial fissures related to the abyss in the vicinity. The pointer will emit a faint guiding signal when approaching a target. Remarks, an ancient tool crafted by an unknown watcher. It seems to yearn for a new master. Abyss. The moment he saw these two words, Su Ye's heart raced. For the first time, his deep, abyss-like eyes sparkled with a brilliance and intensity beyond measure. Brother. Su Chun. He vividly recalled that 3 years prior, before his brother's disappearance, he had undertaken a classified S-level mission to investigate a sudden appearance of a spatial fissure related to the abyss. Since then, his brother had vanished without a trace, and the military had unilaterally declared him a glorious martyr. Su Ye had never believed this outcome. He was convinced that his brother was still alive. And now, this abyssal compass undoubtedly served as the crucial clue to tracking down his brother's whereabouts. It seems you are quite fond of this gift. Black Obsidian's amused voice resounded once more. Su Ye inhaled deeply, forcefully suppressing the tumultuous emotions that threatened to spill forth from within. With his mental fortitude, he solemnly conveyed his heartfelt gratitude to that vast consciousness. Thank you. This was a sincere expression of thanks. To him, this gift was more precious than any divine artifact or wealth. No need for formality. The entity known as He Yao seemed pleased with Su Ye's demeanor. I anticipate your swift growth. The future of the empire requires fresh and powerful blood like yours. Rest assured and flourish, little one. Here, your profile is classified as S rank. Go forth and let your brilliance shine. With that, the overwhelming will, reminiscent of the cosmos, gradually receded like a tide. The world returned to its normal state, as if the earlier conversation with a godlike being had been nothing but an illusion. Yet, as Suyi gazed down at the cold and tangible abyssal compass in his hand, he understood that everything was indeed real. He had received the protection of the Empire's guardian deity, along with a path leading to the truth. Gently, Suyi tightened his grip on the compass. He could feel the dark crimson needle quivering slightly, yet with unwavering determination. Its direction was not aimed at some corner of Qinglan City, but at a far more distant, prosperous place that housed countless of his memories, the imperial capital. There lay the Empire's foremost academy, the Central Academy. It was also where his elder brother, Su Chun, had last vanished. The monthly examination. Su Yi murmured this term, which he had previously regarded with indifference. He knew that to reach the imperial capital and the Central Academy with utmost speed, he would need to achieve an undeniably astounding result in the upcoming joint examination, which would determine the fate of all senior students in the province. This was the only and swiftest shortcut. Initially, he had little interest in the titles of top scorer or first place. However, now he possessed a compelling reason to strive for them. Su Ye's gaze transformed, becoming imbued with an unprecedented determination and sharpness. Chapter 33. Su Yi, has arrived. The brief dialogue with the godlike He Yao, though fleeting, left an unparalleled impact on Su Yi. Upon returning to his somewhat dilapidated room and shutting the door, effectively isolating himself from the clamor of the outside world, his emotions remained tumultuous and unsettled. He refrained from turning on the lights, instead choosing to sit quietly on the sofa, illuminated by the cold moonlight filtering through the window. Again and again, he caressed the ancient abyssal compass in his grasp. This special artifact, personally bestowed by the guardian deity of the Empire, now emanated a faint energy signature only he could perceive. The dark crimson needle, formed from solidified blood, no longer lay still but quivered, as if imbued with life, persistently indicating a clear direction, northeast. That was the location of the imperial capital and the Empire's highest institution, the Central Academy. Brother, Su Yi whispered, his deep, abyss-like eyes reflecting a complex tapestry of emotions, longing, worry, and a flicker of excitement at the prospect of unveiling the truth. 3 years ago, his elder brother, Su Chun, had shone as the brightest star in Qinglan City. With an undisputed top score, he gained admission to the coveted Central Academy, becoming an idol for countless younger students and a source of pride for the Su family. Su Yi vividly recalled the last words his brother had spoken to him, ruffling his hair with a smile. Xiao Yi, take care of yourself. Once I establish myself in the imperial capital, I will bring you over. Remember, never lose hope in becoming stronger. In this world, only power can safeguard what we cherish. Wait for my return. Yet, that wait extended for 3 long years. For 3 years, there was no word. Until a year ago, a cold letter of sacrifice from the military arrived at their already shattered home, mercilessly shattering Su Ye's last glimmer of hope. Sacrifice? Glorious sacrifice. Su Yi had never believed in such rhetoric. His brother, Su Chun, was a genius of extraordinary caliber. After enrolling in the Central Academy, he continually broke records, hailed as a once-in-a-century prodigy, even being specially recruited by the military for classified S-rank missions. How could such a person so easily fall? Drawing upon the experiences and wisdom accumulated from his past life, far surpassing that of his contemporaries in this world, Su Yi keenly discerned the insidious secrets lurking behind this seemingly reasonable letter of sacrifice. The emergence of He Yao and the abyssal compass undoubtedly confirmed his suspicions. The abyssal rift. Su Ye's gaze deepened significantly. He recalled that during their last communication, his brother had alluded to an S-rank mission codenamed Abyss to investigate a suddenly appearing, perilously dangerous spatial rift. After that, he had disappeared without a trace. This compass, attuned to everything related to the Abyss, was no mere coincidence. There must be intricate connections woven throughout. As the guardian of the Empire, He Yao undoubtedly possessed knowledge far beyond Su Ye's imagination. Bestowing this compass upon him was a clear message: go forth, seek the truth, use your own strength to unveil the secrets that have long been buried. I understand. Su Yi resolutely tightened his grip on the abyssal compass. Its cold touch seemed to resonate with the lingering essence of his brother. He knew what he must do next. Become stronger. With an unprecedented urgency and fervor, he would pursue strength like never before. Only by attaining formidable power, sufficient to contend with the colossal forces lurking in the shadows, would he earn the right to lift the heavy veil obscuring the mystery of his brother's disappearance. And at this moment, the sole shortcut to the imperial capital and the Central Academy lay in 1 month's time, the province-wide joint examination. Originally, he had scoffed at the notion of provincial or national top scorer, regarding them as mere titles, far less significant than tangible levels and equipment. But now, he was determined to claim that title. Not only did he intend to seize it, but he would do so with the most overwhelming, indisputable, and dominating stance. He would ensure that his name echoed throughout the entire southeast province and even the empire. He would compel the Central Academy to welcome him with the most grandiose of ceremonies. He would make those hidden forces, potentially linked to his brother's disappearance, clearly see. Su Yi has arrived. Come, seek justice. Come, uncover the truth. An unprecedented, formidable conviction and fighting spirit surged within Su Yi, blazing fiercely. His eyes, once tranquil as a still lake, transformed in that moment into the most resplendent and fervent stars of the night, radiating an exhilarating brilliance. He opened his attributes panel, meticulously and calmly strategizing his path to greater strength. Level 13. 1 month remains until the monthly examination. In this month, he must elevate his power to an entirely new pinnacle. The Iron Waste Canyon harbored no further value for grinding. The monsters were too weak, and the experience gain was insufferably slow. He needed to venture into higher-level areas, teeming with more formidable foes. His gaze swiftly traversed the map of Qinglan City. The Blackwind Mountains, level 30 to 35, were unsuitable. The terrain was too open and did not lend itself to the chain advantages of Soul Explosion. The Sunken Ship Graveyard, level 35 to 40, mostly housed undead monsters, resistant to shadow damage, which would hinder efficiency. One by one, he meticulously sifted through the higher-level grinding zones, dismissing each in turn until his gaze fell upon a blood-red area marked as extremely dangerous at the edge of the map, the Pit of 10,000 Demons. This was an ancient battlefield relic, where countless demons and human warriors were said to have perished. The space there was exceedingly unstable, the environment harsh, inhabited by a multitude of corrupted, mutated monsters ranging from level 30 to 50. Due to its alarmingly high mortality rate and dismally low yield-to-risk ratio, hardly any guilds or classes would dare to grind there. It was a realm forgotten by all, a true land of death. Yet, to Su Yi, it was nothing short of heaven, dense with monsters, complex terrain, perfectly suited for executing the bone wall positioning to unleash soul explosions. More importantly, it was eerily devoid of human presence. He could unleash all his hidden cards without a shred of worry about being discovered. This was it. A flicker of resolution flashed in Su Ye's eyes. He understood that this month would be unbearably monotonous, excruciatingly arduous, and exceedingly perilous. Yet, he was undaunted. For his brother. For the truth. For that obsession that had lingered for 3 long years. Even if the path ahead was fraught with peril and treachery, he would press onward without hesitation. Su Yi stowed away his abyssal compass, placing it reverently in his most secure pocket. He rose, approached the window, and flung it open. The cool night breeze tousled his dark hair, scattering the last vestiges of confusion from his mind. His gaze pierced through the city lights, traversing the endless darkness. As he gazed longingly towards the northeast, the direction that symbolized hope and the future. Brother, wait for me. Chapter 34. It truly is soul dust. After determining his secluded training ground for the upcoming month, Su Yi did not rush to the Pit of 10,000 Demons. One must eat their meals bite by bite, and tread their paths step by step. Haste makes waste. Before embarking on what could only be described as a hellish grind, he had preparations to make. First, he attended to the spoils of war. He packaged all the blue and green gear he had looted from the Bloodblade Alliance, along with a substantial amount of materials that he could not use, and anonymously sent them to the black market merchant, Jia-san. Within mere minutes, Jia-san had transferred a staggering sum of 500,000 into his account, accompanied by a message imbued with deference and flattery. Brother Yi, you are my rebirth parents. In the future, please be sure to contact me first for such fine goods. The prices will be absolutely fair, and the channels will remain strictly confidential. Su Yi gazed at the long string of numbers in his account, nodding in satisfaction. With this windfall, he had ample assurance for the potion expenditures over the coming month. Next, he needed to replenish his potions and supplies. Su Yi revisited the largest potion shop in the city, nearly depleting their entire stock of mid to high-level mana restoration potions, leaving the shopkeeper Agape, momentarily believing that a major guild had come to make a purchase. Having completed these tasks, dawn was breaking. Just as Su Yi prepared to return home for a brief rest before setting off to the Pit of 10,000 Demons, his wrist communicator suddenly blared with an urgent, anxiety-laden call. The caller ID displayed, Chu Xiao. Frowning slightly, Su Yi answered the call. Su Yi, hurry. Come to the city center hospital. My sister is on the brink. The voice on the other end was Chu Xiao's, filled with desperate cries of despair. Su Yi's heart sank heavily. Chu Xiao's sister, Chu Linger, was one of his few friends, and Chu Xiao's only family. Though his interactions with her were limited, he knew she was a remarkably obedient and understanding girl. Don't worry, I'm on my way. Su Yi uttered no more words, quickly hailing the fastest hovering taxi at the roadside, racing towards the city center hospital. 10 minutes later, outside the intensive care unit of the Qinglan City Center Hospital. Upon his arrival, Su Yi spotted Chu Xiao's robust frame slumped helplessly on a bench in the corridor. This man, towering at nearly 2 meters and as imposing as a bear, currently resembled a helpless child. He held his head in his hands, his body trembling violently from suppressed sobs. His eyes bloodshot and filled with despair. Beside him, a white-coated physician, exuding authority, was sympathetically patting his shoulder, uttering comforting words. Mr. Chu, please accept my condolences. Your sister's soul decay has reached its terminal stage. Her soul's fire is extinguishing at an irreversible pace. We have done all we could. Given her current condition, it was likely she would not survive the day. The doctor's words pierced Chu Xiao's heart like the sharpest of blades, shattering his already fragile spirit. No, it can't be. Chu Xiao's voice was hoarse, laden with disbelief. There must be a way. There has to be. Doctor, I beg you, save her. I'll kneel before you. He attempted to kneel before the physician in desperation. Just then, a cold yet remarkably steady hand firmly grasped his shoulder. Stand up. A calm voice, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, resonated in his ear. Chu Xiao abruptly looked up, and upon seeing Su Yi, a glimmer of hope ignited in his bloodshot eyes. Only to dim once more. Grasping Su Yi's arm, he choked out, Su Yi, you've come, but it's too late. Everything is too late. Su Yi disregarded his words. He simply fixed his tranquil gaze upon the attending physician and directly inquired. The affliction known as soul-withering syndrome. Is there truly no remedy? The attending physician, evidently familiar with the illustrious name of Su Yi, cast a fleeting glance at the legendary youth before him. A glimmer of astonishment flickering in his eyes. Yet, maintaining a professional demeanor, he sighed and elucidated. Su Yi, you may be unaware, but soul-withering syndrome is an exceedingly rare and terminal illness. The etiology remains an enigma within the medical community. What we do know is that the patient's soul gradually withers and fades away, akin to a flower deprived of moisture, until it is extinguished entirely. With our current medical capabilities, we can only administer costly potions to stabilize the soul, thereby prolonging the inevitable. However, it merely serves as a temporary measure. He then shifted his tone, a hint of wry humor crossing his face. Unless, of course, one could uncover the fabled divine elixirs capable of directly replenishing and mending the very essence of the soul. Such as? Su Yi pressed further. Such as the waters from the fountain of life, the tender shoots of the world tree, or perhaps a rare substance known as soul dust, formed from the essence of a high-tier vengeful spirit upon its demise. The doctor shook his head, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. Yet these substances exist solely in myth or are possessed by those truly formidable individuals. Not just within our Qinglan city, but across the entire empire, it is highly unlikely. His words trailed off abruptly, for he beheld the seemingly impassive youth before him extending his hand. In the palm of Su Ye's hand appeared a handful of luminous white dust, exuding a gentle, pure energy of the soul. The dust sparkled like the finest stardust, casting a soothing glow throughout the corridor. An overwhelming essence of purity enveloped the space instantaneously. The well-versed physician stood frozen, as if struck by lightning, staring intently at the handful of dust. His breath quickened, his face a canvas of indescribable astonishment and elation. Soul dust. It truly is soul dust. And the quality, so high, so pure. Heaven above. How can this be? In his excitement, he stammered, yearning to reach out and touch it, yet fearing his mere mortal form might taint this legendary artifact. Meanwhile, Chu Xiao, standing beside him, was utterly transfixed. He gazed at the handful of softly glowing dust in Su Ye's grasp, acutely aware that merely being near it was rejuvenating his nearly exhausted mental energy at an astonishing rate. Is this the miraculous remedy that could save his sister? Chapter 35. Saving your sister is the right thing to do. Su Yi paid no heed to the astonishment of the two. Calmly, he presented the handful of soul dust to Chu Xiao. This precious dust was harvested after he had vanquished thousands of ghostly steeds and vengeful spirits in the soul-devouring wilderness. Due to its unique application, he had kept it stored in his backpack and had not sold it. Little did he anticipate that today it would find a purpose. Is this sufficient? Su Yi inquired, his voice snapping Chu Xiao and the doctor back to reality. Gazing at the copious amount of soul dust before him, enough to drive any master alchemist into a frenzy, Chu Xiao's body trembled uncontrollably. Instead of reaching out, he abruptly knelt before Su Yi, a towering figure of nearly 2 meters, performing the gravest of bows to his classmate. Su Yi, his voice, previously laced with despair and choked emotion, now brimmed with profound gratitude and exhilaration. This kindness, I, Chu Xiao, cannot repay. From this day forth, my life belongs to you. Through fire and water, I shall not hesitate. He bowed deeply 3 times, each thud resonating with a dull sound, his forehead quickly reddening with blood. Su Yi frowned slightly, disliking such emotional displays. He extended a hand, an invisible force lifting Chu Xiao from the ground. I do not require your life. He pressed the soul dust into Chu Xiao's palm, his tone remaining unperturbed. I merely recognize you as my friend. It is only right to save your sister. With that, he uttered no more, turning to walk toward the corridor's end. His purpose had been to save a life. Now that it was achieved, he felt compelled to attend to his own matters. Watching Su Yi's solitary and resolute figure recede into the distance, Chu Xiao clutched the handful of dust, still warm from the boy's touch, harboring all hope for his sister. Tears began to flow uncontrollably from his fierce eyes. Yet he did not weep aloud. Instead, he expended every ounce of strength to engrave this kindness, This boy's silhouette, deep within the recesses of his soul. A promise, worth its weight in gold. A lifetime of companionship. After resolving the pressing crisis concerning Chu Zhao's sister at the hospital, Su Yi returned home directly. He paid no mind to the subsequent treatment of Chu Linger nor to Chu Zhao's weighty vow. To him, aiding a friend was an act of genuine sincerity. A matter of course. Once accomplished, he set it aside. Now, he had more pressing matters to prepare for. Merely 3 days remained until the joint monthly examination of the Tiannan province. These 3 days would serve as his final sprint and time for consolidation. He sequestered himself at home, declining all visitors, including Chu Zhao's repeated expressions of gratitude and the sycophantic greetings of the black market merchant, Jia San. He immersed himself entirely in refining and enhancing his own abilities. First, he converted his wealth. Following several raids, especially the substantial inheritance from the Bloodblade Alliance, his personal assets had reached a staggering figure nearing 800,000. Such a sum would evoke envy from any mid-sized guild. Without hesitation, Su Yi contacted the black market merchant, Jia San, issuing a procurement list that could only be described as audacious. I want all materials, scrolls, and potions that can permanently enhance summoned attributes. All consumables that temporarily boost mental attributes and mana recovery. Bring me as many as you can. Also, every piece of low-tier equipment circulating in the market that can increase the summon unit limit. Regardless of how poor the attributes or how exorbitant the price, deliver all of it to me within 3 hours. Faced with this seemingly bankrupting procurement list, Jia San, after a brief moment of shock, responded with a voice brimming with excitement. He recognized this was his prime opportunity to align himself with the illustrious soul brother. Utilizing every connection and channel he had amassed over decades in the black market, he set to work. In a fleeting moment, the underground world of Qinglan City was set into a tumultuous stir by Su Ye's command. Countless rare materials were unearthed from various clandestine warehouses. A multitude of alchemists were roused from their slumber in the dead of night, frantically laboring to concoct potions. A throng of bounty hunters scurried back and forth, collecting discarded gear that had long been relegated to the depths of their storerooms. Within a mere 3 hours, Jia San personally delivered all the required items to Su Ye's doorstep, bowing with the humility of the most devoted servant. Master Yi, everything you requested is right here. The total cost amounts to 720,000. You need only provide 700,000. The remainder shall be my humble tribute to you. Jia San wiped the sweat from his brow, his face adorned with a sycophantic smile. Su Yi did not engage in pleasantries. He understood that this astute merchant had accrued far more goodwill from this transaction than the mere 2,000 he was foregoing. Accepting the hefty storage boxes, he closed the door behind him. What followed was a moment destined to witness miracles. Su Yi emptied the contents of the boxes onto the floor of his sitting room. A cascade of materials, scrolls, potions, and a dozen low-tier equipment pieces, each exuding faint magical fluctuations, formed an impressive mound. Ogre's Strength Gauntlets, common. Upon equipping, all summoned units gain a permanent strength bonus of 5. Goblin's Courage Horn, consumable. When used, permanently increases the summon unit cap by 1. Inferior Soul Contract Scroll, consumable. When utilized, permanently increases the summon count by 1. Each of these items, when considered individually, appeared somewhat lackluster. The incremental attributes they provided were negligible, even paltry when compared to an ordinary blue-grade item. Thus, their market value had long been awkward. A conundrum of being tasteless yet regrettable to discard. However, when gathered by Su Yi, a man endowed with the divine talent of Eternal Night's grace, they were poised to ignite the most terrifying of chemical reactions. A glimmer of anticipation danced across Su Ye's face. He began by adorning himself with each piece of the subpar equipment designed to enhance the attributes of his summoned entities. Ding! You have equipped the Ogre's Strength Gauntlets. Influenced by the Eternal Night's grace, all your commanding units gain a permanent strength boost of 50. Ding! You have equipped the Goblin's Command Headscarf. Influenced by the Eternal Night's grace, all your commanding units gain a permanent agility boost of 30. Chapter 36, 156 Elite Bone Guardians. As each piece of equipment was donned, the already formidable attribute panel of Su Ye's Bone Guardians surged anew. He then seized the horns and scrolls capable of directly augmenting his summon limit, using them without hesitation. Ding! You have used the Goblin's Courage Horn. Influenced by the Eternal Night's grace, your maximum summon unit cap increases by 10. Ding! You have used the Inferior Soul Contract Scroll. Influenced by the Eternal Night's grace, your maximum summon unit cap increases by 10. With the chime of system notifications echoing in his ears, the capacity figure within Su Ye's Eternal Night Barracks began to soar madly. Originally set at 15, it transformed into 16 under the effect of the corrupted bone ring, then surged to 26, 36, 46. Ultimately, after employing all items capable of enhancing his limit, the figure settled firmly at a staggering 106. The summon unit cap had historically shattered the century mark. 106 elite bone guardians, each boasting strength exceeding 2,000. Su Yi murmured to himself. his voice trembling slightly with uncontainable excitement. He could scarcely fathom the cataclysmic scene that would unfold when this legion was summoned all at once. He forcibly restrained his impulse to immediately summon his army, for he knew there remained one final, crucial step. His gaze fell upon the corrupted bone ring, a mysterious artifact acquired from the Shadow Forest, which had set him on the path of overwhelming force. He distinctly recalled that the note accompanying the ring had alluded to its yearning for more deathly power. After days of relentless slaughter, Suyi sensed that the ring had absorbed a vast reservoir of death energy, approaching a critical saturation point. It was time. Suyi's expression sharpened with unwavering focus. He gradually removed the ring, laying it flat in his palm. Then, he summoned the purest, most regal essence of divine power from the Eternal Night Court within him, channeling it steadily into the small bone ring. Buzz! At the moment his divine power made contact with the ring, it erupted in an incredibly brilliant, jet-black radiance. Countless twisted runes, suffused with the essence of death and decay, materialized upon the ring's surface, whirling and reconfiguring in a frenzy. The ring seemed to pulsate with life, thrumming violently in his palm as it greedily absorbed the divine power of eternal night that Suyi infused into it. Suyi could feel his mana depleting at a terrifying rate. Yet, he did not falter. He retrieved several bottles of mid-tier mana restoration potions, consuming them as if quenching his thirst, one after another. He was eager to witness the astonishing transformation this enigmatic ring would undergo after absorbing sufficient energy. This process endured for a full 10 minutes. When Suyi drained the final bottle of mana potion, feeling his spirit waning, the corrupted bone ring in his palm finally ceased its frantic pulsing. All radiance retreated inward, as if it had completed a rebirth. The once rough surface of the bone now shimmered with a smooth, jade-like luster, exuding a deep, obsidian-like sheen. The twisted runes had become clearer and more enigmatic. A fervent anticipation flickered in Suyi's eyes as he turned his gaze to the ring's newly revealed attributes. Name: Ring of the Sovereign, unique. Tier: Legendary, growth potential. Bound to Suyi. Effect 1. Sovereign command. Your maximum summon unit cap is directly linked to your mental attribute. Current conversion ratio: 1 point of mental attribute equals 1 point of summon unit cap. Effect 2. Return of the Dead. You possess a 10 chance to transform powerful foes you personally vanquish, of Lord rank or above, into your exclusive, permanent undead commanders. Current commander quota: 0-1. Note: donning this ring, you become the Lord of the Undead. Silence. An eerie stillness enveloped the room. Suyi gazed at the ring's astonishingly potent attributes, utterly stunned, rooted to the spot. His mind succumbed to a fleeting blankness, overwhelmed by the magnitude of the surprise. The Lord's Ring. Ranks: Legends. Effect 1. Summon unit limit, directly correlated with mental attributes. He glanced at his level 13 attributes. His mental strength had already surpassed 150 points. This signified that his current summoning limit was no longer 106, but rather 156. Furthermore, this limit would perpetually grow, boundlessly expanding alongside his level and mental prowess. And the second effect, Return of the Fallen, sent shivers down his spine. The ability to transform defeated bosses into his permanent subordinates. Although the probability was merely 10, and currently only one slot was available, it undoubtedly opened up infinite possibilities for his future legion. Just imagine, when a Bone Dragon commander, a Lich King commander, or even a Lord of the Abyss commander, emerged within his ranks, transformed by his very hand. The mere thought conjured a vision so awe-inspiring that it sent tremors through his very soul. This was the true artifact. After a prolonged moment, Suyi finally emerged from his overwhelming astonishment, exhaling a heartfelt sigh of admiration. He solemnly placed the now transformed Lord's Ring back upon his finger. A surge of power, tenfold greater than before, welled within him. Rising to his feet, he stepped to the center of the room, his eyes, dark as the abyss, ignited with an unprecedented, blazing fervor. He yearned to witness. He yearned to behold, with his own eyes, his legion, whose numbers had officially surpassed the 100 mark. Descend, he proclaimed, arms outstretched, like a sovereign embracing the world. Boom! The entire room, the entire apartment building, even the entire block, quaked violently at that moment. An inexhaustible, dense wave of dark energy erupted from his being, akin to a volcanic eruption. 156 summoning circles, densely packed and layered, instantaneously filled every corner of the room, spilling outwards to envelop the entire building in a ghostly, azure realm. In the next heartbeat, 156 elite bone guardians, exuding an aura of terror, simultaneously manifested into the world. Chapter 37. Unsolvable Tactics. Bone Wall to trap enemies. Boom. The instant 156 elite bone guardians materialized, an indescribable terror, forged from pure death and the will to slaughter, erupted from Suyi's modest room. This pressure was colossal, utterly unreasonable. It gripped the very throat of the entire block like an invisible giant's hand. Countless residents, roused from their dreams by this sudden, soul-deep dread, found themselves drenched in cold sweat, their hearts racing, yet oblivious to the source of their fear. Some lower-ranking members of the city defense, patrolling nearby, nearly buckled to their knees in terror. They felt as though they were being watched intently by an awakening ancient behemoth, unable to muster the courage to draw their weapons. Warning! Warning! An extraordinarily high-energy response detected. Location, Old District, Block 13. Energy level undetermined. Exceeded measurement limits. The alarms blared from the headquarters of the Qinglan City Defense Forces, echoing through the skies. Yet, before any response could be formulated, that terrifying pressure, reminiscent of divine beings descending, vanished as silently as it had appeared. It came swiftly and departed just as quickly, as if everything that had transpired was merely an illusion. In the conference room of the city defense headquarters, General Lin Jinghua, who had only just settled into his seat, gazed at the energy curve on the screen that had spiked and then returned to zero in an instant. His hand trembled slightly as he lifted his teacup. With a wry smile, he shook his head and instructed his secretary, notify everyone to lift the alert. Furthermore, designate Block 13 as an A-level control zone. No one is permitted to approach without my command. Yes, General. Although the secretary was filled with questions, he promptly carried out the orders. General Lin Jinghua took a sip of tea, his gaze penetrating the darkness of the night sky outside. He knew it was that little rascal stirring up trouble again. More than 100 auras rivaling those of level 30 lords. Just how many hidden cards does this brat possess? The monthly assessment. It seems a creature capable of shocking the entire empire is truly on the horizon. Meanwhile, the architect of this commotion, Su Yi, stood within his private training ground, blissfully unaware of the stir he had just caused. This so-called private training ground was the largest and most confidential independent training space rented from the Transmigrators Guild, funded by the substantial wealth he had recently acquired. Inside the expansive area, spanning over 500 meters in diameter, was a colossal alloy plaza, ample enough to accommodate his entire army. Before him, 156 elite bone guardians stood in perfect formation, imposing and awe-inspiring. They remained silent, yet the 156 pairs of eyes, burning with crimson soul flames, radiated a chilling brilliance akin to the brightest stars in the night sky. A look of satisfaction graced Su Ye's face. With such an army, deemed a game-breaking advantage, he felt confident that he could confront not only the upcoming monthly assessment, but also challenge an entire professional army of 1,000 from the Empire. However, Su Yi was acutely aware that sheer numbers did not equate to victory, especially when facing true power with complex skills and intelligence. Maximizing the effectiveness of his army was crucial for triumph. What he required was a strategy that could seamlessly integrate all his abilities. The arena for the monthly assessment could be a plain, a forest, or even a terrain fraught with complexity, such as mountains or ruins. In his mind, he began to rapidly simulate tactical scenarios. If it were an open field, he could naturally leverage his numerical advantage to push through. But what if he encountered narrow terrains that hindered his army's deployment? Or if he faced foes adept at swift maneuvers and evasion? Perhaps even a mage group wielding extensive area of effect attacks? A series of potential threats flashed through his mind. He understood that while he was powerful, he was not without weaknesses. His greatest vulnerability lay in his significant lack of effective control and AoE, area damage, capabilities, aside from soul explosion. Should the enemy divide the battlefield or exploit terrain advantages to hinder his proud army's full potential, he would find himself in a passive position. I need a capability that allows me to proactively create and control the battlefield environment. Su Ye's gaze fell upon his skill list. Ultimately, he found himself fixated on the new skill he had just acquired from the Iron Waste Canyon, which had yet to be employed. Wall of Bones, LV1. A wall. A glimmer of understanding flickered in Su Ye's eyes, as if he had grasped something profound. He slowly raised his hand and directed it towards a vacant expanse 50 meters ahead, invoking the skill. Wall of Bones. Boom. As his voice resonated, countless pale, colossal bone spears, forged entirely of pure skeletal remains, erupted violently from the ground. These bone spears interwove, stacked, and fused at an astonishing speed, culminating in less than a second in the formation of a massive wall stretching 20 meters in length and 10 meters in height, adorned with menacing bone spikes. This wall not only perfectly isolated the space ahead, but also rendered any foe attempting to scale it utterly daunted by its sharp protrusions. Su Yi stepped forward, testing the wall with a strike. Wall of Bones. Health, 156,001,5600, based on caster's mental strength of 100. Physical and magical defense, 500. Remarkable durability. Su Yi nodded in satisfaction. With a health pool of 15,000 and a dual defense of 500, this wall could withstand the relentless assaults of most challengers below level 30. Most crucially, the cooldown for this skill was remarkably brief, and the mana cost was minimal. This indicated that he could freely utilize this skeletal barrier on the battlefield to manipulate terrain and create a combat environment favorable to himself. A bold and arguably unscrupulous tactical prototype began to take shape in his mind. If I employ the Wall of Bones to confine a horde of monsters within a cramped, inescapable predicament, then Su Ye's gaze shifted to the other side. He commanded 50 bone guardians to rush towards the far end of the training ground with incredible speed. They then formed an impenetrable line of defense, utilizing shields, imaginary, and blades, their backs against the wall. Next, he would seal off the exit of this trap with his legion entirely. Observing the scene before him, a devilish smile crept onto his face. Lastly, what if I tossed in a soul explosion? Boom. As this thought crystallized in his mind, Suyi couldn't help but feel a shiver of thrill at the insidious and inescapable nature of this strategy. This was practically cheating, crafting an inescapable prison, blocking the sole route of escape with absolute defense. Finally, unleashing a devastating AoE skill for indiscriminate saturation bombardment. Before such a ruthlessly tactical trifecta, any number of enemies would be rendered as lambs for slaughter, becoming the perfect fuel for the chain reaction of soul explosion. Let us call it the cage strategy. Suyi's eyes sparkled with brilliance. He realized that from this moment forth, he had seamlessly integrated all his abilities into a cohesive whole. He was no longer merely relying on the overwhelming attributes of his summoned entities. Instead, he had fused his intellect, skills, and legion into a true war machine. Over the next 2 days, Suyi immersed himself in the repeated practice of this cage strategy. He incessantly experimented with varying numbers of bone guardians to construct bone wall enclosures of different shapes: U-shaped, O-shaped, S-shaped. He meticulously calculated the optimal detonation points for soul explosion and the maximization paths for chain reactions. His control over his legion reached an unparalleled level of mastery through this rigorous practice. He even developed an advanced tactic that utilized the bodies of bone guardians to form a human bone wall. This tactic proved to be more agile and adaptable, capable of addressing any complex contingencies. 2 days later, as Suyi emerged from the training space, he bore a hint of fatigue on his face. Yet his eyes shone with an unprecedented confidence, deeper and more inscrutable than ever, as if harboring a cosmos capable of consuming all. He was thoroughly prepared. He would meet the imminent provincial joint monthly examination with the most flawless demeanor, a trial that would determine his future destiny. However, just as he was about to return home for a final day of rest, an unexpected figure confronted him, or rather, blocked his path. Chapter 38. Pressure from the Aristocracy. Seeking to coerce me into surrendering first place, the night enveloped Qinglan City once more, yet this evening, the city buzzed with an intensity unmatched. For tomorrow marked the much-anticipated provincial joint monthly examination, a critical juncture determining the futures of countless senior students. Official channels, player communities, and street corners buzzed fervently with discussions and predictions about who would seize the coveted title of provincial champion, a symbol of the highest honor. In previous years, the answer to this question might have held some ambiguity. However, this year, in the minds of the overwhelming majority, there was but one answer: Suyi, the legendary necromancer who had stirred the winds of change throughout Qinglan City with his singular prowess. While the supporters of the illustrious Lin Shi continued to fervently cheer for their idol, everyone was acutely aware that, in the presence of that mythic youth, the brilliance of any genius would pale in comparison. Suyi stepped out of the independent training space of the guild, the clock striking 9 on the eve of the examination. 2 consecutive days of intense tactical rehearsals had left him somewhat weary. Yet his abyss-like eyes glimmered with a brightness that surpassed all previous moments, as though they contained a starry expanse capable of engulfing everything. He declined the guild manager's nearly obsequious offer to send him home in a private vehicle and chose instead to walk alone into the cold streets. He relished this solitude, the unique tranquility that precedes the storm. However, just as he reached an empty street corner, 2 burly men clad in black suits, exuding an air of intimidation, emerged like phantoms from the shadows, flanking him on either side, blocking his path. Their temples bulged, their eyes sharp, emanating a palpable aura only seasoned high-level professionals who had endured life and death battles could possess. They were at least elite warriors above level 30. Suyi halted his steps, his expression unwavering, his gaze calm as he regarded these uninvited guests. Mr. Suyi, we harbor no ill intentions. The man on the left inclined his head slightly towards Suyi, his tone courteous yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Our employer, Mr. Ling Tianzheng, wishes to invite you for a conversation. Ling Tianzheng. The name flashed through Suyi's mind, recalling the details. The father of Lin Shi, a prominent businessman in Qinglan City. His enterprises spanning real estate, energy, and various other sectors, forming part of one of the city's most esteemed aristocratic families. Not interested, Suyi replied. His response succinct and direct. He had no desire, nor the inclination, to engage in such tedious social interactions on the eve of the monthly examination. Having uttered this, he prepared to circumvent the 2 men and depart directly. However, those 2 burly figures stood resolutely before him once more, like twin iron towers. Mr. Suyi, our boss has stated that you would undoubtedly find this intriguing, the man on the right remarked with a smile that did not reach his eyes. This pertains to your monthly examination tomorrow. Suyi's gaze cooled slightly, an imperceptible yet chilling aura of menace flickering across him. The 2 elite warriors, each above level 30, felt their expressions shift dramatically upon sensing this aura of death. They felt as though they were being scrutinized by a slumbering ancient beast, every hair on their bodies standing on end at that moment. They had no doubt that if they dared utter another word, this seemingly innocuous youth would not hesitate to eliminate them on the spot. As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, a sleek, elongated luxury hovercar, entirely black, glided silently around the corner. The window descended slowly, revealing a well-preserved face of a middle-aged man, appearing to be around 40, yet possessing an air of authority and shrewdness in his gaze. It was none other than Ling Tianzheng. Along, Ehu, step aside, Ling Tianzheng commanded in an unmistakably authoritative tone. Yes, boss, the two men replied, as if granted a reprieve, retreating respectfully to the side, though their eyes reflected a deep-seated wariness as they regarded Su Yi. Ling Tianzheng's gaze fell upon Su Yi. Unlike those inexperienced lesser characters, he exhibited no signs of shock or fear. Instead, he surveyed Su Yi with a discerning eye, as if appraising a rare commodity, meticulously observing him from head to toe. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke, his voice steady, imbued with the confidence and control of one accustomed to high office. Greetings, classmate Su Yi. I apologize for the intrusion, but I am Ling Tianzheng, the father of Ling Shi. Without waiting for Su Yi's response, he continued, I am aware of you and have studied your achievements. I must admit, you are a talent that even I find remarkable. Your emergence has disrupted many plans, including my own. His tone resembled that of a chess player commenting on an errant piece that had leapt from the board, beyond control. Su Yi remained silent, merely gazing at him with an expression as tranquil as that of one observing a jester. Ling Tianzheng seemed accustomed to this dominant role in conversation. He retrieved a bottle of fine red wine from the minibar within the car, pouring himself a glass and swirling it gently. Young man, possessing strength is commendable. Yet, at times, mere strength is insufficient. His gaze sharpened. This world is far more intricate than you can fathom. Power, connections, resources, and background are all indispensable. You currently possess strength, but you lack the latter three. I happen to be in a position to provide those. He raised his glass towards Su Yi. I am here today to propose a transaction, one that would be mutually beneficial. As he spoke, he produced a nameless credit crystal card, glimmering with golden light. Issued by the Imperial Central Bank. He gently placed the card at the edge of the window. This contains 10 million. His voice dripped with temptation. All you must do is agree to a condition that would require minimal effort on your part. This 10 million, along with my friendship, will be yours. Su Yi's gaze finally shifted, revealing a hint of intrigue. He glanced at the golden card, then back at Ling Tianzheng's face, which radiated confidence and control. A playful smile crept upon his lips. What condition? He finally inquired. Seeing Su Yi's response, Ling Tianzheng's smile grew even more self-assured. In his view, nothing was beyond the reach of money. If something were, it merely indicated that the amount was insufficient. And for an impoverished 18-year-old, 10 million was undeniably a life-altering, irresistible sum. My condition is quite simple, Ling Tianzheng declared, taking a sip of wine, his tone imbued with a sense of entitlement. In tomorrow's monthly examination, I wish for you to lose to my daughter. I do not require you to throw the match overtly. You merely need to ensure that your final score is one rank lower than my daughter, Ling Shi. Allow her to retain the title of provincial champion. This way, she preserves her reputation as a genius, while you gain 10 million in startup capital and the friendship of the Ling family. A win-win situation, would you not agree? Having concluded, he reclined leisurely against the leather seat, awaiting Su Yi's eager and grateful response. Yet, what he received was a long, protracted silence. Su Yi did not even glance at the golden card. Instead, he fixated on Ling Tianzheng, a cold glimmer emerging in his abyss-like eyes, gradually morphing into a mocking disdain. After a lengthy moment, just as Ling Tianzheng's brow furrowed in confusion, sensing something amiss, Su Yi finally smiled. It was not a soundless smile, rather. It expanded into a broad curve, unreservedly filled with contempt. He slowly approached, not to seize the card, but to lift a bottle of mineral water he had just purchased for 2 yuan. He twisted off the cap, and, before the astonished and darkening expression of Ling Tianzheng, tilted his head back and took a sip. Then, placing the bottle down, he spoke with a tone that was both more mundane and yet more arrogant than before. Are you finished? If so, begone. He paused, a sharp glint flashing in his obsidian eyes, enunciating each word with precision. Tell your daughter. The title of champion is mine. She is unworthy. Chapter 39. Joint monthly examination, millions of spectators. She is unworthy. As these 3 words escaped Su Yi's lips, delivered in a tone both dismissive and imbued with boundless arrogance, the air around the street corner seemed to freeze in that very instant. The 2 black-clad, vigilant figures standing nearby felt their pupils constrict, an overwhelming aura of hostility surging forth. They had followed their boss Ling Tianzheng for many years, yet had never encountered anyone bold enough to speak to their boss in such a manner. This was no mere refusal. It was a provocation, a blatant, unforgiving humiliation. Yet, before they could react, Ling Tianzheng's previously composed and commanding expression had darkened significantly. Slowly, he set down his goblet, his keen, sharp eyes fixated on Su Yi. Icy venom lurking deep within their depths. He neither erupted with rage nor bellowed. As he reached his current stature, he had long transcended the need to assert his authority through the volume of his voice. He simply regarded Su Yi in silence for a considerable time before slowly nodding his head. Good. He uttered a single word. Yet within that utterance lay a menacing threat and simmering fury more chilling than the most venomous curse. Youth, having pride is commendable. I hope that tomorrow you retain this same resolve. With that, he averted his gaze from Su Yi, directly pressing the button to raise the car window. His grim visage, along with his frigid gaze, was gradually obscured by the blackened glass. The luxurious hovering vehicle silently ignited, accelerating like a steel behemoth merging into the night, vanishing in an instant at the end of the street. The two burly men in black also cast a glance at Su Yi, filled with murderous intent, before swiftly disappearing into the shadows. The street corner returned to its tranquil state, as if the preceding tense confrontation had never occurred. Su Yi's expression remained unperturbed. He did not even glance at the golden card, valued at 10 million, that had been left behind at the edge of the window. Instead, he calmly twisted the cap of his mineral water bottle before turning to leave, as if he had just crushed a fly that dared to obstruct his path. The night passed without a word. The following morning, when the first rays of sunlight burst through the clouds to illuminate the city known as Qinglan, the entire metropolis seemed to awaken from slumber, erupting in an unprecedented wave of fervor. The annual joint monthly examination of the Tiannan province officially commenced. This represented the most significant opportunity for all senior students in the province, akin to koi leaping over the Dragon Gate. It was also a brutal trial that would determine their fates. Those who excelled would have the chance to enter the empire's prestigious institutions, gaining access to the finest resources, soaring to heights of success. Conversely, those who fared poorly would be relegated to ordinary vocational colleges or become precarious solo players, struggling at the societal bottom. The chasm between heaven and hell often hinges on a single thought. In the central square of Qinglan City, before the enormous holographic screen, a throng had gathered, creating a sea of humanity that was impenetrable. The faces of the crowd were filled with an almost frenzied anticipation. They were not here for their children or friends. Today, they had come solely for one individual, Su Yi. Look, the live broadcast is about to start. They're coming. The series of a lifetime. Finally, we can witness the Undead Brother in action. How many skeletons do you think Undead Brother will summon this time? I bet at least 50. 50? That's an underestimate. I'm guessing 100. He'll drown the entire examination venue in a sea of skeletons. Meanwhile, the official live streaming room of Tiannan province witnessed an alarming surge in viewership. 5 million, 8 million, 10 million. Within mere minutes, the count surpassed 10 million and continued to rise. It is worth noting that the previous highest viewership record for the provincial monthly examination had barely reached 3 million. Yet today, merely one examination zone in Qinglan City attracted such immense traffic, all owing to the legendary and taboo-laden name. Good morning, dear viewers. Welcome to the annual Senior Joint Monthly Examination hosted by the Ministry of Education and Tiannan Province. On the screen appeared two exuberant official commentators. The male commentator, experienced Old Wang, and the female commentator, renowned for her professionalism and sweetness, Xiaoya. My goodness, exclaimed Xiaoya, gazing at the soaring figures backstage. Old Wang, I've commentated on many monthly examinations, but I have never witnessed such a sensational scene. Our live audience has surpassed 12 million. This is even more exaggerated than the finals of the Empire's professional league. Ha ha ha. Xiaoya, you just don't understand. Old Wang chuckled with pride. Because this year, the Qinglan City examination zone is teeming with hidden talents. No, it should be said that it harbors a true dragon. Oh, are you referring to the prodigious Lin Shi, who awakened as an A-level elemental controller? Lin Shi is indeed a once-in-a-century genius. Old Wang intoned dramatically, savoring the suspense. However, today, the focus of our anticipation is solely on one individual, a unique hidden profession previously unseen. On the very first day of his awakening, he single-handedly shattered the 5-year-old record for conquering the Shadow Forest in just 8 hours. Against all odds, he infiltrated the intricate trap set by the Bloodblade Alliance, slaughtering 2 elite squads and compelling Prince Hao to issue a staggering 300 million bounty. He is a hero in the eyes of all solo players and a taboo that every major guild fears. He took a deep breath, summoning all his strength to bellow the name that had resonated throughout the city. Undead Brother. Su Yi. Boom. As the name echoed, the barrage of comments in the live chat exploded. Undead Brother is incredible. Su Yi. Su Yi. The Eternal God. I came here just to see Su Yi. Everyone else can skip. Finally going to see my husband in action. I'm so excited. Watching the flood of comments cascade like a waterfall, Xiaoyu exclaimed, all right. It seems our audience is eagerly awaiting. Let us switch the camera to the examination venue at Qinglan City, 3rd Middle School. The scene shifted to the vast playground of the 3rd Middle School, where thousands of examinees had gathered. Most bore expressions of anxiety and solemnity. In the very center of the playground, a colossal teleportation gate emanating spatial fluctuations slowly opened. Suyi stood among the crowd, maintaining that same calm and indifferent demeanor, as if the roaring discussions surrounding him held no relevance. His gaze remained fixed on the portal that would determine his future destiny. Not far from him stood Lin Shi, adorned in opulent robes, her expression cold and proud. She seemed to sense Suye's gaze and turned to meet his eyes. Her expression was complex, tinged with reluctance, battle intent, and a hint of unacknowledged trepidation. Last night, she had heard her father's ominous words upon returning home, his face dark with foreboding, declaring, "I want to see how he can still act so arrogantly tomorrow." She understood that her father would undoubtedly resort to some underhanded means for her sake. Although she felt disdainful, she did not refuse. Because she could not afford to lose. She had to win. At that moment, the authoritative voice of the chief examiner resonated throughout the examination hall. Attention, all examinees. The first phase of this combined monthly examination is the Beast Tide Survival. You will be transported to an isolated battlefield of a different dimension, where you must confront an unending onslaught of magical beasts. Your objective is to survive amidst the beast tide for as long as possible while accumulating points. Now, the examination commences. At the command of the chief examiner, all candidates began to enter the immense portal in an orderly fashion, following their class sequence. At last, it was Suye's turn. Under the gaze of millions of spectators from across the city and even the province, and amidst Ling Shi's complexly emotional stare, the slender youth stepped forward with calm determination. With a single stride, he entered the shimmering portal, a gateway filled with unknowns and challenges. In the live broadcast, the commentator, Old Wong, heightened his emotions to a peak at this moment. With a voice akin to a roar, he heralded the grand spectacle about to unfold. Dear viewers, let us witness together. The legend is about to begin. The myth lies before us. That man, he has arrived. Chapter 40. The examination begins. Objective, Beast Tide Dimension. As the light warped and the space shifted, a powerful wave of dizziness, akin to being thrust into a high-speed washing machine, overwhelmed Suyi upon crossing the colossal portal. Even with his formidable mental fortitude, he felt a slight discomfort. He understood this sensation signified a long-distance, trans-dimensional transport. This feeling lasted less than 3 seconds. In the next moment, the solid ground beneath his feet returned, and the scenery before him became clear. Suyi slowly opened his eyes, surveying the vast, primal expanse he now inhabited. Before him stretched an immense plain, wild and untamed. The cracked earth beneath him was a dark brown, parched landscape. In the distance, he could discern the eerie silhouettes of petrified beasts, their colossal skeletons standing like silent tombstones, whispering of the bloodshed and brutality that once plagued this land. Above, the sky bore an ominous, oppressive dark red hue, as if stained by endless blood. The air was thick with a suffocating heat, mingling with the acrid sense of sulfur and blood, causing a stinging sensation in his lungs with each breath. A separate battlefield dimension, indeed. Suyi's gaze remained tranquil as a still lake. He knew that this semi-dimensional space, controlled by the imperial authorities for large-scale assessments or military drills, was far more stable and secure than the randomly appearing secret realms or ruins in the wild. At that moment, a grand and commanding voice, not belonging to any individual, resonated in the minds of all examinees simultaneously. It was the spirit of this examination dimension announcing the rules. Welcome to the 37th Combined Monthly Examination of Tiannan Province, Phase 1, the Flesh Mill of Survival. Phase Assessment Mode, Beast Tide Survival. The rules are as follows. 1. All examinees have been randomly transported to various corners of this dimension, maintaining a safe distance from one another. 2. After the commencement of the assessment, there will be a total of 3 waves of increasingly powerful magical beast tides, surging from all directions toward the central area. Your task is to survive amidst this relentless onslaught of beasts. 3. This phase of the assessment will last 3 hours. After 3 hours, rankings will be determined based on points accumulated. The longer you remain in the dimension and the more magical beasts you slay, the higher your score. 4. Points conversion rules. Slaying ordinary magical beasts, level 10 to 15, grants 1 point. Slaying elite magical beasts, level 16 to 25, grants 10 points. Slaying boss-level magical beasts, level 25 and above, grants 100 points. 5. Please note, if an examinee dies in the dimension, they will be immediately disqualified, and their score for this phase will be 0. Countdown. In 60 seconds, the first wave of the beast tide will descend. Prepare yourselves, examinees. 59. 58. 57. The cold rules were announced, leaving all examinees merely a minute to prepare. Boom. Almost instantaneously upon the conclusion of the announcement, the vast plain began to tremble violently, rhythmically. It felt as if thousands of ancient giants were charging towards them from the horizon, a cacophony of impending doom. The terrifying aura, born from pure slaughter and primal fury, was so palpable it caused the dark crimson clouds above to roil even more fiercely. Heavens, is this the beast tide? What a terrifying momentum. Just listening to this commotion makes my legs weak. Quick! Seek advantageous terrain. Find a hillside or a pile of stones. Otherwise, should we be struck head-on, even shield warriors would be reduced to pulp. In that moment, regardless of how confident the so-called prodigies or arrogant scions of wealthy families may have been prior, the sheer terror of this catastrophe weighed heavily upon their faces, rendering them solemn. On the live broadcast, the director adeptly split the screen into dozens of segments, clearly showcasing the reactions of the most anticipated candidates for all viewers to witness. On the screen, the illustrious Ling, she was the first to take to the skies. A pair of magnificent wings crafted from wind elements materialized behind her, allowing her to gracefully ascend several meters into the air. From this vantage point, she could maximize her advantage as a mage while avoiding the brunt of the ground-level beast tide's ferocious assault. Though a hint of seriousness graced her features, her eyes sparkled with fierce combat spirit. She began to chant spells rapidly, intricate and arcane runes swirling around her, clearly preparing a powerful area of effect magic. Prince Hao, the young master of the Bloodblade Alliance, displayed the financial might befitting his status. Instead of retreating, he pulled out a shimmering golden group protection scroll from his bag. The scroll was torn asunder, instantly enveloping him and several other similarly affluent examinees in a golden defensive barrier. Immediately thereafter, he produced a miniature alchemical turret capable of automatic fire, setting it up at the forefront of their position. He nonchalantly cast aside various expensive items that would bankrupt ordinary players, erecting what appeared to be an impregnable luxury defense within mere seconds. Other candidates were also making their final preparations in their own ways. Some searched for hills, others hid in rock crevices, while a few hastily communicated with fellow examinees, forming fragile defensive squads to huddle together for warmth and support. The entire examination venue was shrouded in an atmosphere of tension, solemnity, and even a touch of tragic grandeur. In the face of a beastly tide that resembled a natural disaster, every examinee appeared as a diminutive flicker of flame, trembling amidst the tempest, vulnerable to being extinguished at any moment by the merciless winds. Yet, within this atmosphere thick with tension, fear, and gravity, one individual's demeanor stood out, starkly incongruous with the surrounding chaos. The director, with keen insight, directed the largest camera, centrally positioned on the screen, towards the figure that bore the hopes of millions across the province, Su Yi. He remained remarkably calm. From the moment the rules were announced to the instant the beast tide surged forth, he simply stood there, motionless, one hand tucked in his pocket. He did not seek advantageous terrain, nor summon any creatures for defense. He stood resolutely, akin to an ancient statue, allowing the fierce winds capable of tearing steel to tousle his dark hair. The terrifying pressure emanating from the horizon, which would instill dread in any elite examinee, seemed to him no more than a gentle breeze. His countenance betrayed no emotion, as if the impending cataclysmic beast tide was not a ferocious deluge threatening to engulf all, but rather a bountiful field of ripe wheat awaiting harvest. What on earth is Su Yi doing? On the commentary platform, Xiaoya gazed at the solitary and serene figure on screen, her voice filled with confusion and concern. The countdown was nearly at an end. Why was he not preparing? Indeed, this was sheer audacity. Lao Wang was also sweating profusely, realizing that no matter how strong he was, facing such a scale of beast tide head-on could not possibly end well. Quick, summon your legion, brother undead. In the live stream, countless fans of Su Yi were on the verge of smashing their keyboards. What the hell? Move already. This is not the time for showboating. Oh no, my brother undead. He can't possibly be about to fail at the very first wave, can he? Don't panic. Trust in my God. There must be a profound reason for his actions. Just as everyone was anxiously sweating for Su Yi, the countdown reached the final 10 seconds. The tide, composed of pure darkness and fury, was now clearly visible on the horizon. Thousands of glowing-eyed, demonic wild boars, soaring, bloodthirsty raptors, and rapidly crawling, venomous earth dragons formed the vanguard of the beast tide, surging forth with an unstoppable momentum. The nauseating, foul winds had already arrived. The entire world trembled violently under this cataclysmic charge. Morning. The assessment has officially begun. As the cold system prompt echoed in the minds of all examinees, Su Yi finally moved. Chapter 41. 100 summons in a second. The Legion of the Undead descends. The assessment has officially begun. The moment the chilling system prompt sounded, the entire bloody meat grinder realm transformed into a boiling battlefield. Kill. Countless examinees roared. Various colored skill lights soared into the sky from every corner of the plane. In midair, Lingxi's long-prepared composite magic finally completed its final incantation. Elemental Storm. With a light tap of her staff, a colossal tornado, wildly intertwining and spinning with the four elements of wind, fire, water, and electricity, descended from the heavens, crashing fiercely into the beast tide. Boom! The terrifying elemental energy erupted, instantly shredding the low-level magical beasts within a radius of hundreds of meters into fragments. Meanwhile, in another location, Wang Zihao grinned malevolently as he pressed the launch button on his miniature magical cannon. Whoosh! Dozens of energy shells, shimmering with arcane light, whistled forth like a small meteor shower, accurately covering the approaching beast tide and inflicting massive casualties. The battle erupted in full force at that moment. However, neither Lingxi's resplendent and powerful elemental storm nor Wang Ziheo's artillery, constructed from wealth, could capture the audience's attention in the slightest. For the eyes of millions across the province, indeed the entire empire, were unwaveringly fixed upon the youth who stood there, tranquil and unmoving from start to finish. Danger! Suyi is yet to make any move. The beast tide is less than 100 meters away. The commentator Xiaoya's voice, tinged with anxiety and confusion, had grown piercingly sharp, nearly screaming. What is he doing? What on earth is he doing? This is not the way to be audacious. Hurry, summon your legion. Lao Wang was also sweating profusely, gripping the microphone tightly, veins bulging on his hands, as if he wished to rush into the examination room and shake Suyi awake. In the live stream, countless fans of Suyi were on the brink of smashing their keyboards. Move already. You need to act. If you don't, you'll be trampled into a pulp. Oh no, my mind is breaking. Is my brother undead really going to fail right at the start? Showboating will get you struck by lightning. I've always said, one mustn't be overly arrogant. No, I believe in my God. He must be waiting for the perfect moment. He won't let us down. Just as everyone was sweating for Suyi, and some had begun to doubt him, at the moment when the beast tide, akin to an avalanche or tsunami, was merely 50 meters away, the boy who had stood like a statue finally moved. There was no panicked evasion, no frantic defense. He simply raised his right hand slowly. It was a clean, slender hand with distinct knuckles. He opened his hand, extending his fingers towards the oncoming beast tide, capable of crushing steel and obliterating worlds. Then, under the gaze of millions of viewers, who were frozen in confusion and shock, he gently clenched his fist. It was as if he intended to grasp the entirety of the world within his palm. At that moment, as his fingers came together to form a fist, a cataclysmic change occurred. A resounding hum, indescribable in words, reminiscent of an ancient demonic deity awakening from the depths of the abyss, erupted from Su Ye's being. Immediately following, the vast, parched brown plains beneath his feet flared to life. 1, 10, 50, 100, 156. A total of 156 summoning arrays, imbued with death, immortality, and regal majesty, spread across the ground in a manner both inexplicable and miraculous, instantly covering the area within hundreds of meters around Su Yi. These arrays, densely packed and layered, shimmered and resonated with one another, forming an immensely spectacular yet eerily strange star map of death. The soaring, ethereal azure radiance erupted forth with the ferocity of a volcanic explosion. This brilliance was so resplendent, so domineering, it even forcibly illuminated the dark crimson clouds above, transforming them into a profound abyss filled with the essence of death, a spectral realm of haunting blue. In the next instant, under the petrified gaze of millions of spectators across the province, who appeared as if they had encountered a ghost, the expressions of old Wang and Xiaoya at the commentary booth were agape in sheer astonishment, as if an egg could be inserted into their open mouths. Meanwhile, at the backstage of the examination committee, the chief examiner's teacup, which he had just lifted, clattered to the ground, shattering into a cacophony of fragile sounds. 156 elite skeletal guardians, each towering over 2 meters, their bones radiating an elite-grade dark iron hue, with fiery crimson souls burning in their eye sockets, each emanating the aura of a level 20 lord, stood resolutely, wielding massive, hefty bone blades. Simultaneously, from the summoning arrays of these 156 guardians, they rose slowly, without issuing a single roar. They stood in silence, yet the palpable deathly pressure, forged from the convergence of 156 terrifying auras, transformed into an invisible, world-shattering shockwave that thunderously expanded in all directions. Boom! At that moment, the entire world seemed to fall into silence. The relentless tide of beasts, upon sensing this higher-level, life-originating terror, experienced a fleeting instinctual delay, as if a pack of exuberant wild dogs had suddenly encountered a reawakened ancient dragon. In the live broadcast room, the barrage of comments, cascading like a waterfall and refreshing thousands per second, eerily ceased. All words, all disputes, all concerns appeared so pale, so laughable at that moment. Before the screen, countless spectators, whether students attending classes or employees at work, battle-hardened veterans, or tycoons of industry, all instinctively rose from their seats in unison. In their eyes reflected the dreadful, spine-chilling forest of steel composed of bones and death. Their minds, overwhelmed by profound shock, were left blank. In a heartbeat, the commentary booth saw old Wang's parched lips tremble slightly as he uttered in a dreamy, incredulous tone, "He actually did it." Beside him, Xiaoya had long forgotten her duties as a commentator. She clasped her hands tightly over her mouth, her beautiful eyes brimming with tears, not out of sorrow, but from an overwhelming, soul-stirring sense of awe and tremor at witnessing a miracle. At the backstage of the examination committee, General Lin Zhenghua slowly rose from his chair of authority. He gazed at the screen, where the boy, surrounded by 156 skeletal demons like the most loyal of guards, maintained an expression of indifference. A smile of immense satisfaction and fervor spread across his weathered face. He understood that from this day forth, from this very moment, the Tiannan province, and indeed the entirety of Xia country, would witness the ascendance of the most brilliant, resplendent, and unparalleled supernova. And at this instant, on the battlefield, facing the tide of beasts momentarily paralyzed by fear, the boy sovereign, encircled by thousands of divine and demonic protectors, finally issued his first and only command in this examination. His voice, though soft, resonated clearly through the soul link he shared with the skeletal guardians, echoing in the minds of each soldier. Just one word: kill. Chapter 42, The Frenzied Surge of Points. The commentator was beside himself. Kill, as this cold, concise syllable, imbued with the supreme will of a sovereign, reverberated in the depths of the souls of the 156 elite skeletal guardians. The previously steady crimson flames in their hollow eye sockets surged violently, as though doused with a bucket of the hottest oil. Roar! A silent, yet resonant, soul-shattering roar erupted simultaneously from every corner of this deathly legion. In the next moment, this silent steel forest of bones and death sprang into motion. Without hesitation, without diversion, without a single superfluous tactical maneuver, they advanced with sheer, primal, unbridled force. Boom! 156 deathly creations, comparable to level 30 Lord-tier monsters, marched in perfect unison, their synchronized steps causing the earth to tremble beneath them, like an unstoppable tsunami of darkness crashing against the frenzied, demonic tide that had just regained its fervor. The spectacle was nothing short of magnificent, stirring the blood to a boil. If the tide of beasts, comprising thousands of monsters, was a ferocious flood capable of consuming all, then Su Ye's legion of 156 skeletal guardians was an indomitable dam forged from the finest steel, capable of halting rivers and subduing oceans. No, it was not merely a dam, it was a colossal meat grinder, revved to full power, ready to pulverize any obstacle in its path. In the next moment, the two waves of black and dark red collided with a thunderous impact before the watchful eyes of the masses. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no evenly matched fierce struggle. Instead, what followed was a series of sickening, tooth-grinding sounds, reminiscent of blades slicing through tofu. The first line of several demonic wild boars, with tusks and skulls capable of shattering rock, met the skeletal guardians, and in that moment, they were as fragile as porcelain, cleaved effortlessly in two by the massive bone blades wielded with over 2,000 points of terrifying power. Their foul, scalding blood mingled with shattered entrails, rocketing into the air, instantly staining the ancient plains an even deeper shade of crimson. Following closely were the second and third ranks. The skeletal guardians, as ruthless as emotionless harvesting machines, wielded their colossal bone blades, weaving an impenetrable net of death. Horizontal sweeps, vertical cleaves, upward thrusts. Each movement was simple yet effective, inevitably claiming multiple, vibrant lives. Those 15th-level monsters, which appeared terrifying and required caution in the eyes of ordinary candidates, were rendered so feeble before this deathly legion that they didn't even possess the right to strike a second blow. The frenzied counterattack from the tide of beasts met the skeletal guardians' formidable 600-point iron bones, which were as unyielding as adamantine. The relentless onslaught merely resulted in a series of punitive damage figures, 30s and 50s, that could only be described as a form of brutal scraping, unable even to force a single adversary to retreat a step. From the very moment of engagement, the battle had devolved into a one-sided, sanguinary, and utterly predictable massacre. My heavens! At the commentary booth, Xiaoya clamped her hands tightly over her mouth, her beautiful eyes brimming with an indescribable shock. What had she witnessed? She had seen an army butchering a flock of lambs awaiting slaughter. This was not combat, it was harvesting. Meanwhile, Old Wong appeared nearly deranged, fervently pointing at the upper right corner of the live broadcast screen. The leaderboard, representing individual scores, was rendered in a voice that trembled with extreme excitement and disbelief. Quick, look at the scores. Observe Sui's score. All the viewers instinctively diverted their gazes towards that corner, which chronicled the miraculous. On the leaderboard, Sui's entry was pulsating with a numerical score that defied the very principles of mathematics, leaping with an almost teleportational fervor. In the first second of the assessment, while all other candidates still bore a grand zero, Sui's score leapt from 0 to 387. In the second, it transformed into 1562. The third second unveiled 4,988. The fourth second revealed 9,750. By the fifth second, the figure shattered the 5-digit barrier, soaring to a spine-tingling 18,560. In a mere 5 seconds, his score had already surpassed the total points amassed by the previous provincial champion in the entirety of the examination. And this was merely the beginning. The sequence of numbers continued to ascend at an exponential and terrifying velocity. 20,000, 50,000, 80,000, 100,000. When the timer reached the 1-minute mark, Sui's individual score had firmly breached the six-figure threshold. At that moment, the second-ranked prodigy, Lingxi, after arduously casting a large-scale spell to clear a small area, finally saw her score transform from 0 into a figure worthy of pride, 85. The entire live stream descended into an eerie, deathly silence. All comments vanished, and every sound came to a standstill. Millions of viewers stared blankly at the leaderboard, where two numbers stood in stark contrast, akin to celestial wonders. One read 128,560, while the other displayed 85. For a long, protracted moment, Old Wong's voice, filled with bewilderment and self-doubt, finally broke the silence. I must be dreaming. Yes, I am undoubtedly dreaming. He extended his hand and delivered a resounding slap to his own face. The sharp sound echoed throughout the entire broadcast room. The burning sensation on his cheek confirmed that this was no dream. Old Wong gazed at the screen, where that relentless number continued to pulse wildly, and fell silent. He felt as though the knowledge he had proudly accumulated over 20 years had, in this instant, become a mere jest. For he could find no words to encapsulate the divine miracle that transcended the limits of human imagination. Slowly, he lowered the microphone and cradled his head in his hands, burying his face deep within them. He had lost his mind. In that moment, he felt as though his worldview, professional integrity, and mental state had all been utterly shattered by the cold, irrational numbers associated with the boy named Sui. Beside him, Xiaoya, witnessing Old Wong's disheveled demeanor, picked up the microphone, wishing to say something to alleviate the tension. However, when her gaze returned to the leaderboard, she saw that Sui's score had now exceeded 200,000. Xiaoya opened her mouth, ultimately emitting only a long sigh filled with profound shock and bitterness. She too slowly placed the microphone down, succumbing to silence alongside Old Wong. In under 2 minutes, these two esteemed commentators had been rendered mute by a single examinee through the most straightforward and brutal of means. Meanwhile, in the live stream, after enduring half a minute of profound silence, the comments finally erupted with an intensity more frenzied and fervent than ever before. There were no more gasps of astonishment, no more analyses, nor any disputes. Only two words remained, the purest expression of the audience's collective sentiment at that moment. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? On that day, people were finally reminded of the fear once wielded by that young man, as well as the humiliation of being confined within the cage of conventional wisdom. Chapter 43, 1 minute. Annihilation of the Beast Tide. While the entire world was engulfed in silence and frenzy due to Sui's miraculous performance, in another corner of this macabre realm of flesh and blood, the young master of the Bloodblade Alliance, Prince Hao, remained blissfully unaware. At this moment, he stood proudly behind his impenetrable fortress, crafted from wealth and artifacts, reveling in what he perceived as a leisurely and enjoyable hunting game. Ha! Come on, you mindless beasts. Bring it on. Prince Hao sneered as he pressed the launch button of the miniature magical cannon before him. Whoosh! Dozens of energy projectiles, shimmering with arcane light, soared forth, accurately covering a vast expanse ahead, obliterating scores of demonic wild boars that were recklessly charging against the golden protective barrier, leaving a scene of carnage. Ding! Your team has slain a demonic wild boar, earning you 1 point. Ding! Your team has slain a demonic wild boar, earning you 1 point. A series of system notifications brought an immeasurable grin to Prince Hao's face. He glanced at his rank and score on the personal leaderboard. 10th place, Prince Hao, Qinglan City, score, 210. Although this position fell short of his anticipated top 3, he remained unconcerned. For he knew, this was merely an appetizer. The Beast Tide had only just commenced. Each of the expensive artifacts at his disposal possessed formidable and sustainable combat capabilities. Meanwhile, those other impoverished candidates were likely overwhelmed and exhausted, if not already eliminated, by the initial wave of the Beast Tide. From the very onset, this examination has been nothing short of an inequitable game, a realm exclusively reserved for those of noble lineage. That woman, Lingxi, has climbed to the second position, relying on her exceptional talents. However, it matters not. Once her mana is depleted, it will be my moment to surpass her. Wang Ziheo's gaze swept across the leaderboard, ultimately resting upon the name that belonged to Lingxi, igniting a flicker of jealousy and an unwavering determination within him. As for the one he loathed the most, the object of his bitter disdain, Suyi, he could hardly be bothered to seek out his name. In his eyes, that arrogant, oblivious bumpkin would surely crumble before the onslaught of this Beast Tide. Especially without the support of those 15 skeletal minions, he would be crushed into oblivion in less than a minute. Compete with me? How dare you? A cruel and contemptuous smile graced Wang Ziheo's lips as he envisioned Su Yi's expression of unwillingness and despair upon witnessing his ascent on the leaderboard. Brother Hao is magnificent. Brother Hao is incredible, echoed the fawning praises of his affluent allies nearby. I foresee this year's provincial champion will undoubtedly be Brother Hao. Indeed. Have you seen the extensive preparations Brother Hao has made for this monthly examination? Once Brother Hao claims the champion title and enters the Central Academy, Don't forget to lend a hand to us, your brothers. As he reveled in the adulation akin to a star surrounded by admirers, ready to unleash another barrage of points, he suddenly sensed an unsettling shift in the atmosphere. The relentless tide of beasts, which should have been crashing against their defensive barrier, had inexplicably diminished. Even the distant roars and thundering sounds had considerably waned. What is happening? Wang Ziheo's brow furrowed slightly. Is it only a few minutes in? Has the first wave of beasts already concluded? This year's beast tide seems exceptionally weak. His companions mirrored his confusion. Just then, a scout responsible for observing the battlefield suddenly pointed towards the distant sky, his voice trembling with disbelief. Brother Hao, you all need to look. What is that? The group instinctively followed his pointing finger and looked up, only to behold a scene that would forever alter their worldview. In the northwest direction, the sky, which should have been a deep crimson, was now entirely engulfed by a colossal, darker mass of ominous clouds. This cloud obscured the sun, sprawling across nearly half the sky. Yet, this was no mere cloud. It was a tumultuous swarm of flying magical beasts, thousands of bloodthirsty harpies, gargoyles, and wyverns. This aerial tide, capable of instilling despair in any air force, did not flail about aimlessly. Instead, it seemed to be charging with fervor towards the very center of the swirling darkness, a minuscule, nearly invisible black dot, engaging in a suicidal rush. With each flicker from that black point, a dazzling spray of blood mist erupted, reminiscent of fireworks. It was as if a lethal black hole, insatiably devouring everything, resided at the heart of that tempestuous sky. What on earth is that? Wang Ziheo's voice quivered with shock as he surveyed the terrifying aerial battlefield. He could not comprehend what kind of entity could attract such a horde of flying beasts' animosity and conduct a reverse slaughter. In that moment of uncertainty, an ally beside him, seemingly recalling something, trembled as he opened the official live-streaming screen. He understood that only the official divine perspective could elucidate what was transpiring at the center of the battlefield. When the live screen transitioned to Su Ye's exclusive viewpoint, revealing a nonchalant youth at the center, flanked by 156 skeletal guardians, commanding several bone sentinels to collect the fallen wings of wyverns. Wang Ziheo and his companions felt their pride, confidence, and arrogance freeze in that instant. All that replaced it was a pallid visage of shock. Their mouths agape, their pupils constricted into the most perilous pinprick of fear. No. Wang Ziheo's throat emitted a disbelieving croak, akin to a windbag bursting. This is impossible. In a frenzy, he clicked on the points leaderboard, desperate to find solace in the cold numbers that would affirm that all of this was merely an illusion. However, when the leaderboard, rewritten with blood and miracles, vividly appeared before him. First place, Su Yi, Qinglan City, points, 286, for 100, and 12th place. Wang Ziheo, Qinglan City, points, 235, he shattered. 286,000 against 235. Wang Ziheo felt a wave of metallic sweetness surge from his throat, unable to suppress it any longer. He spewed forth a torrent of blood. Jealousy, envy, humiliation, resentment. These myriad negative emotions gnawed at his once proud heart like the most venomous of serpents. How could this be? How could he, a mere commoner, wield such formidable power? How could he leave me in the dust? I refuse to accept this. I absolutely refuse to yield. Wang Ziheo's features contorted into a mask of madness, his face twisted with unbridled jealousy as he unleashed a frenzied, impotent roar towards the heavens. He violently kicked over a miniature magical cannon worth millions, then collapsed to the ground like a gambler who had lost everything. His eyes glazed over, muttering senselessly, fake. This must all be fake. His pride, his confidence, everything he had built with wealth was utterly shattered before that boy. Before those cold, unreasonable numbers. It was obliterated, leaving not a shred behind. Chapter 44, The True Genius. Ling Shi's shock. As Wang Ziheo succumbed to a devastating collapse of his psyche, overwhelmed by extreme jealousy and self-doubt, on the opposite end of the blood and flesh millstone realm. The illustrious Ling Shi had just emerged victorious from a fervent battle. Her breath was slightly labored, and a delicate sheen of fragrant sweat glistened upon her exquisite brow. Yet, within her bright, autumn-like eyes resided an indomitable spirit of combat and a profound sense of pride. Beneath her feet lay nearly 100 corpses of monstrous beasts, a testament to her prowess. Just moments ago, she had single-handedly unleashed 3 grand composite area spells, leveraging her extraordinary mastery over elemental energy and her immense mana reserves to utterly obliterate a small faction of the beast tide that had attempted a flanking assault on her team. Ding. Your squad has slain a bloodthirsty raptor, earning you 10 points. Ding. Your squad has slain a demonic wild boar, earning you 1 point. A cascade of notification chimes heralded her personal score soaring past the monumental threshold of 10,000. Securing her a firm position as the second on the leaderboard. Wow. Ling Shi, you are incredible. Indeed, you are nothing short of a goddess. Without you, we would surely have been scattered by that horde. With Captain Ling Shi leading us, we are bound to achieve an excellent rank in this month's examination. Her teammates, equally distinguished and formidable members of the star-studded combat squad, lavished her with praise. Their gazes filled with admiration and respect. As she basked in the accolades, an indescribable sense of fulfillment surged within Ling Shi. This was where she truly belonged, at the center of attention, radiating with glory. She acknowledged that the phenomenon triggered by Su Ye's awakening was indeed astonishing. But it was merely a spectacle. The true measure of a practitioner's future accomplishments lay in their tangible combat prowess, the mastery of their own energy, and the ability to turn the tide in adversity through formidable strength. And she, Ling Shi, was the elemental conqueror. Let us take a moment to recuperate and prepare for the next wave of assault. Ling Shi's countenance regained the confidence and composure befitting a genius. She retrieved a vial of azure mana restoration elixir from her satchel and elegantly drank from it. Simultaneously, she opened the personal leaderboard to assess the gap between herself and the first place. In her estimation, while Su Ye's summoned entities possessed remarkable individual strength, they would inevitably falter against the ceaseless tide of beasts due to their limited numbers. His efficiency in accruing points could not possibly rival her own as an elemental mage wielding devastating area spells, as long as she remained steadfast, continuously cleansing the battlefield with her grand spells, surpassing him, and even leaving him far behind, was merely a matter of time. However, when the leaderboard, now irrevocably altered by a legendary name, materialized before her eyes, the confidence and pride she had just established crumbled instantly. First place, Su Yi, Qinglan City, points, 358960. Second place, Ling Shi, Qinglan City, points, 13580. The confident smile on Ling Shi's face froze entirely. She stared blankly at the two starkly contrasting figures that seemed to emanate from entirely different realms. 350,000 versus 13,580. A bone-chilling dread surged from her soles. Racing towards her crown, she instinctively rubbed her eyes, suspecting that her exhaustion from mana depletion had conjured an illusion. Yet, the despairingly long string of numbers remained glaringly clear and excruciatingly vivid. How could this be? Her voice trembled uncontrollably. What on earth has he done? Her teammates, noticing her distress, gathered curiously to glimpse the leaderboard. They stood as if petrified by a collective spell, frozen in disbelief. 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. My heavens. 350,000. Am I seeing things? Is this the entirety of the realm's beasts laid to waste? But the examination has only just begun. This is impossible. It cannot be true. There must be a bug in the scoring system. One teammate, unable to accept this brutal reality, protested loudly. Yet, his words felt feeble and hollow. For the official examination system had been crafted by the most elite team of the Imperial Academy of Sciences and had never erred. This meant that the score was indeed legitimate. Ling Shi's complexion drained of color in an instant. She was indignant. She was unwilling to accept this. She could not fathom what sort of power could yield such a terrifying score in such a brief span of time. Trembling, she activated the replay feature of the official livestream. She had to witness it with her own eyes. She had to see how that man accomplished such feats. As the live stream shifted to Su Ye's exclusive perspective, the sight of him surrounded by 156 skeletal warriors, akin to demonic deities, commanding his legion to collect the spoils from the heavens, became vividly apparent. The Deathly Legion, each member exuding an aura that made even her heart race, a presence far beyond that of a level 30 lord, unleashed an unstoppable force that shattered the beast tide. A sight that would instill despair in any observer was etched into her vision. Ling Shi was rendered utterly speechless. She stared blankly at the screen, transfixed by the boy whose demeanor seemed utterly incongruous with the chaos of the battlefield. In that moment, all her previous defiance, pride, and competitive spirit were ruthlessly shattered, reduced to mere dust in the wind. She finally comprehended the truth. She had been gravely mistaken. She had been woefully naive. She had always believed that she and Su Yi were merely competitors on the same track, starting from different lines, yet destined to reach the same finish. But now she realized that she and he were not even in the same realm. While she toiled on the ground, sweating profusely as she struggled step by step to move forward, that man was already soaring above the clouds, gazing down upon all of creation. This was not a mere gap. It was a chasm of dimensions, a divide that no matter how fervently she burned herself to cross, she would forever be unable to bridge. A galaxy apart, it dawned on her. A profound bitterness and bewilderment surfaced in her eyes. She slowly lowered her staff, murmuring to herself as if questioning both herself and this world that felt so inherently unjust. Is he truly a genius? Then what am I? On that day, the pride of the heavens, her heart shattered. Her pride, her glory, her very essence, all paled beneath the silhouette of that youthful monarch, guarded by 156 deities and demons. Chapter 45, Emergency Meeting of the Examiners. Is the system experiencing a bug? Within the realm of flesh and blood, the candidates were engulfed in shock and despair at Su Ye's miraculous performance. In the distant real world, in the Tian South Province, the Education Department, at the central monitoring hub for the joint monthly examination, chaos had already ensued. Alarm! Alarm! Data server number 03 is overloaded. Repeat. Data server number 03 is overloaded. Requesting support. The magical energy supply in Area C has begun to exhibit unstable fluctuations. We need more energy crystals. Technical team. Where's the technical team? Hurry and check the underlying logic code of the score statistics system. See if it has been invaded by some unknown virus. The entire monitoring center, typically a bastion of tranquility and solemnity, controlling the fate of millions of candidates across the province, now resembled a boiler room on the verge of explosion. Filled with shrill alarm bells and the frantic shouts of staff members. Dozens of top-tier technicians clad in white lab coats, adorned with the emblem of the Imperial Academy of Sciences, were sweating profusely, frantically typing code at their respective consoles, attempting to stabilize the colossal system that was on the brink of collapse. At the pinnacle of the monitoring center, in the command room composed entirely of one-way bulletproof glass, which overlooked the entire data matrix, the atmosphere was stiflingly tense. The chief examiner of this joint monthly examination, the director of the education department of Tian South Province, an elderly gentleman with graying hair, renowned for his unyielding demeanor even in the face of calamity, was fixated on the enormous main screen before him, its surface flickering with ominous crimson alerts. His hand, which held a fine porcelain teacup, trembled uncontrollably. Beside him stood several high-ranking representatives from the military, the executive council, and the guild of practitioners, all bearing expressions of incredulity and absurdity, as if they had encountered a specter. What on earth is happening? A hot-tempered general from the military could no longer contain himself. He slammed his hand on the table and, addressing the technical director beside him, demanded furiously, "The examination has barely begun for 10 minutes. You are telling me that our apocalyptic system, a billion-dollar investment crafted by the finest team from the Imperial Academy of Sciences, capable of supporting a war involving millions, is about to collapse. General Wong, please remain calm." The technical director, a bespectacled man in his 30s with prematurely graying hair, wiped the cold sweat from his brow, his voice trembling with nervousness and confusion. We also do not understand what is happening. Just 5 minutes ago, data server number 03, which is specifically responsible for the score statistics of the Qinglan City examination area, suddenly received an extremely vast and terrifying data stream that defies all logic. Data stream? The chief examiner slowly set down his teacup, his gaze sharp as he commanded, "Retrieve the specific data." Yes. The technical director hastily operated his personal terminal. Within moments, a data analysis report filled with intricate curves and astonishing figures appeared in the center of the main screen, pointing to a red data curve that had nearly ascended vertically. He explained in a hoarse voice, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is the anomalous data stream." At the 58th second of the assessment, it was still within the normal range. However, from the 59th second onward, precisely the moment the examination officially commenced, this data stream began to surge in an exponential manner, completely contradicting our system's designed growth model. In the first second, it instantly generated a data volume equivalent to over 300 candidates simultaneously eliminating targets. In the second second, this number quadrupled. In the third second, it tripled again. By the fifth second, the effective kill data it produced in just 1 second equaled that of over 18,000 candidates accurately and instantaneously eliminating different targets. The technical director swallowed hard, pointing at the red arrow that had breached the limits of the graph and was still climbing. His voice was hoarse as he continued, "Now, it has stabilized at over 200,000 effective kill data per second." The entire command room fell into a profound silence once more. Everyone seemed petrified, staring blankly at the red curve that represented miracles and absurdity. 200,000 per second. What does this mean? It means that in the brief moments they had been speaking, millions of magical beasts had been slaughtered by a single entity. Is this even something a human can achieve? Even if one were to unleash a level 50 war machine into a novice village, such outrageous data could not be produced. Investigate. I command you to investigate. The chief examiner's expression turned gravely serious as he slammed his hand on the table, issuing an order in an unequivocal tone. Find the source of this anomalous data stream. I want to know which candidate, or rather, which entity has infiltrated our examination hall and is wreaking havoc. He had begun to suspect that a high-level powerhouse had utilized some unknown means to disguise themselves as a candidate, infiltrating the examination hall, and was employing some forbidden-level skill to execute a devastating purge. If that were the case, the nature of this incident would escalate from a mere system malfunction to a grave security breach. Yes, tracing the source now. The technical director immediately began to operate frantically. The massive data stream surged like a roaring river across his screen. Layers of code were stripped away, and data nodes were traced in reverse. At last, after an agonizingly tense minute of tracing, the source of the terrifying data stream, vast enough to send the entire apocalyptic system into tremors, was successfully locked in. When the specifics of that source were clearly displayed on the main screen, the entire command room fell into a deathly silence once more. Data source locked. Examination area, Qinglan City. Candidate name, Su Yi. Examination number, QLC 0307110. Profession, Eternal Night Monarch. Su Yi. The chief examiner gazed at the name that had appeared countless times in various confidential reports within a single day, his weathered face revealing an unfamiliar expression of bewilderment for the first time. It's him again? How can it be him again? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. General Wang, in a fit of agitation, rose once more, pointing at the screen with fervor as he vehemently objected. A 13th level summoner. Even if his summoned creatures are extraordinarily powerful, even if they defy the heavens, it is absolutely impossible for him to simultaneously slay tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of magical beasts within a single second. This blatantly contravenes the law of conservation of energy. It violates the principles governing our professions. He paused, then uttered a hypothesis that had crossed the minds of all present yet remained unvoiced due to disbelief. Unless there is a bug in the system. A catastrophic error occurred while calculating his points. This conjecture was immediately met with unanimous agreement from everyone in attendance. Indeed, it must be so. This is the only plausible explanation. Quick, convene an emergency meeting immediately. The chief examiner decisively instructed through the communicator, summoning all technical experts. I require you to identify this bug within 10 minutes and rectify it forthwith. Thus commenced a high-level technical emergency meeting of the Empire, revolving around the name Su Yi. However, 10 minutes passed, then 20, and then half an hour. When the technical director re-entered the command room, his countenance ashen, he bore tidings that plunged all into a profound silence. Report, esteemed officers. The technical director's voice was laced with exhaustion and defeat as he adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses. Speaking in a tone akin to a delirious dream, we have meticulously examined all the underlying codes of the Apocalypse system. We simulated data attacks over 1 billion times. We even reached out to the system's chief designer, the ingenious Dr. Morpheus, in the imperial capital. Ultimately, we all arrived at the same conclusion. He inhaled deeply, slowly lifting his gaze to meet the tense and expectant eyes in the conference room, struggling to articulate a revelation that would upend their collective understanding. The system has no bug. All the points acquired are entirely consistent with the rules we established. The only explanation is that the examinee, named Su Yi, by his own efforts, achieved the real and valid kill data within a minute, precisely as reported. He single-handedly overloaded our Apocalypse system. Chapter 46. While others risk their lives, he accumulates wealth. When the technical director announced that absurd final conclusion in a tone reminiscent of a waking dream, the command room for the joint monthly examination was enveloped in an unprecedented, protracted silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. All the officials and representatives sat as though ensnared by a collective spell of silence. Their expressions a vivid tapestry of shock, confusion, skepticism, and disbelief. Ultimately, all emotions coalesced into an overwhelming sense of helplessness when confronted with an incomprehensible miracle that transcended the bounds of common understanding. The system has no bug. What does this signify? It signifies that the multitude of cold, nonsensical, and terrifying points amassed by the youth named Su Yi, sufficient to overload even the Apocalypse system, are indeed genuine. He achieved them through sheer effort, one strike at a time. The irascible General Wang gradually sank back into his chair. He opened his mouth as if to refute, yet was reduced to a long, complex sigh. What could he counter? The facts lay plainly before them. Data does not lie. Switch his personal feed to the main screen. After a considerable pause, the chief examiner's voice, slightly hoarse, finally broke the silence. He wished to behold with his own eyes, what manner of prodigy had single-handedly overturned their collective understanding. Yes, the technical director promptly executed the command. In the next moment, the enormous holographic main screen in the command room was entirely occupied by a singular, high-definition image. The protagonist of the scene was none other than Su Yi. Yet, the spectacle unfolding on the screen plunged all in the command room back into collective silence. In the blood and flesh-grinding plane, the first wave of the beast tide was utterly crushed and annihilated under the iron hooves of Su Ye's cataclysmic legion within a mere 5 minutes. The entire plane returned to a temporary tranquility. Beneath this veneer of calm lay a gruesome tableau of countless beast carcasses, a river of blood painting a hellish landscape. The pungent scent of blood surged into the air, transforming into a tangible essence that deepened the already darkened sky. Beep. The first wave of the beast tide has concluded. The second wave will descend in 10 minutes. All examinees, please make haste to recuperate and prepare. The cold mechanical voice of the system echoed in the minds of the surviving examinees. Phew. Finally, it's over. Quick. Drink potions. Restore mana. Healers. Quickly. Heal the front lines. Damn, that was too close. I nearly got gored by a demonic wild boar. Across the corners of the plane, the survivors, having narrowly escaped death, collapsed to the ground, desperately using the precious 10 minutes to recover their strength. Many bore expressions of dread and exhaustion, while others, having witnessed the horrific demise of their companions, wept inconsolably, their spirits shattered. The entire examination venue was shrouded in a tense, oppressive atmosphere of turmoil and despair. Yet, as is often the case, there were exceptions. At the very center of the live broadcast, The youth who had single-handedly cleared at least a third of the beast tide stood in stark contrast to the surrounding air of tension and oppression. He neither rested nor counted his terrifying score, which had surpassed 500,000. He did not even glance at the other examinees, who looked upon him with a mix of reverence and fear, akin to deities from afar. Instead, he was cleaning the battlefield. Indeed, he was meticulously attending to the battlefield, and doing so in an exceptionally earnest, professional, and even frugal manner. He leisurely rode upon a magnificent, ghostly warhorse, ambulating through his legion of undead guardians, still brimming with lethal intent and unscathed. He resembled an experienced farmer surveying his bountiful harvest, or a shrewd merchant inventorying his wares. Periodically, he would dismount and examine the carcasses of magical beasts, retrieving what he deemed valuable components. The tusks of this demonic wild boar possessed commendable hardness after polishing. They could serve as disposable armor-piercing arrowheads. Excellent, I'll take it. Suyi instructed a nearby undead guardian. The skeletal guardian immediately advanced like the most obedient of automatons, wielding a colossal bone blade to deftly pry the two most formidable tusks from the wild boar's carcass, subsequently arranging them neatly to the side. Suyi nodded in satisfaction and proceeded to the next location. Alas, the feathers of the bloodthirsty raptor were too disheveled, lacking in value. However, its claws were remarkably sharp and could be melted down to extract the precious metal within. Collected. Another skeletal guardian stepped forward to commence the material decomposition. Oh, is this the venom sac of a toxic earth dragon? Suyi's eyes lit up. He crouched down and carefully extracted a pulsating, sac-like object filled with a viscous, dark green liquid from the abdomen of a massive earth dragon carcass. This was a prized possession. It served as a core component for crafting high-tier poison potions and plague bombs. On the black market, it could fetch a price exceeding 10,000. This must be stored separately, away from other materials. Thus, amidst the astonished gazes of tens of millions, even hundreds of millions of viewers within the command center, all the military dignitaries and the head of the education department were collectively entranced, their expressions akin to seeing a ghost. The youthful sovereign, who mere moments ago had descended like a deity, obliterating tens of thousands of beast waves with overwhelming might, now resembled a diligent scavenger. Accompanied by a team of 156 robust laborers, leisurely and contentedly engaged in the procurement of resources amidst a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The scene was undeniably surreal. At the commentary desk, the recently revived old Wong, still recovering from his stupor, gazed at this scene, imbued with elements of magical realism. He opened his mouth, feeling that his career as a commentator faced an unprecedented challenge. How was he to narrate this? Must he say, "Good viewers, we can see that after the cataclysmic battle we just witnessed, our student Suyi has opted not to rest. Instead, he has exemplified the noble tradition of frugality, leading his legion of the undead in a meticulous and orderly post-battle cleanup and resource recovery operation. This spirit is worthy of emulation by each and every one of us. Is this even sensible?" Next to him, Xiaoya murmured in a dazed tone, "Why do I feel as though he isn't here to take an exam? It seems like he's here to procure resources?" This seemingly innocuous remark ignited a fuse, instantly detonating the brief silence in the live broadcast room. The term procure is so damn apt. I'm dying of laughter. While others risk life and limb in an exam, our divine student is evidently engaged in resource recovery to amass wealth. What do you know? This is the ease of a true powerhouse. To him, this so-called exam holds no challenge at all. Rather than squander time resting, why not earn some extra profit? Perspective. This is perspective. While others struggle for survival, our divine being is already contemplating how to maximize benefits. Whoa, I'm crying. I feel like I've lived 18 years and still haven't comprehended life as clearly as the skeletal soldiers of the undead brother. Meanwhile, in the command center, the chief examiner observed the youth commanding his skeletal legion, categorizing various materials into small mountains. The rigid, authoritative expression on his face twitched uncontrollably at the corners. He slowly lifted the new teacup his secretary had just prepared for him, gently blowing on it. Then, in a tone that seemed to be persuading himself, filled with resignation, he whispered to General Wang beside him, "Perhaps we should consider this issue from a different angle. Let us regard it as the empire sponsoring a future national treasure to engage in early capital accumulation." Chapter 47. The Public S Frenzy. The Battle of the Undead Brother. 10 minutes of respite swiftly elapsed, when the chilling system alert echoed once more in the minds of all surviving candidates. A more ferocious and brutal storm was about to descend. Ding! The second wave of beast tides is about to strike. All candidates, please prepare yourselves. Boom! This time, the tremors of the earth were far more intense than before. From 4 directions on the horizon, for towering columns of dust and smoke ascended, obscuring the sky. Tens of thousands of even more formidable and ferocious demonized beasts surged forth like 4 torrents of black death, converging frantically upon the center of the plains. Among them were not only the colossal level 20 demonized war elephants, with astonishing defenses, but also the formidable granite giant tortoises. Furthermore, A massive elite aerial force composed of level 25 raging griffins had emerged. A comprehensive assault from land, sea, and air. Oh heavens, how on earth can we fight this? It's over. Completely doomed. Enemies surround us on all sides. We have no place to hide. Quickly, all shield warriors. Form a circular formation. Mages and archers to the center. Hold the line for as long as we can. Just as the candidates, who had barely caught their breath from the first wave, witnessed this apocalyptic scene, their faces drained of color, replaced by profound despair. Even Ling Shi, who had maintained her composure thus far, now bore an unprecedented gravitas on her delicate face. She sensed that this enemy, in both numbers and strength, far surpassed the first wave. Even she lacked confidence in enduring for long in such a dire situation. However, just as despair and panic enveloped everyone, the youth, who had just finished his procurement work, made an unexpected move. He did not choose to hold his ground and wait for the enemy to approach. Instead, he took the initiative to charge forward. The entire army surged into action. Su Yi, seated atop his ghostly steed, surveyed the endless beast tide converging from all directions with a tranquil gaze. A smirk of arrogance and confidence graced his lips as he slowly unsheathed the pitch-black knight's long sword he had worn at his waist but never drawn. Sword pointed forward. This was a trophy inherited from a hapless soul of the Bloodblade Alliance. Though he did not require personal combat, as a sovereign, he was obliged to lead the charge when his army advanced, even if merely for appearances. Roar! As he pointed his sword, the Death Legion behind him, having absorbed a massive amount of deathly aura, erupted in a silent roar that reverberated throughout the entire plain. Boom! The 156 elite skeletal guardians ceased to form a defensive formation. They transformed into the sharpest, most unparalleled black war spear. With Su Yi as the spearhead, he charged fiercely towards the colossal and surging tide of beasts ahead. The scene was nothing short of tragic and fierce. A solitary knight led his army, which appeared diminutive in the face of the endless beast wave, into a desperate charge against the entire world. However, this grandeur lasted barely 3 seconds before it was utterly overturned. At the moment when the black war spear collided with the dark red sea of death, everyone witnessed a spectacle that would forever be etched in their memories, one that could even reshape their worldview. There was no fierce clash as one might imagine, nor an instantaneous collapse. What transpired was sheer devastation. The black war spear, akin to a glowing branding iron piercing through butter, effortlessly tore through the seemingly impregnable line of beasts. The dozens of level 20 demonic war elephants at the forefront, with their terrifying force capable of toppling city walls, appeared ludicrous before the Bone Guards. The Bone Guards did not even wield weapons. They simply extended their massive palms, forged from solid hellish iron, and pressed down upon the elephants' heads. With a powerful twist, a crisp crack echoed as the elephants' colossal bodies crashed to the ground, lifeless in an instant. In the air, those raging griffins, attempting to dive down and assault Su Yi, met a far more tragic fate. The Bone Guards exhibited a terrifying agility and reaction speed that belied their cumbersome appearance. They leapt into the air, soaring dozens of meters high. The enormous bone blades in their hands carved deadly arcs in the air. With sickening thuds, one fierce griffin after another fell from the sky, transforming the heavens into a rain of blood. Annihilation. The massacre continued without a hint of suspense. Su Yi's legion functioned as an unceasing and highly efficient killing machine. They surged into the beast tide from the east, carving out a path paved with corpses and blood, a corridor of death. Ultimately, they emerged from the west. The cycle of slaughter was relentless. Throughout it all, Su Yi remained calmly seated upon his steed, his knightly sword never once stained with a drop of blood. Ding. You earned 10 points. Ding. You earned 100 points. Ding. You earned 10 points. His personal score skyrocketed at an even more frenzied and terrifying pace. 600,000. 800,000. 1 million. As the time approached the arrival of the third wave of beasts, with less than 100 surviving candidates trembling in despair during their final stand, Su Yi's personal score had firmly surpassed the million mark. At this moment, the second-place contender, Ling Shi, had only just managed to break through the 20,000 mark at a great cost. This score, once sufficient to secure her the top position in the province, now seemed utterly insignificant on this day of mythic birth, when the last level 50 abyssal demonic lord let out a final unwilling wail under the assault of Su Yi's 156 bone guards and collapsed. The cold system notification echoed throughout the realm. Ding! The first phase of the assessment has officially concluded. This announcement marked the end of the slaughter fest led by Su Yi alone. His final score was firmly established at the pinnacle of the leaderboard, an astronomical figure beyond the reach of future candidates. First place, Su Yi, Qinglan City, score, 1,287. 450. As this ultimate score appeared on the live broadcast screen, a profound silence fell over every city in the Tiannan province where viewers were watching. Soon after, it erupted like a volcanic explosion, a roar powerful enough to tear the roofs off buildings. We won. We witnessed history. 1,287,000. My heavens. Is this even a score a high school student can achieve? It's terrifying. It's monstrous. This is no longer genius. This is divinity. A deity walking among mortals. The barrage of comments in the live stream went wild. All previous doubts, concerns, and debates transformed into pure, fervent admiration for the young man. The phrase God of the Undead was spontaneously illuminated across the screen in golden text by millions of viewers. In that moment, they were no longer mere spectators. They were devotees, those who, having witnessed a miracle, were utterly conquered and became the most fervent believers. At the commentary desk, Old Wong, a living fossil who had narrated the monthly examinations for 20 years, could no longer contain his excitement. He sprang from his seat, tears of exhilaration glistening in his eyes as he gazed at the ocean of golden comments formed by faith. Grasping the microphone, he spoke in a hoarse voice filled with boundless reverence and fervor, delivering the most perfect closing statement for this legendary battle destined for the annals of history. Dear viewers, at this moment, I find myself devoid of words to express my feelings. I only wish to say, we are fortunate, for we have witnessed the birth of a legend, the rise of a myth. Please remember this score. 1, 287, 450 points. Please remember this name. Suyi. From this day forth, the genius rankings of Tiannan province and the entire empire will be irrevocably reshuffled due to the emergence of this man. He is a legend. He is a myth. He is the god of the undead. Chapter 48, Phase 2. Objective, Abyssal Contamination Zone. As the system notification marking the end of the first phase of the assessment sounded, the deafening cacophony of slaughter and roars in the blood and flesh grinding realm vanished in an instant. All surviving candidates slumped amidst the sea of corpses, gasping for breath as if utterly drained. Most bore expressions of relief from surviving the ordeal, mingled with an unmistakable bewilderment. Is it over? Is this really the end? They felt as though they had just awoken from a bizarre dream. In that dream, a youth, resembling a god or demon, led his legion of undead to crush 3 waves of terrifying beast tides that would have rendered anyone else hopeless. They appeared to be the most inconspicuous background figures in this grand epic of war, merely surviving under the radiant light of the deities by sheer luck. Did we perhaps win by lying down? Murmured one examinee in a tone of uncertainty. His companion, with a wry smile, nodded in agreement. Indeed, it feels as though we hardly killed any monsters at all. Our score seemed barely to reach triple digits. Not just you. Take a look at the leaderboard. Aside from the top 10 who are utterly monstrous, who else has a score exceeding 4 digits? Upon uttering these words, everyone instinctively opened their scoreboards, only to be enveloped in collective silence. It was a profound sense of powerlessness that emanated from the depths of their souls. They gazed at the solitary name, towering above with a 7-digit score, looking down upon the masses, unable even to conjure feelings of jealousy. What they felt was the purest form of awe, akin to ants on the ground gazing up at the eternal sun that never sets in the sky. As all the examinees remained immersed in the shock of the vast discrepancy, the stern voice of the chief examiner resonated once more in their minds. The first phase of the assessment has officially concluded. Calculating results. Calculation complete. A total of 560 examinees participated, with 958 successfully passing the first phase. The elimination rate stands at 888. This chilling statistic prompted all survivors to involuntarily gasp. An elimination rate of nearly 90%. Such is the cruelty of the joint monthly examination. Now, we shall commence the second phase of the assessment, Stronghold Assault. All surviving examinees will be teleported to the Abyss Pollution Zone of the second assessment dimension in 10 seconds. Before the crowd could fully comprehend this harsh elimination rate, beams of white teleportation light cascaded from above, enveloping the survivors one by one. Suyi felt a fleeting sensation as the familiar dizziness of dimensional travel washed over him. When he opened his eyes once more, the scenery had transformed dramatically. No longer did he stand upon the expansive blood-red plains. Instead, he found himself amidst a desolate land filled with decay, rot, and an ominous aura. The sky was shrouded in a perpetual gray haze, as if cloaked by an unyielding gloom. The earth was charred and riddled with vast, intersecting fissures, some of which exhaled corrosive black mist imbued with a pungent sulfuric scent. Scattered throughout the ruins were remnants of ancient architecture, including collapsed temples, shattered obelisks, and weathered statues long eroded by time. The entire world suffused with an overwhelming sense of despair, as if abandoned by the gods themselves. Welcome to the second phase assessment, the Abyss Pollution Zone. This phase's assessment mode, Stronghold Assault. The rules of the assessment are as follows. 1. Within this dimension, there are hundreds of pollution strongholds occupied by abyssal monsters. Your objective is to conquer these strongholds and purify their pollution cores. 2. Based on the scale and difficulty of the strongholds, they are categorized into 3 levels: normal, difficult, and hell. Each successful purification of a stronghold will reward all squad members with substantial points. 100,000 for normal, 300,000 for difficult, and 1,000,000 for hell. 3. Considering the difficulty of this phase and the complex abilities of the monsters, the system will automatically match each surviving examinee with similarly skilled teammates, forcibly forming 5-member squads for cooperative combat. 4. Please note that this phase also includes a death elimination mechanism, and the abyssal monsters within the strongholds are significantly more formidable and cunning than the magical beast tide of the first phase. All examinees must proceed with utmost caution. The matching system will activate in 30 seconds. Upon hearing the rule about forcibly forming 5-member teams, a wave of excitement surged through the examination hall. Wonderful. We can finally form teams. Indeed, facing such a nightmarish place alone is far too daunting. Quick, let us see which formidable team we'll be assigned to. If we could team up with Goddess Lingxi, this monthly exam would be a breeze. Most ordinary examinees displayed expressions of relief, while the more powerful genius examinees were instantly surrounded by eager classmates seeking to secure their positions. Especially Lingxi, who, having scored over 13,000 points in the first phase, was undeniably formidable. At this moment, she was already encircled by several equally impressive students from various prestigious schools. Lingxi, let us team up. I'm a holy light priest and can ensure your sustainability. And me, I'm a Gale archer. I can handle long-range reconnaissance and control. In the face of their enthusiasm, Lingxi merely nodded coolly in acknowledgement. Yet her gaze instinctively drifted through the crowd toward the solitary figure standing at the edge of the ruins. Her eyes reflected a complex mix of curiosity. What kind of teammates would the system assign to someone like him? Who among them would be worthy of standing by his side? Not just her, nearly all surviving examinees. At that moment, cast their curious, awed, and probing gazes toward the boy who seemed to exist independently from the world around him. Wang Zihao also fixated his gaze on Su Yi, his eyes brimming with resentment and unwillingness. He had already resolved that regardless of which team the system assigned him and Su Yi, he would employ every means to sabotage and hinder him during the battle, even resorting to backstabbing at critical moments. He could not attain the top spot, yet he would ensure that Su Yi would not achieve it so easily. Amidst this collective scrutiny, the 30-second countdown came to an end. Ding! The teammate matching system has officially begun. Buzz. At that moment, the terminals on all examinees' wristbands illuminated with a gentle white light. New virtual squad interfaces, composed of 5 avatars, appeared before them. Haha. I'm on the same team as Goddess Lingxi. We're a star-studded squad. Alas, my luck isn't great. I ended up with ordinary classes. How go? We 5 are grouped together again. Wang Zihao's allies cheered excitedly, yet his face bore no trace of joy. For the target he most wished to undermine was not in his team. He abruptly lifted his head, casting his gaze once more towards Su Yi. He wanted to see which fortunate team that guy had been assigned to. However, what he beheld was a scene that left him, and indeed all present, once again frozen in collective disbelief. Every examinee's wristband glowed brightly, save for that of the young boy, which remained shrouded in darkness. As if forgotten by the entire matching system, amidst the bewilderment of the crowd, the examiner's voice resonated through the realm, imbued with a peculiar blend of strangeness, shock, and an unrecognized reverence. Ahem. I am now announcing a temporary, exceptional assessment determination. Candidate Su Yi, due to his comprehensive personal strength evaluation, has been ultimately deemed, after countless simulations by the Oracle system, to have surpassed the cumulative upper limit of a standard elite team of 5. The system's database is unable to match him with any teammates of equivalent strength. Thus, after an urgent conference between the examination committee and the Imperial Ministry of Education, it has been determined. The examiner took a deep breath, his tone imbued with the gravity of a divine proclamation, announcing a result that would surely be inscribed in the annals of history. Exemption. Candidate Su Yi shall form a team of 1 and proceed with this assessment. Chapter 49. Bone Wall. Soul Explosion. The Art of the Unsolvable. A team of 1. As the examiner's voice, laden with complex emotions akin to a final judgment, echoed through the abyssal contamination zone, an unprecedented and eerie silence enveloped the examination hall. All surviving candidates, whether ordinary students or top prodigies like Ling Shi and Wang Zihao, stood as if struck by a collective silent spell, their faces betraying an indescribable shock and absurdity. A team of 1. What does this signify? It implies that, according to the Empire's most authoritative and meticulously conducted strength assessment by the Oracle system, the young man named Su Yi possesses a value that exceeds the combined potential of 5 top-tier geniuses. He is no longer merely a candidate. He has become an independent, walking, strategic entity. What the hell did I just hear? The system deems him equivalent to an entire team? Is this some kind of joke? A voice echoed in disbelief. A joke? Do you think this joint examination, broadcasted live and determining our fates, would indulge in such frivolity? My heavens, this is no longer human. This is a monster. An officially recognized bug. After a brief silence, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of awe and horror, their gazes towards Su Yi transformed irrevocably. If the exaggerated million-point score in the first phase had merely astonished them, this authoritative certification from the ruling establishment erected an insurmountable monument named Su Yi in their hearts. Ling Shi's once cold, exquisite visage turned ashen, devoid of color. She laughed bitterly, finally comprehending the vast chasm of dimensions that separated her from that boy, a chasm so immense it rendered her despondent. Meanwhile, Wang Ziheo's face, twisted by jealousy, turned a deep shade of purple. He felt like a mere jester. All his previous resentment and schemes appeared laughable and miscalculated in this moment, as he realized he lacked even the right to garner the other's attention. Amidst the awe-stricken and horrified glances surrounding him, Su Yi remained utterly unfazed. A team of one. This outcome held no surprise for him. In fact, it aligned perfectly with his intentions, as his forthcoming actions required no encumbrances. While all the candidates were still reeling from the shock, cautiously discussing strategies with their new teammates regarding the seemingly simple ordinary-level strongholds, Su Yi had already initiated his movement. Without hesitation, he set forth towards the area marked as extremely dangerous on the map, shrouded in the densest abyssal mist, the very epicenter where hellish contamination strongholds lay in wait. What on earth is he planning? Has he lost his mind? No matter how strong he is, it is inconceivable for one individual to challenge a hell-level stronghold. Inside lurk hundreds of level 30 elite monsters and level 50 Lord-class bosses. Witnessing Su Ye's actions, the crowd was once again stunned. Yet this time, no one dared mock his audacity. They merely gazed upon his solitary, resolute figure with the reverence reserved for a deity stepping into their divine realm. 10 minutes later, Su Yi arrived at a dilapidated monastery emanating a potent aura of the abyss. Contamination stronghold, corrupted monastery. Difficulty level, hell. Occupying monsters, aberrant cultists, level 30 elite. Abyssal priest, level 50 lord. Su Yi's expression remained unperturbed as he calmly approached the massive stone door that stood ajar. He could sense the presence of at least 100 powerful entities, steeped in chaos and madness, lurking within the expansive, shadowy prayer hall beyond the door. Creaking sounds echoed from the depths of the prayer hall, as if the inhabitants had detected the presence of a living being. Following this, grotesque and nauseating figures began to emerge from the darkness, once devout worshippers of the monastery, now horrifically distorted by the corrupting influence of the abyss. Some sprouted multiple slimy tentacles from their backs like octopuses. Others had transformed entirely, their heads morphing into gaping maws filled with sharp teeth. Still others melted like wax, dragging their bodies along the ground, leaving trails of corrosive slime. They were the level 30 elite monsters, aberrant cultists. At that moment, the 100-strong horde fixated their hollow, maddened, and ravenous gazes upon the delectable youth standing at the door. Roar! They unleashed a greedy, inhuman howl, surging towards Su Yi like a floodgate bursting open. The scene was enough to send chills down the spine of any elite team, likely leading to instant annihilation. However, in the face of this hellish spectacle, Su Yi's countenance remained calm and indifferent. He simply raised his right hand and, with a gentle motion towards the massive stone door, uttered a single command. Close. The words slipped from his lips softly, yet they carried an inherent power, as if invoking a creation force. Bone wall. Boom. As his voice faded, the ground trembled. At the colossal stone gate of the monastery, measuring a staggering 10 meters in width, the ground erupted with countless ghastly, pale, and grotesquely spiked bone spears. They surged forth with a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, intertwining, stacking, and merging in a frenzied dance. In less than a second, they coalesced into an impenetrable, 20-meter-high wall of bones, several meters thick. This wall resembled a hellish portal descending from the heavens, crashing shut with a thunderous roar, sealing the monastery's exit completely. The aberrant cultists who had rushed to the threshold were caught off guard, colliding violently with the wall adorned with sharp bone spikes. With a sickening squelch, their bodies were instantly pierced, impaled upon the wall, emitting mournful wails. More monsters were forcefully repelled back into the expansive prayer hall by this suddenly materialized massive barrier. They were trapped, confined within this despairing cage, meticulously crafted by Su Yi's own hands. Excellent. Su Yi gazed upon his masterpiece, nodding in satisfaction. His eyes pierced through the gaps in the bone wall, observing the cultists within the cage, now restless and agitated, aimlessly thrashing about due to their lost objective. He issued a second command to the empty air beside him. Create fuel. Buzz. With the utterance of his command, 10 towering elite bone guardians instantaneously manifested within the monastery. Like the most adept assassins, they precisely teleported to the densest clusters of monsters. Then, with swift strikes, squelch, 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 before the aberrant cultists could even react, they decimated 7 or 8 creatures with tremendous force. The warm, abyss-laden corpses were perfectly scattered across the corners of the cage. Having completed their task, the 10 bone guardians dissipated into black mist, vanishing without a sound. The entire sequence unfolded with an elegant fluidity, embodying a breathtaking tactical beauty. In the streaming room, billions of viewers worldwide stared in awe at this scene, which could only be described as art. Their minds had utterly lost the ability to think. They could not comprehend it, yet they were profoundly shaken. At that moment, the young man who orchestrated it all slowly raised his noble hand. As if wielding the power of life and death, His gaze transcended time and space, locking onto the finest corpse at the center of the cage. The curve of his lips grew increasingly cold and cruel. He observed the bewildered prey within the cage, unaware of their impending doom. With a voice imbued with an enchanting rhythm, reminiscent of a grand performance about to commence, he gently uttered the two words that heralded destruction and finality. Now, behold the fireworks. Soul Explosion. Chapter 50. A picture every 3 minutes. Is this what humanity can achieve? Soul Explosion. The moment this word, akin to the whisper of death, slipped from Su Ye's lips, the entire world seemed to have been pressed play. The massive, decaying monastery, sealed by the wall of bones, erupted with a thunderous explosion from the aberrant cultist's corpse that Su Ye had chosen, situated at the heart of the monster horde. Boom! A wave of purple energy, deeper and more solid than that encountered in the Iron Scrap Canyon, surged forth, exuding a cataclysmic aura. With the amplification of the crown of the goblin chieftain, the explosion's radius reached an unprecedented, terrifying diameter of 120 meters. The width of the prayer hall was barely 100 meters. This implied an indiscriminate, all-encompassing saturation bombardment. Roar? The aberrant cultists, still trapped within the cage, seemed to sense the impending threat. They raised their twisted heads, gazing at the sea of purple light that engulfed the entire hall, reeking of death and destruction. And then, there was nothing more. Rumble. Endless chain explosions reached a crescendo within the sealed, escape-proof cage. The first wave of explosions instantaneously obliterated dozens of monsters. The corpses of these slain creatures, in turn, triggered a second wave of even larger explosions through the chain reaction. Next came the third wave, and the fourth. The explosions surged like an unrelenting tsunami, each wave more powerful than the last. The ancient, fortified structure of the corrupted monastery trembled violently under the terrifying chain explosions from within, lamenting. Countless fragments and dust cascaded from the vaulted ceiling. The walls cracked open with grotesque, spiderweb-like fissures. It seemed as though the entire edifice would collapse at any moment. Meanwhile, Su Ye remained tranquil, standing outside with his hands in his pockets, like the most graceful spectator, quietly admiring the grand and resplendent display of destruction he had orchestrated. Ding. Your soul explosion has slain an aberrant cultist. You have gained 10 points. Ding. Your soul explosion has slain an aberrant cultist. You have gained 10 points. Ding. Your soul explosion has slain an aberrant cultist. You have gained 10 points. The system's notification chimes echoed in his ears, cascading into a dense waterfall of death announcements. His personal score surged at an alarming, incomprehensible rate, numbing all spectators. This process continued for a full 30 seconds. At the end of that half-minute, as the last vestiges of purple energy slowly dissipated and the deafening explosions gradually subsided, the world returned to tranquility. Su Ye waved his hand, and the indomitable wall of bones crumbled, transforming into a cloud of bone dust that dispersed into the air. The interior of the monastery was finally laid bare before billions of viewers worldwide. Empty. The vast prayer hall had been rendered utterly devoid of life. The previously fearsome aberrant cultists had vanished without a trace. No, they could not simply be said to have disappeared, for the thick layer of sizzling, charred ashes, mingled with blood and bone, attested to their prior existence. They had been thoroughly erased from this world, leaving not even a single intact corpse behind. The only being still standing was the Lord-level boss, Abyss Priest, shrouded in the aura of the pitch-black abyss, at the farthest depths of the altar. At this moment, the formidable boss had suffered a significant reduction in its health, nearly one-third depleted due to the indiscriminate saturation bombardment it had just endured. Its once resplendent black, priestly robe lay in tatters, marred by grotesque wounds inflicted by the energy shockwaves. Its gaze was rife with unprecedented fury and a hint of unmistakable dread. It was terrified. It could not comprehend why this seemingly feeble human before it was capable of unleashing such cataclysmic power in an instant. However, Su Ye would not grant it ample time for contemplation. Finish it, he uttered with a casual air. Boom. 156 elite bone guardians surged forth like a tidal wave into the monastery, overwhelming the already gravely injured Abyss Priest. What ensued was a merciless beatdown. 1 minute later, the battle concluded. Ding. Your team has successfully purified the hell-level corruption stronghold, the monastery. Congratulations, you have earned 1,000,000 points. Ding. Congratulations. Your level has risen to 14. Su Ye glanced at the dramatically increased points and experience bar, nodding in satisfaction. Then, under the collective, stupefied gaze of billions of global spectators, who regarded him as a deity, he did not bother to collect any spoils from the boss, but instead turned and departed, heading towards the next hell-level stronghold. The entire process, from his arrival at the monastery's entrance to his exit, took precisely 2 minutes and 58 seconds. On the commentary platform, Xiaoya watched as the backstage technicians handed her the freshly compiled, precise data with trembling hands, feeling a dryness in her throat. Slowly, she raised her gaze to the camera, announcing in a tone laced with disbelief, akin to a dreamlike murmur, the historical significance of the data. Ladies and gentlemen, I hardly know what to say. Just moments ago, our classmate Su Yi single-handedly purified a stronghold rated as hell level in under 3 minutes. Her voice faltered, revealing a bizarre expression, a mixture of wry amusement and shock. Meanwhile, our other elite teams, composed of top talents, such as the Star Team led by Ling Shi and the King S Alliance led by Wang Zihao, are still struggling against the minor gatekeepers at their respective first ordinary level strongholds. The entire livestream plunged into a profound silence. If the exaggerated million points from the first phase had only evoked shock and fervor, this stark contrast between 3 minutes of effortless domination and the arduous battles against minor foes left them with a deep sense of numbness born from the overwhelming disparity. What else can I even say? Other than impressive, I can't think of any adjectives. Stop. I've shattered my keyboard in disbelief. From now on, no one can stop me. I am the dog of the god of the undead. Ha! I'm dying of laughter. I just switched to Ling Shi's stream and saw her and her Star Team held up by 3 elite monsters at the entrance for a full 5 minutes. They were nearly driven mad. I went to check on Wang Zihao too. He fared worse. It seems he was completely annihilated by the minor monsters at the entrance due to a tactical blunder. Now he is sulking at the revival point. I declare, this monthly exam is already over. This ISNTA competition, it's Su Yi's personal showcase. For the next hour, this prediction held true. It was unequivocally Su Yi's time to shine. The second hell-level stronghold, the Skull Abyss, took him 3 minutes and 15 seconds. The third hell-level stronghold, the Wailing Prison, was conquered in 2 minutes and 40 seconds. The fourth and fifth followed suit. He operated like the most efficient, cold-hearted, and relentless dungeon-clearing machine, sweeping through the entire Abyss corruption zone with an unyielding, oppressive force. His personal score skyrocketed, akin to a rocket launch, 3 million, 5 million, 10 million. By the midpoint of the second phase assessment, Su Yi's personal score had surpassed 20 million. This figure had utterly transcended everyone's imagination. It was no longer merely a score. It had become a symbol, an eternal emblem of invincibility and myth. Yet at this moment, the boy who had created this myth paused his advance, for he realized that the hell-level stronghold before him, the Lost Alchemy Workshop, seemed somewhat different. Chapter 51, Ling Shi's Despair. There lies a galaxy between us. As Su Yi operated at an almost glitch-like speed, shattering the cognitive limits of the entire Tiannan province, a grueling battle was drawing to a close in a designated ordinary-level corruption stronghold, the Wailing Cave, located several dozen kilometers away. Binding winds. Ling Shi's crisp and urgent command echoed in the damp and shadowy cavern. With a flourish of her staff, several chains composed of emerald green wind elements manifested out of thin air, precisely ensnaring the massive legs of the cavern's raging behemoth, the cave troll, momentarily stalling its movements. Now, everyone, focus fire on its eye. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Ling Shi immediately issued the command. Understood. Her 4 teammates from the Star Team, who had been poised for action, unleashed their most powerful attacks. Holy Light Arrow, Armor-Piercing Arrow, Fire Burst. In an instant, arrows and spells rained down like a tempest, striking fiercely at the cave troll's single, lantern-sized eye. Roar. The severely wounded cave troll let out a deafening roar, filled with anguish and defiance. Its colossal form thrashed violently for a moment before crashing to the ground, sending dust swirling into the air. Ding. Your team has successfully purified the ordinary-level stronghold, the Wailing Cave. Congratulations, you have earned 100,000 points. As the frigid system notifications echoed in the minds of the 5 team members, they slumped to the ground, utterly exhausted, gasping for breath. Phew, we finally took it down, murmured the team's Holy Light Priest, wiping the sweat from his brow. A look of trepidation etched across his face. Is this truly of ordinary rank? I feel it is far more formidable than the final boss we faced in the level 30 team dungeon. Who could argue otherwise? The Wind Archer, with a wry smile, retrieved an expensive stamina potion from his backpack and consumed it. Were it not for Captain Lingxi's presence, we would have likely been annihilated long ago. The others nodded in agreement, their gazes toward Lingxi imbued with genuine admiration. Throughout this arduous journey, they had come to profoundly appreciate the formidable prowess of the A-level elemental conqueror. Whether it was her seemingly endless array of control skills, her cataclysmic area spells, or her seemingly inexhaustible mana reserves, Lingxi truly embodied the title of the Chosen One. Yet, at this moment, no hint of victory graced Lingxi's visage. She silently focused on replenishing her nearly depleted mana, her exquisitely cold and beautiful face etched with fatigue and an unmistakable trace of confusion. This battle had proven exceedingly arduous. From the moment they entered this ordinary stronghold, they had been embroiled in relentless combat. Cunning cave goblins, elusive venom bats, and resilient rock golems surged at them in wave after wave, combined with the labyrinthine terrain of the cavern, plunging their star-studded team of elite talents into peril on multiple occasions. They had exhausted nearly all their trump cards. 2 of their teammates had even sustained severe injuries due to missteps, necessitating the use of precious healing scrolls to barely preserve their lives. After nearly 2 hours of grueling effort, they finally confronted the final boss, the cave troll. Following another half-hour of heart-stopping struggle, victory was finally theirs. 2.5 hours, 100,000 points. This achievement would have secured a prominent place in any of the previous year's monthly examinations, standing tall above the rest. Yet, this year, a solitary figure, reminiscent of a god or demon, surfaced in Lingxi's mind. A profound sense of helplessness surged within her, akin to a tidal wave. She lacked the courage to gaze upon the leaderboard, which felt like an insurmountable chasm, for she knew it would only deepen her despair. Captain Lingxi, we succeeded. 100,000 points. The team's holy light priest, evidently oblivious to the gravity of their situation, remained entranced by the euphoria of victory, exclaiming excitedly, at this pace. If we push a bit harder, we might still catch up to those ahead of us. Catch up? A bitter, self-mocking smile creased Lingxi's lips. With what would they pursue? With their star-studded team, which had spent hours and every ounce of effort to conquer an ordinary stronghold. To chase after those who could purify a hell-level stronghold in merely 3 minutes? This was no simple race between a tortoise and a hare. This was a snail laboriously crawling on the ground, attempting to catch up to a starship that had long since broken the sound barrier. Let us take a moment to rest. Lingxi's voice was hoarse and laden with profound fatigue. She felt utterly drained, not merely physically, but by a weariness that emanated from the depths of her soul. The pride and competitive spirit that had always filled her heart now bore an irreparable fissure. Yet her teammates, clearly unable to comprehend her current sentiments, pressed on. Rest? Captain Lingxi, the Wind Archer urged, time equates to points. We must seize this moment to move to the next stronghold. Otherwise, we will be left behind. Indeed. While our spirits are high, we must press on. Observing the fervor in her teammates' eyes, Lingxi fell silent. She understood that she could not allow her negative emotions to infect her comrades. She was the core of this team, the beacon of hope for them all. She must rally herself, even if it felt like a futile struggle. Very well. After a lengthy pause, she finally nodded slowly, forcing a word through clenched teeth. She suppressed the overwhelming sense of helplessness rising within her, once more confronting the leaderboard she dreaded yet had to face. She needed to reassess their strategy going forward. She needed to ascertain how much the chasm between her and that monstrous figure had widened. However, when the latest real-time rankings were laid before her eyes, her recently established fragile psychological defenses crumbled instantaneously. First, Suyi, Qinglan City, points, 21, 587, 450. Second, Wangtung, Linhai City, points, 158, 600. Third, Limu Jushi City, points, 142, 300. 10th, Lingxi, Qinglan City, points, 113, 580. Lingxi's pupils constricted sharply, morphing into the most perilous pinpricks. She stared blankly at the solitary name that loomed high above the leaderboard, boasting an 8-digit score. 21 million. Had she truly fallen out of the top 3? How was this possible? What transpired during her conquest of the stronghold? Trembling, she clicked on Su Ye's globally exclusive livestream replay, which had surpassed 1 billion viewers. There, she witnessed a scene capable of shattering the pride of any lofty genius. On the screen, the youth stood before a hell-level stronghold named the Lost Alchemy Workshop. Instead of employing the previous tactic of clearing the area with bone walls and soul explosions, he strolled leisurely into the workshop, filled with lethal alchemical traps and powerful mechanical puppets, as if he were on a casual outing. His Legion of Death did not even intervene. He alone meandered through the caustic traps and scalding steam pipes that could dissolve a level 30 heavy-armored warrior in an instant, with one hand in his pocket. All the traps, as they were on the verge of touching him, were inexplicably distorted and deflected by an unseen force. And those menacing, terrifying, steel alchemical puppets, with levels soaring to 40, upon catching sight of him, did not attack. Instead, they knelt before him, as if before their most revered creator, lowering their proud, steel-forged heads in reverence, as though welcoming their king. No, this cannot be. Lingxi gazed at the miraculous scene before her, one that defied all occupational laws and the world's rules, murmuring in a daze. Her pride, her unwillingness, everything she held dear appeared utterly laughable in that moment. She finally comprehended the vast chasm that lay between herself and that boy. The divide is not merely a matter of effort or talent, nor is it simply a gap. It is a dimension, an eternal chasm that separates mortals from the divine, a vast, insurmountable galaxy. No, Lingxi slowly raised her head, gazing at her equally astonished so-called genius teammates, who were rendered utterly speechless by the scene before them. A smile, more tragic than tears, graced her face. We were merely playing a game that he had already completed. Chapter 52, Wang Zhao's Conspiracy, The Ridiculous Alliance. As the unparalleled Lingxi found her heart shattered by that unreachable divide, plunging into a deep abyss of self-doubt. In another corner of this realm, a grueling battle, fraught with frustration and fury, had just concluded within a pollution stronghold rated as difficult, a plague cultivation vessel. Damn it, we finally took down those repulsive snotlings, Wang Zhihao exclaimed. delivering a forceful kick to the still-twitching corpse of the massive giant plague slime, while curses spilled incessantly from his lips. His armor, the Flame Dragon Knight armor, crafted by top masters and worth millions, was now pockmarked and dulled by the corrosive slime spray. His handsome visage bore a sickly, purplish hue due to the toxic fumes, rendering him utterly disheveled. Behind him, his teammates from the Royal Alliance, also hailing from affluent backgrounds, bore wounds and displayed signs of battle, their equipment's durability significantly diminished, resembling a band of defeated soldiers. Jihao, we did it. 300,000 points. It's ours. One teammate gasped, excitement flickering across his face, a glimmer of survival's elation. Indeed, Jihao, thanks to your S-rank Holy Light Purification Scroll, we would have surely perished here otherwise. Jihao is amazing. With this, our total points should propel us into the top 10. Listening to the familiar praises ringing in his ears, Wang Jihao's previously contorted face softened slightly. Indeed, despite the arduous journey and heavy losses, including a disastrous miscommunication that led to their demise at the hands of lesser monsters, they had ultimately triumphed. 300,000 points, an immense sum. Enough to significantly elevate their ranking. He could not believe that the so-called mud-legged Su Yi could possibly surpass their top-tier team, equipped to the teeth with wealth, in accumulating points, with a mix of vindictive pleasure and a hint of unrecognized luck. Wang Jihao trembled as he clicked to view the leaderboard, an action he both yearned for and dreaded. Then, his world was once again shattered by that nightmarish, solitary figure. First place, Su Yi, Qinglan City, points, 21, 587, 450. 20th place, Wang Jihao, Qinglan City, points, 325, 880. In an instant, Wang Jihao's pupils lost all focus. He stared blankly at the two figures, which seemed to cruelly mock all his efforts. 21 million against 320,000. Ugh. A wave of metallic sweetness surged violently from his throat. Yet he did not vomit blood. Instead, he forced down the bile that threatened to rise. Born of humiliation and rage, his complexion turned a ghastly shade of deep purple, more horrifying than before. Ha! A harsh, night owl-like laugh escaped Wang Jihao's throat. In that moment, all reason and pride dissipated, replaced by the madness of a cornered beast. He had lost. He realized he had been thoroughly crushed by the very mud-legged individual he despised the most, both in strength and in achievement. But he would not yield. He, Wang Jihao, the scion of the Bloodblade Alliance, the sole heir of the Wang family of Qinglan City. Throughout his life, he had never failed to acquire what he desired. Those he wished to trample had never survived past the dawn, since he could not defeat his foe within the confines of the rules. Then let it be known, I shall not hesitate to employ any means necessary. A venomous thought, laden with madness and a desire for destruction, took root in his heart like a noxious weed. He sprang to his feet, his eyes, bloodshot with jealousy, fixated fiercely on Su Ye's name. With a voice that seemed to echo from the depths of hell, filled with resentment, he pronounced each word deliberately. What I cannot possess, you shall not obtain either. Su Ye, I want you dead. Upon uttering this, he disregarded his trembling allies, paralyzed by his frenzied demeanor. He promptly activated the public communication channel for all surviving candidates in this month's examination, a feature designed for candidates to seek assistance in emergencies. Yet now, it would serve as a tool for him to disseminate hatred and conspiracy. Everyone, listen to me. Wang Jihao's incited roar reverberated in the ears of all surviving candidates. I am Wang Jihao, the heir of the Bloodblade Alliance. In the name of my family, I hereby issue a temporary hunting order. The target is the one known as Su Yi, the Bug. You all saw it. That guy is not even participating in the exam. He is cheating. He has disrupted the fairness of this examination. He is the common enemy of all who strive for success. If we unite and surround him, I refuse to believe that his mere 100 skeletons can withstand the relentless assault of the remaining 800 of us. No matter how strong he is but one person. His mana is ultimately limited. If we can successfully eliminate him, the first place on the leaderboard will once again be vacant. Each of us will have a chance. And I promise this. Wang Jihao's voice became laced with seduction. Anyone who participates in this hunt, regardless of its outcome, will receive a cash reward of 1 million from my Bloodblade Alliance. And the one who personally eliminates Su Yi will be granted a cash reward of 10 million on the spot. Furthermore, my family owes him a favor. Boom. This declaration, rife with incitement and allure, detonated like a colossal bomb, instantly igniting a fervor among all examinees. 1 million. 10 million. The favor of the Wang family. Each of these is a monumental temptation potent enough to drive ordinary candidates into a frenzy. In that moment, many who had previously lost all hope and were prepared to surrender reignited a flicker of optimism. Indeed, that Su Yi, no matter how formidable, is merely one individual. They number over 800 here. With each person wielding a unique skill, they could easily overwhelm him and his skeletal legion. This seemed to be an endeavor promising guaranteed returns. Observing the public channel, which began to buzz with renewed activity, Prince Hao finally allowed a sickly, maniacal grin to spread across his face. He understood that his scheme had succeeded. Human nature is ultimately greedy. In the face of immense profit, no one can resist temptation. Suyi, oh Suyi. He gazed at the leaderboard, where that name remained perched at the top, and sneered. I shall see how you fare when you become the common enemy of all. He adjusted his tattered armor and gestured grandly to the eager allies beside him, declaring, Let us gather our forces. We shall hunt down that so-called divine dragon. However, just as he brimmed with enthusiasm, poised to organize this coalition driven by greed and envy against Su, a faint yet piercing voice suddenly resonated in the public channel. Brother Hao, may I ask a question? Prince Hao frowned. Speak. The voice trembled with an unmistakable dread as it inquired. Even if we do manage to encircle the god of the undead, who will withstand that cataclysmic soul explosion? One simple question plunged the previously fervent public channel into an abyss of profound silence. Indeed, money is a fine thing. The Wang family's favor is undeniably enticing. Yet, one must possess the means to claim it. They had witnessed firsthand in a live broadcast how that youth eradicated nearly 30 elite members of the Bloodblade Alliance, along with their gear, with a single skill. Who would dare bear the brunt of such a devastating spell capable of obliterating even souls? Silence. An extended silence. The candidates who had previously been eager were now doused with icy water, instantly jolted into clarity. They exchanged glances, none daring to utter another word. Meanwhile, Prince Hao's face, which had just contorted with the thrill of conspiracy, now froze in place. He felt akin to a director who had meticulously orchestrated a flawless performance, only to be struck down by the most practical and lethal query before the curtain even rose. All his schemes, all his incitement, all his temptations appeared laughable in the shadow of that formidable, unreasonable force known as the Soul Explosion. The so-called Anti-Su Alliance had yet to be born before it was stillborn. Chapter 53, Exclusive Live Broadcast. Global Focus. As Prince Hao's theatrics filled with conspiracy and incitement came to an abrupt, comically awkward halt due to a question that no one dared to answer, the atmosphere in the command room of the Education General Directorate of Tiannan Province reached an unprecedented level of gravity and exhilaration. Did you all witness that? The chief examiner, an elderly man with graying hair, slowly set down his teacup. His gaze swept over every representative from the military, the administrative council, and the professional associations present, his voice low yet imbued with undeniable authority. A mere 18-year-old youth has single-handedly silenced nearly 1,000 so-called geniuses in this examination hall. By his singular might, he has turned the heir of a prestigious family, steeped in nearly a century of legacy, into a laughingstock. His existence, akin to a bug, has even caused the apocalyptic system, crafted by the Empire's foremost academic team, to overload and misjudge. He paused, inhaling deeply before uttering the conclusion that sent shockwaves through the hearts of everyone present. Ladies and gentlemen, we may not merely be overseeing a simple provincial monthly examination. We might very well be witnessing the rise of a future deity. Boom. This proclamation struck every heart like a heavy bombshell, unleashing monumental waves of shock. Deity. To the ordinary populace, this term feels distant and ethereal. Yet for those standing atop the imperial power pyramid, they understood better than anyone else what these two words truly signify. It represents the suppression of national fate. It embodies the fundamental assurance that a nation, a civilization, can secure its existence in a world rife with peril and encroached upon by the laws of the game. How many years has it been since the Xia kingdom birthed a new deity? 50 years? 100 years? So long that they had nearly forgotten how awe-inspiring it is for one person to hold dominion over a nation, to single-handedly face an army. And now, a new deity's embryo stands before them, growing wildly in the most barbaric, unreasonable, and unimaginable manner. The director's implication is, a previously silent representative from the administrative council slowly began, his voice tinged with undeniable excitement. What should we do for him? No. The chief examiner shook his head. He rose slowly, walking to the vast floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the bustling city below. An unprecedented glint of ambition and resolve sparkled in his eyes. It is not about what we can do for him. Rather, the entire world should consider what it must do in light of his emergence. He abruptly turned, issuing a series of commands that would rattle the very foundations of the imperial hierarchy. Connect with the Empire's Ministry of Education. Connect with the Empire's Propaganda Department. Connect with the Global Signal Broadcasting Department of the Eye of Heaven system. I hereby request, under the highest authority of the chief examiner of this joint monthly examination, the initiation of the Future Star Global Promotion Program. What? At this declaration, the room erupted in astonishment. The Future Star Global Promotion Program. This is the Empire's highest-level talent promotion initiative, with exceedingly stringent activation conditions. It is only when a true prodigy, capable of altering the global order in the future, emerges that such a plan may be sanctioned. The last time this initiative was launched was 3 decades ago, with the protagonist of that era being none other than Obsidian. Director, are you certain about this decision? An official could not help but interject. Is it not too premature? After all, student Su Yi is merely a fledgling who has just awakened. Premature? The chief examiner scoffed, pointing at the main screen where the score was skyrocketing at an astonishing pace. His voice resonated like thunder, echoing in every ear present. Do you believe we have the luxury of waiting for someone who has accomplished in under 3 hours what tens of thousands of other prodigies require years, even decades, to achieve? I tell you, we do not. For such a genius, our only imperative is to employ every possible means to bind his fate to that of our entire Xia nation and the future of our civilization before his wings are fully developed. I shall make the whole world witness the rise of our Xia nation. Meanwhile, amidst the high-level meeting in Xia nation, convened due to Su Ye's presence, an urgent discussion unfolded that could shape the nation's destiny. Thousands of miles away, in the headquarters of the White Eagle Federation's Central Intelligence Agency, CIA, a vast circular intelligence analysis center brimming with futuristic technology was enveloped in an equally tense atmosphere. The largest holographic main screen, composed of hundreds of smaller displays, prominently showcased Su Ye's examination in the abyss contamination zone. However, their perspective was sharper and the data analysis more intricate. Report. A blonde, blue-eyed intelligence analyst abruptly rose from her seat, her voice trembling with shock. The latest data on the target has been analyzed. According to our God SI system simulation, each unit of his legion, composed of 156 skeletal warriors, possesses independent combat capabilities that are nearly equivalent to level 50 Lord-class beings. What? A stern-faced general, adorned with the eagle insignia, leapt to his feet. Are you certain your data is accurate? Report, General. The data has undergone billions of iterations. It cannot be erroneous. The analyst replied with unwavering conviction. Hiss. A collective gasp echoed throughout the intelligence center. 156 level 50 lords? This is an 18-year-old novice? This is 1,000 times more terrifying than the ultimate weapon produced by our Federation's most classified super soldier program. General, a middle-aged man, resembling the chief intelligence analyst with gold-rimmed glasses, spoke gravely. I recommend elevating the threat level of this Eastern youth. Codenamed Eternal Night Sovereign, from high alert to the utmost level of national annihilation. Moreover, I suggest that we activate the Divine Descent Plan, deploying our elite Navy SEAL team to infiltrate Xia Nation at any cost to apprehend him. Before he could finish his statement, a shrill, urgent red alert pierced the air, denoting the highest priority. Report. A communications officer shot up, announcing loudly, we have received a global signal override request from the Xia Nation's official publicity department. They have initiated the Future Star Plan. What? Upon hearing this name, the previously stoic general's expression shifted drastically. He understood the implications of this plan. It meant that Xia Nation was ready to showcase its strength to the world. Connect the signal. He gritted his teeth, issuing the command. In the next moment, the main screen, filled with various confidential data under CIA control, was abruptly superseded by a lavish live broadcast interface imbued with Eastern aesthetics. At the center of the broadcast was the Eastern youth who instilled immense trepidation in them. Below the live feed, a sweeping title, written in multiple languages, radiated confidence and pride. Xia Nation's Future Star Global Exclusive Live Room. Witness the legend, Su Yi. Simultaneously, in the land of cherry blossoms, the Divine Shrine headquarters. In the land of Rakshasa, the Kremlin. In the Euro Alliance, the Knights Templar. All the world's foremost powerful factions were forcibly connected to this exclusive Eastern live broadcast through their respective channels. Billions of astonished, curious, wary, and greedy gazes transcended the barriers of time and space, converging upon the youth who remained blissfully unaware of the attention directed at him. Su Yi. In that moment, he became the singular focus of the entire world. Chapter 54. He is sweeping. He is shopping. Unbeknownst to Su Yi, within mere minutes of conquering the next stronghold, his existence had stirred a maelstrom capable of altering the world's landscape. He was entirely unaware that billions of eyes from every corner of the globe were fixated upon his every move through a platform dubbed the Future Star Exclusive Live Room. He continued his endeavors, defeating monsters, leveling up, and accumulating points. Meanwhile, he also procured supplies. After consecutively clearing more than 20 hellish strongholds, elevating his level to 15, and amassing personal points to a staggering 20 million, an unattainable sum for future aspirants, Su Yi began to feel a twinge of monotony. Yes, monotony. The routine of annihilating entire dungeons with the bone wall soul explosion tactic had lost its challenge and excitement after being repeated over 20 times. What remained was only a mechanical numbness. Though efficient, the spoils were merely worthless materials. Su Yi gazed at his nearly overflowing backpack, crammed with abyssal crystals and distorted claws. His brow slightly furrowing. Aiming for maximal profit, he realized that with points secured and his level plateaued for the time being, it was time to strategize for his future equipment upgrades. What he lacked most was a powerful staff befitting his title as the Eternal Night Sovereign. A quality staff requires the finest core materials. Thus, under the scrutiny of millions of puzzled and baffled viewers, Su Yi's subsequent examination took a peculiar turn. He no longer rushed to clear strongholds or slay monsters indiscriminately. Instead, he began to be selective. He first approached the entrance of a hellish stronghold. extracting the officially issued map marked with internal information about the location, meticulously studying it. Cavern of Wailing Banshees. Final boss. Level 50 Lord, Queen of Banshees. Primary drop, Banshee's Soul Crystal. Soundwave attribute, incompatible. Next, he shook his head and turned away, leaving behind a horrific lair that would send shivers down the spine of any elite team, as well as a live audience in a state of stunned disbelief. He then arrived at a volcanic stronghold, radiating a skyward inferno. Heart of Molten Fire. Final boss. Level 50 Lord, Lava Behemoth. Primary drop, Heart of Molten Fire. Fire attribute. Although immensely powerful, it conflicted with my deathly power attribute. Next, he shook his head once more and gracefully departed. Thus, for the next hour, billions of elite professionals, intelligence analysts, and military leaders from around the globe gazed wide-eyed at the mysterious youth from the East, who resembled the most discerning and esteemed of customers wandering through the world's largest and most luxurious department store. He scrutinized those items, Lord-level bosses, that would drive any level 50 powerhouse into a frenzy, picking and choosing, critiquing each one. At times, he dismissed one item for its inadequate attributes, and at other times, he found another accessories, drop materials, ill-suited to his own essence, class attributes, all while wearing an air of nonchalance, even tinged with disdain. This spectacle utterly shattered the worldview of all onlookers. At the White Eagle Federation's CIA headquarters, a stern general adorned with an eagle insignia observed the screen displaying the boy who had just disdainfully abandoned a level 50 abyssal lord. He fell into silence. After a lengthy pause, he turned slowly to his chief analyst, a gentleman with gold-rimmed glasses, and in a tone laced with self-doubt, inquired, "John, are you certain we are witnessing the joint monthly examination of the Summer Kingdom, reputed for its hellish difficulty, which determines the futures of millions of examinees, and not some elite magnate's bespoke hunting game?" Chief Analyst John adjusted his glasses, revealing a pair of bewildered and absurd eyes. He replied with a wry smile, "General, as much as I wish to deny it, all the intelligence we currently possess indicates that this is indeed the monthly examination. In the royal shrine of Sakura Nation, a group of onmyoji clad in hunting attire and wielding tachi sat upright, their expressions grave as they fixated on the live broadcast. When they witnessed Su Yi, who barely spared a glance at the level 50 abyssal lord, Hydra Lizard, which bore some resemblance to their legendary evil god Yamada no Orochi, the shrine fell into a deathly silence. The elder among them, reputed as the foremost onmyoji of Sakura Nation with white hair, trembled slightly as he held his teacup. He slowly closed his eyes, murmuring in a voice heavy with defeat, "Baka, our so-called Shikigami, in this boy's eyes, not even worthy of a glance." At this moment, the billions of viewers from around the world were completely stunned. They transitioned from shock to horror, and now to collective introspection. They felt as though they were not playing the same game as this boy named Su Yi. They were engaged in a terrifying survival game, while he seemed to be partaking in a leisurely dressing-up game named Miraculous Monarch. What can I even say? I am utterly at a loss for words. For heaven's sake, don't say anything more. I'm beginning to question my very existence. I toiled for a week, sacrificing sleep to defeat a level 30 boss. Yet he doesn't even glance at a level 50? Is this the legendary Versailles? I've learned my lesson. Oh no, please stop the insults. If you keep it up, I might just cry. I feel like all my efforts in this life have turned into a mere joke. As the world descended into profound self-doubt due to Su Yi's extreme display of indifference, the boy, who had already explored a significant portion of the abyssal contamination zone, finally paused his fastidious stroll. His gaze locked onto the center of the map, where lay a stronghold shrouded in the most potent aura of the abyss, the only location marked as mythic difficulty. Final stronghold, the Lost Alchemical Workshop. Difficulty level, mythic. Occupying monster. Final boss. At last, he had found a place that piqued his interest. A look of intrigue adorned Su Ye's face as he sensed a powerful aura emanating from the depths of the dilapidated and foreboding workshop. One that resonated with the essence of his own Eternal Night Court, a force filled with the laws of death and creation. He had a strong premonition that within, he would discover the most perfect core material he sought. Just you wait. He no longer hesitated, leading his army of death towards the mysterious workshop, whose internal information remained beyond the system's comprehension. In that moment, billions of viewers around the globe held their breath. They understood that this personal showcase led by the boy was about to reach its grand crescendo. Chapter 55, The Lost Workshop, The Monarch's Arrival. As Su Ye's words of interest echoed through the global exclusive live stream, resonating in every corner of the world, countless viewers instinctively held their breath. They realized that after an hour filled with the essence of Versailles, this discerning monarch had finally found a target that sparked his interest. Final stronghold, the Lost Alchemical Workshop. Difficulty level, mythic. Occupying monster. Final boss. The mere mention of a location whose internal details eluded even the apocalypse system, steeped in mystery and enigma, was enough to ignite the curiosity of all. Mythic level. It was indeed a stronghold of mythic difficulty. Good heavens. This had never occurred in any previous monthly examinations. This is utterly insane. What on earth is the examination committee aiming for? Do they truly intend for this cohort of high school students, whose average level is below 20, to challenge a mythic forbidden area that even the top-tier powerhouses of level 50 and above dread? No, perhaps this stronghold was never intended for us. A spectator murmured in an awe-filled tone. It is solely prepared for him, the ultimate coronation. In that fleeting moment, the anticipation of billions of viewers worldwide soared to unprecedented heights. They were consumed with eagerness, yearning to witness what this enigmatic sanctuary, inscrutable even to the system, would unveil. The young boy, who had already wrought countless miracles, was poised to deliver a performance that would challenge their very understanding. Unbeknownst to Su Yi, his forthcoming actions would stir a maelstrom across the globe. He was merely intrigued by the workshop before him, imbued with a familiar aura, leading his legion of the dead. He approached the grand entrance, hewn from obsidian and unknown metals, embodying a peculiar beauty that harmonized postmodern technology with ancient alchemy. Countless intricate and arcane runes adorned the door, exuding an immense, ancient energy that enveloped him. How fascinating! Su Yi sensed that these runes were not mere embellishments. They formed an extraordinarily potent alchemical array, capable of both offense and defense. To breach this threshold without caution would likely invite devastating repercussions. Yet, just as Su Yi prepared to command his skeletal guardians to launch a probing attack, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Buzz, the immense obsidian door, which had remained sealed for millennia, seemed to resonate with the very mountain itself. Upon detecting the unique aura of the Eternal Night Monarch emanating from Su Yi, it began to open slowly, almost of its own accord, accompanied by a grating sound that echoed with the weight of ages. A realm of extraordinary beauty revealed itself to Su Yi and the billions of viewers across the globe. Inside the workshop was not the decaying, dilapidated ruin draped in cobwebs that many had envisioned. On the contrary, it was immaculate, orderly, and suffused with an ineffable, breathtaking beauty of order. Above, a vast dome was embedded with energy crystals emitting a gentle white light, illuminating the workshop as if it were midday. The floor was laid with a seamless expanse of mirror-like black metal, while countless alchemical assembly lines gleamed with vibrant energy, crisscrossing every corner of the workshop like a bustling urban network. Upon these conveyor belts, hundreds of diverse yet uniformly menacing steel alchemical puppets operated with methodical precision. Some wielded colossal mechanical arms, feeding rare ores into the furnaces, while others deftly manipulated intricate instruments for mysterious energy extraction. Still others patrolled the perimeters, brandishing immense energy battle axes and ion shields. Each puppet radiated energy fluctuations of at least level 40, with several particularly massive and fearsome war puppets of lordly caliber among them. This formidable legion of high-grade war machines possessed the combat prowess sufficient to effortlessly raze a city like Qinglan City to the ground. Hiss! Witnessing this spectacle, gasps of astonishment filled the live stream. What the hell? Is this a mythical stronghold? Is this a Gundam base? It's terrifying. The numbers, the levels. Not even Su Yi could withstand this. Even a fully equipped level 50 army would be torn to shreds. It's over. It's over. The necromancer has truly overstepped. Run. The hearts of all viewers raced to their throats. They harbored no doubt that if Su Yi took even a single step forward, the thousands of Cold War machines would instantly reduce him and his relatively diminutive skeletal army to mere dust. However, the boy, whom everyone presumed was on the brink of disaster, retained an expression of calm indifference. Rather than retreat, he boldly stepped forward, entering the foreboding and deadly abandoned workshop. The moment his foot crossed the threshold, an electrifying silence engulfed the bustling alchemical workshop. All assembly lines, mechanical arms, and energy conduits ceased their operations in unison. The thousands of cold, emotionless war machines, with their dangerously glowing red electronic eyes, simultaneously locked onto the solitary human boy at the entrance with the precision of the most advanced radar. The workshop was enveloped in a silence akin to the calm before a storm, as the heartbeats of billions of viewers seemed to halt in that instant. Everyone understood that the next moment would herald a cataclysmic assault. Yet, contrary to expectations, the anticipated barrage of attacks did not materialize. The iron tide capable of obliterating everything in its path remained dormant. Under the incredulous gazes of billions worldwide, those thousands of formidable war machines, capable of flattening a city, unexpectedly executed an action that shattered every preconceived notion. Click, click, accompanied by a chorus of synchronized, metallic sounds. The proud and powerful steel alchemical puppets slowly knelt before the boy, who appeared minuscule in their presence. They lowered their heads, forged from steel and strong enough to shatter mountains. They sheathed their weapons, capable of rending the heavens, extinguishing the bloodthirsty glow of their red electronic eyes. It was as if a battalion of the most loyal and devout soldiers welcomed their long-lost creator, their sovereign, back home after eons of separation. Chapter 56, A Dialogue with the Divine. Silence. An eerie stillness enveloped the world when the thousands of powerful war machines knelt before the solitary boy in unison. It felt as though time itself had been suspended. The live stream, once filled with frantic messages of concern and exclamations, eerily vanished. Before the screen, countless faces, brimming with shock and disbelief, collectively bore the same expression of ghostly astonishment. What had transpired? Why? Why would these formidable war puppets, seemingly capable of annihilating everything, kneel before a mere human? What on earth is happening? The minds of all present have succumbed to a state of complete malfunction, utterly confounded by the miraculous spectacle before them that blatantly defies the rules of the world and the dictates of logical reasoning. They are bewildered yet profoundly shaken. At this moment, at the center of it all, stands the young boy, Su Yi, venerated by thousands of war machines with the utmost reverence. For the first time, a flicker of genuine astonishment graces his countenance. He can distinctly sense that the moment he stepped into this workshop, the dormant, eternal night court within him resonated in a remarkably enigmatic manner with this ancient alchemical workshop, a resonance that emanates from the very fabric of the laws of existence. It feels as though two tokens, sharing the same origin, have finally reunited after millennia apart. The formidable alchemical automatons kneel not before Su Yi himself, but rather before the unique aura of the eternal night sovereign that envelopes him, an essence that embodies the supreme power of creation intertwined with death. Thus, it dawns on Su Yi. A glimmer of enlightenment flashes in his eyes. He seems to grasp the deeper essence of his vocation, which lies beneath the surface of necromancy. He is no longer merely awakening the deceased from their graves. He possesses the ability to imbue lifeless entities with soul and will. He is not merely the lord of the dead. He may very well be the sovereign of all. Just as Su Yi's mind races with this audacious hypothesis, an ancient, vast, and wise presence stirs from the depths of the workshop, transcending the bounds of space to manifest within his spiritual realm. I have waited for 3,000 years. The voice is intermittent, reminiscent of a long-dormant machine being reactivated, yet the immense, profound soul energy it conveys sends a tremor through Su Yi's very being. This soul energy is far more potent than any adversary he has encountered thus far, including the level 50 Abyss Priest. This is undoubtedly a terrifying entity that has touched the realm of the divine. Su Yi quickly focuses his mind, channeling the power of the eternal night within him to erect an impenetrable barrier around his soul. Cautiously, he inquires with mental fortitude, "Who are you?" The ancient voice appears devoid of malice. Upon sensing Su Yi's guarded spiritual vibrations, it responds not with ire, but rather with waves of benevolence and joy. "There is no need to be apprehensive. I shall not harm you. I am the first generation, the soul of this workshop, and also its most loyal servant. At long last, I have awaited your return. My supreme sovereign." Sovereign. At the utterance of this title, Su Yi's pupils constrict in astonishment. He quickly realizes that the you referred to by this entity may very well be the previous generation, or rather, the original, eternal night sovereign. And this powerful, mythical essence before him is merely the servant of that initial ruler. If a servant possesses such formidable strength, what must the true first, eternal night sovereign, have been like, exuding an aura that could overwhelm the ages? For the first time, an intense curiosity about the mysterious and illustrious past of his profession stirs within Su Yi. "Do you know me?" Su Yi tentatively attempts to continue the dialogue. "No, I do not know you." The ancient voice replies slowly. "Your soul is very young, very unfamiliar. Yet, within you resides his essence. The mark of the eternal night court. That is the sovereign's authority, an irrefutable proof to which all must submit. Thus, you are my new master." This revelation sends tumultuous waves through Su Yi's heart. He finally comprehends. This, lost alchemical workshop, is not a mere bastion of corruption. It is the legacy left by the original, eternal night sovereign, a treasury specifically designed to await a new master like him to come and inherit it. And this so-called mythic-level monthly assessment has from the very beginning been a beautiful misunderstanding, or rather, the most precise guidance orchestrated by fate. My creator, my master. The first sovereign fell in the cataclysmic battle known as the Twilight of the Gods 3,000 years ago, in his quest to seal the void's origin. As if sensing Su Yi's bewilderment, the entity known as the First begins to recount the ancient secrets long buried by time. Before his fall, he sealed all his insights and efforts regarding the laws of creation within my core. He commanded me to slumber here, awaiting the arrival of the next inheritor capable of rekindling the flame of the sovereign through the trials of the eternal night court, so that I might bestow upon you this legacy representing the authority of creation. I have waited 3,000 years. Today, I have finally awaited you. The ancient voice resonates with a sense of relief and a hint of fulfillment in its mission. Su Yi listens intently, his heart brimming with awe. The Twilight of the Gods, the void's origin, terms that exist solely within the most ancient mythological epics now unfold before him in the most tangible manner. He feels as if he has touched the profound truths of this world. So what is this legacy? Su Yi inhales deeply, posing the most critical question of all. "Please follow me, sovereign." The ancient voice exudes reverence. In the next moment, a door composed of pure energy, exuding a sense of futuristic technology, slowly opens at the depths of the workshop. Without a moment's hesitation, Suyi strides toward the door, aware that what awaits him beyond will be an opportunity capable of transforming his destiny. As he traverses through the door, he enters a vast, circular laboratory suffused with soft white light. At the center of the laboratory floats a colossal transparent energy vessel, intricately adorned with countless complex alchemical runes. Within the vessel, a figure of light, composed of pure, resplendent soul energy, radiating wisdom and the weight of ages, suspends quietly. This is the soul of the first alchemist, the ultimate boss of this workshop. At this moment, this mythical entity, boasting a staggering level of 60, reveals no hint of hostility upon encountering Suyi. Instead, it slowly bent down before him, performing the most ancient of servitude gestures. Its voice resonated once more in Suyi's mental sea, imbued with solemnity and gravity. Sovereign, please accept this final legacy bestowed upon you by your master, and also put an end to my 3 millennia of solitary watch. Upon finishing, its form, composed entirely of pure soul energy, began to slowly disintegrate, transforming into countless radiant specks filled with the laws of creation and wisdom. Ultimately, these particles coalesced into an ancient, golden blueprint, shimmering with divine brilliance. The blueprint gracefully floated out from the energy vessel, finally resting in Suyi's hands. Chapter 57. The Inheritance of Legacy and the Birth of a New Record. At the moment when the golden blueprint, shimmering with divine radiance, crystallized from the self-disintegration of the level 60 mythical boss soul of the primordial alchemist, and gently descended into Suyi's hands, a notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully purified the lost alchemy workshop of the mythical stronghold. You have completed a perfect exploration of this stronghold, and we are calculating your final rewards. Congratulations! You have earned 5,000,000 points. Congratulations! You have gained 10,000,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations! Your level has risen to 14. Ding! Congratulations! Your level has risen to 15. Ding! Congratulations! Your level has risen to 16. A series of intense and almost frenzied system notifications surged through Suyi's mind like the most violent of storms. 5 million points. 10 million experience. A leap of 3 levels. Is this truly the reward for conquering a mythical stronghold? Even with Suyi's calm demeanor, he could not suppress a sharp intake of breath, overwhelmed by an indescribable shock. It is worth noting that the experience and points he painstakingly gathered from over 20 hellish strongholds combined still fell short of this reward by more than half. This was indeed a meteoric rise. However, Suyi was acutely aware that these were merely appetizers. The true treasure lay in his hands, the mythical legacy that encapsulated the creative authority of the first, Eternal Night Sovereign. His gaze was instantly captivated by the ancient and enigmatic golden blueprint, and he carefully unfurled it. Name: Lost Alchemy Blueprint. Mythical, unique, growth potential. Binder: Suyi. Type: Special item for class inheritance. Effect 1. Sovereign Blueprint. You have mastered the core manufacturing methods for all puppet, golem, and construct type beings. You may consume specified materials and mental energy to create powerful alchemical creations unique to you. Your creations will automatically gain the enhancement of the Eternal Night Blessing talent. Effect 2. Knowledge is power. A new core structure, the Alchemy Furnace, will be unlocked within your Eternal Night Court. You can refine equipment and materials to extract alchemical essence, which can be used to research, unlock, and upgrade new alchemical creation blueprints. Effect 3. Soul Infusion. Your Eternal Night Sovereign class traits have been elevated. You are not only the Lord of the Dead, but also the Master of Creation. All non-living units under your command, such as skeletal and puppet types, will receive an additional 20 increase in their base attributes. Note: death is merely the end of a cycle. Creation, however, is the eternal authority of the Sovereign. Silence. An almost deathly stillness enveloped Suyi as he beheld this blueprint, whose attributes had transcended that of a mere item, resembling a terrifying template for a secondary class. His previously tranquil heart now swelled with tumultuous waves. If the soul explosion technique had compensated for his inadequacies in area of effect capabilities, then this lost alchemy blueprint had opened a doorway into an entirely new realm. He would no longer be a simple necromancer. He would become a super warlord capable of creating a multifaceted army composed of both the undead and machinery, seamlessly integrated across land, sea, and air. The undead legion would charge forth fearlessly, while the mechanical army would address all shortcomings in ranged firepower, precision strikes, and special functions. What kind of terrifying chemical reaction might ensue when these two forces combined? Suyi could scarcely fathom. Was this the true complete form of the Eternal Night Sovereign? He murmured to himself, his eyes ablaze with unprecedented fervor and excitement. He carefully stowed the lost alchemy blueprint, more precious than all his current gear combined, into his backpack. He understood that this blueprint would bring him immense surprises in the days to come. After completing this task, he slowly turned to regard the energy vessel. now rendered empty by the dispersal of the soul of the primordial alchemist. He bowed slightly to the void. Thank you. This gesture was a tribute to the long unmet first sovereign and a sign of gratitude to the loyal servant who had watched over for 3,000 years in solitude. And as Suyi effortlessly claimed this mythical stronghold and obtained this extraordinary opportunity, the outside world, the global live broadcast room, already numbed by his previous feats, was once again ignited by a super bombshell capable of shattering all rational thought into fragments. Ding! Congratulations, candidate Suyi, for successfully purifying the 401st Abyss Pollution Zone. You have set a new record for the highest number of strongholds conquered by a single individual in the history of the Tian-Nan Provincial Joint Monthly Examination. When this announcement, filled with glory and legend, resonated in everyone's ears, the entire world fell into a bizarre, momentary stupor. Immediately following was an eruption of sheer madness. 401. Am I seeing things? His number of conquered strongholds surpasses the total of all surviving candidates from our entire Qinlan City combined. No, not just Qinlan City, the entire Tian-Nan province. According to the backend data, the total number of strongholds conquered by all candidates in the province is only 320. In other words, he alone has outperformed all of us combined. When this harsh and despairing reality was laid bare in the live broadcast room, all candidates still engaged in desperate struggles against various monsters felt their mental state shatter completely. No, I'm done with this. I'm not taking the exam anymore. A berserker, having been knocked down once more by an elite monster, threw his giant axe to the ground in despair, letting out a furious roar of indignation. What is the point of this exam? We toil here, exhausted and at our wits' end, yet we have barely amassed a mere 100,000 points. Meanwhile, others merely lift a finger and command tens of millions. This is not an examination. It is an act of murder, a unilateral slaughter of us ordinary prodigies. His words ignited a torrent of pent-up frustration among all the examinees. Indeed, we shall not partake any longer. This is utterly unjust. How can we even compete? Even if we were to study for 100 years, we could never hope to catch up with their mere fractions. We protest. We vehemently demand that the authorities immediately revoke Su Ye's examination qualifications. He is exploiting a flaw, undermining the fairness of the examination. In an instant, the entire examination hall was suffused with voices brimming with jealousy and resentment. Yet, faced with this fervent uproar, within the command center, the chief examiner merely cast a cold glance at the screen. He then issued an imperious and unquestionable directive to the technical supervisor beside him. Record the names and registration numbers of all candidates publicly questioning the fairness of the examination. Cancel their admission to all top-tier universities for the year. The reason? A flicker of icy disappointment passed through the chief examiner's eyes. It was simply due to their lack of fortitude. True champions, when confronted with insurmountable mountains, do not question the grandeur of the peaks, but instead seek to elevate themselves to become mountains in their own right. A group of cowards, lacking even the courage to gaze upward at the strong, are unworthy of entering the most prestigious institutions of our great nation. Meanwhile, in the live stream, faced with the deluge of criticism and insults, Su Ye's fervent followers, transformed into zealots, launched a fierce counterattack. A bunch of sore losers. Just because you lack ability, you claim others are exploiting flaws. You've got to be kidding. My God has consistently utilized skills within the rules. How does that compromise fairness? Is being too handsome a crime? The war of words escalated, turning the entire live stream into a battleground rife with tension. At that moment, the architect of this tempest, Su Yi, having secured this mythic stronghold, finally paused his relentless march. He glanced at the time in the upper right corner. Only half an hour remained until the conclusion of this month's examination. Chapter 58, the calm before the exam's end. As Su Yi's terrifying score, having completely outpaced the second place by several magnitudes, settled at over 26 million, the entire abyssal contamination zone fell into an unprecedented desolation of monsters due to his earlier rampage. Many squads roamed for an eternity, struggling to encounter even a semblance of a stronghold. Most regions lay barren, scorched earth left in the wake of the soul explosion technique, with the air still thick with the lingering stench of sulfur and death. This was the stark reality of locusts passing through, leaving nothing but desolation in their wake. The instigator of this ecological calamity, upon observing the mere half-hour countdown, finally halted his campaign entirely. There was no need, whether in points, levels, or the practice of new tactics, he had achieved and far exceeded his original goals. The remaining time had lost all significance for him. Thus, under the gaze of billions of global spectators, filled with curiosity and confusion, the boy who had been a relentless engine of warfare since the examination began made an unprecedented move, one that had nothing to do with battle or efficiency. He found a vantage point on a slope, overlooking the entire desolate battlefield. Then, with a wave of his hand, the 156 elite bone sentinels, exuding an aura of dread and death, transformed into thick, dark mist and returned to his eternal night barracks. Next, he retrieved a substantial number of relatively intact, demonized giant rhinoceros, bones acquired from the blood and flesh mill dimension. He employed no skills. Instead, he assembled these massive bones like an ordinary craftsman, stacking them piece by piece atop the slope, crafting for himself a throne of bones imbued with a primal and savage essence. Having completed this, he finally settled leisurely upon the deathly artistic throne, casually planting the knight's longsword, pristine and bloodless, into the earth beside him. He then rested his head upon one arm and gradually closed his eyes, embarking on a serene moment of introspection. At this instant, the entire world fell silent. All those watching the live stream, whether the struggling examinees or the billions of viewers before their screens, or even the seasoned experts in the command center, found their minds momentarily blank upon witnessing this scene, rife with striking contrast and supreme elegance. He actually clocked out early with half an hour remaining in the examination, and in such a regal, leisurely manner, akin to a pinnacle of extravagance. The chatroom erupted after a brief pause, exploding with an intensity surpassing any previous moment. I'm on my knees. I am utterly and completely humbled. This level of grandeur has transcended the heavens. In a battlefield where millions fought tooth and nail to construct a throne of enemy bones and take a nap half an hour early, is this something a mere mortal can do? Heartless. This is simply heartless. Look at the expressions of the other examinees, especially Ling Shi and Wang Zihao. Haha. To the one above, I just returned from Ling Shi's stream. She has given up entirely, sitting on a rock in a daze. Her resolve must have shattered into a QR code. Wang Zihao fared worse. I saw him so enraged that he snapped his own epic-grade longsword worth over 10 million on the spot. Is this what it means to be divine? While mere mortals struggle for points, the divine, finding it too tedious, opts to sleep. At that moment, within the command center, the chief examiner gazed at the screen displaying the serene boy, bathed in the dark red glow of sunset, reclining against his throne of bones, as if he had melded with the world itself. The stern expression that had been etched on his face softened ever so slightly, the corners of his mouth betraying a hint of a smile. He slowly lifted the now-cold cup of tea beside him and took a gentle sip. Then, with a tone imbued with warmth, reflection, and a touch of unrecognized fondness, he quietly remarked to the numb General Wang beside him, "Look, what a beautiful scene this is. This is the future realm of our summer nation. Time flows inexorably in this exceedingly strange atmosphere, each second ticking away." The live broadcast is artfully divided by the director into two contrasting scenes. On the left side of the frame lies a tranquil close-up of Su Yi, resting against a pile of bones, eyes closed in serene contemplation. The dying light of the sunset casts a long shadow of his slender and upright figure, imbued with an essence of solitude and regal might. The entire world seems to serve as his solitary backdrop. To the right, however, unfolds a starkly vivid tableau of the other candidates, a gruesome representation of mortal struggle. "Hold on. Everyone hold on." Cries echo through the air. The exam is about to end. Healing. Quickly, give T some health. He can barely withstand it. My mana is depleted. Does anyone have blue potions? The cacophony of screams, roars, explosive skills, and the silhouettes of those eliminated, dissolving into white light, forms a relentless symphony of struggle and perseverance, the song of mortals. On one side, the deity enjoys an afternoon respite. On the other, mere mortals engage in a bloody battle. These two scenes, brimming with stark contrast and profound impact, are juxtaposed, providing an unprecedented spiritual shock to all viewers of the broadcast. They have never before so clearly and profoundly recognized that the disparity between individuals can indeed be more immense than that between man and dog. At last, as the crimson countdown in the upper right corner slowly approaches its conclusion, 54,321. Ding! The 37th Joint Monthly Examination of Tiannan Province, Phase 2 Assessment, has officially concluded. The cold, mechanical voice of the system resonates throughout the realm, signaling the curtain fall of this personal showcase, whose outcome was predetermined from the very beginning. All surviving candidates, who had been laboriously enduring, collapsed to the ground as if liberated from a heavy burden, their faces alight with the joy of having survived. They have lived. They have passed this hellish trial. Meanwhile, the boy, who had been slumbering upon the throne of bones for half an hour, slowly opens his abyss-like, pitch-black eyes. He rises, stretches languidly, and his bones crackle with a series of sharp sounds, as if he had merely taken an ordinary afternoon nap. Final score calculations in progress. All candidates, please remain in place. The solemn voice of the chief examiner echoes once more, imbued with a gravity akin to final judgment. Hearts leap into throats as they realize that the final, most thrilling moment of name-calling is imminent. Su Yi, however, stands calmly atop the hillside, his gaze unperturbed as he looks towards the scoreboard that will determine his fate. His expression remains one of tranquil indifference, as if he harbors no interest in the top position that he has long anticipated. What truly matters to him is merely the ticket that leads to the imperial capital, to the truth. Chapter 59. The Final Frenzy and Score Calculation. When the phrase final score calculations in progress resonated throughout the Abyss Pollution Zone, all surviving candidates regardless of their previous fatigue and disarray, forcibly roused themselves, collectively raising their heads, their anxious, expectant, and apprehensive gazes directed towards the sky. There, a colossal virtual screen composed of pure data streams is slowly taking shape. This is the final scoreboard that will determine the future destinies of all present. It has arrived. It is finally here. My heart races so fast I feel it might leap from my throat. I hope to place in the top 300. If so, I would have a chance to enter a key vocational university in the province. Bless me, I must be in the top 100. My father promised that if I made it into the top 100, he would buy me that rare longbow I've coveted for so long. Countless candidates clasped their hands together, eyes tightly shut, offering their final, most fervent prayers. Their faces are etched with longing and desire for the future. This trial, which has lasted a grueling 3 hours, has finally been endured. Now it is time to face the final judgment and reap the rewards. Meanwhile, in the real world, across Tiannan province, tens of millions, even hundreds of millions globally, hold their breath in anticipation. They too await the outcome. Although the top scorer of this examination is already a foregone conclusion, they still yearn to witness firsthand the astronomical figures wrought from myth, to behold the boy ascend. With what kind of proud demeanor, to his singular throne. At the commentary desk, Old Wang and Xiaoya, having emerged from their previous stupor, now display a solemnity befitting the grandest of ceremonies. Dear viewers, Old Wang's voice is deep and magnetic, imbued with infectious excitement. The exhilarating moment has finally arrived. After enduring 3 hours of fierce combat, the 37th joint monthly examination of Tiannan province has drawn to a close. Now, the final scoreboard is about to be unveiled before us, slowly revealing who will don the crown of supreme glory, who will emerge victorious in this epic examination, likened to a celestial battle, and that man, who has dominated the entire examination with an absolutely overwhelming presence from start to finish. Old Wang's gaze fixates intently on the screen, where the indifferent boy stands by the throne of bones. His voice rises in fervor. Suyi, what astonishing final score will he achieve to conclude this mythic personal showcase with the most perfect punctuation? Let us await and see. Under the collective gaze of billions, the vast virtual screen in the heavens finally takes full form. Golden light shimmers. Rows of names, symbolizing honor and future, begin to rapidly scroll upward from the bottom. 1000th place, Wang Taiju, Blackstone City. Final score, 2,850. 99th place, Li. The scoreboard refreshes at an astonishing pace. Each individual fervently searches for their name. I see it. I see it. I'm in 865th place. Haha. I'm in the top 1,000. I'm in 652nd place. Not bad. I can attend a good city-focused school. I'm in 1,002nd place, just 2 spots shy. Some rejoice while others despair. Meanwhile, the formidable genius candidates anxiously fix their gaze upon the top of the board. Soon, the list of the top 100 begins to gradually emerge. 20th place, Wang Zhihao, Qinglan City. Final score, 325,880. Upon seeing his name and realizing he had not even made it into the top 10, Wang Zhihao's face, already pale from humiliation, darkened further. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms, blood trickling through his fingers, yet he remained oblivious to the pain, his heart brimming with endless resentment and unwillingness. Meanwhile, Ling Shi found her name in the 10th position. 10th place, Ling Shi, Qinglag City. Final score, 856,420. Despite this achievement, which would have secured her a place among the top 3 in previous years, there was no trace of joy on Ling Shi's face. She merely shook her head with a bitter smile. Raising her gaze, she directed her complex expression towards the name that had yet to appear. She knew the true protagonist was about to make an entrance. Finally, amidst the anticipation of all, the scroll of the leaderboard came to a halt. Except for the very top line, symbolizing the pinnacle of achievement, all other rankings had been finalized. At that moment, the world seemed to fall into an eerie silence. Every heart raced with trepidation. It was coming. The final score that would be etched into history was about to be announced. The chief examiner's authoritative voice resonated once more, imbued with a solemnity akin to that of a final judgment. Now, I announce the final results of the Southern Tian Province Joint Monthly Exam. First place. His voice paused, as if preparing for the miracle that was to follow. Suyi. With the loud proclamation of this name, the long-suspended position at the top of the display erupted in a blaze of golden light. The 2 characters of Suyi, imbued with legendary significance, slowly materialized. Behind his name, the column representing his final score began to display a terrifyingly lengthy sequence of numbers, rapidly fluctuating, calculating, and ultimately preparing to solidify. Everyone's eyes widened, fixated on the numbers that were about to create history. However, just as the sequence was on the verge of becoming entirely clear to all, an astonishing scene unfolded. A piercing crackle erupted, reminiscent of a circuit burning out, suddenly emanating from the display. Following this, under the astonished and disbelieving gazes of everyone, the column that was supposed to display Su Ye's final score began to flicker uncontrollably without warning. The astonishing sequence of numbers twisted, jumped, and blurred as if infected by a virus. Ultimately, amidst an even more jarring cacophony of electrical wailing, it transformed into a cascade of data composed of countless garbled symbols. Exuding a sense of science fiction and futurism, the world once more plunged into a profound silence. Everyone was left dazed. In the live broadcast room, millions of viewers were bewildered. The two gold medal commentators, who had just prepared to extol the miracle with the most eloquent phrases, stood in shock. In the command center of the examination committee, the Empire's top technical experts were equally flummoxed. What on earth happened? The chief examiner's stern expression betrayed a flicker of panic for the first time. Why has the system crashed again? The technical supervisor, gazing at the suddenly flashing alarm lights on the control panel, felt tears welling in his eyes, his voice tinged with despair. Report, Director. No, it hasn't crashed again. It's that the data contained in Su Ye's final score is simply too immense. It has far exceeded the visualization module's maximum display limit of our enlightenment system. Therefore, it has garbled. Chapter 60, 999,999. Overflowing points. Garbled. As the technical supervisor articulated this absurd conclusion in a tone of near collapse and helplessness, the atmosphere in the command center of the joint monthly exam descended into a surreal state of collective bewilderment. It crashed. Again, this system, which had cost countless resources and was developed by the Empire's premier scientific team, claimed to support a war of 1 million participants across dimensions, and had never faltered in the 36 previous joint monthly exams, had now collapsed twice within just 3 hours due to the same individual. The first incident involved the score counting server, which overloaded due to Su Ye's astonishing scoring speed. This time, however, it was even more outrageous. It was the visualization module, responsible for rendering the data, that could not accommodate the sheer volume of data contained in Su Ye's final score, resulting in a complete garble. It was akin to attempting to weigh the mass of an ancient behemoth on a scale designed to measure only up to 100 kilograms. The outcome would inevitably result in the scale being rendered useless. The chief examiner, an elderly man with graying hair, slowly returned to his seat. He gazed at the screen displaying the sci-fi-like, wildly fluctuating data cascade, and for the first time, a genuine wry smile emerged on his weathered face. Having overseen the joint monthly exam for over a century and witnessed countless geniuses, he had never encountered a monster capable of silencing the Empire's most proud systems single-handedly, as he did today. Is there any way to salvage this? General Wong inquired uncertainly. Yes, there is. A technical supervisor wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, responding in a dry voice. The Enlightenment system was designed with the possibility of extreme data overflow in mind, and thus it has an inherent self-protection mechanism. What mechanism? The chief examiner immediately pressed for details. The technical supervisor swallowed hard, speaking in a near dreamlike tone. When the system determines that a data point has completely exceeded its display capacity, it will automatically forfeit precise display of that data, substituting it with the largest and most extreme number it can show. That number is. Meanwhile, as the members of the command center were astonished by the mythical system setting, the flesh and blood grinding mill dimension and the billions of viewers in the real world slowly regained their senses from the shock of the sci-fi-like garble. They too were awaiting a reasonable explanation from the authorities. What happened? Why did it garble? This is definitely a cover-up. It is surely the case that the authorities, upon observing the unparalleled scores of the undead brother, are apprehensive about maintaining balance and have thus resorted to nefarious means. Nonsense. My beloved Su Yi has earned his scores through sheer skill. Why should they not be displayed? We demand to see the true data. Indeed, we protest. A grave protest. In the live broadcast room, countless fervent fans of Su Yi, indignant at the unjust treatment of their idol's achievements, erupted into a tremendous wave of outrage. Yet, just as this tempest was on the verge of spiraling out of control, high above in the celestial expanse, the enormous screen, which had been glitching for half a minute, abruptly ceased its chaotic flickering. All the frantically flashing, disordered symbols vanished in that instant. In their place emerged a string of golden, resplendent digits, imbued with visual impact and endless irony. First place, Su Yi, Qinglan City. Final score, 999,9999, exceeds display limit. When this terrifying number, composed of 7 uniformly aligned nines and steeped in the essence of magical realism, crystallized before the retinas of all present, the entire world fell silent. Time itself seemed to freeze at that moment. The barrage of furious comments, which had just erupted like a volcano, vanished eerily from the screen. Before the screen, countless faces brimming with excitement and fervor transformed into a singular expression, as if petrified by the gaze of Medusa. In the examination hall, those candidates who had been fluctuating between joy and despair regarding their rankings were similarly rendered mute, as if gripped by an unseen force. They merely stared upwards, gazing at the mythical digits that seemed to mock all their efforts. 9,999,999? No, it is beyond that. The result, far more shocking than a mere display of the actual figure exceeding 20 million, was more terrifying. for it represented an absolute, superlative power that transcended the very rules themselves. It was no longer a simple score. It became a symbol, a divine mark conferred upon the youth by the Apocalypse system. A manifestation of the Empire's pinnacle of technological prowess. It validated his existence as one unparalleled by any rules. At the commentary table, the illustrious duo of Lao Wang and Xiaoya, after a brief moment of astonishment, exchanged a glance. In each other's eyes, they discerned a complex emotion, one of relief and liberation. They no longer needed to ponder how to eloquently articulate the greatness of that youth. For the system had provided the most perfect annotation in the simplest, most brutal, and profoundly moving manner. Lao Wang slowly lifted the microphone. His voice, no longer fervent nor shrill, resonated with a solemnity akin to the recitation of an epic. Dear viewers, I believe there is no need for further elaboration. Any words, any praises, pale in comparison to this mythic number crafted by the rules themselves. He paused, his gaze piercing through the screen, as if he could see the youth still standing by the throne of bones, his expression impassive. In his eyes shone the utmost reverence, emanating from the depths of his being. Today, we are all witnesses to history. Please remember this moment. Please remember this legendary symbol composed of 7 nines. For it not only represents an unprecedented record, one that is unlikely to ever be surpassed, but it also heralds the dawn of a new era belonging to the god of the undead. At that moment, in the examination hall, the youth who had birthed this entire myth, Su Yi, finally raised his head slowly. He gazed at the figure of 999,999, which represented his ultimate achievement, and a hint of imperceptible amusement flickered in his abyss-like dark eyes. Not bad, he uttered softly, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. Chapter 61, Wang Zhao's Breakdown, a display of shame. As the fantastical number 999999 was etched into the sky like an eternal brand, the entire world fell silent. However, amidst this profound shock, some dissonant voices, rife with jealousy and resentment, attempted a futile struggle. Fake. A voice, brimming with hysteria and madness, erupted from a corner without warning. Instantly, it captured everyone's attention. Following the sound, they beheld Prince Hao, the young master of the Bloodblade Alliance. His eyes bloodshot as he pointed at the massive screen, appearing utterly deranged. His once handsome visage was now contorted with extreme jealousy and malice, his features scrunched together, resembling a ghoul risen from the depths of hell, grotesque in the extreme. This must be a lot, he shrieked, his voice sharp and close to breaking, directed at his equally stunned allies. The system malfunctioned. Yes, it must have malfunctioned, he bellowed, even if he is a level 13, or even if he ascended to level 16. How can a mere level 16 summoner achieve such a score that the system cannot even display? This defies logic. This is unreasonable. It blatantly contravenes the laws of the profession. His voice, echoing through the silent examination hall, sounded so jarring, so ludicrous. The few teammates from the Royal League, also hailing from noble backgrounds, after a brief moment of shock, began to react. They looked at Prince Hao's almost deranged demeanor, their faces betraying a hint of embarrassment and shame. One stepped forward, tugging at Prince Hao's sleeve, and whispered, "Calm down, Hao. This is being broadcasted live across the province." Live. Prince Hao, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, jerked his hand away, causing his teammate to stumble. He pointed at himself and roared at everyone. "Of course I know it's live. I intend to expose this fraud in front of millions of viewers across the province. To shatter this illusion. He, Su Yi, absolutely cheated. He must have employed some illegal, forbidden means that we are unaware of to achieve such an abnormal, false score. I will report him. Yes, I will report him to the examination committee. I will report him to the Imperial Ministry of Education. I demand that all his scores be annulled immediately and that he be permanently barred from examinations." As he raged, he clumsily activated his wrist terminal, attempting to contact the examination authorities. The image of his frantic and disgraceful demeanor was broadcast in crystal clarity across the entire southern Tianqing province through high-definition live streams, captivating the gaze of countless millions. In the live chat room, after a brief moment of astonishment, an eruption of laughter akin to a roaring tide ensued. Haha, this is too funny. Where did this clown come from? Can't handle defeat and starts throwing a tantrum? Wang Zhao? Oh, I remember him. The one who threw a bunch of items at the start and didn't even make it into the top 10. What a spendthrift warrior. Claiming others cheat while being as useless as a dog yourself? What a touching logic. Haha, this is so embarrassing. I feel like the Wang family's reputation has been thoroughly tarnished by him. I suggest he be removed from the family tree immediately. Let us not be too harsh. Our brother Hao is not unable to lose. He simply holds himself to a higher standard while being lenient with himself. He dares to question the unjust fate with a roar of defiance. The barrage of comments was filled with a jovial atmosphere. All the spectators appeared to be watching a splendid impromptu clown show. Meanwhile, in the command center, the chief examiner observed the screen where Wang Zhao was still flailing about like a mad dog, gnashing his teeth in a futile attempt to lash out. His face, which had maintained an air of authority, immediately darkened. Foolishness. He coldly uttered 2 words. Then, addressing the representative from the administrative council beside him, he spoke with indifference. That scion of the Wang family possesses a temperament, vision, and demeanor that are all beneath contempt. I recommend placing him on the Imperial Talent Pool's permanent exclusion list. Furthermore, the complete recording of this incident, accompanied by a report assessing the character of the Wang family heir, should be encrypted and sent to the patriarch of the Wang family. As for the Bloodblade Alliance, a glint of icy malice flashed in the chief examiner's eyes. A guild that openly threatened, incited, and attempted to besiege a national treasure-level genius during an official examination. A group with the qualities of organized crime should no longer be allowed to exist. The representative from the administrative council immediately nodded with respect. Understood, Director. I will take immediate action upon my return. Meanwhile, in the examination hall, Wang Ziheo's farce continued unabated. He discovered that his reports had vanished into the void, receiving no response whatsoever, which drove him into a frenzy. He directed all his resentment and fury towards the youth who had silently observed his antics from the beginning. Su Yi. He fixed a gaze filled with venomous hatred upon Su Yi, as if he wished to devour him whole, and shouted, "You coward hiding behind skeletons. You fraud who rose through cheating. Do you dare to fight me like a man, face to face? Do you believe that without those skeletons, I could crush you with a single hand?" He attempted to provoke Su Yi with the most juvenile of taunts, desperate to reclaim the laughable dignity he had lost. However, in response to his rabid barking, the previously silent youth finally showed a flicker of reaction. Su Yi slowly raised his head, his abyss-like dark eyes finally locking onto the leaping clown before him. There was no anger on his face, nor any sign of turmoil, only a profound pity, as if observing a pitiful creature lacking in intellect. He spoke softly, his voice clear as it resonated throughout the examination hall and reached the ears of millions in the live stream. "You wish to fight me?" Wang Ziheo was momentarily taken aback, then a look of wild joy spread across his features. He believed he had hooked Su Yi. That's right. He straightened his posture, declaring proudly, "It's me. Do you dare?" Su Yi regarded his absurdly fierce expression with a slow shake of his head. He then pointed down at the vast expanse of land carpeted with countless beastly bones beneath his feet, gestured towards the sky where the leaderboard chronicled his mythic achievements, and ultimately directed his finger at Wang Ziheo's face, which had turned a deep shade of crimson from humiliation. He smiled, a light and airy smile. "Do you even deserve it?" The simplicity of those 3 words struck like an invisible, razor-sharp sword, piercing through Wang Ziheo's already fragile psychological defenses. He could no longer suppress the surge of bitter blood rising to his throat. A mouthful of blood erupted forth. His eyes rolled back, and he collapsed backward. Overwhelmed by rage, he was quite literally fainted in the throes of his own fury. Meanwhile, Su Yi treated this as a trivial matter, akin to swatting a mosquito. He withdrew his gaze, no longer wishing to look at the clown lying on the ground like a dead dog, as if even a glance would tarnish his own vision. Chapter 62. The Abyss. Ling Shi's total subjugation. As Wang Ziheo collapsed under the weight of the devastating words, "Do you even deserve it?" he was hurriedly carried away by his equally pallid allies, resembling a lifeless dog. The farce he had instigated concluded in an exceedingly ludicrous and tragic manner. The examination hall returned to a state of tranquility, yet this calm was distinctly different from the previous silence. If the earlier stillness stemmed from profound shock and reverence towards Su Yi's mythic prowess, this newfound tranquility was tinged with genuine acknowledgement and submission. Su Yi's last words, seemingly arrogant, yet imbued with boundless authority and factual basis, "Do you even deserve it?" not only shattered Wang Ziheo's laughable dignity, but also dismantled the last flicker of hope and reluctance held by all the so-called geniuses present. Indeed, do you deserve it? A pretender who couldn't even break into the top 20 by relying on a pile of props had no right to question or challenge someone who single-handedly created the myth of 999,999, a true, unparalleled prodigy. This was no mere disparity in strength. It was a chasm of existence itself. Fireflies against the full moon, ants against dragons. Ling Shi stood quietly at the edge of the crowd, a silent observer throughout. She watched as Wang Ziheo, like a clown, flailed about before ultimately humiliating himself. Her heart felt no joy, nor did it harbor any pity, only a profound sadness for Wang Ziheo's folly and for her former self. She slowly lifted her head, casting a complex gaze filled with melancholy and acceptance towards the solitary figure still standing atop the hill, beside the throne of bones. That youth maintained his calm, indifferent demeanor, as if the young master from the affluent family, who had just been rendered unconscious by a single utterance from him, bore no distinction from an ant crushed beneath his heel. His world appeared perpetually pristine, immaculate to the point of containing solely himself and the path that lay beneath his feet, leading toward an endless pinnacle. Any obstacle attempting to impede his journey would be mercilessly obliterated by him in the simplest, most straightforward, and utterly unreasonable manner. Be it a ferocious tide of beasts, a formidable boss, or the pride of so-called geniuses, what lay between us was not merely a chasm of disparity. In Ling Xi's mind, The image of her earlier, powerlessly murmured words resurfaced. It was a matter of dimension. And now, she had attained a deeper understanding of this phrase. She recalled her father's confident demeanor when he approached her just before the examination commenced. "My daughter, rest assured. I have arranged everything for you. That fellow named Su Yi, no matter how talented, could never surpass you." The title of top scholar of Qinglan City, a position among the top 3 in Tiannan province, and even that golden ticket to the Central Academy, all would rightfully belong to her. Although she had once held a degree of disdain for such underhanded tactics, she ultimately chose to acquiesce to preserve her ludicrous reputation as the foremost genius. Now a bitter, self-mocking smile graced Lingxi's lips. She felt as ridiculous as Prince Hao, both so naive, attempting to measure and bind a dragon poised to soar into the heavens with worldly power and wealth. It was, indeed, the most laughable joke in existence. She understood that from this day forth, from the moment that mythical figure of 999,999 was born, this era would no longer belong to her, Lingxi, nor to any so-called genius. It would solely belong to one individual, the youth known as the sovereign of Eternal Night. Having unraveled all of this, Lingxi's heart, long burdened by pride and competitiveness, found an unprecedented tranquility. All her resentment, jealousy, and confusion dissipated, replaced by a profound sense of relief and a pure reverence akin to gazing upon a towering sacred mountain, one she would never be able to scale. She no longer pondered titles or ranks. Instead, she silently set herself a new goal, one that might require a lifetime to pursue, to one day stand behind that individual and behold the broader vistas he perceived. With clarity in her mind, Lingxi gradually stepped out from the throng, under the astonished and perplexed gazes of her fellow examinees. She walked deliberately to the base of the hill where the throne of bones resided. Then, she bowed deeply to the solitary figure who had never once regarded her with a direct gaze, bending her proud form that had never yielded to anyone. This bow, devoid of words, spoke volumes beyond mere language. It represented the highest homage from a once great genius to a true myth. It signified the closing of one era and the dawn of another, far more resplendent age. At this moment, the youth who received this homage, Su Yi, slowly lifted his gaze. Yet, his eyes did not fall upon the girl below, who had relinquished everything. Instead, his sight pierced through the false sky of this crumbling battlefield, gazing into the deeper, perilous, unknown void. Just moments ago, with his extraordinary perception, he had keenly detected a spatial fluctuation filled with chaos and ominousness, not of this realm. Su Yi's brow furrowed slightly. For the first time, a genuine gravity flickered within his usually tranquil, dark eyes. Chapter 63, The Rift of Void. An anomaly in the examination. Just as Lingxi's profound bow concluded this dramatically charged contest of geniuses, millions of viewers in the live stream were still engrossed in discussions about Prince Hao's disgraceful antics and Lingxi's release, savoring the mythic essence of this monthly examination. Meanwhile, the youth who had seemingly distanced himself from the events surrounding the Throne of Bones suddenly sprang into action. His previously indifferent, dark eyes snapped into sharp focus, like 2 legendary blades unsheathed, piercing the heavens with unwavering precision. His sudden, alert response momentarily stunned everyone. What is happening? What is the Reaper looking at? Is there something in the sky? Just putting on a show? He asked simply, before the discontented detractors in the live stream could finish their derision. Calamity struck. A sound akin to fabric being violently torn asunder erupted suddenly above them, a jarring noise that sent shockwaves through the crowd. In the blink of an eye, the already ominous crimson-hued sky of this battlefield shattered like a fractured mirror, a colossal, impenetrable black rift splitting open from its center, driven by an unyielding, terrifying force. This rift stretched thousands of meters, a gaping scar etched across the fabric of reality. Within its depths, rather than the chaotic turbulence that many had envisioned, lay a void of pure, chaotic malevolence, a sight so disquieting that it threatened to ensnare one's very soul. An icy aura, imbued with decay, depravity, and madness, surged forth from the rift, permeating the battlefield with frenzied intensity. Under the assault of this malignant presence, the entire battlefield trembled violently, groaning in despair. The earth cracked, the fabric of space twisted, and the laws of existence began to unravel. It felt as though the world itself was on the brink of being wholly consumed and assimilated by this ominous rift. The rift of void. In the command center, the chief examiner, a figure who had remained composed throughout, shot upright the moment he laid eyes on that dark chasm. On his stern visage, an expression of astonishment and disbelief emerged for the first time. How could this be possible? The Blood and Flesh Mill is one of the most stable semi-planes under our military's jurisdiction. We conduct meticulous maintenance every month. How could a void rift suddenly appear during an examination? Beside him, General Wang from the military wore an unprecedentedly grave expression. This is no ordinary spatial fluctuation. This aura belongs to the void. It is that wretched horde, intent on devouring our entire world. Quick! The chief examiner reacted with remarkable speed, immediately unleashing a frantic roar into the communicator. Activate the highest level emergency protocol at once. Forcefully terminate the examination. Teleport all candidates back to me immediately. Hurry, hurry, hurry. He understood the implications of the Void Rift's appearance. This was no longer an examination. This was war. A brutal extermination war that these children, with average levels below 20, could never hope to withstand. Yes, we are attempting to initiate a forced teleport. The voice of the technical supervisor trembled with fear. No, Director. The spatial laws surrounding the rift have been utterly polluted and distorted. Our teleportation channels cannot be established in a stable manner. A forced teleport could very well ensnare the candidates in spatial turbulence. What? Upon hearing this news, the chief examiner staggered, nearly collapsing to the ground. He gazed at the screen, where the innocent faces of the candidates, now engulfed in panic and despair due to this sudden cataclysm, were displayed. His eyes reflected profound pain and self-reproach. Meanwhile, on the battlefield of the plains, it had already transformed into a hellish nightmare. Ah, what is that thing? Help! Help me! I don't want to die. Run! Run away! Flee this place! The remaining candidates, upon witnessing the ominous, pitch-black rift exuding an aura of endless despair, had their psychological defenses shatter in an instant. They began to flee in all directions like headless flies, crying out in terror. The entire examination hall descended into primal chaos and despair. However, their attempts to escape were destined to be futile. From that gaping, sinister rift, grotesque figures, brimming with madness and distortion, began to surge forth like dumplings boiling in water. They bore no fixed form. Some were writhing masses composed of countless eyes and wailing mouths. Others were twisted humanoid creatures adorned with insect limbs and bat wings. Yet others were simply amorphous entities radiating the essence of chaos and destruction. They were the most terrifying creations from the void aberrations. These monsters bore no clear level indicators. Yet each one emanated a terrifying aura, filled with chaos and corruption, far surpassing those level 50 abyssal lords encountered earlier. They are the nemesis of laws, the vermin of the world. Their sole purpose for existence is to consume and annihilate. Roar! Accompanied by a soul-rending, frenzied howl, hundreds of void aberrations rained down like meteors, crashing violently upon the plain where the candidates stood. Boom, boom, boom. The earth was pounded into massive craters. A slower candidate did not even have time to scream before being crushed into a pulp by a writhing mass of flesh. Immediately after, the massacre commenced. Splatter! A creature resembling a mantis with razor-sharp claws flashed into the presence of a shield warrior. With a flick of its glimmering claws, the shield warrior, along with his steel shield capable of withstanding a 1,000-pound blow, was effortlessly sliced in two, blood and entrails spilling across the ground. Meanwhile, a shadow energy entity floated above a defensive squad composed of 5 candidates. It merely emitted an invisible mental shockwave. The next second, the 5 candidates, as if possessed, had their eyes turn crimson, and they began to attack each other, engaging in a deadly struggle until only one lay amidst the blood-soaked ground. Annihilation. This was an utterly one-sided slaughter without suspense. These candidates, once hailed as geniuses in their respective schools, proved to be more fragile than mere ants in the face of these terrifying creatures from higher dimensional realms. Casualties were escalating at an alarmingly horrific rate. 5, 10, 30. In just a fleeting moment, nearly 100 candidates, who had only recently survived the beast tide, perished on the spot. The entire battlefield of the plains was utterly transformed into a hell of despair and wails. In the live broadcast room, billions of viewers across the globe stared in shock at this bloody and brutal scene before them. Their faces were etched with an indescribable mixture of horror and fear. Yet in this realm, shrouded in despair and death, the only one who remained composed was the young man who had quietly stood beside the throne of bones from the beginning. Sui furrowed his brows tightly. His gaze pierced through the chaotic battlefield, locking onto the ever-expanding pitch-black rift in the sky, from which emanated an aura he found profoundly familiar, the essence of the abyss. So it is you. A glint of icy, lethal intent flickered in his eyes. Although he did not know why the void rift had suddenly appeared here, it mattered not. What was important was that these loathsome, grotesque creatures, reeking of chaos and destruction, were intricately intertwined with his brother's disappearance. They were the enemies he must eradicate with his own hands in this lifetime. And more crucially, they had disturbed his rare moment of afternoon repose. Unforgivable. Chapter 64. A casual gesture, soul explosion clearing the field. As the words unforgivable flowed through Suyi's heart, his eyes, which had remained tranquil like the abyss, finally turned utterly frigid. A wave of murderous intent, colder, more desolate, and more despairing than the aura emanating from the void rift, erupted explosively from his lean form. This killing intent was so pure, so concentrated, it even materialized. Centered around Suyi, the surrounding air seemed to freeze. On the ground, a layer of visibly pale frost, inscribed with runes of death, rapidly spread outwards in a frenzy. The void aberrations, which were relentlessly slaughtering the candidates, seemed to sense the terrifying aura that posed a threat to their very essence. In unison, Their movements momentarily faltered. Countless pairs of bizarre and chaotic eyes turned in unison towards the youth standing upon the hillside, beside the skeletal throne. In their simple minds, reduced to instincts of consumption and annihilation, a new emotion, danger, began to manifest for the first time. Roaring, it appeared that this diminutive prey, emitting such an aura, had stirred their wrath. The nearest dozen void aberrations immediately abandoned the easily accessible victims, who were paralyzed with fear. They unleashed a soul-rending, frenzied howl, transforming into streaks of black lightning, converging from all directions towards Su Yi. They aimed to be the first to shred this audacious, oblivious being that dared to challenge their authority into pieces. Be careful. From a distance, Ling Shi, who had just regained her senses from despair, saw this scene, and a look of urgency instantly surfaced on her pale face as she could not help but exclaim in alarm. She knew Su Yi was powerful as if he were a demigod. Yet, these were, after all, void creatures, legendary entities that could corrupt and consume even deities. Could he truly confront them alone? It was not just her. In the live broadcast, billions of viewers and the magnates of the empire in the command center felt their hearts leap into their throats. They were both expectant and anxious. They anticipated witnessing the miraculous youth, whom they had just heralded as a legend, unleash his world-destroying true power. Yet they were also fearful that this unparalleled prodigy, who bore the hopes of the entire Xia nation, might unexpectedly perish in this sudden cataclysm. However, facing the terrifying void creatures that encircled him, their breath surpassing that of level 50 lords, the youth upon whom all hopes rested wore an expression of calm indifference. He did not even raise an eyelid. Nor did he summon his world-annihilating legion of undead, as everyone had anticipated. Instead, he executed a most astonishingly casual action that left everyone utterly astounded. He slowly raised his right hand and lightly snapped his fingers at the plethora of monster corpses left by the first wave of the beast tide beneath his feet. The sound of the snap was crisp and melodious, as if awakening a slumbering servant, and it seemed utterly inconsequential amidst the battlefield filled with despair and wails. Yet, this seemingly trivial snap resonated as a divine command, akin to pressing a world reboot button, addressing the chaotic battlefield shrouded in despair and death. He spoke with an air of nonchalance, as though dealing with an unsightly nuisance. Soul explosion. In the next instant, boom. The entire world fell silent, losing all color. All that remained in the retinas of the observers was a pure, devastating shade of purple, a deathly mushroom cloud, 10 times larger and 100 times more radiant than the one that had blossomed in the Iron Ruins Canyon, erupted from the vast expanse of corpses beneath Su Ye's feet. This explosion was the result of the simultaneous detonation of tens of thousands of monster corpses by the soul explosion technique, triggering an endless chain reaction. It was a true cataclysm. A horrifying, purple shockwave of shadow energy surged outward at a speed that transcended light and surpassed the limits of human thought. Sweeping outwards in a frenzied tide, it devoured the earth. It consumed the sky. It engulfed those void aberrations that had just rushed towards Su Yi, their faces twisted in cruel smiles. Their bodies, confronted with this purple energy shockwave imbued with the characteristics of annihilation, were rendered incapable of even a fleeting struggle. They vaporized instantaneously, like snow exposed to the blazing sun, thoroughly erased from existence. The shockwave continued to spread. It consumed the remaining hundreds of void creatures still engaged in the massacre of other candidates. It devoured those surviving candidates who were frantically fleeing in terror. No, no. As the purple shockwave, thick with the scent of destruction, approached the bodies of the already paralyzed survivors, it flowed around them like the gentlest, most obedient stream, causing them not a shred of harm, as if it possessed its own life and will. Ding. Your skill, Soul Explosion, has automatically assessed friend-foe relations. A cold system prompt echoed in Su Yi's mind. A knowing smile graced his lips, radiating confidence. The cataclysmic purple torrent, having bypassed all allied units, did not cease. It converged into an even more formidable, terrifying column of annihilation. It surged upwards, crashing towards the ever-expanding, gaping black rift from which the void creatures continued to emerge. Boom! The entire battlefield let out a final, mournful cry under the burden of this overwhelming force. That indomitable, black rift composed of void laws began to twist, contract, and collapse violently under the relentless assault of the deathly light column that Su Yi had conjured, as if an invisible hand of creation was forcibly flattening a canvas. Ultimately, with a sound filled with unwillingness, the rift was completely transformed into a myriad of spatial fragments, dissipating into nothingness. After a long while, as the cataclysmic purple light gradually faded, and the terrifying tremors that threatened to shatter the entire realm subsided, the world returned to a state of tranquility. The sky remained shrouded in a grayish pallor, imbued with an aura of desolation. Yet the sinister, ominous black rift, replete with connotations of destruction, had vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. And upon the earth, those fearsome, terrifying, Once mighty taboo creatures from the void had also disappeared without a remnant. Only those who survived the calamity remain, paralyzed with fear, maintaining various stances of escape, those hapless examinees who have been utterly frightened into silence. And there stands the boy, who from the very beginning, merely lingered quietly atop the hillside, never once having moved a single step. He gently lowered his right hand, which had just snapped its fingers. Then, under the gaze of billions of viewers around the globe, who were petrified as if beholding a deity, he once again seated himself upon his throne forged from bones, as if he had simply swatted away a bothersome swarm of flies. Chapter 65, Hidden Achievement, One-Man Army. As Suyi slowly settled back onto the deathly artistic skeletal throne, a profound and unprecedented silence enveloped the entire world, both within the battlegrounds of different realms and in the realm of reality. All those sentient beings who had witnessed that divine finger snap experienced a mental blackout, their brains overwhelmed by the incomprehensible horror that transcended understanding. What had just transpired? What exactly had happened? They had only seen the boy snap his fingers. And then the cataclysmic disaster that could annihilate the entire examination venue, even threatening the reality itself, simply vanished? Gone. It disappeared entirely, along with the grotesque, ominous rift filled with the laws of destruction, utterly erased from existence, as if it were merely a trivial jest. In the livestream, the barrage of comments that had once been filled with terror, despair, and wails due to the void's invasion bizarrely dissipated. The countless faces, once marked with shock and fear, transformed into a singular expression of reverence and daze, as if gazing upon a creator deity. In the command room of the examination committee, the head examiner, who had previously been frantic over the inability to transport the candidates, consumed by guilt and anguish, now stood frozen, his hands still gripping the communicator. Mouth agape. In his weathered, wise eyes, there was only a profound bewilderment, having witnessed the most astonishing spectacle of his life. Beside him, the ever-composed and professional technical director gazed at the monitor that had just moments ago been alarmingly notifying him of the spatial collapse, now eerily calm, devoid of even the slightest energy fluctuation. He slowly adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses made from high-strength alloy, murmuring in a tone that seemed to ponder a profound philosophical question. According to the Empire's law of energy conservation, any forced annihilation of a spatial rift should inevitably generate a terrifying energy storm capable of tearing apart half a planet. But why is the energy fluctuation here zero? This defies science. At this moment, perhaps the only one not entrapped in stupor was the architect of this miraculous event. Suyi remained tranquil upon his throne. He could feel his mana, nearly depleted due to the forced activation of the extensive soul explosion technique that had engulfed the entire plane, rapidly replenishing. That seemingly casual snap had not come without consequence. That single act had nearly exhausted all his power. Yet the results were remarkable. Not only had he eradicated those void creatures intricately linked to his brother's disappearance, but he had also safeguarded those surviving examinees, though they were unrelated to him, yet equally human. His initial motivation had simply stemmed from being disturbed from his slumber, which had left him rather irritable. Ding! Just as Suyi prepared to close his eyes for a brief respite after the examination, a voice unlike any previous system prompt, grand and solemn, as if emanating from the very will of the world's origin, suddenly resounded in his mind and echoed in the ears of every human on the planet. World announcement. Detected that player Suyi, faction, Summer Nation, has successfully repelled and annihilated a disaster-level void invasion as an independent entity in a non-war state. His actions have fulfilled the ultimate conditions for the hidden mythic achievement, One-Man Army. Congratulations to player Suyi for becoming the first player in the Apocalypse world to achieve this mythic accomplishment. The world shall remember your deeds. Distributing achievement rewards. Reward 1. Your name will be eternally inscribed upon the hero monument in the origin city at the heart of the world. Reward 2. You will receive the exclusive mythic title, Mobile Catastrophe. Reward 3. Your divine passive talent, Shadow Symbiosis, has achieved ultimate sublimation and evolution by absorbing a vast amount of void origin power. Boom! This cascade of announcements, filled with words like mythic, unique, and world first, detonated like a series of super-nuclear bombs across the globe, instantly awakening the audience, still reeling from the shock of the divine finger snap. Following this was an uproar more frenzied, more fervent, and more hysterical than ever before. A world announcement. I can't believe I just heard the legendary world announcement. Mythic achievement. One-Man Army. What kind of divine-level achievement is this? Mobile Catastrophe. Haha, that title fits perfectly. Am I not just a walking humanoid disaster? Summer Nation. Once again, it's the Summer Nation. Once again, it's that man named Suyi. How many more miracles can he create that leave us in despair just to gaze upon them? In the livestream, all the foreign viewers went utterly mad in that moment. Their faces were filled with endless jealousy, envy, and profound helplessness. Meanwhile, the audience in the Summer Nation, after a brief shock, erupted into a cheer that could topple the rooftops of the entire country, a veritable tsunami of exhilaration. Oh, our Summer Nation has given birth to a dragon. Suyi, 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 from today onward, who dares to say our Summer Nation's professionals are lacking? I'll be the first to twist their heads off. Ooh, I'm crying. He has brought us so much pride. I declare, I am now a diehard fan of the god of the undead. An endless sense of pride and honor blazed fiercely in the hearts of every citizen of the Summer Nation. And at this moment, Suyi remained utterly indifferent to the uproar of public opinion beyond the examination grounds. All his focus was concentrated on his newly evolved divine passive talent. He slowly opened his attribute panel. The description of the talent, Shadow Symbiosis, had undergone a monumental transformation. Talent 2, Shadow Symbiosis, Divine Level, Sublimated. Effect: you are the sovereign of the eternal night, the master of the departed. You share an eternal covenant that transcends life and death with your Dominion units. All damage you receive is transferred to any of your Dominion units to bear, at a rate of 100. Sublimation trait, Sovereign Barrier during the transfer of damage. Protected by the divine power of the eternal night, the final damage value will be additionally reduced by 50. Furthermore, you will be permanently immune to all instant death and mind control effects inflicted by enemies of lower level than yourself. A 50 additional damage reduction? As he discerned this newfound sublimation trait, the tranquil lake of his heart could not help but ripple with intense waves. What does this signify? It signifies that his survivability, already monstrous due to his undead form, has been doubled. Previously, when enemies dealt him 100 points of damage, it required his Bone Guardian to absorb that entire amount. But now, after the reduction from Sovereign Barrier, the same 100 points of damage only necessitate his Bone Guardian to endure a mere 50 points. The total health of his entire legion effectively doubled at that moment. Moreover, the immunity to instant death and mind control effects sealed off his two most significant vulnerabilities that he might encounter in the future. Indeed, no one can slay me now. A glimmer of absolute confidence flashed in Suyi's eyes. He understood that from this moment forth, he truly possessed the ultimate trump card to navigate through the treacherous chaos of this era, stirring the winds and clouds at will. Chapter 66. Provincial Top Scholar? No. National Top Scholar. As the mythical world announcement gradually subsided, and the radiant glow of Shadow Symbiosis slowly receded, the entire flesh-grinding mill realm finally returned to the tranquility it should have at the conclusion of the assessment. Yet, the hearts of all surviving candidates remained tumultuous, akin to a sea roiling with a 16-level hurricane, unable to settle. They were still immersed in the terrifying shock of a series of revelations that could overturn their lifelong understandings. Mythical achievements, world announcements, mobile calamities, talent evolution. Each of these terms, when taken individually, was sufficient for an ordinary practitioner to boast for a lifetime. But now, they descended upon a single individual like an abundance of cabbage given away for free. This left them with no emotions other than awe and numbness. Amidst this atmosphere filled with reverence and stupor, a chime sounded. The chief examiner's voice, tinged with unmistakable fatigue and exhaustion, resonated once more. Attention all candidates. Due to unavoidable factors leading to severe accidents in the assessment realm, the Examination Committee and the Imperial Ministry of Education have convened an emergency meeting and decided. This joint monthly examination of the Tiannan province is hereby concluded ahead of schedule. The final scores of all candidates will be based on the current leaderboard points. The teleportation passage will open in 10 seconds. Please prepare for your return. This announcement acted as a decree of reprieve, prompting all surviving candidates to exhale deeply. They had long since wished to leave this place, rife with miracles and trauma, and return home to heal their spirits. With a flash of white light, as Suyi once again found solid ground beneath his feet, he had returned to the familiar expanse of the massive playground at Qinglan City 3rd Middle School. Surrounding him were numerous media reporters, government officials, and distinguished professors from top universities who had already been waiting. The moment they spotted Suyi emerging from the teleportation gate, the air filled with the click of countless cameras, igniting like daylight. Suyi, are you the provincial top scholar of this monthly examination? Suyi, what are your thoughts on single-handedly resisting the Void invasion and achieving a mythical level accomplishment? Suyi, I am a special recruitment teacher from the Central Academy in the Imperial Capital. Our institution is willing to extend an S-level invitation for you to enroll. What are your thoughts on this? Nonsense. Suyi is ours at the War Academy. We are willing to grant him access to the most core mythical armament laboratory. Countless reporters thrust microphones into Suyi's face, while the once aloof special recruitment teachers from the Empire's top institutions now resembled fervent fans, eagerly extending increasingly enticing offers. The scene was nothing short of insane. Such fervor. Yet, facing this adulation and glory that could cause any young person to lose their mind, the young man, encircled by all, maintained a countenance of calm indifference. He did not respond to a single question nor accepted any invitation from the academies. Instead, he slowly raised his head under the gaze of the crowd, directing his attention towards the enormous screen at the front of the playground, which was broadcasting the final scores in real time. It seemed as though everything else was inconsequential to him. The only thing he cared about was the ultimate result. Meanwhile, In the command center of the Education General Administration of Tiannan Province, the final rankings had been firmly established. The chief examiner surveyed the dismal, fragmented scoreboard with a wry smile, shaking his head. He then picked up the microphone and, in a tone imbued with unprecedented solemnity and gravity, announced to the millions of viewers across the province the result that was devoid of any suspense. Now, in the name of the chief examiner of the Tiannan Province Joint Monthly Examination, I officially declare the final victor of this joint monthly examination, crowned as the provincial top scholar, is none other than Su Yi, a candidate from Qinglan City, 3rd Middle School. As this name was proclaimed aloud, Qinglan City erupted. The 3rd Middle School was ablaze with jubilation. All supporters of Su Yi erupted into thunderous cheers. However, the chief examiner did not cease there. A proud and beaming smile graced his face as his voice soared higher and more passionately. Simultaneously, based on the final aggregate data just relayed from the Imperial Ministry of Education regarding the results across all provinces, it is my honor to announce to you all, our provincial top scholar, Su Yi, with an extraordinary score of 999, remains the undisputed first place in comparison with top scholars from all 35 other provinces. His score was a staggering 100 times that of Long Outyin, the top scholar hailing from the Imperial Capital Province. Thus, the chief examiner inhaled deeply, summoning all his strength to bellow forth the proclamation that would reverberate throughout the entirety of Xi'an Nation, declaring the ultimate glory. He, Su Yi, not only was he the top scholar of our Tiannan Province, but he was also the indisputable national top scholar of our entire Xi'an Nation. Boom. If the previous provincial top scholars had merely stirred a tempest in Qinglan City, within Tiannan Province, then now, the 5 weighty words denoting the national top scholar bore the weight of unparalleled glory. They exploded forth like a supernova, igniting the already fervent celebration to its zenith. A national top scholar. My heavens, a scholar of national renown has emerged from our Qinglan City. Not merely a scholar, but the paramount scholar, crushing the competition with a 100-fold score. Oh, our Xi'an Nation is incredible. Su Yi is extraordinary. An overwhelming sense of elation and pride ignited fervently within the hearts of every Xia citizen. At this moment, on the official website of the Ministry of Education, the golden leaderboard symbolizing the utmost national honor slowly refreshed. A name steeped in legend ascended the top of the leaderboard, displayed in a gilded font 10 times larger and 100 times brighter than all others, gracing the highest throne. National top scholar, Su Yi, Tiannan Province. Final total score, 999. Data overflow, unquantifiable. Comprehensive assessment, mythical level, transcending history. Beneath his name lay those who, in days gone by, had similarly captured the spotlight with their resplendent achievements as provincial top scholars. Second place, Long Outyin, Imperial Capital Province, score, 98,560. Third place, Yi Lianshan, East Sea Province, score, 95,430. Their equally remarkable scores, which would have been etched into the annals of their respective provinces, now appeared overshadowed and diminished beneath the brilliance of that sun-like, game-breaking name. In the imperial capital, Long Outyin, heralded as the empire's foremost genius, raised amidst countless accolades and admiration, stared blankly at the ironically loaded leaderboard on his terminal. He fell into silence. After a long while, he slowly lifted his gaze to the dazzling starry sky belonging to the imperial capital, murmuring with a voice tinged with profound frustration and an uncontainable spark of competitive spirit. Su Yi, intriguing. I await you at the Central Academy. On the playground of High School 3, Su Yi gazed at his name, resplendent atop the leaderboard. The tranquility that had long characterized his dark, obsidian eyes finally gave way to a genuine smile of relief. He understood that he had secured the ticket leading to the imperial capital, to the Central Academy, and to the truth behind his brother's disappearance. However, while the entire Xi'an nation basked in an unprecedented wave of joy and honor, a discordant and arrogant voice filled with skepticism suddenly reverberated through major global media outlets, echoing in everyone's ears. Chapter 67, The Public Doubt of the White Eagle Federation, as the 5 words national top scholar sounded like the most resounding of trumpets, heralding a symphony of victory and glory across the 960,000 square kilometers of Xi'an nation. The entire ancient Eastern nation found itself engulfed in a sea of jubilation. People poured into the streets, waving flags and chanting the name of the hero who had bestowed upon them unparalleled glory, Su Yi. Yet, beyond this sea of joy and pride, on the other side of the world in the White Eagle Federation on the Western continent, the atmosphere was starkly different. A cacophony of bitterness, jealousy, skepticism, and an unmistakable undercurrent of deep apprehension permeated the discourse. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Data overflow? 999,999? Do the Xia people take us for fools? This is clearly a system malfunction, a case of cheating. Indeed, that young man named Su Yi must have employed some unknown, illicit weapon during the examination. The largest player community in the White Eagle Federation, the Free Wings Forum, was awash with posts rife with prejudice and malicious speculation. They could neither accept nor acknowledge that an 18-year-old boy from the East could, in a manner utterly unreasonable, eclipse all their meticulously cultivated super geniuses. It is crucial to note that for this globally anticipated examination season, the White Eagle Federation had invested vast resources. They had selected the most gifted 100 among millions of youths nationwide, providing them with the most advanced gene-enhancing serums secretly developed by Area 51. They equipped them with the latest nano-battle suits tailored by the SHIELD Bureau. They even spared no expense in sending them to the fabled Avalon Secret Realm for 3 months of grueling training. They had expected their Federation's talents to emerge in an unmatched stance, sweeping the global newcomer rankings and reaffirming the White Eagle Federation's unassailable position as a world leader. Yet, a young Oriental lad named Su Yi, a mere civilian without even decent equipment, crushed all their pride, all their efforts, and all their investments to dust in just 3 hours, leaving not even a trace behind. How could they possibly accept this? Thus, propelled by a massive wave of populism fueled by jealousy and resentment, the White Eagle Federation's officials could no longer remain passive. At 4 p.m. Xi'an Nation time, which was 4 a.m. in the capital city of Washington, the White Eagle Federation's Ministry of Foreign Affairs convened an unprecedented emergency press conference aimed at the global audience. The sole theme of the press conference was to express serious doubts regarding the final results of the joint examination conducted by Xi'an Nation, accompanied by the strongest protest. Flashes of cameras erupted as reporters from all major media outlets descended upon the scene like sharks scenting blood. They understood that a direct confrontation regarding honor and dignity between the two superpowers of East and West was about to commence at this extraordinary dawn. Under the watchful eyes of the world, the stage was set. A middle-aged Caucasian man, with striking blonde hair and piercing blue eyes, meticulously styled in a slicked-back manner, adorned in an opulent, bespoke suit, approached the podium. He exuded an air of the quintessential Anglo-Saxon arrogance and prejudice. This man was none other than Johnson, the chief spokesperson for the White Eagle Federation's Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Clearing his throat, he faced the multitude of cameras capturing the moment, and with a tone steeped in moral superiority and undeniable authority, he began his address. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed members of the media, good morning. On behalf of the White Eagle Federation, I hereby issue our most serious and solemn statement regarding the so-called joint examination recently conducted in the Eastern Summer Nation. His voice resonated globally through a synchronized live broadcast, echoing in every corner of the world. We possess ample and irrefutable evidence to suspect that the Summer Nation has engaged in egregiously serious violations, including cheating and even the use of inhumane, forbidden weaponry during this sacred and solemn examination that determines the futures of millions of candidates. A tumult of shock enveloped the room. The journalists were in a frenzy, having never anticipated such vehement and unyielding language from the White Eagle Federation's officials to characterize the matter so directly. This was no mere inquiry. This was an accusation, the most severe public indictment from one superpower against another. Johnson relished the uproar he had incited. Pausing momentarily, he continued in an incendiary tone. According to our top intelligence analysts from the SHIELD Bureau and the foremost weapon experts from Area 51, who meticulously scrutinized every frame of battle footage involving the Eastern youth known as Su Yi, we have drawn a chilling conclusion. The large-scale destructive skill he employed, termed soul explosion technique, bears an alarming energy signature that closely resembles the soul bombs developed by the Abyss cult, which require the sacrifice of countless lives to create, with a similarity rating reaching as high as 999. What does this imply? Johnson exclaimed, slamming his fist on the table, his voice rising dramatically. This indicates that the youth venerated as a mythical hero by the Summer Nation does not wield some so-called natural talent. Instead, he possesses a weapon of the utmost evil, cruelty, and inhumanity. Furthermore, he himself is likely a cultist intricately connected to the Abyss cult. We demand that the Summer Nation immediately surrender Su Yi and cooperate fully with an international investigative team led by the White Eagle Federation to conduct a thorough inquiry into him and the forces behind him. Until the truth is unveiled, the White Eagle Federation shall never acknowledge his ludicrous title of National Top Scholar, which is rife with lies and malevolence. Johnson's words struck with the weight of justice and righteousness, instantly stirring a tempest of international opinion. Countless unsuspecting Western citizens, under the deliberate guidance of their national media, were swiftly indoctrinated with the narrative of victimhood versus the malevolent East. In no time, slogans such as Su Yi is a cultist, the Summer Nation cheated, and resist the fraudulent top scholar, reverberated throughout the Western digital landscape. Thus commenced a vicious media onslaught, orchestrated by state machinery against a mere 18-year-old youth. Meanwhile, in the Summer Nation, upon receiving the White Eagle Federation's arrogant and prejudiced press conference, the entire nation erupted in fury. This is an affront, an outrageous slander, a band of robbers. When they fail, they accuse others of cheating, and they demand we surrender our top scholar? Who do they think they are? Damn it. I'm about to explode with rage. I want to storm onto the White Eagle Federation's forums and engage in a battle of words 100 times over. An inferno of indignation blazed in the hearts of every citizen of the Summer Nation. At the pivotal moment when this fury could ignite the world, the Empire's leadership finally made their response. Chapter 68, The Empire Response. Let us live stream the injury examination. As the White Eagle Federation's press conference unleashed its venomous accusations upon the ancient Eastern nation, the entirety of Summer Nation, from the grassroots to the highest echelons, fell into an unprecedented, visceral rage. Countless citizens spontaneously flocked to various social platforms, fervently defending their nation's hero and dignity in the most earnest and intense manner. In the imperial capital of the Summer Nation, a floating fortress imbued with futuristic technologies, the highest power center, the Senate, convened. At this moment, within the Senate's most critical chamber, known as the Sky Pillar Hall, the atmosphere was palpably tense. A dozen significant figures, whose very footfalls could tremble the Empire, sat in solemnity. Their gazes were fixated on the end of the table, where a young man in black, seemingly indifferent to the world, was deep in contemplation. This was the guardian of the Southeast Province, Heiyao. At the head of the table sat a venerable old man in a purple dragon robe, commanding respect without raising his voice. He was the current emperor of the Summer Nation and also the chief elder of the Senate. He spoke slowly, his voice resonating like a great bell, reverberating in the hearts of all present. The pack of hyenas from the White Eagle Federation have extended their fangs to our doorstep. They seek to harm our newly sprouted seedling. What is your perspective on this matter? All eyes converged upon Heiyao. They understood that while the emperor was the nation's supreme leader, in matters transcending the divine and national destiny, the opinion of this living legend, who had safeguarded the empire for 3 centuries, would ultimately dictate the course of action. After a lengthy pause, Heiyao's obsidian-like eyes slowly opened. His expression bore neither anger nor tumult. Rather, it reflected an extreme indifference, as if regarding a swarm of bothersome ants. He rose deliberately, not responding directly to the emperor's query, but instead moved toward the grand floor-to-ceiling windows of the conference room. His gaze pierced through the clouds, surveying the vibrant and thriving landscape below. In a tone that seemed to be a soliloquy yet resonated as a proclamation to the world, filled with languid authority, he spoke. I recall, 3 centuries ago, when I was still young, there were those who foolishly questioned my power. They claimed my dark law was heretical, that it was evil, a forbidden taboo incompatible with the world. They united just as they do now, demanding that the emperor of that era surrender me to face the so-called judgment of the holy light. His tone was devoid of inflection. Yet, all the elders present straightened their backs involuntarily at the utterance of his words, their eyes gleaming with fervent adoration. They were aware. This was the guardian, at the zenith of his illustrious and legendary life, the war of deification. And what happened next? A cold, mocking smile curled at the corners of Heiyao's lips. You are all aware of the events that ensued. Alone, with but a sword in hand, I carved a path from the southern gate of the imperial capital to the pinnacle of the holy light on the western continent. I felled those 3 so-called archangels of the holy light. I slaughtered their proud cohort of 300,000 holy knights. I trampled their pope beneath my feet like a wretched animal. And then, I posed a question to him. Is my power still deemed evil? A deathly silence enveloped the entire hall of the sky. Every elder could feel the blood coursing through their veins ignite at that moment, consumed by the fervor of such a glorious history that could rouse one's very spirit. Heiyao slowly turned around. A glint, as sharp and cold as a blade, flickered in his obsidian eyes. Reason is the most futile of concepts in this world. Truth is eternally grasped by the powerful. Since that pack of hyenas dares to provoke us, extending their faces for our blows, then so be it. He issued his final command to the director of the Imperial Bureau of Propaganda, who had been standing by, dutifully awaiting orders. Relay my command. In the highest name of the Imperial Senate, let a public announcement be made to the world. The theme of the announcement is simple. Since you question the prowess of our genius, then 3 days hence, we shall conduct a public injury verification ceremony in Qinglan City, broadcasted globally. An injury verification ceremony? All the elders were momentarily taken aback, failing to grasp the meaning of the term. The cold curve of Heiyao's lips grew more foreboding. Indeed, injury verification. Let them. The White Eagle Federation dispatched their most formidable, their most esteemed so-called super geniuses. Numbers? Unrestricted. Levels? Unrestricted. Equipment? Unrestricted. Let them employ all their means to assault Su Yi. And then, a cruel glimmer, filled with a perverse delight, danced in Heiyao's eyes. Let the entire world witness. Our nation's genius, standing still as they strike, will not even afford them the privilege of plucking a single hair from his head. Boom! When this announcement, brimming with unyielding confidence, arrogance, and provocation, was disseminated through the most authoritative channels of the Xia nation, the entire world erupted. My heavens, have the people of Xia gone mad? They intend to conduct a live injury verification. Dear God, this is no mere response. This is the most direct and unabashed slap in the face. How utterly audacious. I am enamored with this ancient Eastern nation. A spectacle is at hand. I shall eagerly observe how our so-called chosen ones from the White Eagle Federation will extricate themselves from this predicament. Meanwhile, within the borders of the Xian nation, the populace, upon witnessing this audacious announcement that epitomized fierce protection, was swept into a frenzy. Ha! Well done. This is precisely the demeanor our empire should embody. Magnificent. Utterly magnificent. I adore the official's rogue demeanor of I indulge him. What can you do about it? An injury verification ceremony? It feels more akin to a public display of scraping. Oh, how exhilarating. I have no regrets in my allegiance to the Xian nation. In my next life, may I serve as the god of the undead. In an instant, the malicious public outcry instigated by the White Eagle Federation against Su Yi was thoroughly obliterated beneath the unyielding might of the Xia Empire. All doubts, all slanders, appeared utterly feeble at this moment. The gaze of the entire world converged once more upon that fateful day, 3 days hence, focusing on the small eastern city named Qinglan. They knew a spectacle was about to unfold that would determine the geopolitical landscape for decades to come. And the sole protagonist of this gamble, the young man who remained blissfully unaware of it all, was presently on the playground of his school, furrowing his brow at the troublesome crowd that had encircled him. Chapter 69, The Eye of the Storm, the World's Attention. As the Xia nation's audacious and provocative injury verification announcement, akin to the loudest declaration of war, was thrust into the face of the world, the playground of Qinglan City's third middle school transformed into a golden sea of fervor and glory. Su Yi, Su Yi, Su Yi. The thunderous roars, akin to tidal waves, surged from all directions, almost overturning the very sky. All the students, whether familiar or unfamiliar, envious or admiring, morphed into the most fervent fans at this moment. They hoisted the young man who had brought unparalleled glory to their school, their city, and their entire nation high into the air. Once again, this was the highest honor bestowed upon a hero. Beyond the playground, countless journalists, akin to sharks sensing blood, relentlessly assaulted the makeshift barricades erected by the city's defense forces. Their flashing cameras sparkled like the most brilliant stars in the sky, fervently attempting to capture even a fleeting glimpse of the boy at the center of the storm. Further afield, special recruitment teachers from the empire's top institutions had completely shed their former aloofness. Each one, drenched in sweat, resembled the most humble of salesmen, shouting at the top of their lungs towards the center of the crowd, offering the most generous conditions they could muster. Su Yi, come to our war academy. We are willing to tailor a specialized magical mech squad for you. Nonsense. What are mechs? Su Yi, join our arcane sanctum. We will grant you access to the legendary Eternal Library, containing all the secrets to becoming a deity. Get lost. Su Yi is reserved for our central academy. Whoever dares to compete with us is opposing the imperial military. The scene was chaotic yet fervent. It was as if the entire world had gone utterly mad over an 18-year-old boy. However, at the very epicenter of this storm, the boy viewed as a deity, a harbinger of the future, a national treasure, Su Yi, showed no signs of joy or excitement commensurate with his glory. Instead, he bore a deep-seated impatience. He despised this sensation of being gawked at like a monkey. He harbored a profound aversion to the meaningless flattery that was rife with cacophony and tumult. At this moment, all he yearned for was the tranquility of returning home, to meticulously examine the recently acquired, lost alchemical blueprint and the enigmatic, abyssal compass. Thus, after being once again tossed high into the air by his classmates, as he descended, an imperceptible aura imbued with death and the gravitas of a sovereign swept past him. In the next instant, his falling form curiously paused mid-air for a fleeting moment, before gently descending like the lightest feather onto an open space beyond the throng. The once boisterous crowd on the playground fell into an eerie silence, utterly captivated by this miraculous display that defied the laws of physics. Everyone stood agape, gazing at the youth who seemed impervious to the constraints of gravity. Meanwhile, Su Yi treated this extraordinary feat as if he were merely brushing off dust from his clothing, straightening the slightly disheveled edges of his attire. Under the awestruck and dazed gazes of those around him, he refrained from casting another glance or uttering a single word, calmly turning away and taking measured steps toward the school gate. As he passed, the previously jostling crowd parted like the Red Sea before Moses, instinctively yielding a path imbued with reverence and admiration, a royal road for their king. At long last, Su Yi emerged from the clamor of this glory-laden realm that had begun to vex him. However, before he could breathe a sigh of relief, a new and even greater predicament encircled him. At the school entrance, a dozen ominous armored hovercraft, bearing military insignia, loomed with an air of oppression, while over 100 elite Imperial Shadow warriors clad in black tactical uniforms, all of at least level 40, had completely cordoned off the entire block. At the center of the convoy stood a familiar figure, exuding an aura of languid dominance as he leaned against the door of a command vehicle. It was none other than the guardian of the southeast province, Obsidian. At this moment, this living legend regarded the approaching boy with a gaze filled with appreciation and a hint of resignation. Little guy, Obsidian's lips curled into a bittersweet smile. I confess, I underestimated you. I thought you were merely a formidable dragon crossing the river, but I did not expect. He paused, his voice tinged with a sense of nostalgia. You are, in fact, a chaotic demon capable of piercing the heavens. Suyi halted in his tracks, looking at the Imperial Guardian he had recently encountered in the realm of consciousness, and calmly inquired, Is there something you need? Obsidian was momentarily taken aback by the boy's succinct and strikingly bold manner of speaking. He shook his head in resignation, gesturing toward the armored vehicle behind him. Get in. There are matters I must discuss with you in person regarding the injury verification ceremony specifically tailored for you in 3 days. Half an hour later, the armored vehicle glided smoothly along the dedicated route back to the old city. Inside the compartment, Suyi finally gleaned from Obsidian the events that had transpired in the outside world during the brief 3 hours of his examination. From the shameless slander by the White Eagle Federation to the imperial response from the Xia Kingdom, culminating in the impending global broadcast of the so-called injury verification ceremony. Upon hearing all this, a glimmer of cold, piercing malice flickered in Su Ye's otherwise tranquil obsidian eyes. Soul bombs? Cultists? He chuckled, a chilling, merciless smile gracing his lips. He had previously held no interest in the machinations between nations, but now, since they insisted on provoking him, he had no qualms about demonstrating to the world what true despair looked like. I understand, Su Yi said, nodding calmly at Obsidian, signaling his acquiescence. Observing the boy's demeanor, unfazed and subtly tinged with excitement, Obsidian realized that 3 days from now, the self-proclaimed chosen ones of the White Eagle Federation were bound to face dire consequences. He even began to mentally offer them a preemptive eulogy. The vehicle soon arrived beneath Su Ye's apartment. Without uttering a word, he opened the door and prepared to step out. Just as he was about to exit, Obsidian's languid voice resonated once more from behind him. By the way, little guy, a word of caution, you are no longer a mere student. You are the Eye of the Storm, an idol revered by countless admirers, a target of envy from many. And Obsidian's gaze deepened significantly, the prey most coveted by those lurking in the shadows. The road ahead would be both exhilarating and perilous. Take care of yourself. Su Ye's footsteps momentarily faltered. Without turning back, he left behind a response brimming with unyielding confidence and authority. The storm? I am the storm. With that, he strode into the slightly dilapidated residential building, leaving behind a solitary figure filled with boundless potential. Inside the vehicle, Obsidian gazed at the boy vanishing into the darkness for a long while before slowly retrieving his encrypted communicator and dialing the number representing the highest authority in the Empire. Elder Council? It's me, Obsidian. Regarding that little fellow, he paused, adopting an unprecedentedly solemn tone. I recommend activating the Supreme Protection Protocol for the Soul Heir. He is worthy. Chapter 70, Global Broadcast, A Century of Retribution. 3 days swiftly passed, yet for the entire world, those days stretched interminably. A monumental gamble dubbed the Injury Verification Ceremony, initiated by the ancient eastern nation of Xia, rapidly gained momentum on a global scale. The Western media, led by the White Eagle Federation, unleashed their full arsenal, portraying the ceremony as the ultimate confrontation between justice and evil, civilization and barbarism. The free world and the Eastern Demon King. They packaged their team, armed with the pinnacle of technology and vast resources, as the holy knights destined to execute divine judgment upon heretics. Various promotional videos, imbued with provocative and heroic undertones, are broadcasted incessantly across major media platforms. 24 hours a day. In an instant, the entire Western world is swept up in fervor. Countless citizens are ignited by this epic narrative, steeped in a sense of destiny. They wave their stars and stripes, fervently chanting USA, venerating the chosen squad as the ultimate hope for preserving the honor of the Western world. In stark contrast, the Eastern nation adopts an unusually subdued demeanor. They offer no defenses and release no statements. Instead, they calmly display a proclamation, saturated with an air of audacity and provocation. Prominently across all official media outlets. 3 days later, at Qingluan City, the eyes of the world are fixed upon this moment. The atmosphere is charged with anticipation as the Empire's elite Dragon Guard has completely sealed off the area, creating an impenetrable barrier of security. In the very center of the square, a colossal arena, constructed from the most resilient vibranium and fortified with multiple protective enchantments capable of withstanding the mightiest of divine strikes, rises majestically. Surrounding the arena, hundreds of high-definition holographic cameras, endowed with the ability to broadcast in real time, hover in the air, prepared to deliver every moment of the impending spectacle to every corner of the globe without delay or obstruction. At precisely 9 o'clock in the morning, as the golden sun ascends to its zenith, this globally anticipated century-defining ceremony commences. With a subtle wave of spatial energy, 5 figures, exuding an aura of advanced technology and formidable strength, materialize on one side of the arena. They are none other than the chosen squad representing the White Eagle Federation. Clad in the latest silver-white Sentinel series nanocombat suits developed by S.H.I.E.L.D., their attire shimmers with a delicate blue energy glow, radiating both power and elegance. In their hands, They wield the latest generation of magical energy weapons, each uniquely designed, yet uniformly pulsating with terrifying energy fluctuations. Crafted in the secretive Area 51. Leading them is Captain Smith, who has awakened the S-class hidden profession of Holy Knight. With his golden hair, striking blue eyes, and tall, handsome stature, he wears a confident and proud smile. Upon his arrival, he gracefully bows to the cameras of the Western media below, igniting a wave of exuberant cheers across the Western world. Oh my God! Look, it's our hero, Captain Smith. So dashing. This combat suit looks like it stepped right out of a sci-fi film. Victory is ours. Let that Eastern demon tremble beneath the holy light. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the arena, as the glowing portal representing the Eastern nation gradually illuminates, a solitary, slender figure emerges. There are no ornate battle armors, no formidable weapons, not even a decent practitioner's robe. Instead, he is dressed in the most ordinary, somewhat shabby black casual jacket and faded jeans, appearing as if he has merely stepped out to buy a bottle of soy sauce from a convenience store after waking up. This jarring contrast in appearance leaves the previously raucous Western audience momentarily stunned, only to erupt into a cacophony of unabashed ridicule. Haha, what am I seeing? Has the Eastern nation sent no one worthy? They've sent a poor kid in thrift store clothes to participate in such a grand battle? Oh my, he hasn't even brought a weapon. Is he planning to block our chosen one's energy cannon with his bare fists? Poor fellow. I can already envision his tragic demise in the first second. However, in the face of the overwhelming tide of malicious mockery, the Eastern youth, Su Yi, maintains a tranquil and indifferent expression. He has kept his eyes closed since his entrance, as if the world-class stage before him, capable of driving anyone to madness. And the 5 imposing opponents opposite him are not worthy of his gaze. This profound disdain emanating from his very core instantly darkens the previously smiling visage of Knight Smith. In that moment, he feels that both his own dignity and that of the entire White Eagle Federation are being subjected to an unprecedented provocation. You will pay for your arrogance, he mutters through clenched teeth, fixating on the boy with closed eyes. Just then, the elderly white-haired official from the International Practitioner Alliance, presiding over the ceremony, slowly descends to the center of the arena. He surveys the tense atmosphere between both parties and glances at the time before announcing in a tone devoid of emotion. A mere formality, the rules are clear to both parties. The challenger from the Eastern nation, Su Yi, is prohibited from any form of movement, defense, or counterattack throughout the duration. The White Eagle Federation's chosen squad is allotted 5 minutes for their attack. Should they inflict even the slightest effective damage upon Su Yi within this time frame, victory will be awarded to the White Eagle Federation. Conversely, if they fail, the Eastern nation shall claim victory. Now, taking a deep breath, he dramatically swings his arm down. The ceremony begins. As his words resonate through the air, Knight Smith's azure eyes ignite with a ferocious killing intent. With no hesitation remaining, he unleashes a frenzied roar. Open fire. Erase him from this world. Boom. The earth-shattering assault erupts instantaneously. The Team S, Magical Marksman, activates the overcharge mode of his weapon without delay. The futuristic energy rifle in his grasp instantly coalesces a blinding white energy sphere, capable of incinerating a heavy tank in an instant. Whoosh! The sphere hurtles forward, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek, hurtling toward the still-closed eyes of the unmoving figure. Next, the arcane mage in the team completes his incantation. Dimension Arrow. Dozens of flickering arrows of arcane energy, imbued with spatial fluctuations, manifest in midair, teleporting directly before Su Yi as if disregarding all distance. Meanwhile, Captain Smith channels the full extent of his S-class powers. Holy Light. Deliver judgment upon this heretic. Spear of Judgment. A colossal spear, forged from the purest essence of sacred light, radiating an aura of both divine grace and annihilation, slowly coalesced above his head. Then, like a divine retribution cast down from the heavens, it plunged fiercely towards Su Yi. Energy Cannon. Dimensional Arrow. Judgment Spear. The cataclysmic assault resembled the most ferocious tempest, a veritable deluge. In less than a second, it utterly engulfed Su Yi's solitary, slender figure. The entire arena was enveloped in a blindingly brilliant white light. A terrifying energy storm raged uncontrollably. Even the multi-layered defensive barrier, reputed to withstand the might of true deities, trembled violently beneath the onslaught, emitting a mournful wail of overwhelming strain. At that moment, it seemed as though the entire world was reduced to an endless expanse of white light, emblematic of destruction. This frenzied, all-consuming bombardment persisted for a staggering 5 minutes. Only when every last vestige of mana and energy reserves had been expended by the members of the White Eagle team did they finally cease, panting heavily. The arena had been reduced to utter chaos. The ground, crafted from the most resilient vibranium, had melted into a thick layer. The air was suffused with a pungent scent of charred energy. The radiance gradually dissipated. Dust settled slowly. Millions of spectators across the globe held their breath, fixated on the battlefield's center, which had endured a relentless 5-minute bombardment. A singular thought surged within their minds. It was over. Under such a terrifying, world-ending assault. Not even an 18-year-old boy could have emerged unscathed. Even a true mountain of steel would have been reduced to mere powder. Yet, in the next heartbeat, as the dust finally cleared and the solitary figure at the center of the battlefield came into sharp focus once more, the world fell into a profound silence. All who witnessed this moment felt as if an invisible hand, the very hand of creation, had seized their throats. They gaped in astonishment. Their pupils constricted into the most perilous pinpoints upon witnessing the most unfathomable miracle of their lives, one that shattered their perceptions of reality. There stood the young man from the east, unmoved, his seemingly ordinary, perhaps even inexpensive black casual jacket devoid of any crease. His dark, soft hair remained untouched. Not a single strand disheveled by the violent energy storm. He slowly raised his right hand, as if merely brushing away an imaginary speck of dust from his shoulder. Chapter 71. The Secret of the Immortal Body. Shadow Symbiosis. As Suye's casual gesture of brushing away non-existent dust was broadcast in crystal-clear detail across the world through high-definition holographic feeds, an absolute silence deeper than any that had come before descended upon the globe. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. Space itself appeared to groan under the weight of such an absurd miracle. Upon the arena, the 5 chosen ones, led by the paladin Smith, stood in stunned silence. They beheld the Eastern youth, who remained entirely unscathed amidst their cataclysmic bombardment, his hairstyle untouched in the slightest. Their faces, pale from exhausting their power, were etched with an indescribable sense of confusion and profound self-doubt. Who am I? Where am I? Was I attacking him just now? Or was I merely using my billion-dollar state-of-the-art magical weapon to scratch his back? In the live broadcast room, the Western spectators who had previously been roaring with fervent declarations of victory, hailing the chosen ones as saviors, were suddenly rendered mute, akin to ducks caught by the throat. Their mouths hung agape, their pupils trembling as they witnessed the most incomprehensible scene of their lives, one that shattered their understanding of reality. Their faith, their pride, their ludicrous dignity as world dominators were obliterated in that moment, shattered into oblivion, leaving not a trace behind. Meanwhile, the fervent sea of celebration in the Summer Kingdom erupted after a brief stillness, surging forth with an even louder, prouder, and more triumphant roar. Ha ha ha. Did you see that? Did you fucking see that? This is the genius of our Summer Kingdom. Indestructible. This is what true indestructibility looks like. The attacks of those worthless White Eagle Federals were no different from mere tickles. I declare, from this day forth, Suyi is my god. The one and only god. Who dares oppose? I'll be the first to twist their heads off. What a thrill. I have never felt such exhilaration in my life. This is a million times more refreshing than drinking ice water in the sweltering heat. An endless blaze of ecstasy and pride ignited in the hearts of every citizen of the Summer Kingdom. At this moment, in the White Eagle Federation's Ministry of Foreign Affairs, in a brightly lit press conference room, Chief Spokesman Johnson stared blankly at the virtual screen broadcasting the miracle in real time. For the first time, his face, which had always exuded the characteristic arrogance of the Anglo-Saxon elite, displayed a look of panic and bewilderment. The speech he had meticulously prepared to condemn and vilify the Summer Kingdom in the wake of their victory now appeared absurdly ironic, almost laughable. Ahem, Mr. Johnson. A female reporter from a Summer Kingdom official media outlet slowly rose from her seat. A polite, yet piercing smile graced her face as she extended the microphone towards Johnson. Might I inquire what you have to say about the current outcome? A sheen of cold sweat instantly broke out on Johnson's forehead. He opened his mouth, attempting to salvage his own and the White Eagle Federation's already shattered dignity. However, in the face of such undeniable, absolute reality, any words he could muster seemed feeble and insipid. Yet, being a seasoned spokesperson, after a moment of mental blankness, he finally conjured what he deemed the only reasonable excuse that could preserve their last shred of dignity. He slammed his hand on the table, glaring into the camera, and forcefully retorted, "Equipment. Yes, it must be the equipment. Upon the figure of Suyi, it must surely be that he is clad in some arcane, mythic defensive apparatus, secretly developed by the Xia Kingdom, of which we remain unaware. He relies upon external artifacts. This is not a testament to his innate prowess. Indeed, such is the case. This is utterly unjust. We demand verification of his equipment. We seek." His words were left uncompleted. It appeared that the Xia Kingdom had anticipated this underhanded tactic, which stems from an inability to accept defeat. The live broadcast abruptly split in two. On the left remained the indifferent youth upon the arena, while the right displayed a scene from an academic conference room, infused with an air of scholarly gravitas and authority. In the center of the conference hall stood an elderly gentleman, his hair white, yet his spirit vigorous, clad in a white research robe adorned with the emblem of the Xia Kingdom's Academy of Practitioners. This venerable figure, Chen Daolin, the chief academician of the Xia Kingdom's Academy of Practitioners and a towering authority in the realm of occupational laws, ascended the podium with measured steps. The sight of this national treasure, rarely seen in public, stepping forth evoked a collective intake of breath from all connoisseurs around the globe. They understood that the Xia kingdom was about to unveil its true trump card. Adjusting his spectacles, academician Chen offered a serene smile to the camera. Though his voice bore the weight of age, it resonated with an undeniable academic authority and formidable confidence. Equipment? He cast a glance at the screen's opposite side, where the spokesperson for the White Eagle Federation, Johnson, continued to vociferate indignantly, his eyes betraying a hint of unabashed disdain. I believe Mr. Johnson may harbor a minor misapprehension regarding the genius of our Xia kingdom. Indeed, a formidable piece of equipment can enhance a practitioner's survivability. However, his tone shifted abruptly, swelling with a resounding pride. Our genius has never required reliance on any external artifacts. 4. He paused, gradually raising a document suffused with the golden luminescence of supreme authority issued by the Apocalypse system. He presented it clearly before the eyes of the entire world. For he himself embodies the most indomitable, the most powerful, the most unreasonable myth. In a tone reminiscent of an epic chant, he recited from the document the line that would render the world shuddering into silence. Divine level passive talent, shadow symbiosis. Talent rating, EX, inestimable, transcending conventional levels. Talent effect, all damage received by the holder, including but not limited to physical damage, magical damage, elemental damage, soul damage, and true damage that bypasses defenses, shall be wholly transferred to any subordinate unit under their command. Final determination, according to the Apocalypse system, through billions of simulated projections. Chen Daolin inhaled deeply, summoning all his strength to roar the final divine judgment that would serve as the perfect punctuation to this century's face-slapping spectacle. As long as there remains one subordinate unit alive, the holder shall be eternally undying. Chapter 72, Abundant Rewards. Void Crystal Core, eternally undying. When these 4 words, imbued with an overwhelming sense of dominance and irrationality, were solemnly proclaimed to the world by Chen Daolin, the most authoritative chief academician of the Xia kingdom, the entire world descended into a silence more profound and suffocating than any before. 100% damage transfer, eternally undying. If the previous image of Su Yi enduring assaults without a scratch had only evoked shock and disbelief, now this official, authoritative statement from the Apocalypse system elevated that astonishment into a deep, soul-wrenching despair. Unkillable. This seemingly simple phrase, for a sovereign of the undead with the capacity to unleash cataclysmic destruction, carries profound implications. It signifies an insurmountable challenge. It means that he alone constitutes an unassailable, mobile fortress. It implies that any entity opposing him must confront an unyielding, tireless war machine that shall never succumb. At the White Eagle Federation's press conference, Chief Spokesperson Johnson stared, stupefied, at the glaring golden text upon the screen. The arrogance and confidence that had once adorned his face drained away, rendering him as pallid as a corpse. He opened his mouth, seemingly poised to engage in some futile defense. Yet, before the most authoritative, officially sanctioned verdict of global standards, any words appeared utterly feeble and laughable. With a soft thud, the speech he had meticulously prepared, rife with slander and deceit, slipped from his grasp, scattering to the floor like the once proud, now shattered dignity of the White Eagle Federation. Meanwhile, the Xia kingdom, after a brief period of silence, erupted into a fervor more frenzied, more passionate, and more triumphant than ever before. By the heavens, an unkillable body. It's truly an unkillable body. My goodness, what sort of monster have I become a fan of? As if devastating attack power were not enough. Now, even defense is beyond invincible. How can we play this? How can the enemies contend? You can stand there and hit him, and it won't even faze him. This is the most extreme form of dimensionality reduction strike. Ha! What ecstasy! I can almost envision the expressions of those scoundrels from the White Eagle Federation, as if they had consumed excrement. From this day forth, who dares to utter a word disparaging our practitioners of the Xia kingdom? I shall be the first to leap through the internet and twist their heads off. An endless sense of pride and honor surged through every citizen of the Xia kingdom, like the most potent spiritual liquor, intoxicating them completely. At last, this farcical spectacle instigated by the White Eagle Federation, which culminated in their own utter defeat, slowly drew to a close. All tumult gradually subsided. As the undisputed protagonist of these events, Su Yi, after the ceremony concluded, graciously declined the invitations and overtures from all the influential figures, including He Yao. He returned alone to his quiet abode in the old city. He needed time to process the bounty of insights garnered from this month's examination. Beep. Calculating your final rewards from this joint monthly examination and special contributions. Calculation complete. 1. Basic rewards. You have received the exclusive title of National Top Scorer, Star of Revelation, upon wearing all attributes 10, experience gain 20. You have received 1,000,000 merit points from the Xia Kingdom. These can be exchanged for any supplies you require at military or official institutions. You have received a monetary reward of 10,000,000 Xia coins. 2. Special contribution reward for repelling the Void Invasion. You have achieved a mythic level accomplishment of forming an army, already granted. You have been awarded the special title Mobile Calamity, already granted. Your talent Shadow Symbiosis has been elevated, completion confirmed. 3. Final hidden reward. It has been detected that during the obliteration of the Void Rift, a portion of its core primordial energy was absorbed by your Evernight Court. Congratulations. You have obtained a mythic level special alchemical evolution material, Void Crystal Core X1. Suyi gazed calmly at the string of rewards displayed on his terminal. A list that could drive any professional to madness. Yet, his expression remained largely unchanged. Whether it was the staggering monetary prize capable of elevating an ordinary person to greatness, or the million merit points redeemable for countless rare resources within the military, or even the equally potent title of Star of Revelation, to him, they were merely embellishments. What he truly valued was that final item, the hidden treasure bestowed by the system. With a mere thought, Suyi retrieved the Void Crystal Core from his virtual storage. Buzz. The moment the crystal core materialized in the physical realm, the very light of the room seemed to warp and be consumed by its presence. It was an irregular diamond crystal, no larger than an infant's fist. Its interior was not merely a uniform color, but rather a profound expanse, seemingly containing a continuously fluctuating, twisted universe, a chaotic nebula. Countless purple arcs of electricity, imbued with an aura of chaos and foreboding, danced and flickered across the surface of the crystal core. A cold, formidable essence emanated slowly from it, originating from a higher dimensional realm, causing Suyi to experience a fleeting moment of trepidation. Is this the power of the void? Suyi murmured. He could sense that the energy contained within this diminutive crystal core far surpassed any form of energy he had encountered before, be it magical elements or deathly forces. In the face of this primordial essence, characterized by its attributes of corrosion and assimilation, everything else paled in comparison. As he scrutinized the void crystal core, the Evernight Court within him, which had remained dormant, suddenly erupted into a vigorous hum without warning. It was a profound yearning, akin to a glutton that had been starved for eons, finally encountering the most exquisite feast, an instinctual, relentless craving. A flash of realization struck Suyi. He hesitated no longer. Slowly, he pressed the mythic grade material, one that would send any top-tier alchemist into a frenzy, against the system interface of his Evernight Court, visible only to him. Fusion. He issued the command in his mind. The next moment, boom! The void crystal core, in his hand, instantaneously transformed into a pure, primordial, purple torrent of chaos. It surged forcefully into his body, flooding into his vast mental ocean, and into the very center of the Evernight Court, suspended within it. Crack, crack. The entirety of the Evernight Court, previously shrouded in a gray mist, seemed to awaken as if parched land had finally welcomed a long-awaited downpour. Countless new buildings and virtual sequences of units began to erupt wildly from the earth, nurtured by the purple tide of chaos. Ding! Your Evernight Court has absorbed the primordial power of the void and is undergoing an epic evolution. Ding! It has been detected that your Dominion unit sequence currently possesses only physical, skeletal units, which exhibit severe structural flaws. Ding! Prioritizing the unlocking of a brand new magical unit sequence for you. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully unlocked a new magical unit, Wraith Sequence. Chapter 73, New Unit Unlocked. Wraith Singer. As the words Wraith Sequence resonated like an oracle in Suye's mind, the mental ocean, now turbulent and swirling with purple energy due to the infusion of the void crystal core, saw the system interface of the Evernight Court, undergoing dramatic transformations. Next to the original icon representing the skeletal units, imbued with the essence of death and immortality, a brand new architectural specter, exuding an eerie and ominous aura, was rapidly taking form, sculpted and solidified by the pure primordial power of the void. It was a twisted tower forged from countless wailing, translucent souls, inscribed with malevolent runes filled with curses, weakening, and corrosion. Atop the tower burned an everlasting, ghastly green fire of souls. Ding! Your Evernight Court has successfully unlocked a new core building, Tower of Wailing, Level 1. Building name, Tower of Wailing. Level, 105,000 Death Energy. Function, a sanctuary for all magical, wraith, Dominion units under your command. It can gradually collect negative emotions, such as fear and resentment, from the surrounding space and convert them into soul essence. Current summonable unit, Wraith Singer, Prototype. Upgrade requirements, 5,000 points of death energy, Court tier, must reach level 3. Magical units. Suye's eyes sparkled with unparalleled brilliance. He was acutely aware that an army equipped with magical units would undergo a monumental leap in combat capability. Although his previous Bone Guardian Legion had achieved an extreme level in physical offense and defense, their shortcomings were glaringly obvious: an absence of effective ranged attacks and a lack of sufficient control and support capabilities. When facing enemies with high physical defenses or pure energy entities, they often found themselves at a disadvantage. Now, the unlocking of the Wraith sequence would undoubtedly transform his already formidable, albeit one-dimensional elite army into a versatile, well-rounded force devoid of weaknesses, a hexagonal war god, physical and magical, skeletal and wraith, an indomitable shield and an invisible blade. The combination of these two would construct a war system far more terrifying than before, suppressing the excitement within. Suyi turned his gaze towards the attributes panel of the newly unlocked magical unit. He yearned to witness the formidable power possessed by his inaugural magical unit. Name: Wailing Soul Singer Prototype. Rank: Bronze level. Level: 16, synchronized with the Monarch's level. Strength: 500, base 25 by 10 by 2. Constitution: 800, base 40 by 10 by 2. Agility: 600, base 30 by 10 by 2. Spirit: 3000, base 150 by 10 by 2. Skill 1, Grievance Impact, active. Launches an energy sphere composed solely of pure grievance, inflicting shadow damage on the target based on its own spirit attribute, with a certain probability of inflicting a fear effect. Skill 2, Corrosive Curse, active. Applies a corrosive curse to all enemy units within a designated area, significantly reducing their physical and magical defenses for a limited duration. Skill 3, Soul Resonance, passive. When multiple Wailing Soul Singers coexist on the battlefield, their skill effects will resonate, greatly amplifying their power. Remark: they are the most anguished singers on the battlefield. Their song is the final prelude to the demise of their enemies. Gasp! Upon discerning the lavish attributes and skill repertoire of the Wailing Soul Singer, even Suyi could not suppress a sharp intake of breath. An astonishing 3,000 points in spirit attribute. What does this signify? An ordinary level 40 elite mage, adorned with exquisite equipment, barely surpasses 1,000 points in spirit. Yet this level 16 novice magical unit possesses 3 times that amount. This implies that any spell it casts will wield cataclysmic power. Moreover, its 3 skills epitomize the zenith of brutality and practicality. Grievance Impact serves as a potent single-target damage skill, additionally accompanied by a control effect. Corrosive Curse stands as a godly group armor-breaking aura. One can only imagine the terrifying chemical reaction of 11 far exceeding 2 when this curse synergizes with Su Ye's already formidable Bone Guardian Legion. Any adversary bold enough to obstruct their path shall be instantaneously torn asunder. The final, Soul Resonance, lays a solid foundation for his future naval strategy as a mage. Perfection. A genuine smile of satisfaction graced Su Ye's visage. He understood that from this day forth, his army, named Catastrophe, had truly acquired its complete essence. He could hardly contain his eagerness to behold the true form of his inaugural magical unit. With a mere flicker of thought, he allocated a summoning slot from the Eternal Night barracks, directing it towards the vacant space in the center of the room. Summon, Wailing Soul Singer. Buzz. As he issued his command, the temperature within the entire room plummeted to freezing levels. A wave of ominous, haunting energy, imbued with grievance and hatred, more unsettling than the pure death aura of the Bone Guardians, materialized from thin air. Upon the ground, a grotesque, sickly green summoning array, starkly contrasting with that of the Bone Guardians, began to illuminate slowly. Subsequently, an eerie figure, crafted from pure, translucent, gray-black grievance energy, garbed in tattered ancient robes, its visage obscured, began to rise gently from the array. It had no physical form, merely hovering silently in midair. It emanated an excruciating chill that penetrated to the depths of one's soul. Surrounding it were what seemed to be countless wailing, silent souls, lamenting in despair. It was the Wailing Soul Singer, a terrifying magical weapon of war that feasts upon all negative emotions of the world. At that moment, ding! A cold system prompt resonated unexpectedly within Su Ye's mind. Detected that your Eternal Night Court has successfully unlocked the foundational unit series of skeletons and wailing souls. Your occupational characteristics have been further supplemented and refined. Your profession level has met the conditions for the first promotion. Job promotion task officially activated. Task name, Path of the Monarch. Task objective, journey to the heart of the Empire, the Imperial Capital. Enter the Central Academy of the Empire's highest institution and seek further clues left by the first Eternal Night Monarch. Task reward, your profession level will be raised to the 2nd tier. All your basic attributes will experience a significant enhancement. Your Eternal Night Court will unlock more powerful functions. A job promotion task? A glimmer of excitement flickered in Su Ye's eyes. He had not anticipated such an unexpected delight following the unlocking of the magical unit. He examined the task objectives closely. Journey to the Imperial Capital. Enter the Central Academy. This aligned perfectly with his original plans, even overlapping seamlessly. It seemed that all paths ultimately converged at the same destination. He felt no hesitation. He recognized that it was time to embark on a journey to the epicenter of the world stage, laden with boundless opportunities and dangers, in pursuit of the truth that had eluded him for 3 long years. It was also time to accomplish his first promotion as a monarch. Chapter 74, Journey to the Imperial Capital. The Compass's final destination. Upon unlocking the new magical unit, Wailing Soul Singer, and triggering the job promotion task, Su Ye's resolve to venture to the imperial capital solidified like never before. He understood that Qingluan City, the novice village where he had soared to great heights over the past 6 months, held little allure for him now. Whether it was to seek the whereabouts of his brother Su Chun, to fulfill the promotion task of the Path of the Monarch, or simply to experience the broader and more vibrant world, the imperial capital was his singular and inevitable choice. Before setting off, Su Yi made some simple preparations. He first contacted the black market merchant, Jia-san, to sell the vast array of low-level beast materials acquired during the monthly exam, as well as all the equipment inherited from the Bloodblade Alliance elite team that he had no use for. This time, Jia-san did not even dare to negotiate the price. He accepted everything at a friendship price, a staggering 30 above the market rate. Within half an hour, he respectfully transferred a sum exceeding 2 million into Su Ye's account. Thus, Su Ye's personal assets, after accounting for previous expenditures, once again surpassed the 10 million mark, truly achieving financial freedom. Following this, he made a trip to the city center hospital. He did not seek out Chu Xiao, nor did he disturb the girl, Chu Ling, who was said to be rapidly recovering after using the soul dust. Instead, he anonymously left a substantial sum in her hospital account, sufficient to cover all her subsequent rehabilitation expenses. Then he quietly departed, silently severing the last thread of attachment he had in this city. Having completed all this, Su Yi returned to his spacious, yet somewhat desolate home. He began to pack his limited belongings, which, for someone with an almost infinite storage capacity, amounted to little more than a symbolic ritual. He carefully removed the last photograph he had taken with his elder brother, Su Chun, from the wall, gently cleaned it with the softest cloth, and solemnly placed it deep within his backpack, as if preserving the most treasured possession in this world. After this, Su Yi stood in the middle of the empty living room, surveying the small yet memory-laden space where he had lived for half a year. His face bore little trace of sorrow or reluctance. Rather, it reflected a tranquil determination as he prepared to embark on a new journey. He understood that from the moment he stepped out of this door, he would no longer be the renowned spirit brother of Qingluan City. Instead, he would venture forth as the top scholar of the nation, stepping into a world stage bustling with extraordinary talents and prodigies from across the empire. There, he would confront foes of greater power, navigate more complex circumstances, and face challenges fraught with uncertainty. Yet, he felt no fear, for he was the sovereign of Eternal Night, destined to make the entire world tremble. Just as he was about to depart for the military's designated teleportation point, a thought crossed his mind. He retrieved the abyssal compass, a mysterious gift from He Yao, which had been unwaveringly pointing northeast since its fusion with the void crystal core. Now, having resolved to journey to the imperial capital, he wished to see if the compass, which held the crucial clue regarding his brother's whereabouts, would reveal any new developments. Gently, Su Yi infused a sliver of his divine power, now tinged with void and curse attributes due to his unlocking of the Song of the Vengeful Spirit, into the compass. Buzz. The moment his power made contact with the compass, it erupted in an unprecedented display of resplendent dark red light. The ancient and enigmatic runes on its surface seemed to come alive, swirling and reassembling with fervor. The central needle, formed from solidified blood, twitched violently, as if invigorated, spinning with fervor. Ultimately, with a crisp crack, it resolutely locked itself in place, pointing firmly to the northeast. At the tip of the needle, several ethereal coordinates inscribed in an ancient abyssal language materialized. Target locked. Imperial capital of Xia Kingdom. Regional coordinates. Central Academy. Locked object. High-level token of the Watcher. Heart of the Void. Fragment. Upon reading the last line, Su Ye's previously calm, dark eyes suddenly narrowed into the sharpest of points. The Watcher. The Heart of the Void. He vividly recalled how He Yao had alluded to his brother, Su Chun, possibly being involved with the most secretive organization tasked with handling matters related to the Abyss and the Void, the Abyssal Watchers. Now, the compass had directly locked onto a high-level token belonging to the Watchers, which was located within the Central Academy. What did this imply? It suggested that his brother, Su Chun, likely had not perished at all. He may have been trapped somewhere due to some extraordinary circumstances. And this so-called Heart of the Void fragment was the most direct clue to finding him. Brother. Su Yi gripped the now slightly warm compass, charged with energy, tightly in his hand. At that moment, his heart, which had remained calm as a still pond, surged with tumultuous waves. An unprecedented surge of fervor and yearning erupted within him, akin to the most violent volcano. He could not afford to wait another second. He was determined to head to the imperial capital immediately, to the very place where all his concerns and obsessions lay. Without further hesitation, he carefully tucked the compass into his bosom and forcefully pushed open the door, racing toward the military's teleportation point like an arrow released from a bow. Unbeknownst to Su Yi, as he surged toward the imperial capital, invigorated by the newfound clues about his brother, a vast web of resentment and malevolence was stealthily unfurling along the path he was destined to traverse. Chapter 75. The Wang Family's Revenge. S-Class Assassin. The journey to the imperial capital was now inevitable. With an urgent desire for clues about his brother and boundless hopes for the future, Suyi embarked on a brand new journey. Little did he know, as he ventured forth for family and ideals, a conspiracy rooted in the most primal and ugly jealousy and malice was quietly fixating upon him like a parasite. At the Wang family estate in Qinglan City, a sprawling manor steeped in classical luxury, an oppressive atmosphere enveloped the premises, stifling all who resided within. Every servant moved in hushed silence, acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Their young master, the haughty and imperious Prince Hao, had just suffered the most humiliating defeat of his life. Not only had he returned in disgrace from the highly publicized joint monthly examination, becoming a laughingstock throughout the entire province, but he had also been rendered unconscious in front of billions of viewers by the scornful words of his most despised rival, Suyi. This was, without a doubt, a profound humiliation for Prince Hao and the entire Wang family, an indelible stain on their honor. At that moment, deep within the innermost sanctum of the Wang estate, in a secret training chamber fortified with the strongest alloys, capable of withstanding the full might of a lord-level warrior, there echoed the relentless sounds of furious and violent pounding. Prince Hao stood bare-chested, his body marred by ghastly streaks of blood. His eyes, suffused with an intense rage and humiliation, glared fiercely at the combat doll before him. Crafted from a special material heralded as indestructible, affixed to the doll was a printed, high-definition photograph of Suyi. Die, die, just die. Prince Hao, resembling a madman, summoned the full extent of his level 20 berserker class power. The epic battle axe in his hand, worth millions, sliced through the air with a sharp, piercing shriek. Again and again, he struck mercilessly at the face adorned with an infuriatingly calm smile. Yet, no matter how frantically he vented his fury, he could not erase the haunting 3 words echoing in his mind. Do you deserve it? Ah! Ultimately, after unleashing a beastly roar filled with impotent rage, Prince Hao collapsed to the ground in exhaustion. He beheld the still and scathed combat doll, and the photograph still adorned with that insipid smile. A profound despair flickered in his eyes. He understood that the chasm between him and that man had widened to such an extent that he could not even muster the courage to pursue him. He feared he would never triumph over that godlike youth in a direct confrontation. However, the inability to vanquish him head-on did not preclude him from employing other means to ensure he vanished from this world entirely. A venomous chill, akin to a serpent's bite, surfaced in his gaze. At that moment, the heavy alloy door of the training room creaked open. A portly middle-aged man, whose features bore a slight resemblance to Prince Hao yet whose eyes were infinitely more sinister, sauntered in. He was Wang Tianlong, the head of the Wang family and notorious throughout the southeastern province for his ruthlessness and fierce protection of his kin. Get up. Wang Tianlong's voice was cold and devoid of emotion as he looked at his son, sprawled on the ground like a lost dog. Prince Hao trembled violently. Scrambling to his feet, his head bowed in deference, unable to meet his father's gaze. Father! Slap! A sharp, resounding slap echoed in the chamber without warning. Instantly, Prince Hao's left cheek swelled visibly, a vivid crimson handprint seared into his skin. Useless! Wang Tianlong glared at his son. Disappointment and fury etched into his features. You have brought shame upon the Wang family. Because of a low-born peasant, you have disgraced yourself in front of millions. Even fainting from sheer humiliation. You are the greatest disgrace of my life. Prince Hao cradled his stinging face, his body quaking violently. Yet he dared not utter a word in protest. He knew well the ironclad ruthlessness of his father, observing the resentment and bitterness in his son's eyes. Wang Tianlong's rage subsided slightly. He recognized that, despite being a failure, Prince Hao was still his family's only heir. The dignity of the Wang family would not be trampled upon by anyone. Where is that boy named Suyi? Wang Tianlong inquired slowly. He seems to have been specially recruited by the Central Academy. He is scheduled to depart for the imperial capital today. Prince Hao responded hastily. Oh, to the imperial capital? A glint of icy malice flashed in Wang Tianlong's eyes. Very well. The imperial capital is too far. I fear he may not reach there. He turned and began to walk toward the exit of the chamber, leaving behind a chilling statement laced with ominous intent. You shall remain here to reflect. By the time you emerge tomorrow, the world will no longer know a person named Suyi. Half an hour later, in a deeper, more clandestine chamber located underground within the Wang estate, Wang Tianlong sat upon a grand chair crafted from an unknown, pitch-black wood. Before him stood a shadowy figure, cloaked entirely in darkness. The figure stood still, as if merging seamlessly with the surrounding gloom, devoid of any sign of life. Had it not been for its visible presence, one might have mistaken it for mere empty air. You have heard the news, I presume? Wang Tianlong broke the oppressive silence. I have heard. Came a hoarse voice from within the shadow, sounding like 2 pieces of sandpaper scraping against each other. The target is Suyi, the national top scholar of the Xia Kingdom. His profession is Knight Sovereign, and his strength is unfathomable. Wang Tianlong snorted derisively. No matter how unfathomable, he is merely a newcomer at level 16. Do you truly lack the confidence to handle this? The Shadow Tooth, an S-class assassin organization notorious in the southeastern province, and throughout the Empire's underworld. They would dare to assassinate even gods, given the right price. The figure before him, codenamed Ghost Mask, was one of the organization's 3 elite assassins. Money is not an issue. Wang Tianlong slid a nameless, unlimited credit card gleaming with a purple glow across the table. This contains 100 million. I have but one request. His eyes gleamed with terrifying intent as he spoke each word deliberately. I want him dead, and I want him to die a most excruciating death. I demand his head. The shadow fell silent for a moment, seemingly weighing the risks and rewards of the task ahead. After a lengthy pause, it slowly extended a gnarled hand, resembling a dried chicken claw, to retrieve the lucrative card. And the location? It rasped. A cruel smile spread across Wang Tianlong's face. According to my informants embedded within the military, that boy will be taking a special express train arranged for him by the military this afternoon, heading to the imperial capital. The train will pass through an uninhabited area known as Black Wind Gorge in the evening. It is a treacherous terrain, devoid of any signal. It is the perfect place for you to act. I will arrange for the magnetic track there to be sabotaged, forcing the train to make an emergency landing. The rest will be up to you. The shadow nodded slowly. The head will be delivered to your estate tomorrow. With that, the figure melted away into the darkness behind it, as silently as ink dissolving into water, vanishing without a trace, as if it had never existed at all. As Wang Tianlong slowly leaned back in the frigid Grandmaster chair, a ghastly smile of morbid pleasure played upon his lips, hinting at the imminent retribution that awaited his sworn enemy. Suyi, oh Suyi, are you not excessively arrogant? Do you not have the imperial military backing you? He mused. I am eager to witness how you shall maintain your bravado when confronted by the lethal S-rank assassin squad of the entire southeastern province. Chapter 76. The Ambush. Fangs from the Shadows. In the Xia Kingdom, a military express train sped forth. This train, crafted entirely from the most formidable dragon-scale alloy, boasted a sleek, aerodynamic design, resembling a silver-gray bullet. It operated without a fixed schedule and was inaccessible to both commoners and the elite. This was the Empire's designated transport for the most significant individuals and the most confidential materials, a mode of terrestrial transit of the highest caliber. Internally, it was furnished with the most luxurious private suites and the most advanced life support systems, equipped with firepower systems and energy shields that could rival those of a small interstellar destroyer. One could assert that it was a mobile fortress of steel, impervious and resilient. At this moment, within the heart of this moving bastion, in a lavish suite of the utmost security, Suyi sat serenely upon a plush sofa. In his hands, he cradled a steaming cup of red tea, graciously offered by his escort. His gaze penetrated the vast floor-to-ceiling window made of one-way bulletproof crystal, silently admiring the majestic landscapes rushing past. Since his brief encounter with Hiyao, Suyi had temporarily set aside all cultivation and distractions, relishing this rare tranquility before the storm. Opposite him sat 2 middle-aged men clad in black combat attire, their presence as steady and profound as the abyss. They were the elite captains of the Shadow Guards, personally assigned by Hiyao to ensure Su Ye's safe passage to the imperial capital. Both had attained level 50, true veterans of countless battles. Yet, at this moment, these formidable warriors, who could instill terror in any foe, gazed upon the seemingly harmless and overly tranquil youth before them with genuine reverence and a trace of uncontainable curiosity. They could hardly fathom that this unassuming boy, appearing so innocuous, was the legendary god of the undead, a figure who had single-handedly stirred the tumult of the world. Mr. Suyi, one of the Shadow Guards, bearing a scarred visage, finally succumbed to his curiosity. He respectfully clasped his fists and inquired, "Forgive my impertinence, but may I ask if your legendary undead legion is truly as formidable as depicted in the videos?" No sooner had he spoken than his silent companion elbowed him sharply, whispering a fierce reprimand. "Silence. Do not ask what you should not." Upon hearing this, Suyi gently set down his teacup and raised his gaze, calmly scanning the scarred Shadow Guard, whose face was alight with curiosity and anticipation. A playful smile curved his lips. "Would you like to see?" The scarred Shadow Guard paused momentarily, then exhilaration erupted upon his face as he nodded fervently, akin to a chick pecking at grains. What a jest! That is the fabled, mythic undead legion. Who among those fortunate enough to witness the live broadcast of the Divine War would not yearn to experience the overwhelming might of that world-destroying army up close? However, Suyi slowly shook his head. Now is not the time. Redirecting his gaze to the window, his abyssal black eyes narrowed slightly, a glint of icy, fierce intent flickering within. "But I believe you shall soon have the opportunity to witness it, and it will be a thrilling live broadcast." At this enigmatic statement, both Shadow Guards instinctively paused, momentarily perplexed by Su Ye's meaning. Yet, before they could voice their inquiries, an ear-splitting, danger-laden emergency alarm resounded throughout the military express train without warning. In an instant, the train, gliding smoothly at high speed, executed a violent emergency stop. An overwhelming force of inertia surged forth. Were it not for Su Yi and the 2 Shadow Guards being formidable practitioners, Such a sudden halt could have flung them violently from their seats. What is happening? The scarred shadow guard's expression turned grave. He swiftly activated his internal communicator. On the other end, the conductor's panicked and incredulous voice echoed, "Report. Report. Our magnetic track has been maliciously sabotaged by an unidentified object. The train is making an emergency descent. Repeat. The train is making an emergency descent. We are under attack." With the conductor's words still resonating, the silver-gray steel fortress emitted a mournful wail, akin to a wounded dragon, as it broke free from the magnetic track, plummeting toward the unfathomably deep, shadowy chasm below. Black Wind Canyon, the most remote and desolate area of the Tiannan province, featured cliffs as steep as if carved by a knife. Its depths were perpetually shrouded in a mysterious black miasma that blocked all electronic signals. This place was a haven for smugglers, a hell for adventurers, and an optimal locale for murder and pillage. At this moment, within this seldom-trodden, deathly gorge, dozens of shadowy figures cloaked in pitch-black robes lurked silently upon the cliffs flanking the canyon, akin to the most patient and ruthless hunters, awaiting their prey to unwittingly fall into the meticulously prepared death trap. Leading them was a figure adorned with a bronze demon mask, one of the top 3 ace assassins from the Shadow's Fong. He gazed down at the military express train, now engulfed in thick smoke and crashing into the canyon floor, creating a vast pit in its wake. A cold, derisive laugh escaped from beneath his mask. "So-called mobile fortress? Before my Shadow's Fong, it is but a moving iron coffin." He slowly raised his withered right hand, resembling a desiccated chicken claw, and gently waved it toward the chaotic wreckage of the train below. "Everyone, heed the command. Target, Suyi. Show no mercy." As his frigid order, laced with boundless malice, was issued, a flurry of shadows sprang into action. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Dozens of elite assassins, each above level 40, lurking on either side of the canyon, surged forth like the swiftest falcons of the night and the deadliest serpents of the abyss. They leaped from the cliffs, their forms mysteriously melding into the surrounding darkness and miasma, rendering them invisible. They activated the signature stealth skill of assassins, weaving a lethal net of death and menace. In that instant, it fully unfurled, descending upon the so-called prodigy trapped within the wreckage of the train. A confident and cruel smile spread across the face of the masked figure. To him, this meticulously planned assassination operation, costing a staggering 100 million, seemed to have concluded even before it began. A mere level 16 summoner, regardless of his extraordinary prowess, stood no chance against the deadly ambush of their Shadow Fong, which could fell even a level 50 powerhouse without mercy. Yet, just as he began to contemplate how to demand further compensation from Wang Tianlong, an unforeseen turn of events occurred. His once unflappable assassin's instinct suddenly blared a dire warning without any prior indication. Alarm! 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 A sense of lethal peril, emanating from the depths of his very soul, engulfed Guamian like the coldest tide, flooding his entire being. His eyes, concealed beneath the bronze mask, narrowed into the sharpest points of danger. Something was amiss, extremely amiss. As a top-tier S-class assassin, accustomed to dancing on the knife's edge and emerging from seas of corpses, he possessed absolute confidence in his instincts. It was this near-animalistic intuition that had allowed him to sense the breath of death in seemingly foolproof assassination missions, enabling him to escape the clutches of demise. Yet now, the death alarm that had lain dormant for a decade erupted with unprecedented ferocity in his mind. The seemingly tranquil canyon, shrouded in darkness and miasma, was not a mere hunting ground awaiting their slaughter, but rather the gaping maw of an ancient beast, ravenous and eager for its meal. "Retreat. Everyone. Immediately withdraw." Guamian reacted swiftly, issuing the retreat command through his communicator almost instantaneously. However, his words trailed off abruptly. It was already too late. Within the wreckage of the train, confronted by the twisted alloy compartments and the silhouettes of deadly assassins lurking in the shadows, the 2 level 50 shadow guards tasked with escorting Su Yi had already positioned themselves protectively before him. Their faces bore an unprecedented gravity and an unwavering resolve to face death head-on. The S-class assassin squad, Shadow Fong, had one scarred shadow guard fixated on the window, his voice cold as ancient ice as he muttered, "I never expected that old dog from the Wang family would dare to summon this band of lunatics, risking annihilation." Beside him, his typically taciturn companion slowly drew his black dao from his waist, the blade glinting ominously in the dim light. With a dry throat, the scarred shadow guard murmured, "We may not return." The silent shadow guard remained resolute, indicating his determination through action. He knelt before the boy, who had remained seated on the couch, his expression unchanged throughout, performing the highest act of guardianship reserved for imperial soldiers. "Mr. Su Yi," he said, his voice hoarse yet resolute, "our duty is to protect you. Today, we shall not falter, even if it costs us our lives. Soon, we will do our utmost to carve a path for you. You must survive. You are the hope of the empire." With that, he rose abruptly, preparing to unleash a final secret technique that would consume his very life force to secure even the faintest glimmer of hope for the boy destined to carry the Empire's future. However, just as he was about to ignite the fire of his soul, a cold yet powerful hand gently pressed upon his shoulder, halting his fatal resolve. The silent shadow guard turned in astonishment to find the boy they had regarded as a national treasure standing, having risen from the couch. His face retained its calm and indifferent demeanor, as if the impending death trap outside posed no threat to him whatsoever. "Who said you are to die?" Suyi spoke. His voice soft yet imbued with an undeniable confidence, as if declaring an established fact. He sauntered to the shattered window, his gaze sweeping over the dark canyon teeming with malice. A smirk, cold and mocking, played upon his lips. "A pitiful band of mice hiding in the shadows dare to bare their fangs before me?" With that, he barely spared another glance. He simply snapped his fingers. Snap. The sound resonated, crisp and melodious, as though heralding the prelude to a grand feast about to commence, echoing through the deathly silence of the canyon. And in that very instant, boom! A surge of oppressive power, 10 times more formidable and 100 times more terrifying than before, erupted from the small, dilapidated train car. It swept through the entire Blackwind Canyon. In the next moment, the eyes of the two level 50 elite shadow guards widened in disbelief, akin to having encountered a ghost. Upon the precipice, the S-rank assassin known as the Masked Ghost, who had just uttered the command to retreat, found that it was already too late. In the depths of his eyes, filled with boundless terror and disbelief, stood dozens of elite grim iron guardians, towering over 2.5 meters. Their skeletal structures evolved to shimmer with a metallic gleam. The crimson flames of the soul, potent enough to send shivers through the spirits of even level 50 warriors, burned fiercely in their eye sockets, while they gripped massive, grotesque bone blades. In an instant, they materialized around the train, as if the most dreadful death demons had crawled forth from the depths of the abyss. Silently, they encircled the wreckage of the train, creating a storm of death, wrought from the terrifying aura of these elite entities, comparable to Lord-level bosses. This tempest of dread swiftly cleansed the eerie miasma at the canyon's base, which had the capability to shield all electronic signals, and forced forth the shadowy assassins of the Dark Fong, who had previously believed themselves to be hunters, their pitiful attempts at stealth rendered futile. What in the world are these creatures? The intelligence was flawed. There was a monumental error. He is not level 16. This is undoubtedly a Death Lord of level 60 or above. Flee. The assassins, upon witnessing this terrifying spectacle akin to the descent of a deity, found their mental fortitude shattered in an instant. They let out shrieks filled with dread and despair, turning to escape. Yet, how could Suyi grant them this chance? Kill. His voice remained as succinct and icy as ever, infused with the unyielding will of a sovereign. Roar. The command was issued. The ravenous death demons sprang into action. They did not even bother with tactics, opting instead for the most straightforward and brutal approach: lock on, charge, and slaughter. A top-tier level 45 assassin had just activated his Gale Step, attempting to flee this realm of death. However, no matter how swift he was, he could not outrun the bone blade of the Grim Guardian that had already locked onto him. With a swift flash of black steel, the assassin, along with his once prided speed, was cleaved in two. Meanwhile, a level 48 assassin team leader attempted to employ the same strategy, activating forced stealth to blend into the shadows for a counterattack. Yet, before his form could fully vanish, a colossal skeletal hand, forged from grim iron, descended upon him like a fly swatter. Boom. A resounding crash echoed, leaving a massive human-shaped crater in the ground, along with a pool of indistinct blood and flesh. It was a massacre, an utterly one-sided slaughter. Under the overwhelming pressure of absolute strength and numbers, these S-rank elite assassins, which could instill terror in any medium-sized city, were as fragile as a flock of chicks awaiting slaughter. In less than a minute, the battle concluded. The Canyon S base returned to tranquility, save for the dozens of grim guardians, standing like gods of death, and the scattered limbs and remains. Inside the train, the two elite shadow guardians, who had prepared to sacrifice themselves heroically, now stood frozen like stone statues, weathered by a millennium. They gazed at the hellish scene outside, then turned to the boy who had remained unfazed, standing by the window, his clothes untouched by chaos. In their minds echoed Su Ye's earlier words, "My soldiers slaughter S-rank assassins like dogs." It turned out, he spoke the truth. Chapter 78, The Imperial Capital, the Heart of the Empire. As the last screen from the Black Wind Canyon faded into the still night air, the two level 50 elite shadow guardians remained lost in the overwhelming shock of the scene, akin to the descent of a god. The images of the bloody slaughter, reminiscent of cutting vegetables, echoed repeatedly in their minds, alongside the boy's calm, yet omnipotent declaration, "My soldiers slaughter S-rank assassins like dogs." The rumors were not merely exaggerated. They were, in fact, far too conservative. What mythical genius? What Lord of the Undead? These titles, which sounded grand in the outside world, seemed utterly insufficient to describe the unfathomable prowess of the boy before them. This was not the power one would expect from a mere level 16 novice. He was clearly a demonic entity, a young god walking among men. Mr. Suyi. After a long pause, the scarred Shadow Guardian finally managed to reclaim his voice. He gazed at the boy, who had effortlessly recalled all the grim guardians to their barracks, as if merely performing a trivial task of tidying up refuse. His eyes brimmed with unprecedented awe and a hint of fervent admiration. "Are you all right?" he asked, a question he felt was superfluous. Suyi slowly turned around, glancing at the two loyal guardians who had stood steadfastly before him, willing to expend their very lives for a chance at his survival. A barely perceptible approval flickered in his normally serene black eyes. "I am fine," he replied coolly. "Tend to this place, and then let us continue our journey." With that, he said no more, returning to the slightly crooked yet still comfortable sofa. Closing his eyes as if the monumental S-rank assassination and counter-assassination that could have shocked the entire underground world of the southeastern province had nothing to do with him. The two Shadow Guardians exchanged glances, each reading in the other's eyes a deep, rueful smile and a heartfelt surrender. They no longer hesitated, promptly bowing respectfully to Suyi before turning to engage in the meticulous and orderly aftermath of the battle. They contacted the military logistics department to dispatch a repair crew for the tracks, cleared the battlefield, and collected the identity tokens of the Darkfang assassins as irrefutable evidence of the Wang family's collusion with underground organizations to assassinate the Empire's national treasure. Additionally, they reported everything that transpired to the distant guardian, Lord Obsidian, in the southeastern province. They understood that from this night forth, the Wang family of Qinglan City, a so-called prestigious lineage that had persisted for centuries, was doomed. The ensuing journey was smooth and untroubled. No longer did any misguided ne'er-do-wells dare to provoke the majesty of this mobile fortress of death. 3 days later, as the military express train, its sleek silver-gray engine imbued with a sense of futuristic technology, gradually rolled into a magnificent aerial station, indescribably grand in its splendor. Suyi understood that he had arrived at his destination, the very heart of the Xia Kingdom, the epicenter of the world, the imperial capital. He slowly opened his abyss-like, pitch-black eyes and rose to his feet, making his way to the train window. Through the expansive, bulletproof glass that formed the floor-to-ceiling windows, a breathtaking metropolis, vibrant with fantastical and sci-fi elements, unfolded before him. Countless towering skyscrapers soared skyward, their pinnacles seemingly disappearing into the ethereal clouds above. Interwoven among these edifices were thousands of multi-layered, energy-infused transit tracks, glowing with pure luminescence. A myriad of uniquely designed, aerodynamically elegant hovercars darted along the tracks, flitting about like fish weaving through flowers, composing a symphony of vitality and vigor that resonated through the future cityscape. At the very heart of this urban marvel, atop the highest of all structures, a colossal city of the skies hung majestically, seemingly sculpted from a single flawless piece of jade, radiating an aura of sanctity and grandeur. It was enveloped by a visible, iridescent energy shield. Numerous splendid towers, embodying a blend of classical and fantastical styles, harmoniously coexisted with modern research institutes, creating a captivating panorama. Swarms of powerful professionals, adorned in resplendent robes of various colors, navigated through the air on rare flying mounts, entering and exiting with purpose. This was the ultimate sanctuary that every young genius in the Xia Kingdom aspired to reach, and it was Su Ye's ultimate goal, the Central Academy. As Su Yi gazed upon this super metropolis, 100-fold more prosperous and 1,000-fold more magnificent than any international city he had known in his past life, even his usually placid heart stirred slightly, rippling with anticipation. He inhaled deeply the air of the imperial capital, laden with both opportunity and peril. He understood that from the moment he disembarked this train, he would no longer be the small-town prodigy who enjoyed a life of ease and freedom. He was stepping onto the grand stage of a world teeming with hidden dragons and crouching tigers, where the strong were abundant. Here, the halo of national champion might afford him some advantages, yet it would also invite myriad challenges and scrutiny from all directions. He would confront formidable adversaries, navigate complex scenarios, and engage in intricate power struggles. Nevertheless, he remained undaunted, his eyes ablaze with an unprecedented fervor for battle, for he knew that only in such a place, brimming with challenges and opportunities, could he accelerate his path to strength. And it was only here that he could uncover the truth he had long sought. "Mr. Suyi." At that moment, a scarred shadow guard approached him respectfully and murmured, "We have arrived in the imperial capital. As per Lord Obsidian's instructions, we shall escort you directly to the entrance of the Central Academy. Subsequent arrangements for your enrollment and identity verification will be handled by the Academy's designated personnel. We shall not intrude further." Suyi acknowledged with a calm nod, expressing his heartfelt gratitude to the two diligent escorts who had accompanied him throughout the journey. Then, he grasped his sole piece of luggage, a backpack containing a photograph of him and his brother. As the train came to a gentle halt, he stepped forth with resolute strides into this city of dreams, rife with infinite possibilities and lurking dangers. Standing before the grand, celestial-like gates of the Central Academy, Clutching the highest-level S-class enrollment notice personally issued by the Ministry of Education, Su-yi was momentarily taken aback by the vibrant scene bustling with youthful energy and exuberance. The expansive plaza, paved with white marble, was alive with throngs of people and the hum of vehicles. Countless prodigies from all provinces of the empire, accompanied by their families, stepped into this hall of dreams, their faces adorned with confident, proud smiles as they embraced the future. As Su-yi took in this lively tableau, a flicker of warmth ignited within his usually icy heart. Adjusting his attire, he prepared to head towards the reception area for new students, when suddenly, a petite figure, as lively as a deer, burst forth unexpectedly from the crowd. In her haste, she seemed oblivious to her surroundings. Ah! A melodious cry, ringing with panic like a silver bell, escaped her lips as she collided directly into Su-ye's embrace.